In the year 2076, in Night City, the rain seemed endless. The rain, filled with industrial waste and toxic particles, carried a sharp, chemical smell as it splashed onto the quick-dry concrete streets. Yet, no matter how hard it fell, it could never wash away the thick fog that hung over the city all year round. Far away, the bright lights of the city center could not reach the northeast corner of Santo Domingo, where the ruins of a place called Coronado Farm stood almost forgotten. Two synthetic companions walked one after another through a narrow, dim hallway inside the crumbling building. "Anna, let's go back," one of them said. "There's no way a decent body tech doctor would be hiding in a place like this. Only addicts and drifters live out here." Anna, the one being spoken to, held her friend's hand. As she turned her head, her dark red fiber hair flicked off a few drops of rain. "Relax, Lena. Don't you trust me? I promise you, this doctor's skills are top-notch, even better than fingers." "But," Anna paused, as if remembering something. "But what?" Lena asked quickly. "It's just that this doctor is a little strange. Everything else is fine. He doesn't charge much, sometimes even lets you pay later, but the way he looks at people is odd." "How odd? Like he's about to eat you alive?" Lena teased. "I wish it were that simple," Anna laughed. "Then I could have just flirted my way out of the bill. I'm telling you, this doctor is unbelievably handsome, and it's all natural, no facial sculpting or cyber mods." "So, did you try charming him?" "Of course I did. I danced so much my back almost gave out." "And he just stood there watching?" "Not exactly. That's what's strange. His eyes didn't look excited, more like he was studying me, like a scientist examining a specimen." "Yikes. You don't think he's one of those organ harvesters, do you?" "Relax. I'm still in one piece, aren't I? And this time, we've got this." As she spoke, Anna reached into her small synthetic leather bag and pulled out a handgun, one a bit too large for her delicate hand. A kinetic handgun made by Constitutional Arms, the Unity. This pistol often appears in the streets and alleys of Night City, held by gang members, drifters, and other fringe wanderers. True to its name, in this city full of selfish people, anarchists, thugs, scavengers, and countless shady figures, this gun always carries a certain authority. With its low price and deadly caliber, one accurate shot is often enough for its owner to win any argument. The two walked through a narrow alley filled with filth, turned past a corner where garbage reeked, and knocked on a rusty iron door at the end of the corridor. A camera above two androids' heads rotated, scanning the hallway. Finding nothing unusual, it returned to its original position. Then, with a crisp mechanical sound, the iron door slid open smoothly before them. Inside was unexpectedly clean. In the 30-square-meter room, various machines were neatly arranged. At the center stood a cybernetic modification table, bathed in a column of light falling from the ceiling. The strange doctor they had been talking about stood beside the table, watching them coldly. His gaze swept over Lena. His half-open eyes glimmered with a chill that made her feel uneasy, though she no longer had real skin to feel it. "Who's the patient?" the doctor asked, his voice surprisingly gentle. So handsome it's unfair, Lena thought immediately. I am," she replied quickly. "Lie down." The metal table pressed against the artificial skin on her back. Maybe it was the rain, but the surface felt unbearably cold. That unpleasant sensation pulled her back into old memories. The day she first underwent a cybernetic implant procedure to survive. The table had been just as cold then, and the pain from the operation was something she would never forget. Her mechanical body twitched slightly at the memory, as if echoing the discomfort deep within. Staring at the bright light of the lamp above, a wave of unease suddenly struck her, making the poor woman feel even colder inside. Lena glanced toward the door at Anna, who kept one hand inside her handbag. The sight brought Lena a faint sense of warmth. The doctor said nothing more. He placed his warm hand on Lena's abdomen, and before she could think further, a sharp surgical blade had already opened the artificial skin on her stomach. With the help of a magnetic repair tool, the locks inside her cybernetic body were released. Her abdomen down to her thighs opened, revealing a mix of flesh and metal. The doctor gently touched the cold mechanical parts and murmured softly, "Another geisha type 2. Already tense, Lena asked nervously, "Is there a problem, doctor?" "No, not really. It's just that I've seen this model a lot lately. Seems it's quite common among service units." That's not surprising, Lena replied with a faint, cold laugh. It's the cheapest model. We can't afford the expensive ones with advanced behavior chips. The doctor paused for a moment, then continued working carefully. After a while, he tossed a small piece of blood-stained metal onto the tray and gave his diagnosis. The vibration module was malfunctioning, probably from too much strain over time. I've removed it. Lena sighed. I knew it was because of yesterday's heavy workload. Can it be fixed, doctor? Without that function, I'll have trouble keeping up with the others. The doctor replied calmly. It's not worth repairing. Just replace it with a new one. Unfortunately, I'm out of stock today. Come back tomorrow. I'll have more by then. As he closed the outer shell of her cybernetic body, he added, at least the faulty part is gone, so you shouldn't feel any more discomfort for now. Thank you, doctor. How much do I owe you? Lena stepped down from the table, straightening her posture with practiced confidence, always ready to work hard for a better living. The doctor, however, kept his head down, quietly cleaning his instruments, giving no reply. 300 euros, including the rotor. You can pay tomorrow. Lena was clearly surprised by the price. No way, doctor, you're not using cheap parts, right? That's really inexpensive. But fine, even if it's secondhand, I'll take it. The doctor replied casually. You're such a kind doctor. What should I call you? At the door, Anna quickly waved her hand, trying to stop Lena, worried that her overly friendly attitude might annoy the usually quiet doctor. After all, this was an unlicensed clinic. As expected, the doctor didn't respond and seemed ready to end the conversation. Just as the two turned to leave, they heard the doctor speak softly behind them. Craftsman. Just call me Craftsman. When they stepped out of the alley and back into the rain, Lena suddenly hugged Anna's arm excitedly. Wow, he's really handsome and so gentle. I think I'm in love, Anna. Looks like you're judging by appearances again. Anna pulled out a small item from her bag to scare off a homeless man lurking near the trash pile, then scolded Lena helplessly. You fall for people too easily. How many times have you been fooled like this? Hee, but he's got some real skill. At least my stomach pain is gone. Come with me again tomorrow, okay, Anna? I can't go alone in that dark place. All right. You win, my little troublemaker. The two walked away, disappearing into the colorful lights of the city night. Meanwhile, the doctor, our craftsman, was staring blankly into space. At least, that's what it looked like to others. In reality, he was accessing his personal system. Welcome, apprentice craftsman Jiang Bing, to the craftsman training system. Today marks your 136th consecutive standard solar day of login. Your recent submissions on Geisha 2, Big Cannon 9, Universal Synthetic Skin Type 3, and Civil Brain Machine Interface version 4 have been recorded. The terminal has received 14 craftsman badges from the 7th Crystal Wall mainframe. Previously uploaded design principles include Neural Interaction Solution, Colorful Diode, Recreation Type, Civilian Brain-Machine Interface V4, Enhanced Kidney Module, Pathfinder Type 2, Unified Compact Kinetic Pistol, DR-12 Quasar Revolver. Click to expand. Now listing your personal attribute panel. Identity, Apprentice Craftsman, Occupation Level, 2, 16%. Origin, Plane B33, Homeworld, Earth, Current Location, Plane HXXD, C2W33, Earth Existence Strength, 1.4 Structural Integrity, 1.7 Creator Database Access Level, 1, 36%. Increased by 9% this time Craftsman Badges, 52 Current Research Focus, Smart Weapon Targeting Principles Memo, today at 2350. Warehouse near the pier, 150 meters west of the Good Rest Motel, Santo Domingo District. Delivery with the scavengers. Indeed, Jiang Bing was not a native of the rough and restless night city. He was an ordinary office worker from Earth, the one marked as Plane B33 in the mysterious craftsman training system. Before crossing over, he had been playing Cyberpunk all night, fighting a boss named Atom Smasher. The next second, the ground vanished beneath him, and he fell straight into a pile of trash in Santo Domingo, Night City. Jiang Bing was also an orphan, which made him wonder if people like him were more likely to attract the attention of higher-dimensional forces. Born and raised in peaceful times, he had lived over 20 years as an ordinary person, weak, untrained, and unprepared. Without the golden finger that came with him, the craftsman training system, He might have been captured by scavengers the very next day. Although Jiang Bing strongly suspected that this so-called system was the very cause of his sudden journey, it was still powerful enough to keep him alive. The title apprentice craftsman had nothing to do with ordinary trades like machining or metalwork. It was, without a doubt, a supernatural profession. At the very least, Jiang Bing had never heard of any job that used the word identity to describe its level. Even the weakest apprentice craftsman became strong and fit after Jiang Bing's rebirth. He could lift 200 kilograms with one hand as if it were nothing. His senses were sharp, his eyes clearer than most, his hearing almost as keen as a desert fox's. His brain worked like a high-speed processor, remembering everything he saw and thinking with perfect clarity and speed. Yet, this was only the system's recorded strength level, 1. For, when his structural strength reached 1.7, Jiang Bing seemed to gain a sixth sense. He often had sudden feelings that warned him of danger, pushing him to act before trouble arrived. Of course, this was just the beginning. The main change brought by the apprentice craftsman class was his unmatched connection with machines. Complex devices became simple in his eyes, one touch, one glance, and he could see their inner workings as clearly as the lines on his palm. With a quick thought, their design and function unfolded in his mind like an avalanche of ideas. When it came to design, inspiration flowed endlessly. His progress soared, and by the time he finished one blueprint, an improved version was already half-formed in his head. His hands worked as fast as his mind. Whatever he imagined, he could build. Once he saw a design, he could recreate it on the spot, his hands and mind working in perfect harmony. Of course, his limited knowledge and relatively low strength levels meant he couldn't yet build something as powerful as a nuclear device. But Jiang Bing believed that with enough practice, observation, and a little help from his special ability, his dream of creating something world-shaking would soon come true. For now, though, the most important thing was to visit the scavengers and get some supplies. If he delayed any longer, he would miss the number 2 bus. Jiang Bing closed the clinic door and activated the security system from the central computer. Running a secret clinic in a place so remote it nearly bordered the wastelands meant safety precautions were essential. The clinic's security system was entirely his own creation. This custom-built system followed the principle of more power, same cost. 2 rows of ceiling-mounted machine guns covered nearly every corner of the room, while cameras and carefully arranged infrared and microwave sensors made the clinic as secure as a fortress. Of course, this setup could only stop ordinary petty thieves. Most of the hardware and software came from old junk that Jiang Bing had salvaged and rebuilt. The main system was a civilian version of the Kongtao home protection software. This meant that any skilled hacker could easily take it down. Still, these measures were enough to deal with desperate addicts or hungry drifters wandering the streets. The Real security system would activate once the outer defenses were breached. A hidden one-time camera on the cybernetic modification device in the center of the room would automatically send the intruder's image to Jiang Bing's preset receiver. What awaited these uninvited guests next was a personal visit from the masked demon, a figure so feared that even children in Santo Domingo stopped crying at the mention of the name. Near the back door was a narrow compartment. Jiang Bing opened the storage box under the table and began to change. He took out a metal mask he had shaped by hand into the style of Guy Fawkes. It offered basic breathing filtration and some protection. He then put on a long coat that could easily hide the short, homemade shotgun strapped to his left leg and the new kinetic revolver on his right. His main weapons were a gray-patterned copper viper and a chainsaw machete he had carefully modified himself. The machete was also handmade. It had taken him a long time to finish, though the Kinshiri Adachi Armaments Company had helped a lot. Many of the melee weapons Jiang Bing had collected recently came from them. To be fair, their craftsmanship in close combat blades was far superior to that of Arasaka. That was the mark of a true craftsman. By the time he stepped outside, night had already fallen. The city was wrapped in darkness. Lights from distant skyscrapers shimmered through the rain, scattering into colorful reflections. Mist filled the streets, and the glow of headlights blurred in the haze. Against the backdrop of decaying buildings, everything looked mysterious and unreal. Rain hammered against the windshield, forming streaks of water that the wipers quickly swept away. Even at this late hour, Cars still sped through the streets, smugglers' transports, mercenaries' rides, scavengers' mobile hideouts, and vehicles carrying those with darker intentions. It might also be the treasured possession of hard-working employees, a reliable companion for frontline workers, and a small ark carrying the hopes of families and children. Countless vehicles moved through the murky night of the city, their spinning tires splashing through puddles left by the rain. None of them stopped. Each rushed toward its own destination. In the distance came faint sounds of sirens, shouts, and gunfire. Perhaps some gang members were fighting again, or maybe a cyber-psychotic had lost control. But no one was surprised. This was normal for Night City, the true color beneath the dream it promised. Jiang Bing drove a Colby made by Tingwei, or at least it looked like one. Inside, every part had been replaced and modified beyond recognition. When he first found it in a junkyard in the northwest of Night City, the car was almost a pile of rust. Fortunately, Jiang Bing had skillful hands and a patient heart. By scavenging and piecing together parts, he managed to bring it back to life. This car had carried him through the hardest days after he first arrived in this world. After months of upgrades, the beast had evolved through several versions, now far stronger than before. He owed much of that to the support of the scavengers. These scavengers, like wild dogs in a forest of steel, constantly watched the streets, waiting for anyone careless enough to walk alone at night. Those who disappeared rarely returned. They stripped machines and bodies alike for parts and profit. You could say they fed on the city's lifeblood, while Jiang Bing, in turn, fed on theirs. This was his new job after leaving the junkyard, and for now, he was satisfied with the resources it brought him. After all, as an undocumented person with no cybernetic implants, he stood out too much to take on mercenary work. The risks were high, and being scanned by all kinds of detection devices every day would only draw more attention. In this cyberpunk world, every child received a basic neural interface from the government. Without one, living an ordinary life was like being severely nearsighted without glasses. You simply couldn't survive. Someone as pure and unmodified as Jiang Bing, a natural human, meaning a person with no physical or cybernetic alterations, was extremely rare. In the world of 2077, even children from wealthy families, even if they didn't install brain chips, would still undergo minor procedures like skin sculpting, bone correction, or facial adjustments to improve their looks or charm. Only direct heirs of old-fashioned families like Kongtao or Arasaka, who valued tradition, could afford to remain completely natural. Another key reason was Jiang Bing's profession as a craftsman. He gained very little experience from fighting or social manipulation. Instead, activities like assembling equipment, creating tools, working part-time as a cybernetic doctor, analyzing design principles, or learning new knowledge, all actions related to the idea of a craftsman, greatly increased his professional experience and the two attributes of existence and structure. This was extraordinary. When Jiang Bing first took on the job, it felt as if he had merged with the very concept of a craftsman. Everything he did that fit this idea seemed to draw strength from a higher dimension of meaning. At one point, Jiang Bing even suspected that advancing in the craftsman profession was actually a process of evolving into a higher form of existence. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why the system used the term rank of being to describe professional levels. But that was a matter for later. For now, the most important thing was to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. In the real world of Cyberpunk 2077, the dangers threatening Jiang Bing were far beyond what the game's protagonist, V, ever faced. The threats shown in the game were just the tip of the iceberg. Behind the scenes, AIs beyond the Blackwell were watching humanity, preparing to strike back, and had already infiltrated deep into human society. Major corporations were locked in fierce competition, and the outbreak of a fifth corporate war could happen at any time. Meanwhile, these companies secretly carried out reckless experiments and military projects that could easily lead to disaster. This chaotic, youth version Warhammer world filled Jiang Bing with a constant sense of danger from the moment he woke up in a pile of trash. After all, not long ago, a major event had already taken place, when cyber-terrorists led by Johnny destroyed Night City with a nuclear explosion. So Jiang Bing worked tirelessly to grow stronger as quickly as possible, hoping to get through his weak early stage and gain the ability to protect himself. He had already set a small goal for what self-protection meant. At the very least, he wanted to be strong enough to survive a nuclear explosion. To reach that goal, Jiang Bing worked day and night, even harder than when he was an overworked office employee before traveling to this world. The scavengers he hunted were, for now, the most efficient experience sources he could find. These scavengers were nothing like the organized street gangs such as the Sixth Street Gang, the Tiger Claw Gang, or the Valentinos. They usually acted in small groups, each fighting for themselves. This made them perfect wild targets for Jiang Bing's early training. After driving around for about 10 minutes, his car finally stopped beside a rundown motel in the northern part of the Coronado Farm area. The real Night City was far larger than the one in the game. Located on the west coast of the United States, in Del Coronado Bay, it was the biggest city in the Free State, home to about 10 million people and covering nearly 200,000 square kilometers. Although most of that area was barren land and ocean, the urban region, including the Pacific State, still covered around 25,000 square kilometers, about 1.5 times the size of Beijing. Of course, only a few districts could truly be called prosperous or comfortable to live in. The vast Pacific State had already been stripped of its city status, and the Coronado Farm area where Jiang Bing was now was seen by politicians as a place nobody cared about. But Jiang Bing didn't mind. In fact, the chaos suited him perfectly. It was the best place to move unnoticed. His goal today wasn't the nearby motel called Come Again, but a small house not far from it. According to reliable information, a small group of scavengers was hiding there, using the house and its basement as their base. Today, Jiang Bing planned to get rid of them for good. He stepped out of the car, tightened the gun strap across his chest, and put on a metallic Guy Fawkes mask that gleamed coldly under the rain. The eerie smile of the mask, combined with his sharp eyes and the steel-like shine of the metal, sent chills down the spine. The black top hat cast a shadow over his face, hiding the fierce look in his eyes. With only a black cloak missing, he looked just like the mysterious figure from V for Vendetta. "God is in the rain," he whispered, quoting a line from the movie, as he quietly approached the scavenger's hideout through the growing downpour. With a few light jumps, he easily avoided the outdoor cameras. These scavengers had almost no tactical sense, and the few cameras they had were unevenly placed, leaving blind spots that allowed Jiang Bing to reach the power box without trouble. His high-strength fiber tactical gloves, with joints plated in matte metal, rested gently on the box, as if touching something precious. The cold machine seemed to come alive, quietly revealing all its secrets to him. In a single breath, Jiang Bing understood the entire structure. He opened the box smoothly, and the fine edge of his chainsaw blade touched a small, hidden weld. Instantly, the scavenger's base went dark. A chainsaw blade wasn't ideal for delicate work, but he hadn't chosen a thin sword like those old heroes used. In a cyberpunk world where nearly everyone had robotic parts, a small blade simply wasn't enough. "See, the power's out again," one scavenger grumbled, pushing the door open. But around the corner, a heavy chainsaw blade was already waiting. Even without the motor running, the weapon's sharp teeth were deadly. With a swift motion, Jiang Bing struck, and the scavenger fell silently before realizing what had happened. The sound of the body hitting the floor blended with the creak of the door. Under the dim light, Jiang Bing's sharp senses took in the entire room. He moved lightly. The nearest scavenger, sitting on a sofa with his back turned, didn't even have time to react before Jiang Bing's blade struck. The sudden roar of the motor drowned out any sound. The noise made everyone tense. "See, someone's here," another scavenger shouted. A thunderous blast came from Jiang Bing's custom short shotgun, and in an instant, the room fell silent again, only to erupt moments later in a storm of gunfire. "Behind this mask is more than flesh," Jiang Bing said calmly. "Behind this mask is an idea, and ideas can't be destroyed by bullets." Muttering his lines, Jiang Bing leaned against the corner cover, holding his Copper Viper rifle. With a short 3-round burst, he precisely took down a target. See, chainsaw blade, and that crazy muttering. It's that masked maniac from the net. Why on earth is this cyber lunatic after us? Hearing Jiang Bing's strange words, the scavengers clearly recognized his alias and began to panic. Several red lights suddenly flickered in the dim room, the glow from their eyes as they connected through their neural links. Moments later, a few bullets pierced through them one by one, snuffing out the lights like shattered bulbs. Gunfire grew more chaotic, then slowly faded into silence. Jiang Bing pulled his foot back from the mess on the floor and rushed toward the basement. Time was tight. Running into the NCPD would be a real problem. As soon as he kicked open the basement door, a sharp, stabbing pain hit him. Sensing danger filling the narrow passage, Jiang Bing dropped flat to the ground. In the next instant, a stream of blazing bullets tore through the air, blasting chunks of concrete from the walls. The deafening roar echoed through the basement, and Jiang Bing instantly recognized the weapon. It was a Militech Model 30-1 heavy machine gun. Normally mounted on automated turrets, the weapon was now being carried by a massive scavenger, unleashing a terrifying storm of bullets. Abandoning his Copper Viper, Jiang Bing rolled aside and drew his Nova kinetic revolver. Long weapons were useless in such tight quarters. Bang, 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 bang. 6 shots hit the heavy gunner, but he kept firing as if nothing had happened. Jiang Bing gritted his teeth. It was heavy subdermal armor. That kind of high-end cyberware was far beyond what an average street scavenger could afford. Finding both that and a heavy machine gun, here was like hitting the jackpot. Pressing himself flat against the floor, Jiang Bing crawled forward like a lizard, moving toward the shooter. The scorching bullets chased his heels relentlessly, but with his powerful limbs, core strength, and flawless coordination, something even cyberware couldn't match, they only managed to leave a trail of bullet holes in the ground behind him. Though he seemed flustered, Jiang Bing moved with calm precision and managed to rush within 2 meters of the heavy machine gunner. At this range, the bulky weapon lost most of its threat. Using the strength of his waist and core, Jiang Bing suddenly sprang up from the ground. Holding his chainsaw blade in his right hand, he struck hard at the heavy machine gun that the scavenger had hastily raised to block him. The blade sank halfway in, and behind his mask, Jiang Bing's lips curved into a cold smile. He pressed his left hand firmly on the back of the blade as the chainsaw roared with a strained, furious sound. Chainsaw blade overdrive. The deafening roar filled the air as the small engine devoured its refined fuel, building pressure again and again. The rotor spun faster and faster, pushing the saw teeth to their limit before the machine would break down. The single-molecule teeth, with a melting point of 2,200 degrees, glowed red as they spun, leaving a bright line of heat where they met steel. Sparks flew along the cut. In the scavenger's terrified eyes, the chainsaw blade tore through the heavy machine gun. Then, under Jiang Bing's immense strength, cut through the man's arm and shoulder armor. The spinning teeth ripped through metal and protective plating before finally stopping, leaving the enemy defeated. By then, the chainsaw's internal parts were almost completely ruined. It couldn't be helped. Overdrive power always came at the cost of the weapon's lifespan. There was no time to mourn a trusted tool. A weapon's best end was to burn out on the battlefield, far better than rusting away on a shelf. After confirming the base was secure, Jiang Bing hurried out, drove his vehicle to the back door, and began collecting his spoils. First was the large scavenger with heavy subdermal armor. Without the time or tools to remove it on site, Jiang Bing simply loaded both the broken machine gun and the body into the car's trunk. The other scavengers he had defeated earlier were carefully dismantled with surgical precision. He removed artificial eyes and mechanical parts, identifying valuable cybernetic components with his sharp mechanical sense and extracting them efficiently. Except for the one whose head and neural implant had been destroyed, all the others had their brain devices removed for later use. After the chaotic raid, the ground was covered with broken remains. A mix of white fluid and synthetic body liquid flowed from the holes left by the removal of cybernetic parts. The terrifying scene was one of the main reasons why the name Masked Demon had become so feared in the Santo Domingo area over the past few months. Scattered on the ground were guns, bullets, a bit of cash, and the scavengers collected goods, cybernetic parts taken from innocent people, along with some valuable electronics like dream simulators and clothes with built-in heating or cooling systems. All of it was thrown into the vehicle in a hurry. Because of the rush, many of the cybernetic parts still had traces of their former owner's tissue, making the pile in the car look disturbing. But for Jiang Bing, who had seen countless piles of bodies at scavenger hideouts, this was nothing new. He had long since grown numb to such sights. After sweeping up everything of value, Jiang Bing pressed his ear to the window. His enhanced hearing confirmed that there was no sign of the NCPD's familiar sirens. Satisfied, he casually gathered the food and drinks he found in the house and tossed them onto the passenger seat. With a press of the accelerator, the loaded car shot into the rain. Drops of red-stained water slid down the car doors, soon washed away by the heavy downpour. He drove a long distance before passing an NCPD patrol 2 blocks away, still slowly making its way to the scene. There was nothing the police could do. The masked demon, who had recently begun attacking scavengers on rainy nights and leaving no survivors, had even the officers frightened. So whenever it rained, the police moved as slowly as possible, waiting until the gunfire stopped and even then delaying their arrival. No one wanted to risk running into the masked demon and becoming the next victim. After all, for a few $1,000 a month, who would risk their life, especially for scavengers who had little standing in society? On his way home, Jiang Bing turned into a quiet alley halfway through the trip. He was going to meet his loyal off-the-record intelligence chief. After locking the car, he left enough food and drinks on the passenger seat to last an adult for a week. The rest he packed up again, carrying it in one hand while easily climbing onto the roof of a nearby abandoned building with the other. After a few quick jumps, he reached the rooftop of the tallest ruined building in the area. There, a figure huddled in a corner because of the heavy rain. Ignoring Jiang Bing's frightening look, his mask and blood-stained clothes, the figure eagerly ran toward him. It was a boy who looked about 14 or 15 years old, though Jiang Bing had never asked his exact age. In truth, their conversations had always been very restrained. Jiang Bing was known on the streets as the unofficial intelligence chief. That nickname came from the fact that he had lost most of his hair at a young age. Although hair loss was common among people living at the bottom due to pollution, modern technology had made hair restoration cheap and easy. Still, Slippery Head refused to get it done. He walked around every day with his shiny bald spot, and that stubbornness eventually earned him his nickname. Their first meeting had been pure coincidence. At that time, Jiang Bing had just started scavenging from the cleaners and wasn't very skilled yet. That operation had gone poorly. The scene was messy, and the noise had drawn attention from far away. Because he was slow in collecting supplies, he barely managed to leave before the NCPD arrived, only to run straight into Slippery Head and his 2 daring followers, who had come hoping to make some quick money. Jiang Bing still remembered that first encounter clearly. Because of the frightening scene and Jiang Bing's strange outfit, the 2 followers fainted on the spot, leaving only Slippery Head, the self-proclaimed leader of the orphan gang. His legs trembled as he forced himself to stand straight, his small eyes darting around quickly. Just as Jiang Bing was about to lose patience and kick him into the trash heap, the boy spoke up. "Sir, please don't shoot." Slippery Head gave a practice salute. "I think you might need information about other cleaners' hideouts. I can get that for you, down to the smallest detail. All I ask in return is a little food and some cash. I'm sure that's nothing to you." Maybe it was his calmness and danger and clear way of speaking, or maybe it was his boldness and will to survive that showed he had the potential to become someone important in the future. After careful thought, Jiang Bing decided to give him a chance. Slippery, a member of the orphan gang, was active around the entire Coronado farm. But rather than a real gang, they were more like a group of homeless orphans, ragged, hungry, and struggling to survive. They wandered through the dark alleys of Coronado Farm, searching trash piles for leftover food or anything valuable. They scavenged through abandoned houses for supplies left behind by former residents. Despite facing hunger, disease, toxic air, stray bullets, adult vagrants, and scavengers, and sometimes losing members who simply disappeared, they still managed to survive in the harsh survival of the fittest world of Night City. Among them, Slippery was the smartest. With his relatively healthy body and knowledge that hinted at a better background, he quickly gathered a group of orphans and formed the orphan gang. He led them to stick together and survive as best they could. Although Slippery collected a small gang fee from his members, usually food found in trash bins, small electronic parts, or donations from begging, he mostly used it to make sure the weakest members could eat. These weaker ones included very young children, orphans with disabilities, and those who had just lost their families and hadn't yet accepted their new reality. The first time he met Jiang Bing was because one of his members had fallen seriously ill. Desperate to buy medicine, he took the risk of going to a gunfight scene, hoping to find something valuable to sell. Normally, they would stay far away from such places. After all, scavengers, NCPD officers, mercenaries, and corporate agents were all dangerous to deal with. Of course, Jiang Bing only learned all this later through investigation. It was this information that convinced him to give Slippery a chance and recruit him as an unofficial intelligence chief. In Night City, no one wanted to be a good person, but everyone wished they had a friend like that. Those who risk themselves to help others should not be left to freeze in the cold. And indeed, Slippery proved worthy of Jiang Bing's trust. He performed exceptionally well. Thanks to their cooperation with Jiang Bing, the orphan gang's living conditions greatly improved. They could finally eat well, and even had their own small armed force. Though their weapons were just a few old pistols and some knives and sticks, at least they now had the power to fight back. Boss, congratulations on another successful hunt. Slick rubbed his hands together with a greedy smile as he walked up. Jiang Bing threw a large bag of food in front of him, then took a few small rolls of cash from his pocket and stuffed them into Slick's arms. You know what I mean. Jiang Bing's voice was low and clear, full of strength, but the mask he wore made it sound darker and more mysterious. Here, you don't have to pretend to survive anymore. You can take off your mask. Slick had clearly heard this kind of talk from Jiang Bing more than once. Boss, your mask is on your face, but some people wear theirs in their hearts. That kind of mask isn't easy to take off. Jiang Bing chuckled softly under his mask. Slick went on, no matter what, a mask is still a mask. It doesn't appear for no reason. People wear it because they need it. Every time I see you, I feel like you don't really belong here. I actually think this place isn't so bad. Slick tucked the money safely into his clothes to keep it from getting wet in the heavy rain, then gathered up the bag of food from the ground. At least life here is simple. Living is simple, dying is simple. Even robbery and betrayal are straightforward. No tricks, no fake smiles like those upper-class people who hide knives behind their smiles. Interesting point, Jiang Bing said with a hint of admiration. Anything unusual lately that needs to be handled? At that, Slick scratched his thinning hair awkwardly and said humbly, Actually, there is something. I told you, there's no need to pretend here. At least stop doing it for my sake, Jiang Bing said, a little impatient with Slick's act. But the reputation of the masked demon, who had nearly wiped out half of the Coronado farm, was enough to make Slick instantly straighten his back. The fake smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a seriousness far beyond his years. Recently, our group took in 2 sisters. The older one is 13, the younger 11. It's clear they used to live quite well. Their parents were probably mid-level managers at some company. Both girls are delicate and good-looking. Slick brushed a wet strand of hair back over his bald head. But you know, beauty isn't always a blessing, especially when it's the only thing someone has to rely on. Of course, I'm not blaming them for being pretty, he continued, but their looks have caught the attention of a troublemaker from the 6th Street gang. That's not a good sign. His steps lead to ruin. His path walks the edge of darkness. Hearing Jiang Bing mutter, Slick sighed. You really like the Bible, huh? And the most old-fashioned version, too. Jiang Bing didn't answer. He simply opened his right hand towards Slick, thinking to himself, maybe it's just part of the act. Where, who, and how many? The unexpected response made Slick's cheek twitch slightly. Well, you really live up to the name Masked Demon, he said, pulling out an old chip without hesitation. Jiang Bing grabbed the chip, said, Contact me if anything comes up, same as always, then turned and jumped off the rooftop, ending their unusual meeting. Jiang Bing's home was on the northern edge of the Coronado farm area, right next to the wasteland and the largest junkyard near Night City. It made sense. After all, he had first arrived in this world in a junkyard and spent some time surviving there before making it into Night City. Living close to the dump was only natural. The neighborhood had a typical American rural layout. Small, single-story wooden houses with fenced backyards. Of course, there was no sign of natural greenery anymore. That was thanks to the last few corporate wars, when biotech companies had thrown out all kinds of genetic bombs. The result was a devastating blow to the global ecosystem. Fortunately, not all common plants went extinct. They just couldn't grow in soil tainted by genetic viruses, which made them extremely valuable. At least in the private ecodomes owned by the big corporations, you could still see them. It was clear that few wealthy people lived in Jiangbing's neighborhood. Most of the greenery there was made of plastic, and even those fake plants were mostly damaged or missing. After all, the 6th Street gang that controlled this area was no property management company, and the armed residents were not the kind to pay any maintenance fees. The house Jiangbing lived in had once been empty. Such houses were common on the city's edge, easy to move into, but to settle down, at least water and electricity were needed. That part involved the city's major infrastructure company, the Night Corporation. The Night Corporation was best known for its secrecy. No one knew its exact market value, its main sources of income, or even how many employees it had. The company was part of the legacy of Richard Knight, the visionary industrialist who founded Night City. Using the funds left by her late husband, his widow, Miriam, built the company from nothing, following his ideals and principles. For many years, Miriam served as the group's CEO. The younger generation lacked her ability, and the company eventually lost in competition with Arasaka and Militech. Most of Night City's power was divided among these three giants. As the company's strength declined, its influence nearly disappeared. However, besides managing its own assets, it still held an important role in the city's infrastructure, public administration, and community projects. Road construction, public facility maintenance, and the revival of the maglev system were just a few of the projects funded by the Night Corporation. The water and power systems in the Coronado farm area also belonged to the company. After all, corporations like Arasaka, Militech, and Biotech had no interest in the poor slums. Only the Night Corporation, still mindful of Richard Knight's vision to build a better city, continued to support the survival of those living on the city's edge. The rain was still falling. Jiangbing was driving quietly toward the garage when he suddenly stopped, as if he had noticed something. Through the car window, his sharp eyes focused on the house to his left. The house looked as if no one had lived there for a long time. It seemed completely abandoned, with no water or electricity, leaving it in total darkness. The roof had already collapsed, and the fallen walls blocked the entrance, leaving only a small gap, barely the size of a dog hole, far too small for an adult to pass through. Although dogs had long disappeared among the poor, the narrow opening was still big enough for something else to crawl in. For example, a thin and malnourished little girl. At that moment, Jiangbing was certain that the girl was curled up inside the dark fortress made of broken walls, and he knew she wasn't asleep. His sharp hearing allowed him to clearly catch the faint rustling sounds from inside, along with soft, cat-like murmurs and quiet sobs. Haley's tummy is so empty, sob. It's all because Haley couldn't find anything in the trash today. But Haley really tried, sob, boo-hoo. But Haley really wants to eat something, sob. My tummy hurts so much. Boo-hoo. Haley misses her brother and her dad. Teddy, do you think I can dream of them if I fall asleep? Haley tried to sleep, but my tummy hurts too much, sob. Teddy. Rustling sound of turning over. The weak voice melted into the sound of the rain and didn't travel far, but it softened the cold, blood-stained look in Jiangbing's eyes. The cruelty and violence faded, replaced by gentleness and pity. He took off his mask and removed his blood-stained coat. The feared masked stranger who had taken many lives now looked like a calm and polite young man again. Picking up the bag of food and water he had left on the passenger seat, enough to feed an adult for a week, Jiangbing stepped out of the car. He crouched beside the disguised, weathered hole and gently knocked on the wall. The soft murmurs and sobs inside stopped at once, and silence returned. Through the small opening, Jiangbing could clearly see into the darkness. A little girl, holding a pink teddy bear, was staring nervously at him, her dirty face tilted upward. No one knew where the girl had come from. She had been living there for half a week, believing this ruined house was a safe hiding place, unaware that her movements had already been noticed by the adults next door. Jiangbing didn't say a word. He quietly pushed a large bag of food through the hole, then turned away in silence and stood still in the rain after stepping back a safe distance. From inside the house came a muffled cry of surprise and joy. Through the curtain of rain, Jiangbing looked toward the girl hidden in the darkness. He saw her peeking through the hole and heard her faint thank you, but none of it made him move. Only when he heard the soft sounds of chewing and drinking did he turn his head toward the house next door. In the shadows under the eaves stood an old man holding a double-barreled shotgun and carrying a bag of food and water. Jiang Bing remembered that this house was home to an unemployed old man. It seemed Jiang Bing wasn't the only one who had noticed the new neighbor. In fact, when Jiang Bing first approached the hole in the collapsed house, he had already sensed the old man's presence. The man had been aiming his shotgun at him until he saw what Jiang Bing was doing, then lowered the weapon. The old man limped into the rain, still holding the gun. Jiang Bing's trained eyes quickly noticed the man's right leg, a rough homemade prosthetic made of wood and metal scraps, so poorly crafted that Jiang Bing almost winced just looking at it. It was probably made by the old man himself. When the old man stopped beside him, Jiang Bing could tell from his worn clothes and the crude prosthetic that life hadn't been easy for him. "This rotten world," the old man grumbled. "Those fancy councilmen ride their flying cars every day, throwing banquets, but they can't spare a bit of money to feed the orphans. Isn't that just awful? Their cars fly too high," Jiang Bing replied calmly. "They can't see the suffering on the ground." The old man burst out laughing, clearly amused. "I tried talking to that little girl earlier today," he said, "but she's like a frightened kitten. Before I could say a word, she ran off." Using his extraordinary intuition as a craftsman, Jiang Bing quickly assessed the collapsed building, calculating the chance it might fall further in the coming rainy night. After confirming it was safe, he finally turned back to answer. "Haley, this shy little cat's name is Haley." The old man paused for a moment, but didn't ask further. Instead, he nodded lightly. Logan Steele, an unemployed old farmer. Want a drink?" Normally, Jiang Bing never touched alcohol to keep his hands steady and precise, but at that moment, he suddenly wanted a few sips. So the two of them stood under Logan Steele's roof, sharing a few bottles of beer. "By the way, you can call me Sable. Sable Lyric. As for my job, I'm a craftsman with some skill." Jiang Bing revealed his alias. The beer, mixed with cheap industrial alcohol and unknown additives, tasted bitter and harsh. Thinking about everything that had happened since he came to this world, that bitterness didn't fade. It spread from his mouth to his whole body. "Tell me, do you think a world like this is really normal?" Jiang Bing asked, half to Logan, half to himself. Old Logan took a long gulp of beer. "When I was young, things weren't this bad. Farmers still had land to work, and even if times were tough, you could still find a job to feed your family. But then came those greedy companies, Arasaka, Militech, and my old employer, Petrochem. Those people at the top just have to make a decision, lift a finger, and the world changes to whatever they want it to be. As for what's normal or not, I'd say the world's always been the same, survival of the fittest." But inside, Jiang Bing was roaring silently. "It shouldn't be like this. It can be better. This world can be so much better." In a realm unseen by ordinary eyes, a grand concept began to gather and take shape from a higher dimension. "In this broken world, haven't you ever thought about changing it?" Old Logan gave a dry laugh. "Change it? How? If this world has taught me anything, it's to accept what you can't change. People like us, small, powerless. How could we ever change anything?" But Jiang Bing's eyes grew brighter. "I can." The roar in his heart grew stronger. "With the system, I'll keep getting stronger, stronger than anyone can imagine. I'll become powerful, more powerful than any company or force in this world. If they can shape the world as they wish, then I can also use my hammer to strike it again and again, thousands of times, until it becomes what I want. I have that power." In a higher dimension, magnificent elements were rapidly forming shapes beyond ordinary understanding. Then another question is, do I really want this? Is it necessary? The sound of Haley's gentle snoring suddenly broke through the noisy rain and entered Jiang Bing's mind, lighting everything up like a flash of lightning. The little girl was exhausted and had fallen into a deep sleep soon after eating. Those vague thoughts, born from witnessing too many scenes that shattered the worldview built over more than 20 years, were now ignited by that flash of insight, spreading like wildfire, growing stronger and stronger, until they connected into one blazing wave. Since the moment he crossed into this world, Jiang Bing had been running blindly forward, driven by a constant sense of danger, floating outside reality. But now, it felt as if he had finally landed, seeing the fire that lit his path ahead. I can. I want to. I will complete this great creation. In the higher dimension, the magnificent elements solidified with a thunderous sound, shaped into a form according to the will of the craftsman. System message: Apprentice Craftsman, Jiang Bing. You have completed the shaping of a great creation. Because of this act, your existence strength has increased by 0.7 and your structural strength by 1.0. Please check the system for detailed values. Countless streams of conceptual ether poured in from all directions, from channels beyond human perception, merging into Jiang Bing's being. His physical power grew rapidly, his soul became denser, and even the falling rain seemed to slow down. But none of this stopped Jiang Bing's urge to sing aloud. Cheerfully, he set down the wine bottle, signaled that the day's work was done, and walked home while reciting poetry. Old Lot, who had spent his life at the bottom and couldn't understand Chinese, threw out a few words that sounded half like a warning, half like comfort, before turning back into his house. I'll keep an eye on her. Of course, if old Logan had a Chinese translation plugin, he would have understood Jiang Bing's final verse. Everywhere there is sorrow and blood, yet all it takes is one thought to save the world. Bragging is easy, but making it real is the hard part. Back home, Jiang Bing didn't even stop to rest. He immediately began working on the spoils he had brought back. The few beers he had earlier had no effect on him now, given his improved physical condition. Finally, Jiang Bing had time to open his system panel. The first thing he saw was the system message he had heard before. System message: Apprentice Craftsman, Jiang Bing. You have completed the shaping of a great creation. Because of this, your existence strength has increased by 0.7, and your structural strength has increased by 1.0. Displaying personal attribute panel. Rank: Apprentice Craftsman, Profession Level 2, 46%. Origin: Plane B33, Origin Star, Earth, Current Location, Plane HXXD, C2W33, Earth Existence Strength, 2.1 Structural Strength, 2.7 Creator Database Access Level, 1, 36%. It seemed he had accidentally done something remarkable. Looking at the data, Jiang Bing couldn't help but be amazed. Unlike ordinary manufacturing in the real world, the craft of a craftsman required 5 steps to create something extraordinary: shaping, smelting, purification, forging, and polishing. Apparently, his earlier actions had unintentionally met the requirements for the shaping stage. Such an opportunity was extremely rare for a craftsman. The materials, timing, and even the craftsman's own condition had to align perfectly. Since starting his profession, Jiang Bing had made countless items, but this was the first time the system had given him such a message. Of course, the harder the task, the greater the reward. The power boost from this shaping was astonishing. It nearly doubled all his stats. With his newfound strength, Jiang Bing handled the spoils with ease. His hands moved so fast under the light that they left faint afterimages. His efficiency alone matched that of an entire high-end prosthetic dismantling line. He started with the parts that required special storage conditions and couldn't be left at room temperature for long, such as artificial eyes, internal organs, and circulatory system components. Under the skilled hands of the craftsman, the parts were quickly cleared of any remaining visual nerves and lymph tissues at their ends, then connected to a special maintenance terminal. The operating software, cracked and modified by Jiang Bing, would run a self-check. Those that passed would first go through a full virus scan, then a complete format to erase all previous user data, and finally have a clean driver installed. If not for the lack of a brain-computer interface, which limited his data input speed to manual typing, Jiang Bing's current network skills would already make him a capable hacker. However, in the world of Cyberpunk 2077, a skilled hacker needs not only a custom brain-computer interface and matching data processing chips, but also a pair of specialized cybernetic eyes. This is because, in this world, almost all artificial eyes come with short-range communication functions. This technology, first developed by the Qilu Corporation, allows users to send low-frequency laser signals from their eyes to communicate with nearby devices equipped with receivers. In a world where nearly everything is connected to the Internet of Things, hackers use this method to infiltrate most systems, making it one of their most common techniques. Of course, there are many other hacking methods as well, radio waves, short-range electronic pulses, regional microwave broadcasts, or even traditional wired connections. Still, the use of cybernetic eyes, fast, convenient, and discreet, remains the favorite method among edge-runner hackers. Naturally, the battles between hackers are not limited to how they connect. In fact, that's only the beginning. Computing power, network skills, AI control, cybernetic upgrades, and real-time battlefield awareness all play key roles in deciding the outcome of a hacker war. In this world, the most powerful hackers and AIs can silently destroy your mind while you sleep. That's one reason Jiang Bing refuses to install a brain-computer interface. No matter how strong a firewall is, it can still be broken. Without any cybernetic implants, Jiang Bing is practically invisible to hackers. Of course, those who fight directly on the battlefield and specialize in combat hacking are actually a small group among hackers, most of them being edge runners or corporate soldiers. Most hackers, like the internet users of the 21st century, mainly operate in cyberspace. The only difference is that they use brain-computer interfaces and network pods instead of screens and computers. However, unlike before, surfing the net now means facing real danger to one's life. Ever since Bart Moss, known as the god of hackers, was assassinated by a company's hired killer, the world has never been the same. Before his death, he released the Rabbit virus online, freeing almost all the AIs on the network. These uncontrolled AIs began to evolve wildly, causing massive destruction to the early internet. 78% of the network was wiped out, and countless valuable scientific and technological data were lost. After a long and difficult struggle, humanity could only retreat into isolated local networks, building the Blackwall to keep the roaming AIs out and protect what was left. But the cruel truth was that the Blackwall itself was also a giant AI. Jiang Bingxi knew well that the Blackwall couldn't completely block all AIs. In the game's Night City, there were at least 3 suspected rogue AIs still active. The cyberspace where hackers gathered usually referred to the 22% of the network behind the Blackwall. Yet, the real danger for hackers came not from rogue AIs, but from other hackers. The chance of being taken down by an AI was about as small as winning the lottery. With his extraordinary learning ability, Jiang Bing spent 6 months studying like mad, using all kinds of reference materials, mostly from the black market. He learned to crack the firewalls of various companies' cyberware, clean out viruses, and reset systems. By now, he had mastered the basics. This level was enough for the moment. His main goal now was to collect 100 craftsman badges, which he could exchange in the creator's database for a technology he had wanted since the day he arrived in this world, a true path to greater power. The manufacturing principles of the Gate series. This device could travel across countless worlds, and it was probably a welcome gift from some industry veteran to newcomers. The fact that such an amazing technology only cost 100 craftsman badges in the database was almost like getting it for free. No matter how chaotic his thoughts were, Jiang Bing's hands never stopped moving. In just over an hour, all the cyberware had been cleaned, sorted, and neatly stored away. In fact, only the types of prosthetics that require strict storage conditions need to be kept in special temperature-controlled containers. Others, such as high-speed rotors, titanium alloy frames, external armor plates, and common prosthetic limbs on the market, are extremely durable and don't need special storage. These arms, legs, and parts, painted by their previous owners in various colors and patterns, only need to be physically disinfected, then digitally cleaned, and finally repaired and adjusted. Once confirmed to be in good condition, they are casually tossed into a large basket beside the workbench. The pile of prosthetic parts forms a small mountain, looking much like a heap of cooked food in a deli. Jiang Bing stretched lazily, loosened his muscles, and then brought out today's main task. First was the Model 31 heavy machine gun, damaged by a chainsaw blade. The break was near the rear of the gun body, and the entire firing mechanism was completely ruined. In other words, the gun was beyond repair, but fortunately, the barrel was still intact. Because heavy machine guns must maintain continuous firepower, their barrels are usually made from high-strength, heat-resistant alloys. Prolonged firing causes intense friction between the bullets and the barrel, generating extreme heat. This means the alloy must withstand high temperatures for long periods without deforming. However, Alloys with such properties require a full set of specialized metal smelting equipment. Jiang Bing, who was still working at a small workshop level, couldn't produce them by hand. After all, he couldn't generate the kind of heat produced by an industrial fusion furnace. Massive machines 3 stories tall that can sustain temperatures above 3,000 degrees, necessary for alloy fusion reactions. Still, even if he couldn't make the alloy himself, Jiang Bing could simply salvage it from a suitable weapon. Next came the body of a scavenger, a large man whose body was badly damaged. In the cyberpunk world, people at the bottom rarely grow to such a size naturally. Synthetic food can keep them alive, but doesn't provide balanced nutrition. In reality, most people in the lower districts of Night City are either thin or unnaturally overweight. A strong, well-built body like this usually means the person had undergone extensive cybernetic modifications. Installing heavy subdermal armor is quite complicated, but that's only true when working on a living person. If the subject is no longer alive, removing it becomes a simple physical task. As Jiang Bing expected, once the armor was removed, the titanium expansion frame added to the chest cavity was exposed to the air, and large bundles of electronic fibers replaced the body's original muscles in the arms. These bioengineered components provided great strength and stability. Although they didn't surpass the limits of natural human muscles, their advantage was that one didn't need to train every day. With a skilled cybernetic doctor, a person could gain great strength instantly through surgery. Even without regular exercise, the body wouldn't weaken, as long as the implants were properly maintained. Compared to replacing an entire arm, this kind of bioenhancement was easier on the user's body. Although it wasn't as cost-effective as a full arm replacement, it greatly reduced the risk of cyberpsychosis. In the real world, not everyone could be like the game character V, swapping limbs like building blocks as long as there was enough implant capacity. Everyone's tolerance for cybernetic implants was different. Big corporations might have technology to measure that capacity, but ordinary people had no access to it. That's why most people were very cautious when choosing implants, to avoid developing cyberpsychosis. Thanks to his growing inner strength and his status as an apprentice craftsman, Jiang Bing had long noticed that he could vaguely sense the condition of a target on a conceptual level. It was a subtle feeling, something he couldn't see or touch, but whenever he placed his hand on a client, he could somehow sense which parts were out of balance. When it came to cyberpsychosis, Jiang Bing felt that this imbalance spread outward from the key implant points, connecting and seeping through the body until the whole person seemed to radiate a sense of decay. He had learned this firsthand after examining a patient who suddenly went mad during surgery. Although the electronic fiber bundles weren't very valuable, they were free, so Jiang Bing carefully removed them and placed them next to the gun barrel. Next to it stood a small temperature-controlled box containing a military-grade cybernetic eye, model warning type 3. Ordinary people could never get their hands on such a thing. Jiang Bing suspected that the scavengers had probably taken it from a gang member or a drifter's body found at the site of a violent clash. No matter where it came from, it was now his trophy. Without hesitation, Jiang Bing kept it, planning to add it to his secret collection. The body was soon taken apart under his hands, leaving the small workbench covered in dark stains. With the remains on the table, the place looked very much like a scavenger's den. He packed the soft remains and bits of tissue from the carriage into a waterproof body bag and tossed it into a corner. Tomorrow, on his way to work, he would throw it into a random trash heap. In Night City, no one cared about what was left in the garbage. Then Jiang Bing took a small spray bottle from the shelf by the wall and sprayed the liquid around the carriage and the room. The bottle contained a blood-dissolving agent called Clean Spray, a biotech product openly sold in supermarkets under household cleaning supplies. As one of the companies closest to the ultimate form of corporate power, biotech's products touched every part of society. Its Clean Spray worked amazingly well. No matter how stubborn the stains were, a few sprays would make them break down, and a quick wipe would leave the surface spotless. It was said that when Clean Spray first hit the shelves in Night City, it sold out almost instantly. Biotech made a fortune from it every year. After finishing the cleanup, Jiang Bing carried the gun barrel wrapped in subdermal armor in his left hand and the temperature-controlled box with the cybernetic eye in his right. Using brute strength, he pushed open the heavy basement door. The outer room was merely a material processing area. The real workshop of this craftsman lay within the basement. When he turned on the light, a steel suit stood silently in the center, radiating an overwhelming presence. Dominance. That was the name of this exoskeletal combat armor. Because he couldn't install cybernetic parts on himself, the clever Jiang Bing borrowed ideas from a certain capitalist with a small mustache. Using all the knowledge he had gathered, through scavenging, trading, and even a bit of force, he designed this exoskeleton armor. He poured every bit of technology and skill he had into it, creating a powerful machine meant to be his ultimate weapon. Dominion Exoskeleton Combat Armor Specifications: Height 194 centimeters, weight 187.3 kilograms, empty 311.6 kilograms, fully loaded. Weapon I: Lumberjack, a rotary assault machine gun mounted on the right arm of the exoskeleton. Crafted by apprentice engineer Jiang Bing. Weapon 2: Proclamation, a massive chainsaw sword with a back-mounted sheath that also serves as an ammunition box for the rotary gun. Capacity: 1,200 rounds. Crafted by apprentice engineer Jiang Bing. Weapon 3: Persuasion, a rotary folding projectile launcher with 6 chambers, loaded with 6 high-explosive rounds, mounted on the left shoulder. Crafted by apprentice engineer Jiang Bing. Weapon 4: Cold War, a retractable small hand shield mounted on the left forearm. Crafted by apprentice engineer Jiang Bing. Main frame. Remains, built from titanium alloy with small torque rotors at the joints, powered by 2 high-energy batteries. External armor. High polymer metal plates, hand-polished by the apprentice engineer. Additional equipment. Heads-up display, Arasaka bulletproof tactical goggles. Scanning device, long-range cybernetic eye. Ballistic synchronizer, Zeiss Precision 6 Smart Optical Sight, modified. The entire exoskeleton is painted matte black. Thanks to Jiang Bing's craftsmanship, this war machine, more like a suit of armor than a simple exoskeleton, looks seamless and imposing. However, that doesn't change the fact that it's still a pile of cobbled-together scrap. The Lumberjack rotary assault rifle was built from parts of various guns combined with a few homemade components. Of its 6 barrels, only 5 originally met design standards. The last one barely worked and had to be replaced today with a proper part. The Proclamation chainsaw sword uses an ethanol 2-engine salvage from a Razor 3 motorcycle. After modification, its torque barely meets requirements. Since Jiang Bing couldn't yet produce single-molecule saw teeth, he dismantled about 10 chainsaw machetes of the same model to gather enough blades. This project cost him a large portion of his savings. The rotating foldable projectile launcher was modified from a classic military technology called the assault projectile arm. The projectiles are the same type, mainly high-explosive rounds. Other types, like electromagnetic pulse rounds that are effective against machinery, are strictly controlled in Night City and are hard to obtain through normal channels. Occasionally, they appear on the black market but are quickly bought up. Since the launcher doesn't replace the arm, it has no external shape restrictions. Jiang Bing increased the number of projectiles from 1 to 6, making it extremely powerful. The collapsible small shield and external armor are made from the same material. Jiang Bing cut them from the wreckage of a decommissioned Baiman heavy truck found near a junkyard, then polished them by hand. The shield is only a few times thicker than regular armor. The core framework of the exoskeleton, called skeleton, clearly indicates its purpose. Jiang Bing used his position and the support of scavengers to piece together it from various bones and prosthetics. Thanks to the chaos in Night City, assembling a full set of prosthetics that mimic human bones is much easier than expected. He still has many spare parts for replacements. Can you believe it? This project was completed long ago. Jiang Bing is very cautious in his actions, always gathering intelligence and planning carefully. Even for small raids on scavenger bases, he conducts thorough reconnaissance. So far, he hasn't faced a situation requiring direct assault, so this war weapon has been kept in the basement, ready for use. However, Jiang Bing continues to upgrade it with new components because, as his ultimate backup force, the stronger it is, the better. Among the items Jiang Bing brought back, the Jierode C Guard 3 military-grade prosthetic eye is used to replace the civilian, long-view, prosthetic eye, which only has low-light night vision and 10x magnification. The Guard 3 offers much better performance, including close-range cameras, trap detection, and personnel scanning. To ensure network security, Zhongbing removes the shortwave laser communication module from the Guard 3. This disables its ability to see through obstacles, but keeps the armor's network defenses pure and secure. Although the armor has basic assist systems, they are purely mechanical. The wearer's strength mainly powers its movement, so there's no need for advanced operating systems or high-tech support. As long as the only communication eye is destroyed, the entire armor looks like a solid piece of metal to hackers. The military-grade optical shield taken from the eye was not wasted by Zhongbing. He used it to replace the civilian version on his mask's 2 eye slots. The optical shield that matches the eye is a bulletproof lens embedded in the eye socket. It is made of a transparent, high-hardness material that is not only bulletproof, but also resistant to toxic gases. Skilled fighters and edgewalkers usually carry such equipment. Good ones can filter out strong light and weaken the effect of flashbangs. Zhongbing plans to use the electronic fiber bundle's ability to contract when powered to make a simple modification. He will turn them into a magazine for his sword sheath, increasing the speed of drawing his chainsaw sword. After overclocking, he can even perform a cyber-style sword-drawing move. However, this will likely destroy all the electronic fiber bundles. Although heavy subdermal armor cannot be implanted inside the body, Zhongbing plans to cut it open and embed parts of it into his trench coat. To keep flexibility, he can only cut and prioritize protecting vital areas. Any leftover pieces will be made into a bulletproof vest. He plans to wear double armor. The extra weight is negligible for Zhongbing's current physical condition. It's like wearing an extra layer of paper. After all, the masked demon only needs to wear excellent gear to fight fiercely. Zhong, as a back-end support craftsman apprentice, has more considerations. He worked tirelessly until dawn to complete all his modification plans. Despite his superhuman physique, Zhongbing couldn't help but feel a little tired. Of course, this fatigue was only physical. Spiritually, after a night of intense work, he didn't feel drained. In fact, he felt a slight sense of fullness, like after a good meal. He dragged the heavy iron door shut, locking the basement. Zhongbing squinted and went upstairs to his bedroom. After closing the door, he climbed out the window and slipped into the attic through the window above. Yes, the second-floor bedroom was also a trap. For someone as cautious as Zhongbing, having multiple hideouts was basic. The small attic had been renovated. All electrical devices were removed, leaving only a bedroll. 2 mechanical-looking tools sat beside the pillow. He napped for less than 2 hours, then quickly regained his energy. If he kept getting stronger like this, Zhongbing felt he would soon break free from sleep restrictions and become a workaholic capable of 24-hour nonstop effort. The rest of the daytime hours passed quickly, like a wild horse running free. Zhongbing spent the time analyzing prosthetics, learning new knowledge, and working on small tasks, all in a routine that seemed to repeat endlessly. In the evening, it was time for Zhongbing to leave for work. For some reason, in the city of the night, everyone believed that a small, hidden clinic like Zhongbing's only opened after sunset when it was dark and quiet. But this was a big mistake. Zhongbing's clinic was located in a remote corner, almost outside the city. The police didn't bother to check on it. The area was so isolated that even some local troublemakers from the 6th Streets gang rarely came around. Most of the work was helping ordinary people, and there was no advertising. Only a good reputation kept it running. After a few careless fools caused trouble, Zhongbing believed that no matter what time he opened, no one would complain. However, Zhongbing didn't believe in superstitions. He worked the day shift for a week straight and didn't get a single customer. Frustrated, he decided to switch to night shifts. When he drove out, just around the corner, he saw a girl named Haley from last night. She was carrying a dirty pink backpack and was digging through a pile of trash by the roadside, her half-body buried in the garbage. Maybe her behavior from yesterday had some effect. When she heard the engine, she looked up sharply like a clever kitten. Seeing the man who had given her food yesterday, she didn't run away in panic. Instead, she kept her distance but showed a small, genuine smile, something appropriate for her age. Honestly, because the girl's clothes and face were so dirty, Her smile looked quite ugly to Jiang Bing. But strangely, it brightened his gloomy night city just a little. Jiang Bing didn't plan to talk to her. He simply drove past. When he reached Logan, who was lying under the eaves holding a double-barreled shotgun called a needle gun and basking in the moonlight, Jiang Bing stopped the car. He threw a rough prosthetic limb he had quickly made that afternoon through the car window to the unemployed old farmer. Logan looked at it with a puzzled expression. Jiang Bing rolled up the window and drove away. The prosthetic was simple, but it depended on who was using it. Although Jiang Bing had made it from scrap metal and fake leather, compared to Logan's homemade prosthetic on his right leg, it was much more comfortable and better in quality, like night and day. Lena, accompanied by Anna, returned to the black clinic again. Familiarity made her less nervous this time, unlike the day before. This time, they didn't even knock. The clinic door automatically slid open. The doctor, who called himself a craftsman, was sitting beside the prosthetic modification table, working on a robotic arm in front of him. The owner of the arm was a man in his 30s, looking tired and worn from hard life. "Just find a seat somewhere. I'll be done soon," Jiang Bing said without looking up. But from his cheerful attitude, Lena, with her experience in entertainment venues, sensed that the doctor seemed very happy today. Whatever, Lena thought, using this as a chance to observe the doctor's skill. Flowing like water. Anyone watching Jiang Bing work would think so. In Lena's eyes, unlike other prosthetic doctors she had seen in Night City, this doctor didn't use any surgical tools or equipment. Just his bare hands, which looked untouched by any modifications, made tools dance in his fingers. His cuts were precise and confident, with delicate movements that seemed effortless. During the process, it was as if he didn't need to think, completing the surgery smoothly and quickly. Even as a layperson, Lena could tell that this doctor was highly skilled, probably at least 6 or 7 levels above average. Jiang Bing finished putting away his tools and turned to the patient. "All right, the joint's drive shaft was badly worn. I replaced it with a used one. Looks like you've been working overtime a lot lately, probably from heavy lifting, which caused the damage." The man moved his arm and sighed tiredly. "No choice. The bosses are rushing the schedule like crazy. Everyone's stressed out. Even the foreman started giving us stimulants. What can I do? I have to make a living." Jiang Bing responded calmly, used to such situations. Once the arm was flexible again and no longer felt blocked, the man finally relaxed. "How much do I owe you, doctor?" "Just 320 euros. The drive shaft was sponsored by a friend," Jiang Bing replied. That was a very low price, practically a discount. The man happily paid and left. He glanced at the electronic wallet display board beside him, which showed a deposit of 320 euros. Jiang Bing turned to greet the person he had met yesterday, a casual acquaintance. "Your turn. Lie down. Any changes since yesterday?" "None, except the vibration function is gone. I earned less today from a few jobs." Jiang Bing silently criticized the bad habits of the city, which openly promoted vice during the day. He then found a suitable rotor from a nearby storage box. "I'll fix it for you soon." But before he could start, the data panel beside suddenly lit up again, indicating a new message. In 2076, some wealthy people had already replaced their phones with advanced brain-computer interfaces and holographic communication devices. These were more convenient and versatile. However, Jiang Bing, who didn't have a brain interface, couldn't use this fast technology. He had to pick up his phone again, but for safety, he could only use devices from certain companies for communication, not the latest terminals. So he relied on his own gadgets and basic communication methods. Although he only used text messages and holographic calls, and paid with his digital wallet, these functions were enough for him. At work, unless the message was very important, Jiang Bing usually didn't reply. Today, however, the sender was someone he paid close attention to. The message was from a black market trader named Matthias, who operated in the twisted streets. Jiang Bing had many suppliers, but Matthias was not very powerful. Still, he had good channels for illegal dreams. "Hey, Saba, I think you're really lucky today. I suggest you buy a lottery ticket for the dead. There's a new super dream today that perfectly matches your list of requirements. Military background, Weinstein cybernetic body, and he's a cyber psycho who kills anyone he sees. Exactly what you asked for." "It's amazing. When will you come to pick it up?" The combination of words made Jiang Bing pause. After a moment of thought, he remembered that this was the version of the black super dream that David had bought at the start from the Cyberpunk Edgewalkers. He replied, "I'll go in the next couple of days," then closed the chat window. He signaled the casual acquaintance to wait. Jiang Bing used the data panel to check the news broadcast details for today on Channel 54. Sure enough, he found a report about James Norris, a cyberpsycho who went on a killing spree in the company square. The report also mentioned that the military-grade Seinweistein installed on the psycho had been lost. This news indicates that the upcoming events will unfold in a way that Jiang Bing is familiar with. Of course, this is assuming he doesn't interfere. Will Jiang Bing interfere? It's natural to think so. To achieve his goal of transforming the world, one person alone cannot do it all. After all, only ideas influence ideas. Only systems change systems, and correspondingly, only companies can eliminate companies. To settle past grievances and to recruit a team for his planned company, Jiang Bing has prepared and developed for a long time. Now, the moment has come for him to step onto the grand stage of the Night City. He returns to the clinic, picks up his tools, quickly restores Lena's vibrating device, and politely declines her invitation to visit her home. He sees them out and, under their watchful eyes, closes the clinic before hurriedly driving away. The super skyscraper H4 is located in the River Valley district of Santo Domingo. These huge buildings stand in various parts of the Night City. When the Night Corporation built them, they aimed to create a fully ecological residential area, an ideal city within the city, a utopia. Originally, these buildings were supposed to be the most bustling landmarks. However, due to ongoing corporate wars and the influence of the stronghold of the Arasaka Corporation in Night City, the Night Corporation withdrew from the project, unable to afford further construction. They had to abandon the utopia development halfway. Gradually, these skyscrapers became gathering places for the lower class. The large populations inside these buildings resembled chickens kept in cages. Thanks to his knowledge of the anime, Edgewalkers, before crossing over, Jiang Bing knew both parties lived in the same district. He had visited here several times for various reasons and was very familiar with the area. Naturally, he knew exactly where David and his mother rented their apartment. He hadn't approached the mother and son because, first, there was no good reason. With Gloria's personality, knocking on the door suddenly would only result in a gun pressed to his head. If necessary, she might even go overboard. People raised in the honest, simple culture of Night City wouldn't trust strangers easily. Second, Jiang Bing had long wanted to bring the talented David Martinez into his plans. Now was a perfect opportunity. Without a harsh reality check, David and his mother wouldn't understand that breaking into Arasaka Tower's top is much easier than getting in through normal means. Wearing his masked demon costume again, Jiang Bing temporarily did not put on his signature mask and tall hat. As he walked through the dirty, messy hallway, the smell of urine and feces was so strong it made his eyes water. He could only pull up his collar to cover his face a little. A few residents of the Night City, wearing Super Dream headbands and holding small devices, lounged casually in the corners, looking very relaxed. Thanks to the protection of the Sixth Streets gang, the cleaners in this building rarely break the rules. That's why these people dared to lie around so openly. If they were at Corona Farm, they wouldn't dare to do this in public, or they would be taken away or exposed. Apartment 1376 on the B3 floor belongs to the Martinez family. The door was locked because they owed rent, but Jiang Bing could hear restless murmurs and the sounds of rummaging inside the apartment. He glanced at the ventilation grill near the ceiling and quickly saw that one side of the connection was already cut open. Pushing the grill aside, he could easily climb into the room. It seemed the mother and son, who often missed rent payments, were living here in hardship. Jiang Bing didn't want to crawl in through this messy opening, so he knocked on the door. David, who was rummaging through boxes to find money for his mother's medical bills, thought it was the landlord and froze nervously, not daring to make a sound, like an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. When no one answered the door, Jiang Bing decided not to waste more time. He slipped his gloved hand into the door crack, gripping the handle, and then forcefully pulled the door open amid the creaking of the mechanism. Inside the cramped, cluttered room, a teenage boy with a crew cut stared in shock at Jiang Bing breaking in. Just a 2-day overdue rent. No need to send a mercenary to pressure us, Jiang Bing said as he stepped inside. The small room was filled with furniture and clutter, making it feel even more tight and closed in. There was nowhere to step. David Martinez? After receiving the boy's silent confirmation, Jiang Bing asked directly, "Where's your mother?" Previously, when David asked questions, Jiang Bing's silence made David mistakenly think that the visitor was really a social person sent by the landlord to force rent through violence. He awkwardly replied, "My mom was in a car accident and hospitalized, so I haven't paid rent for a while. Don't worry, we will pay soon. I won't stay here without paying." "Which hospital?" Jiang Bing grabbed David's collar and half-dragged him toward the door. It was clear that the young man's mother truly loved him. Despite living in hardship, she did her best to ensure David ate well and grew healthy, reaching a height of 175 centimeters. However, this build was still not impressive in front of Jiang Bing, who could only drag him along like a little chick. At the door, Jiang Bing seemed to remember something and casually took a yellow jacket with Gloria's logo from the cabinet, stuffing it into David's arms. David's eyes showed innocent confusion. The 17-year-old was terrified and struggled desperately. "What are you doing? Where are you taking me? Do you know that most hospitals in Night City are involved in organ trade on the side? You left your mother alone in the hospital. It's obvious your mom protects you very well." Jiang Bing's words successfully made the young man, who was struggling like a crab moments before, stiffen like a frozen fish. "No, that can't be true. Think carefully with that clever mind of yours that got you into Arasaka Academy." Jiang Bing released his grip on David's collar and gently questioned him, completely overwhelming him. "By the way, do you dare to bet? Someone who came from the lower class and managed to get into the noble Arasaka Academy wouldn't be a fool." The doctor's strange expression when refusing to visit, the excessive probing into his and his mother's background and social connections, the chaos in Night City, and the clues he gathered from various sources all confirmed the truth spoken by the edgewalker in front of him. The young man was almost overwhelmed by this harsh truth, collapsing in tears and tears. "Damn, I actually did something so stupid. It's not too late yet." The insightful male instructor only needed one sentence to firmly control David. "Did the doctor give you time to raise money for treatment, or even suggest you get a better treatment package? How do you know?" David looked up in shock, but hope flickered in his eyes. "Before they completely drain you, they won't let the patient die easily. At least, you have to believe in human kindness." The knowledgeable teacher's words were clear and powerful. "So, big filial son, stop wasting time and tell me where you took your mom." Realizing that the person in front of him was probably not a landlord here to collect rent, but genuinely here to help, David quickly replied, "At Sunshine Valley Medical on Brandon Street." Then he muttered to himself in self-reassurance, "You're right, you're right. The doctor said I need to raise the medical funds by tomorrow evening. If I don't get the money, my mom probably won't make it. Should we call the police? Contact NCPD? Will they handle this? Or should I raise more money to rescue my mom? I still have some rare sunglasses and a basketball chip that might bring in some cash." David anxiously thought of plans, but all were dismissed in Jiang Bing's cold gaze. Smart as he was, he knew these ideas probably wouldn't work. But a 17-year-old boy, alone in this ruthless city, what else could he do? Rescue is impossible now, but you can take her back. Jiang Bing pulled out a Unity pistol and handed it to David. The cold metal grip made David shiver involuntarily, as if filled with death and blood. But in the next second, this boy, who had been sheltered by his mother for 17 years, tightly grasped the gun handle, as if holding his mother's life, refusing to let go. Almost instantly, he realized this was the best choice he had right now. His eyes no longer showed panic but grit his teeth and said, "We believe in the unity idea." Excellent. Seeing how this boy had experienced many life-changing events in such a short time, but remained calm, understood the situation, and made a decision, people couldn't help but admire that he was truly a promising revolutionary. He must succeed. In the rapidly descending elevator, David, now calm again, regained his sharp mind. "Hey, you still haven't told me who you are and why you're helping us." Perhaps feeling he hadn't been sincere enough, he awkwardly explained. "It's not that I don't trust you, but out of normal curiosity, we probably haven't met before." To stop David's wild thoughts and help him focus on the upcoming actions, The skilled man of understanding used only one sentence to end the topic completely. Saba, I am your mother's friend. It was clear that Jiang Bing's answer was very effective. David sat in the passenger seat of Colby's car, hesitant and speechless. After holding back for a long time, he finally managed to say, Saba, when did you get together? Seeing David's face turn almost green, Jiang Bing didn't answer that question. You have a storage box behind you, with a bulletproof vest inside. Put it on. David, still a student at the Arasaka Noble Academy, hadn't experienced much combat training, so the heavy bulletproof vest Jiang Bing made yesterday came in handy. If a fight breaks out, hide behind me. Don't show yourself easily, understand? David honestly put on the vest and then wore his mother's bright yellow coat over it. As soon as he put on the coat, David paused slightly but didn't show any abnormality and quickly returned to calm. Jiang Bing noticed this small detail but didn't react, acting as if he saw nothing. Do you know what to do when you get to the hospital? The boy thought for a moment and gave a confident answer. I'll contact the doctor first. Tell him I have enough money for medicine and an upgraded medical package, and try to lure him out. It's best to persuade him to let us visit the patient. The plan is rough, but it's enough for now. Jiang Bing gave a sharp comment. The rest depends on improvisation. And remember, hold your gun tight. Soon, the two arrived at Brandon Street, where the Sunshine Valley Medical Center was located. Because the chainsaw sword was broken, Jiang Bing was now using a makeshift axe he had customized himself. It was plain, just sharp and heavy, suitable for Jiang Bing's strong physique. Considering they might need to act first and fight later, besides the two pistols he always carried, Jiang Bing didn't bring any long weapons this time. Instead, he took a few flash grenades from the car and tucked them under his coat. They got out of the car. Led by David, they entered a dark alley, climbed a half-flight of stairs, and arrived in front of a metal door. David's prosthetic eye started flashing with communication signals. The young man lacked much social experience, but he was surprisingly quick when doing things. I don't know what he said to the doctor, but soon after, a middle-aged, fat man wearing an apron and covered in blood, more like a butcher, hurried out of the room. This fat man saw David as if he saw a big fat sheep, but when he glanced at Jiang Bing behind David, his face showed greed. Then he quickly changed to a professional, businesslike expression, but his eyes revealed caution and fear. Doctor, I've saved enough money for the upgraded medical package. Please let me visit my mother first. The doctor looked uncomfortable. Just now, I forgot to tell you, your mother's condition worsened not long ago. She's still being treated and temporarily not allowed visitors. You need to pay for the upgrade first, so we can give her better treatment. Even David couldn't be fooled by this clumsy answer anymore. The boy clenched his teeth silently, grinding them loudly, but he forced himself to stay calm and asked normally, I'll just take a quick look from afar and leave. It won't delay your work. The doctor was getting anxious, but when he looked at Jiang Bing, who stood like a tower behind David, he could only make excuses. Hospitals have rules. I can't do anything about it. Please pay the medical fee quickly so we can start treatment. Once her condition improves, I'll let you visit. The doctor was starting to panic under David's persistent questioning. His eyes involuntarily flicked toward the iron door behind him. Suddenly, a strong wind brushed past David's face. Jiang Bing almost instantly rushed to the cruel doctor, grabbing his neck and pressing him against the wall with force. The polite part is over. Now I ask. You answer. Jiang Bing's tone turned icy and sharp. First, he kicked the doctor's right knee, causing it to bend backward painfully. Then, looking into his bloodshot, wide-open eyes from the pain, he began to question. Tell me, where is Gloria Martinez now? The doctor hesitated for a moment. Seeing the demon's gaze shift to his left leg, he immediately forgot about possible punishment from the hospital director and shouted, Don't hurt me. I told you everything. She's in the fruit basket zone, just brought in this morning. Betrayal happens only twice or countless times. Since the dirty secret has been revealed, the ruthless doctor quickly exposes everything without hesitation. Our director cooperates with the cleaner. Some patients with suitable backgrounds and physical conditions are sent to the fruit basket area under the director's orders, and the cleaner comes to pick them up on time. Clearly, these are healthy people with no major body modifications, all original organs inside, and no power or influence. They cannot afford expensive large medical facilities. The only patient who fits the doctor's description as suitable is Gloria Martinez, a young, inexperienced girl. The iron door was kicked open by Jiangbing. He was holding a struggling doctor in his left hand and drawing a revolver with his right. The three of them moved toward the hospital's back area, the fruit basket zone, amid the doctor's painful screams. The patients and doctors they passed did not show much panic. They skillfully returned to their rooms to hide, acting as if they were unaffected. David had already drawn his gun and was nervously following behind. "You were too brutal just now, but I like it," Jiang Bing said confidently, leading the way and teaching David, who lacked combat experience. "Stay alert and watch your surroundings. If you encounter trouble, don't rush to shoot. Find cover first. Survive before thinking about fighting back." Compared to the later scenes of chaos in the Arasaka Tower, David looked very inexperienced and naive. Ahead is the fruit basket ward. The ruthless doctor had no strength left to scream. Turning a corner, a cleaner suddenly appeared in front of them. He was pushing an empty medical cart, about to enter the ward. His flashy outfit made his identity obvious at a glance. The well-behaved doctor they saw earlier suddenly struggled and shouted, "Shoot. They're here to save us." Without hesitation, the cleaner drew his gun and opened fire. Bullets flew everywhere. David obediently dropped to the ground, while Jiang Bing frowned and used the frantic, shouting doctor as a shield to block the gunfire. Amid the sound of bullets hitting flesh, Jiang Bing boldly rushed in front of the cleaner, threw the already dead shield at him, knocking him down, and then decisively stomped on the cleaner's neck, breaking it. Seeing the action unfold, they didn't hesitate. The two of them rushed into the hospital room, only to find one bed empty and the other occupied by a man with colorful hair, unconscious. Clearly, Gloria Martinez had just been taken away by the cleaner. See. The feeling of success slipping away right in front of them made David's eyes almost turn red. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrible suffering his mother would face if the cleaner took her away. In a fit of rage, he drew his gun, ready to fight the cleaner, but Jiang Bing reached out and slapped him across the face. "Control your anger. Don't let anger control you." Under Jiang Bing's firm words, David finally calmed down. They need to move the organs to their hideout and then perform the surgery. Before that, if someone dies or the organs aren't stored properly in a special container, they will lose their vitality. Jiang Bing, experienced and knowledgeable, analyzed calmly. "Probably. Gloria has just been loaded into the cleaner's vehicle. We need to act quickly to prevent these rats from escaping when they hear gunfire." In the garage at the back of Sunshine Valley, a modified transport truck, based on a Thunderbolt Mackinac limo, was half open. Liam Brown, a small leader among the cleaners, was frantically calling his subordinates on the radio after hearing gunfire. But no response came, making him realize they were likely in serious trouble. "Who dares to mess with my people here?" Liam, holding a gun, signaled another subordinate to lead the way. The two headed toward the scene. Losing one subordinate wasn't a big deal, but the remaining, valuable target had cost a lot of money. The money had already been paid to that greedy, stingy hospital director. There was no way to get a refund. If they didn't rescue him, losing such a large sum would mean the boss would skin them alive. While Liam was lost in thought, the iron door connecting the garage and corridor was kicked open. A subordinate, about to open the door, was slammed against the wall along with the door. A shadow burst into the room. Liam tightly held the trigger, but most of the bullets from his pulse rifle were dodged by the shadowy figure crouching low. The remaining bullets were blocked by the opponent's armor. Following the boss's orders, Liam fought fiercely, having survived many fights before. He knew most of the edgewalkers have subdermal armor implanted, so he didn't expect his bullets to kill the target. After firing all the bullets in his magazine, he casually threw down his gun. His arms trembled, and two sharp, eager mantis blades shot out from his forearms. These mantis blades were taken from a ruthless dog of the Arasaka Corporation. Liam had his eye on them for a long time, begged the boss of the lock to keep them, almost sold his hooks to get them, and only managed to attach them to himself. Thanks to these blades, he had reached his current position. Seeing the opponent suddenly give up his firearm and prepare for close combat. Even though Liam didn't understand what the other was thinking, Jiang Bing naturally enjoyed this. He lowered his left hand, which was protecting his face, and easily sidestepped the mantis blade slash from the cleaner. It was clear that this kid had installed a blade technique chip from the Arasaka Bushido series, making his mantis blades move swiftly and gracefully. But such skills were only impressive to ordinary people. After yesterday's embryo shaping, Jiang Bing's physical qualities had surpassed most. His senses were sharp, his reactions extraordinary, and having fought through countless bloodbaths, he saw this as no different from a show of big swords in front of Guangong. Unless the opponent had also installed a Sainwiston chip, he posed little threat. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Bing thought that this ordinary person would have to trap 99% of the world's people. I wonder if installing a behavior chip that completely controls actions would make movements stiff and rigid. Such a waste of these excellent mantis blades. Jiang Bing sighed and casually dodged a horizontal slash, then swung his axe to cut through the key point where the cleaner's mantis blade connected to his left arm. The axe smoothly split the connection in two. In David's eyes, the two seemed to perform a rehearsed dance, cutting and dodging in perfect harmony. What looked like lightning-fast slashes to ordinary people appeared slow to Jiang Bing. He tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding the cleaner's rigid, sweeping slash. With a look of disbelief and terror, the cleaner's robes were easily sliced apart as Jiang Bing stepped into his inner circle. His arms, hardened from daily blacksmithing, moved with no regard for precision. Under the terrified gaze of the driver inside the transport truck, Jiang Bing struck with a single axe, evenly splitting the target from forehead to chin. This intense scene is clearly a bit too intense. The driver of the transport truck shouted in alarm and quickly started the car to escape. But just as he turned on the engine, the bulletproof window was pierced by an elbow, and then a double-barreled shotgun with a dark barrel was shoved in, making the driver feel cold from head to toe. With the roar of the shotgun, Jiang Bing's specially loaded bullets evenly tore through the driver's body inside the cabin. It's over. This car is ruined. How can we drive it away now? After firing, Jiang Bing finally realized what had happened. Bang! Bang! Hearing the gunshots, Jiang Bing recognized that they came from the Unity pistol he had given David for self-defense. Turning around, he saw the cleaner who had been slammed against the wall by the door, now with 2 holes in his forehead. After achieving his first kill, David, trembling, looked at Jiang Bing with a hard-to-tell expression. Was it tears or a smile? I thought he could still breathe. I was worried he might shoot you from behind when you weren't looking, Seeing that David had fallen for the trap and had just gained some experience points he had deliberately left, Jiang Bing secretly felt pleased with his plan to rise to the top. On the surface, he nodded in praise, pretending he hadn't made a mistake. 17-year-old David still had the heart of a boy. When he received recognition, especially from someone who had just been a fierce fighter, a warm feeling naturally appeared in his heart. Little did he know, all of this was part of a ruthless capitalist's plan to manipulate people. This feeling only lingered for a few seconds before being replaced by a desperate desire to save his mother. When David nervously approached the half-open car door and looked around inside the vehicle, he finally spotted his mother's familiar figure on the stretcher. Tears flooded his eyes. She's here. She's here, David choked, rushing into the car and grabbing his mother's hand. All the stress of the past 2 days suddenly poured out at this moment. Jiang Bing got into the vehicle and signaled David to step aside. Stop crying and see if you can wake her up. What she needs most now isn't your tears, but quick and effective treatment, he said. Realizing this, David immediately understood that Jiang Bing was right. His mother had just escaped the cleaner's attack, but the injuries from the accident still hadn't healed. However, after experiencing all this, he instinctively felt a strong resistance toward all the doctors in Night City. We need a reliable prosthetic doctor, but where can we find one? This familiar phrase made Jiang Bing think of a rare good person in Night City, a former boxing champion, highly skilled, and a prosthetic doctor with the surname Wei. He had been quietly working in the Santo Domingo area and was himself a prosthetic doctor. He rarely interacted with Victor, so Jiang Bing had never met Victor in real life and didn't know if he looked different from his image. He also hadn't visited Little Chinatown much. Since he was about to step onto the big stage of Night City, meeting and learning from Victor's clinic could be arranged. You're lucky, kid. The most reliable prosthetic doctor in Night City is right in front of you. With a puzzled look, Jiang Bing quickly examined the troubled mother. The good news was, as he had said before, the doctor had done some basic treatment to help her trade with the scavengers, saving her life for now. The bad news was, no effective treatment had been done. The recent car accident likely caused internal injuries, and if surgery wasn't done soon, she could develop serious problems over time. Jiang Bing bent down and picked her up, planning to place her in the back seat of his car. But because Martinez's wife had already been stripped of her clothes at the hospital for treatment, and the scavengers wouldn't bother dressing her again, she was practically naked now, only wrapped in a hospital sheet. Lying down was fine, but in Jiang Bing's arms, she had a curvy figure, with a prominent chest, attractive face, and charming demeanor. Due to the size of the sheet, most of her collarbone, arms, and thighs were exposed. Because the sheet wasn't tight-fitting, her fair, white chest was often visible when she moved. Honestly, in the cyberpunk world, open attitudes about sexuality are common. Nude advertisements are everywhere, on the streets, in elevators, and even inside homes. Large, powerful advertisements bombard viewers' eyes constantly. As a cyborg doctor, Jiang Bing has seen many women naked. In this environment, he has become desensitized to sex. However, now, in front of her son and after previously calling her a lover, the young, morally upright man in Night City might feel a bit uncomfortable. It's all because of Boss Chow. David is completely unaware of all this. His main focus is on saving his mother. He is very worried about her safety. Because Jiang Bing previously proved to be reliable, David chooses to trust him for now. Can you drive? Jiang Bing asks. After receiving a positive answer from David, Jiang Bing hands him a car key card, telling him to start the car and wait at the back entrance of the hospital. Jiang Bing then turns around and heads back into the hospital along the same road, while David awkwardly drives the car close to the back entrance. Gripping the steering wheel tightly and occasionally looking back at his mother, he feels anxious and overwhelmed. Jiang Bing carries someone out of the hospital. It is another scavenger target he met earlier in the fruit basket area. Since I found him, I might as well help him, Jiang Bing thinks. He throws the unconscious, unlucky person into the trunk, then opens the door and places two blood-stained mantis blade prosthetic arms in the front passenger seat. He then gets into the back seat himself. Hurry up and drive. These scavengers are organized. Who knows, they might call for backup, Jiang Bing says. He uses the car's computer to send the location of the clinic to David, signaling him to drive quickly. Jiang Bing then takes out a medical kit from the back seat and opens it. Inside are basic scissors, gauze, disinfectant, and a few common medicines. Although these biotech-produced medicines can't bring the dead back to life like in the games, some hormone drugs can stimulate the body and at least delay death temporarily. Fortunately, by the time David, stumbling through the dark night, finally drives the car into Jiang Bing's black clinic, Mrs. Martinez's vital signs remain stable, so these medicines are not needed. Gloria slowly opens her heavy eyelids and begins to wake up. Warm sunlight streams through the window, making her feel cozy. This relaxes her, especially since her memory still lingers on the car accident scene. It looks like she's going to make it, Mrs. Martinez thinks to herself, especially after seeing that she was safe and tightly holding onto the hospital bed. David, who was sleeping peacefully, was a relief for Gloria. Who did David see for his treatment? This doesn't look like a proper hospital. Looking around at the messy environment, Gloria wanted to get up from the bed but accidentally touched her abdominal wound. A sharp pain shot through her insides, making her cry out. This noise woke David from his sleep. When he looked up and saw that his mother was awake, David excitedly hugged her, tears streaming down his face. "Mom, you're finally awake. I thought I would never see you again." Surprised by her son's sudden warm feelings and hug, the mother was momentarily stunned, but she quickly responded by hugging her child back. Gently stroking David's hair, just like when he was a child trying to fall asleep, she comforted his restless and anxious heart. At this moment, Gloria had many doubts in her mind but chose to keep them hidden. "David, during the time I was unconscious, you must have suffered a lot." Her tense body finally relaxed in her mother's arms. The young David realized what was most precious to him. "No, Mom. You lie down first. I'll call the doctor." Calming down, David wiped his tears and quickly left the room. Then, under Gloria's curious and uncertain gaze, a strong, well-proportioned person who looked more like a fringe wanderer than a cyborg doctor, entered the room. Her many years of experience working with the city government medical team made her notice that the visitor had no signs of cybernetic implants, not even the typical ear chip slot for brain-machine interfaces. Who exactly is this person? How did David come into contact with such an important figure? And he seemed to trust him a lot. A series of doubts arose in Mrs. Martinez's mind. The doctor skillfully tried to lift the blanket to check the wound, but was stopped by Gloria's outstretched hand. With suspicion in her eyes, she cautiously asked, "Where are we? Are you a registered doctor at this medical facility?" This question made David, who was following behind, pause in surprise, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. "Aren't you two supposed to be close? Why do you seem like strangers?" Mrs. Martinez looked more alert and protective. She signaled to David to come quickly and shielded him like a mother hen. "I don't know that kind of person at all. Where did you find this doctor?" "There's no need to hide it, Mom. I don't mind if you find another. He's actually pretty good." David's awkward words made the woman working in the corpse removal team almost lose her temper. She struggled to get up from the hospital bed, trying to grab David and run away. "You're talking nonsense. I don't know him at all." Zhang Bing remained calm about the scene, or rather, Gloria's current behavior was more in line with the reality of Night City. In Night City hospitals, saving your life first depends on how well the doctor can keep you alive. Only then do you consider how the doctor can save you. It looks like the surgery was successful. You have the strength to stand up. Zhang Bing put his hands in his pockets. Your spleen was torn in the previous car accident. I replaced it with a biotech Regan 2 model. It's not the best, but you'll have to make do for now. As for your questions, ask David yourself. After saying this, Zhang Bing turned and slipped away, leaving the mother and son to communicate and recover. "Oh, and once you're done talking, please come over and check the bill." Zhang Bing poked his head back in and said. After they had fully communicated, a tired David followed his mother into the Black Clinic's lobby. He saw the colorful rooster-headed person they had rescued earlier had woken up from anesthesia. Earlier, Zhang Bing had checked him and found no illness, just a large dose of anesthesia. There was a story behind this, but no one there seemed to care. The rooster-headed person was left on a waiting chair and only woke up by noon. The large dose of anesthesia made him feel like he had a hangover, but he was surprisingly resilient, covering his head and lying on the chair, completely unbothered by the unfamiliar environment. This was typical of Night City residents. His past had given him tough nerves. As long as he didn't die, he could lie in trash and still be content, just getting by. Finished talking, Zhang Bing stopped disassembling his mantis blade and looked at the mother and son. He was always restless, used to grabbing every chance to get stronger. "The bill is on the table. You two should take a look." David helped his weak mother sit down and reached for the visitor data tablet on the table. "Wow, so much." After glancing at the medical expenses, the poor David let out an even more distressed cry. Gloria took the data tablet and examined it carefully. Her face, already pale, turned even whiter. "Mr. Saba, first of all, thank you for saving us. But a basic biotech prosthetic organ shouldn't cost more than 37,000 euros, right?" "Of course," replied Zhang Bing, who had turned into a shady doctor. "The prosthetic and surgery cost 3,000 euros are enough. The rest of the money is from the people taken from the Grim Reaper. Is there a problem?" Facing the deadly stare of the creditor, Gloria still struggled to resist under her poverty. Getting someone from a strong-edge team of wanderers from the scavengers wouldn't cost more than 34,000 euros. Mrs. Martinez, who was weak and timid, argued softly. "It's not about rescuing you. This is the money for two people. I don't even know that fool. His share shouldn't be my responsibility." Mrs. Martinez looked at the cock-headed man still groaning on the recliner and said decisively, "It's not him." Zhang Bing nodded at David, who was diligently pouring water for his mother nearby. Gloria Martinez looked at her son with loving eyes, paused for a moment, and sighed. "You're right. It's for two people. Thank you for your business. 37,000 euros. Mrs. Martinez looked embarrassed. "I don't have that much money right now, Mr. Saba, but don't worry, I will pay you back soon." To pay for David's tuition at Arasaka Academy, she relied on the income from the corpse collection team, carefully budgeting every day, barely scraping by. Naturally, she couldn't come up with such a large sum. Moreover, at this moment, She had already received a message from the city government dismissing her for continuous absence from work. Now, even the money-making methods she used to profit from body parts and prosthetics from corpses, taking advantage of her position, were cut off. Thinking of this, she pulled David along, believing she could overcome any hardship. But she couldn't help but feel bitter at the corner of her mouth, her heart sinking. Just escaped death at the hands of the scavenger and was pushed to the edge by the ruthless society of Night City. Let's owe it for now. Jiang Bing's words felt like a sudden rain, nourishing Mrs. Martinez's dry heart. She could hardly believe that in Night City, there are still doctors willing to let patients pay later. If Jiang Bing could hear her thoughts, he would tell her, yes, there are not just one, but at least two. Since you've been in a coma these days, you've probably lost your job. But even if you weren't fired, you can't go back now. Jiang Bing continued to deliver harsh words. The prosthetic I gave you is the best I have, but it's secondhand. It's not very good. It can only keep your body functioning. You can't do intense activities. To be safe, you should get a better one. I know, Mrs. Martinez muttered, defeated by the string of criticisms. Maybe I should drop out of Arasaka. I can find some work to earn money first, David suggested nearby. Mrs. Martinez reacted strongly. I worked hard to get you into Arasaka, so you could have a better future. I want your life to be different from mine. Struggling in this muddy pit every day, you still need a nurse. You worked in the city government treatment team before, so you should have enough medical experience to do it. The kind Jiang, always uncomfortable seeing poor people suffer, falsely tried to stop their argument. Meanwhile, he secretly rejoiced, thinking about how smoothly his plan to gain influence was progressing. After much thought, Mrs. Martinez finally accepted the job, as there was no better option at the moment. But she couldn't start immediately. Despite the advanced cybernetic enhancements in this world, someone who just had internal organs replaced couldn't be lively and energetic right away. She needed a few days to rest and recover. Once everything was settled, Jiang Bing waved to signal David, with a complicated expression, to take his mother back to her room to rest. Jiang Bing then approached the man with the chicken comb hairstyle, silently observing him, pondering how to deal with this burden. I'm disappointed in you. I have no money, at least not right now, the man with the chicken comb groaned, still conscious. I can also owe it for now. Jiang Bing pulled back his pupils to check them and confirmed there was no problem. Then he sat down on a stool. Tell me, who did you offend? Why did someone attack you so secretly? Instead of shooting you in the back and ending it quickly, they went through so much trouble to drug you and send you to the cleaner. It's like they're afraid you'll die too easily. The man with the spiky hair struggled to sit up. The strong anesthesia still made his limbs unsteady. Believe it or not, I'm a reporter. The one behind this is Christopher Miller, the head of Sunshine Valley Hospital. That bad, pus-filled guy found out I was investigating his and the cleaner's shady dealings. He hit me with a club and even tried to sell me to the cleaners. Damn, what a dog. The man spat fiercely, then quickly wiped his spit away under Jiang Bing's cold stare. I don't think you're as noble as you say. Are you a paparazzo? Seeing his lie was easily exposed, the man with the spiky hair gave a sheepish smile. I'm a free journalist, too. Jiang Bing ignored his excuse. Someone paid you to dig up dirt on that fool, Christopher Miller, right? And then you messed up and got hurt. Yeah, you could say that. Jiang Bing looked calm. All right, noble journalist, I'm not interested in your nonsense. Just give me something real. As a reward for pulling you out of that wolf's den, or I might let the cleaners cut out your kidney. I'm a doctor, after all. Maybe Jiang Bing's pressure was too strong. The man with the spiky hair begged loudly, as if he was about to be forcibly raped. I really don't have money. You don't know how hard it is to follow that dead pig hospital director. He's always hanging out in fancy places. The deposit from buyers isn't enough to pay the entrance fee. Plus, I have to spend a lot of money to buy information about the cleaners from middlemen. He seemed to be hitting a sore spot, looking very angry and distressed. I haven't finished my job, but I've already lost everything. My savings are gone, and if I don't get the final payment, I might as well have my kidneys cut out by the cleaners. When Jiang Bing heard that the man had information about the cleaners, his eyes lit up. Since they could connect with medical institutions, they must be big. He had been hoping for a big opportunity, and now it seemed like he had found a perfect chance. No wonder people dislike those who always stick their hands out, but everyone still wants to do it. At that moment, he grabbed the top of the chicken comb, stretched out his hand, and his meaning was clear without words. "Where is the information you mentioned?" Under Jiang Bing's physical persuasion, the tearful paparazzi could only copy all the data from their brain machine onto the blank chip provided by Jiang Bing. Like someone who had just handed over all their possessions, the chicken comb guy changed his attitude completely. He now tried to persuade Jiang Bing to work with him on this task, promising a final payment of 55% of the profits later. Jiang Bing originally looked down on this small-scale job, just planning to get the information on the large cleanup crew and then use his power to take them down. But as the chicken comb guy explained, Jiang Bing had a new idea. The paparazzi, William Johnson, as Jiang Bing guessed, was hired by Brian Scott, a shareholder of Sunshine Valley Medical. William's father had just passed away, and now he was trying to climb up the ranks. Before settling into his new position, he wanted to find some dirt to use against Christopher Miller, the hospital director, at the shareholders' meeting. However, the money offered was too little, the people hired weren't very capable, and William's understanding of his own situation was inaccurate. The cunning director had probably been watching him all along. William was likely set up and might soon face consequences himself. Of course, all this was William's guess. But such plots are common in the City of Night, with predictable patterns that are easy to figure out. After hearing William's story, Jiang Bing suddenly realized this was a very good opportunity. It was a perfect chance to become a middleman. Although the development speed of prosthetic doctors was faster than that of amateurs, being a middleman carried more weight and access to more resources. Jiang Bing had long planned to switch to being a middleman, but lacked the right opportunity. Now, this was just the right time. Since he was a native with no prosthetic limbs, it was best not to show himself in front of many cyberpunk clients and various social circles. As a craftsman, to become stronger, he needed to focus on gaining knowledge and honing his manufacturing skills. Wasting time on scheming and fighting with different groups would be pointless. Therefore, staying behind the scenes and acting as a puppet master from the shadows was undoubtedly the best plan. As for the puppet candidate sitting on the throne, there was a perfect option in the hospital room at this moment. So, Jiang Bing, who had become the king of ideas in Night City, spread his arms toward William lying on the recliner and began his persuasion. "Listen, William John, I have a plan, a big plan." Soon, under Jiang Bing's emotional and logical persuasion, William Johnson, with some doubt, left the clinic and started trying to contact Brian Scott. Inside the hospital room behind the clinic. "What? You want me to be the middleman?" Mrs. Martinez was very excited. "Mr. Sabol, do you know what a middleman is?" "Of course," Jiang Bing replied confidently, with a sure tone. "A middleman, as the underground ruler of Night City, is a bridge connecting clients and edgewalkers. They are smugglers, organizers, and information brokers. As long as you pay, they can help you do anything: burglary, assassination, kidnapping, trafficking, or any illegal activity you can think of." Seeing Jiang Bing clearly understood the concept of a middleman, Mrs. Martinez added, "Not only that, but to become a middleman, strong connections are essential. You also need to learn how to navigate among big companies, gangs, edgewalkers, and various clients. I don't know if I can do that, and as a newcomer without a job, what makes you think I can have such connections?" Faced with her doubt, Jiang Bing was very patient. "You don't need to have them. I can handle all that: funds, contacts, intelligence. I will support everything needed to be a middleman. Your job is to deal with clients, coordinate, and keep things smooth. No fighting, no worrying about where clients come from. Just focus on social interactions. By the way, your pay is 10% of the commission. I believe you know how rare this opportunity is." Of course, Mrs. Martinez was deep in thought. "Although I haven't worked with middlemen before, don't underestimate the information channels of the city government's medical team. I deal with edgewalkers who take on middleman tasks almost every day. Most of them are dead, but I have plenty of information in this area. I know how much money that is, but I am very confused, Mr. Saba. Why did such a good opportunity come to me? Why don't you run this business yourself? This chance is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but Night City doesn't just drop such opportunities from the sky. Therefore, Mrs. Martinez's doubts are very reasonable. Mrs. Martinez, I have my reasons and difficulties. I believe you can understand. After careful observation and confirming that Jiang Bing has not installed any cybernetic parts, including brain machines, nor used cosmetic methods to hide any modifications. Gloria's mind was filled with waves. She tried to keep calm and nodded to show her understanding. It is said that some long-established big companies still stick to old rules, such as their direct heirs never installing any cybernetics. Only these people can raise the delicate, original humans. Looking at Jiang Bing's face, which, even with cosmetic surgery as simple as drinking water today, could be considered handsome, Gloria suddenly thought of another person who is famous worldwide but has no cybernetic parts. Saburo Arasaka. As for the reason, unaware that the person in front was already thinking deeply, Jiang Bing spoke unexpectedly. First, your self-control. He pointed to David, who was overloaded with information. You have a son, and that is your weakness, Mrs. Martinez. When people have weaknesses, they tend to think carefully before acting. Second, you need money. Although everyone in Night City needs money, you are different. You want David to go to school and stand out. Therefore, I believe you will seize this opportunity. Hearing these somewhat harsh and cold words, Gloria's expression flickered, but she finally smiled bitterly. You are right, Mr. Saba, or rather, boss. I'm glad we reached an agreement. You should rest and recover. I believe we will have work soon. But first, I will find you a place to stay. David's apartment in Tower H4 is no longer accessible. Not to mention the overdue rent. For safety reasons, they must also change their residence. After all, the scavengers killed during Gloria's rescue were organized. Mrs. Martinez supported this decision. Fortunately, Jiang Bing's house on the Corona farm is large enough to comfortably accommodate both mother and child. After a long day and night of work, Master Jiang decided to close the house and rest tonight. He drove the two of them back to the skyscraper H4 and packed their belongings. However, when they arrived at the apartment door, the three of them were stunned. Because Jiang Bing had previously broken the door open, the cozy Martinez cottage that had been open all day was now completely looted. The three stared in shock. David was the first to rush inside, searching frantically, then let out a heartbreaking scream. Oh my God, who the heck did this? My limited edition super dream, hidden so deep, and these people are like bloodhounds. In the end, the mother and child collected the few items that weren't worth much and no one wanted. But the belongings that held precious memories were taken back to Corona Farm with Jiang Bing. As they reached the door, they saw Logan waiting for a long time. He had now replaced his prosthetic limb, and his steady walk showed Jiang Bing's skillful craftsmanship. The old farmer saw the mother and child in the car and looked surprised, clearly hesitant to approach. But after some hesitation, he still stepped forward with a worried face. Saba, I know this might be rude, but I hope you can go take a look. Haley, that little wildcat seems to have a fever. Life and death are normal, but in Night City, this balance is broken. Among the lower class, illness and death seem to carry more weight. Jiang Bing arrived at the doorway and easily heard the girl inside groaning and gasping painfully. Her young voice echoed through the broken walls, lingering for a long time. This instantly spoiled the good mood Jiang Bing had after changing the fate of the mother and child, pulling him back into this cold world again. Under the stunned gaze of the three, the main beam, covered with rubble and crossbeams, was lifted, revealing the little girl's fortress from above. After confirming the overall structure was still stable, Jiang Bing stepped into the room. The floor was already rotten and uneven, soaked from yesterday's heavy rain, with some areas showing obvious water accumulation. The girl was still dressed in her dirty clothes, holding a small pink teddy bear. The material looked very high quality, but her arms had been replaced with old, poor-quality materials, which didn't match. It was clearly a later repair, with uneven stitching and rough craftsmanship. When looked at closely, the little girl was so thin that her bones showed through her skin. At this moment, she was curled up into a ball, trembling like dry leaves. Beneath her was a bed made of lots of discarded packaging materials. Her pillow was a common adult rolling suitcase, which seemed very important inside, as the girl used it as a pillow and never let go of it even while sleeping. The leftover food that Jiang Bing had brought yesterday was carefully wrapped and placed beside her pillow. This scene made everyone fall silent. Mrs. Martinez was the first to react. She pushed past Jiang Bing and crouched down in front of the girl. Gently, she picked up the girl, skillfully adjusted her hold, and softly embraced her. Perhaps all mothers hold their children in the same way. The girl naturally wrapped her arms around Mrs. Martinez's neck and pressed her close to her chest. "Mommy, I'm so cold," she said. Mrs. Martinez froze for a moment, then wrapped the girl in her signature yellow coat, holding her tightly. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry home," she said. Her maternal warmth was so bright that the middle-aged and young men and women around her dared not speak. They obediently ran around under her command, busy with various tasks. Logan, a farmer with no job, was boiling water to help her wash the girl. Jiang Bing was cooking, following Mrs. Martinez's instructions carefully. He boiled water, added a small amount of syrup and grains until soft, then carefully served it in a bowl to feed the girl. David was making an ice towel. It was simple, just soak a towel in ice water. But after finishing the towel, he was told to go to the ruins and move the girl's luggage into the new home. There was a lot of chaos, but finally, the girl's fever broke under Mrs. Martinez's care. She fell into a deep sleep on a dry, clean, warm bed. Mrs. Martinez, already weak from her own exhaustion, was so busy that she simply held the girl in her arms and fell asleep together. The three of them watched quietly, then gently closed the door and went to rest in the garage. "It's clear she's a good wife and mother," old Logan said with fond memories, as if reminiscing about someone from long ago. "Of course," David said proudly. Then he realized what he was saying and started explaining their relationship to old Logan. For some reason, after a moment of chaos, looking at the noisy group of old and young people in front of him, Jiang Bing suddenly wanted to drink. He reached into a messy shelf and pulled out a basket of beer, placing it on the trunk of a car beside the three of them. Bang! The bottle cap was opened. The three of them held their beers. David pretended to be mature and scratched his head, saying, "According to tradition, we should toast to something." The three exchanged glances, and finally Jiang Bing spoke first. "Let's raise our glasses together and toast to humanity's greatest achievement. Good morning, Night City. Yesterday's lottery results showed exactly 35 winners. Thanks to endless gang fights, Guanghai would lost 10. But one police officer also died. I think you all will have to pay up, because the NCPD definitely won't take this lying down. So, everyone, feel free to guess high for tomorrow's lottery. Maybe the next lucky person will be you." Meanwhile, Westbrook's trauma team was still on the sidewalk, collecting bodies of cyberpsychosis victims. They might regret not buying better trauma packages earlier. And in Taiping Island is still the same. I'm your buddy, Stanley. Join me as we start a new day in the city of dreams. Damn, this guy's mouth is really foul. Sooner or later, someone will shoot him. On the subway, a lower-level company worker complained to his companion. Maybe he's already been shot hundreds of times. N54 TV has registered his genetic information and full biological features for patenting. Who knows if the guy on stage is even him? His companion spread conspiracy theories. David yawned, tired, leaning on the subway handrail. He drank heavily until midnight yesterday. Then his mom woke him early to go to school. David still felt a bit dizzy. Honestly, if his mom hadn't insisted, he wouldn't want to go to school at all. Compared to facing the teasing and bullying from rich kids at the academy, he might prefer living on the fringes. David touched the unity in his pocket. The smell of blood and gunpowder still seemed to linger in his nose. Suddenly, as he looked up, a streak of white floated into his vision. It was a beautiful girl with white hair. It seemed she noticed David's gaze, so she slightly turned her head and looked at him with her narrow, delicate eyes. Cupid drew his bow and shot an arrow at a boy with a messy hairstyle, making him look like a clown. David's stare made the girl think he had caught her secretly stealing a chip. To stay safe, she grabbed his hand and, hearing the subway station announcement, pulled him out of the train. Aside from the fact that David was late for school because of this encounter at the Corona farm, Jiang Bing was worriedly watching Haley, who was clinging to Gloria. Suddenly, there was a small child to take care of, which didn't fit Jiang Bing's plans. He had wanted to send her to the orphanage for help, but Mrs. Martinez, who was full of motherly love, insisted on keeping her. Since Gloria was willing to take on this responsibility, Jiang Bing didn't try to stop her. The little girl, having gone through who knows what, was very sensible and heartwarming. She got up early, after realizing her situation, and started tidying the house, cleaning, and doing what she could. It's sad but true that children from poor families often have to grow up quickly. So, the little stray cat officially had a home and became a house cat. Mrs. Martinez was busy preparing breakfast in the dusty kitchen, but Jiang Bing thought these pre-made dishes were no better than plastic. Fortunately, like sleep, they only needed a few bites to get through the day. Sometimes, when he was deeply focused on work, he wasn't even hungry. In fact, he felt full, as if working was like eating. If this trend continued, Jiang Bing might become a perfect example of a detached, carefree ancient Chinese immortal, no longer bound by material things, eating grains, drinking dew, and living freely. Humans always have limits, and I refuse to be human anymore. Rejecting Mrs. Martinez's breakfast invitation, Jiang Bing left early in the morning. This time, he didn't drive but rode a sleek, easy-to-ride bike called the Ichi 150. The Ichi 150 was launched by Arch in 2057. It didn't have a flashy appearance or complex features, but that was its charm. It was designed for riders who valued simplicity and efficiency. Its extremely simple structure and few accessories kept the price low and made it very easy to repair. The lightweight and nimble design of this vehicle allows you to easily navigate every corner and handle various road conditions. Although it is a bit slow, whether it's narrow alleys, busy streets, flat highways, or rough sandy terrains, the Easy Rider 150 can manage them all. Most importantly, it can even handle complex terrains like rugged dirt. This model of motorcycle is very common. Although production stopped after a few years due to low profits, it is very easy to repair. You can even take apart several broken Easy Rider 150s and combine parts to make a working one again. Its simple structure means it requires very little craftsmanship. You can even manually build a frame using a template and install any brand of engine to make it run. Many less developed regions and organizations like to copy this design. Because of these features, its price has always been very low. This makes it popular among poor travelers and marginalized people, many of whom see it as a disposable means of transportation. Jiang Bing built his own from parts he collected at a junkyard. There are countless parts of this model, and he used to make a living by selling assembled Easy Rider 150s. This model is considered one of the best designs in motorcycle history, but also one of the most unsuccessful in some ways. Its profit margin was so low that Jiang Bing stopped after a few days of hard work. No wonder it's so popular. Arch stopped making it because it simply didn't make money. Today, Jiang Bing had some free time and decided to quickly handle the slippery head task, so he wouldn't be teased next time they met. He left the house, twisting the throttle of his Easy Rider 150 to the limit, slowly reaching 90 miles per hour. His destination was the rugged terrain at Base 4, Jiang Bing's hidden base. It's located on a hillside north of the Metareski gas station, just a short drive along the road past the Red Peak. This base was originally built when Jiang Bing was a junk collector, to make transporting goods easier. He skillfully climbed the ridge, and the entrance was hidden among some dilapidated houses. When he descended the mountain again, he had completely changed his appearance. Currently, Jiang Bing is dressed like a wanderer, with most of his face covered by a scarf to protect against the wind and dust, and he wears windproof glasses. He has also changed his vehicle to a Teinway Makino MTL1. This 4-seat pickup truck is very popular among wanderers because it is sturdy, not heavy, and of good quality. It has a storage compartment at the back and a large cargo space, suitable for smuggling or transporting goods. The truck looks quite old. Its sides are scratched by the whirling sand and dirt from the harsh terrain. Dust fills the gaps around the exhaust pipe, as if it has been through many rough roads. Anyone who sees it would naturally think it belongs to an old wanderer. And indeed, it does. When he was transporting goods into the city, he often encountered trouble from the band called the Road Blades, who would block the main roads and try to steal from him. Since he only had this one vehicle, with no powerful backing and no one to protect him, they saw him as easy to bully. They would stop him and try to take his stuff. These bandits are like cockroaches, always coming back after being killed. Jiang Bing has fought them off many times. If you often run on the roads and transport goods, it's almost unavoidable to run into trouble. The more you fight them, the safer the roads become. This vehicle was one of the spoils from those fights. The chip mentions a small leader from the 6th Streets gang named Anderson, nicknamed Bullet Head. He fits the style of the gang, which was formed by old soldiers from the American Civil War. However, the chip also says that this fool isn't very important in the gang. Recently, he was driven out by one of the gang's leaders, Cannon, to the southern part of the Colorado farm. The Six Streets gang mainly controls the San Domingo River Valley area, the western and northern parts of the Colorado farm, and some parts south of Mount Charter. But their control over the south and east of the farm is weaker, with fewer gang members there. This area is on the edge of their influence. Because, simply put, this place is too poor. It's vast and sparsely populated, full of trash, and there are no tall buildings worth mentioning. It's a poor, rugged land with dangerous people like Jiang Bing often wandering around. Gang members who come here usually face a high risk of dying. Being sent here is like being exiled to Ninguda. It's a way for the boss to send someone far away and get rid of them. But this kid didn't react much and kept acting silly, bullying others in the village. From this, it seems he is just a marginal member of the gang. Smoke Rose, the Six Streets gang's base, is south of Coronado Farm. On the ground is a bar, underground is a shooting range. The gang, which values military culture, likes to create this kind of atmosphere. They enjoy shooting all day, and even new members are called recruits. It's sad that the veterans who originally formed the gang to fight capitalism and protect the community have lost their initial ideals. Now, the gang only keeps superficial traditions. But Jiang Bing didn't care much about these things. He just wanted to quickly shoot the bullet head and then go home to work on machines. An old Mack truck was parked at the end of the street, blending in with the trash everywhere. After waiting for a while, Jiang Bing had mostly finished reading materials about materials science on his data pad. His goal for this trip was to leave the bar. He was supported by two younger brothers and staggered into a car. It was obvious he had been smoking some strong stuff inside. Jiang Bing quietly started the engine and followed them. After 2 blocks, he suddenly sped up at a turn and crashed into the back of their car. Mack trucks are known for being tough. The front of the other car was smashed into a big dent. The 2 men cursed as they got out. The younger brother blocked the front of the car. Bullet Head took the lead, blocking the driver's seat and smashing the window. "Hey, damn it, you're driving blind." Jiang Bing didn't waste words. He rolled down the window and pressed his homemade spray gun against Bullet Head's forehead, who was staring blankly. Bullet Head was instantly knocked back 2 meters and turned into a bullet. The sudden change caught the 2 younger brothers off guard. As they reached for their guns, a high-explosive grenade with a pull ring flew through the window into the car. At the same time, the accelerator was pressed to the floor. The Mack roared loudly, pulling the recruits under the car. After a slight bump, the explosion behind them kicked up dust, and the Mack sped away. Soon after, Slippery received a message from the Masked Demon, along with news of Bullet Head's death. On the way back from Base 4 on a motorcycle, the unpredictable weather in the wasteland started acting up again. Although the scale was not as large as Hatabo, the overwhelming yellow dust greatly reduced visibility. This made Jiang Bing, who had dust all over his face, very unhappy. Along the way, a group from the Random Knife Society took advantage of the good timing and terrain to rob a transport team from Kwangshan Company. About a dozen people surrounded several Baiman trucks, firing guns non-stop like firecrackers. This group, expelled from their tribe for robbery, coercion, and murder, are considered full villains. However, such robberies of company convoys are not common, mainly because it's hard to hijack any company's convoy. Even if they break through the heavy fire of the transport team and escape the pursuing reinforcements, any small piece of information sent back could lead to the company's private armed guards continuing the chase and punishment. But today's robbery clearly had an insider, as news was blocked early, and the composition and firepower of the transport team were thoroughly known. Jiang Bing stared at the swirling dust, using his superhuman senses from hundreds of meters away to watch the scene for a while. Seeing that the transport team was doomed and the outcome was decided, he felt bored. He then turned the steering wheel and took a different route home. The Random Knife Society was still as weak as ever. Among them, the most scoundrels and strongest fighters gathered at the entrance of the road from Night City to the wasteland, forming a gang called Night Wanderers. The society roams the wasteland, ambushing unsuspecting travelers, company convoys, and even other wandering camps. These are their favorite targets. Compared to them, The night wanderers are more organized, more efficient in their actions, and more ruthless in their methods. Covered in dust, Jiang Bing returned home and first saw David, who was bruised and swollen. It seemed he had been bullied at school. But David showed no self-pity. Instead, he kept giggling. Jiang Bing, tired of dealing with David's seemingly flirtatious behavior, went into the workshop to prepare materials for the evening's business. After 2 days of effort, the number of badges had surpassed 60, nearing the goal of 100. The Hot Melt Mantis sword contributed the most to this, earning 5 badges just from that knowledge. He skillfully entered the system interface. It was now listing his personal attribute panel. Rank: Apprentice Craftsman Professional Level 2, 52%. Household registration: Origin Planet B33, Earth. Location: Universe HXXD, C2W33, Earth. Existence Strength: 2.2. Composition Strength: 2.7. Creator Database Access Level 1, 39%. Number of Craftsman Badges: 61. After several days of effort, the existence strength has increased a little. However, as the overall strength grows, performing normal tasks related to the craftsman concept has become less effective for improving strength. After all, the numerical base is getting larger. After enjoying a dinner personally prepared by Mrs. Martinez, David was assigned to stay home and watch the children, while the two of them traveled to the clinic. Gloria, being capable of leading a treatment team at the city government, has rich clinical experience, which greatly helps Jiang Bing in his work. At least it saves a lot of time searching for prosthetic tools in the storage room. Today, there weren't many patients. With their good teamwork, the clinic was free before 9 o'clock. William, who arrived early and was getting impatient, peeked out to check if the corridor was clear, then closed the clinic door and discussed tomorrow's meeting with the others. After hearing William's big plan, Brian Scott agreed to meet, but he wanted to discuss it face-to-face. The meeting was set at his house at 8 p.m. This made Jiang Bing wonder again if everyone in this city prefers to stay hidden during the day and come out at night, which is why the city is called the City of Night. Brian, being relatively wealthy in the City of Night, lives in a well-off area. The Blooming Flower Apartments, a popular place for influential people in the city, located in the downtown district, with a very high monthly rent. Things were progressing very smoothly, but before going, Jiang Bing decided to do some quick image management for Mrs. Martinez, the new middleman. As a relatively unknown middleman, he needed some external help to boost his reputation. The Shrine, as the top clothing brand in the City of Night, operates 24 hours a day. Under the recommendation of a sales assistant, a set of clothes-fitting, comfortable, and luxurious-looking clothes was chosen, costing 7,000 euros. Martinez Mrs. is truly beautiful and well-built. Dressed in high-end clothing from the sacred temple, from head to toe, she looks outstanding and very professional. When she stepped outside, she said with a sad tone, "Just a few pieces of clothing cost 7,000 euros. That's too expensive." Jiang Bing led the way ahead, saying, "Don't worry, you don't have to pay. This cost is covered as part of the mission expenses. We need to hurry, and you also need a new hairstyle. Money is very powerful." After spending 400 euros on a new hairstyle, Mrs. Martinez completely changed her look. "Now you look good." Jiang Bing finally felt satisfied. "You still need a few things. Let's go back first." What she needed was a gun. Since they decided to let Gloriana join, Jiang Bing took them to his workshop at home, curious David and Gloriana following along. This was the first time they entered Jiang Bing's workshop since moving in. On the workbench, there were traces of blood from stars, and various ordinary prosthetics were scattered on the ground. On the wall-mounted shelves, there were neatly arranged boxes. Gloriana, who knew her stuff, understood that these were special temperature-controlled boxes used to store valuable prosthetics. Most prosthetics stored in these professional temperature boxes are very precious. Here, these boxes filled 2 large shelves. Gloriana, who had examined many prosthetics, roughly estimated the number. If all the boxes contained prosthetics, the total value would make her dizzy. Only David, with his clear and naive eyes, excitedly looked around, feeling amazed by everything. Turning a corner, they saw rows of weapons and piles of ammunition. These weapons were diverse: pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, and even dismantled machine guns. On the other side, There was an antique-style weapon rack, with knives that looked very fierce. On the ground, there were mountain-like stacks of ammunition boxes. These military-grade boxes could hold 1,000 standard pistol rounds, stacked in layers, totaling dozens. The scene resembled a small arms depot, and the impact on mother and son was huge. Although guns are common in the Night City, such quantities are rarely seen by ordinary people. This area stores weapons recently made by Jiangbing. Most of the weapons here, except for the Force in the basement, are kept in this room. Compared to the original versions, these weapons have been modified in various ways. For example, the glue expert is showing visitors his recently painted colorful model, while Jiangbing excitedly introduces his own creations to the two. In the middle is a gun rack. From top to bottom, there are pistols, revolvers, submachine guns, rifles, shotguns, and sniper rifles. I have tuned all these weapons. Compared to the original versions, their performance is much better. I like to call them finely crafted weapons. Now that his work has an audience, Jiangbing becomes more enthusiastic. Most of these are kinetic weapons and a few technical weapons. Smart weapons are too complex in design and require special implants, so I only have a few of Saka's Yukimura here. Of course, the high price is a major reason. It makes it hard for scavengers to afford them, and Jiangbing has lost his main supply source. On the left are melee weapons. I have the common samurai swords, cleavers, blunt weapons, and daggers. I also like hand axes and short spears. They can be used for chopping or throwing, close or far. Cold weapons attract David even more, but he can only reluctantly put them back under his mother's disapproving gaze. On the right are guns I made myself or heavily modified from original models. Since I based them on my own use, they are not suitable for you, but you can take a look. Jiangbing's idea for weapon modification is simple: strength and power. These weapons have maximum force and recoil. Not only David and Gloria, but even ordinary strong men, without arm enhancements, would find their barrels flying into the air after a few shots. Jiangbing searches through the shelves and finally pulls out a Saka Yamagani pistol from the top of the middle shelf, handing it to Gloria. This compact, finely crafted Yamagani pistol is perfect for women. Gloria holds the dark-colored kinetic pistol in her hand. Indeed, the ergonomic grip fits her palm perfectly, making it very comfortable to hold. Its lightweight body makes it easy to aim for long periods. The 9mm caliber offers a perfect balance of stopping power and recoil. Gloria clearly knows guns. As soon as she got this gun, she felt a difference from the firearms she had used before. Although she couldn't describe exactly what was better or worse, holding the gun made her feel as if it was part of her, like an extension of her arm. "I'm giving this to you as a welcome gift." Jiangbing was happy to see his work appreciated. It made him feel proud and also helped him grow professionally. After all, making things for others is part of being a craftsman. You haven't done any combat modifications before. I doubt you have basic subdermal armor either. I'll make you a light, thin bulletproof vest later, so you can use it for now. The previous bulletproof vest was given to David. Jiangbing didn't want it himself, and he hadn't seen David offer to return it. Thinking of this, Jiangbing glanced at David, who looked guilty. But the thick, heavy subdermal armor made the bulletproof vest too bulky. Wearing it, the clothes of Jinggongsi would be useless. Instead, he needed to cut a lightweight armor. This kind of armor, only a few millimeters thick, would feel like a simple shirt when worn close to the body. However, the materials must be kept strictly secret, since not everyone has Jiangbing's nerves. Holding the cold gun in his hand, Gloria felt a lot safer with the weapon. Also, Jiangbing's display of strength this time gave the new middleman, who was feeling a bit out of place, some confidence for tomorrow's plans. Seeing Mrs. Martinez, who didn't seem as nervous, Jiangbing understood that his display of strength had achieved its goal. In the downtown area, on Martin Luther King Avenue, at the Blossom Apartments, Jiangbing drove into the underground parking lot of the apartment building, with William chattering beside him. He was wearing a black trench coat reinforced with bulletproof plates, and a ghostly air filter mask covered his face, making him look very serious. Stick to the plan, don't panic. Because he didn't have a neural link, Jiangbing could only communicate with his team through a headset. Brian Scott's apartment was on the 23rd floor. The three of them took the elevator, and William contacted the employer. The elevator automatically started to rise. Soon, The elevator doors opened on the 23rd floor. Gloria was the first to step out. Jiang Bing stayed silent and followed behind, acting like a subordinate. The Blossom Apartments are called that because they really have flowers inside. Large bundles of fresh flowers are displayed under transparent barriers along both sides of the corridor. With technological support, all the flowers are in full bloom. The flowers are colorful and eye-catching, competing to be the most beautiful, which makes the two people who rarely see good things stare without blinking. These are all real flowers. Just a few you take could sell for a lot of money. See, no matter how you look at it, these rich people are really wasteful. They just like to show off flashy but useless things, William said while admiring and sighing. Gloria secretly glanced at Jiang Bing, who was following behind. She saw that he was completely indifferent to the rare Western scenery, his eyes passing over the flowers without any change, as if everything was ordinary. Gloria increasingly felt that her earlier guess might be true. When the security cameras at the door spotted a group of people, the room's door automatically opened. A well-dressed bodyguard, looking bulky and carrying something, was the one who opened the door. The luxury apartment building, even in the crowded city center, has very fancy layouts. The spacious living room is over 100 square meters, with a large floor-to-ceiling window on the front. Outside, the neon-lit city center can be seen, and in the distance, the lively Chinatown with bright lights. Outside the window is a large balcony big enough for 4 beach chairs and a barbecue grill. In fact, the owner arranged it this way. This luxurious scene made Gloria think of her previous small apartment, where poor people worked hard just to have a tiny place to live, and the space was even smaller than this balcony. A strange feeling of sadness rose in Gloria's heart. Jiang Bing had no time to pay attention to these things. He was staring at the ceiling. Quintero hidden defense machine gun posts, 2 in total. The ceiling looks fairly new, probably installed recently. It seems someone hasn't been sleeping well lately. William responded over the communication channel. That's normal. Anyone who knows they're being watched and could lose their life at any moment would be like that. Welcome. The main person appeared from inside the room, followed by a bodyguard. Brian Scott was a typical high-class person from Night City. In his early 30s, he had taken over his father's position and was now in his prime. The bodyguard stepped forward, trying to search Gloria first. Jiang Bingmo silently stepped forward, reached out to block the bodyguard's greedy hand, and grabbed his collar from behind. With a slight effort, he easily lifted the heavily modified bodyguard, who weighed about 300 pounds, into the air, then gently set him aside. The whole thing happened in an instant, and the effect was obvious. The bodyguard behind Brian Scott tried to reach for his gun, but Jiang Bingmo kept a firm gaze on him, and they fell into a standoff. His instincts told him that drawing his gun could lead to very bad consequences. It might also be very embarrassing, like being hit from a distance with a flying axe. Touching a lady inappropriately isn't very polite, you know. Don't you agree, Mr. Brian? Gloria stepped in to help. Her display of muscles was very successful. When Brian spoke again, his tone was less playful and more serious. Indeed. He signaled to the 2 bodyguards to stay calm, then gestured for everyone to sit down. The genuine leather sofa was expensive, and sitting on it felt like floating on clouds. Miss Gloria, where did you do business before? I haven't heard much about you in the City of Night. Brian poured wine while trying to sound out her background smoothly. Just as I expected, Gloria thought silently. The City of Night is so big, and people are always coming and going to chase their dreams. It's quite normal. Gloria quickly adapted, trying to act like a polished politician on TV, playing a game of Tai Chi that makes sense, but not everyone can make it here. It's easy to see dreams fade away, you know, Brian said, raising his glass and placing it in front of Gloria and William nearby. Gloria took a sip, and the taste made her marvel at how high quality the drink was, fit for the wealthy. Everywhere, it's a struggle for survival. The strong eat the weak. Even in Atlanta, it's the same, she said. Brian clapped softly. Insightful. Let's put aside the formalities and get to the point. After some probing and getting the desired result, Brian moved on to the main topic. You all know what happened. The plan you had William pass on earlier was good and very characteristic of your line of work. But now, there's been a small change. Brian took out a chip from the slot behind his ear and handed it to Gloria. Christopher Miller, that old fox, Recently found out I was after him. He suddenly made trouble at the board meeting yesterday. No need to go into details. You probably don't care. Anyway, things have escalated now. Seeing Gloria start to look through the contents of the chip, Brian sighed heavily, his tone sharp. Now I not only need that old fox's life, but I also need you to get evidence of his corruption from his safe at home. Only then can we completely ruin his faction at the board. After reviewing the data on the chip, Gloria replied, "And you want us to steal from his heavily guarded villa? Mr. Brian, that's much more complicated than what we initially agreed." Brian took a deep breath. "Don't worry, I understand the rules of the game. I'll pay more." The atmosphere immediately became more relaxed. Back in the car in the parking lot, Gloria couldn't hold back her excitement. Wow, a 200,000 euro deposit, and he just paid it to us smoothly. He's not afraid we'll keep the remaining 400,000 and run away, stealing and causing trouble. This money isn't much to him, Jiang Bing said. Besides, this job is too big for just the three of us. We need to find more people, which will cost a lot. Jiang Bing turned to look at William, who was sitting in the back seat with a cautious expression, worried Jiang Bing might leave him out. I understand. Whatever effort, whatever money, I only want 10%. No, 0.5% is enough. The job was introduced by you. After it's done, I'll give you 1.5%. But I have one condition. You have to stay with us the whole time. You can never be too careful. Jiang Bing made sure everything was planned perfectly to prevent this guy from betraying us. Hearing this, William suddenly became very excited, gesturing wildly. Maybe he didn't catch Jiang Bing's hidden meaning, or maybe he was blinded by the big money. I know a team of fringe wanderers. They're pretty reliable. If needed, I can contact them. Jiang Bing glanced at Gloria, who looked a bit nervous. He understood she was probably talking about the Mon team. For now, no. Too many people attract attention. We just need to find a hacker to handle the security, and then we can get this job done. There's no need for you to worry about the hacking issue. I will handle it. The money is first kept with Gloriana, and once this deal is done, we will split the profits. Do you have any objections? The remaining two people had no objections. All right, that's all for now. Everyone go home, without mentioning William, who got off the car halfway. Jiang Bing knew how he returned home. Regarding the hacker candidate, Jiang Bing had his own plans. The next evening, as Gloriana was about to go to work, she saw Jiang Bing mysteriously carrying a box onto the car. Curious, she reached out to take the box, and Jiang Bing directly handed it to her, asking her to open it. Inside the box were neatly stacked chips containing resident information terminals. Mrs. Martinez's face turned pale, almost dropping the box out the window. This was no different from holding a box of human heads. It's important to note that these chips only exist inside brain machine devices. They serve as 2077's resident ID cards, containing a person's identity details, bank accounts, and other important information. With so many, it's not something you can gather just by killing a few people. Could you have killed an entire skyscraper full of people? Mrs. Martinez swallowed hard and asked, trying to hide her fear. Impossible, not that many. Jiang Bing closed the box and tossed it onto the back seat. Whether you believe it or not, these people deserve to die. Also, since you've chosen this path, you'd better get used to it from now on. Hearing Jiang Bing's pointed words, Gloriana tried to stay calm so as not to affect her impression in her boss's eyes. I understand. I've seen death many times. It's just a bit shocking when it happens suddenly. Self-disciplined Jiang Bing, even with a 600,000 euro big job on his shoulders, refused to take a day off. The black clinic operated normally at night. It was just unfortunate for Mrs. Martinez, who was physically weak. Even doing simple tasks like assisting left her exhausted and sore all over after one night. After sending off the fourth sex worker who came in after hearing the news, Gloriana noticed a strange woman sitting in the waiting area. This woman had been there since early morning, sitting quietly all night. She didn't mind when others cut in line later. She remained indifferent. She didn't seem like a patient, but rather had another purpose. The woman was around 40 years old, dressed plainly. After the patients left, she approached. She looked at Mrs. Martinez beside her, but didn't speak. It's no problem. After receiving Jiang Bing's confident reply, the woman's eyes flickered with blue light, blinking like a robot. What's the matter with you? The woman spoke coldly. 42, there's a job for you. Do you want to do it? You're responsible for securing a villa so I can go in and find something. The woman sat down, and after a moment, she continued speaking. You've always been reliable. Do you have the information? Let me see it first. Jiang Bing seemed to trust this strange woman very much and signaled Mrs. Martinez to hand over the chip containing the data. When they touched, the woman's palm was warm, not mechanical. She inserted the chip into the slot, and the blue light in her eyes flickered more rapidly. What's going on with this woman? Is she your lover? I remember you usually work alone. Mrs. Martinez's face suddenly felt hot and uncomfortable. Assistant, Jiang Bing replied. How much can you get paid for this job? 50,000 euros. That's a bit higher than usual. Fair enough. This shows how greedy the middlemen in Night City really are. I'll take the job. When do we start? I'll sneak in early and cause some trouble. Jiang Bing waved his hand, signaling her to talk to Mrs. Martinez. Contact her. You still don't trust the internet, Lyric. Jiang Bing waved his hand again. Old habit. I guess I can't change that in this life. Old-fashioned, the woman said, her tone softening a little. She turned to look at Gloriana. Suddenly, a message popped up in Mrs. Martinez's brain interface. Have you ever been with him? The sender was 42. Is that you? Mrs. Martinez immediately identified the culprit. Yes, but not her. She's just a mouthpiece. You haven't answered my question. Have you two been together? Mrs. Martinez was a bit speechless from 42's tricky question and could only reply. Please be polite. Don't ask such strange questions again. Also, I am married. Oh, is there a problem? 42 continued relentlessly. Mrs. Martinez simply closed the chat and didn't reply, glaring angrily at the woman. All right, stop your gossiping and silly jokes, 42. That's why I don't trust the internet. I don't want hackers to easily get into my mind. Seeing this, Jiang Bing quickly guessed the situation. This is a social survey, not gossip. The woman's eyes flickered with blue light as she continued speaking. Where is the shipment this time? Jiang Bing signaled Mrs. Martinez to go to the car and get the box filled with chips. Do you really have no interest in her? Her appearance score is quite good compared to others I've seen. Jiang Bing was used to 42's strange questions. Are you planning to change your weird way of speaking? If you keep this up, I'm afraid you'll turn into a robot while surfing the cyber world. 42 rarely smiled. Although it was strange to see a face that wasn't his own, neither of them minded. You're not much better, old-fashioned in your thinking, ruthless, and mysterious as a black market person. Big brother, don't laugh at second brother. And your strange Chinese-style way of speaking, the woman added quickly. Fortunately, Mrs. Martinez returned just in time, ending their conversation. Finally, 42 left a message. The details of the last payment have been transferred to your account, as usual. Remember to check. As the blue light went out, the woman seemed to wake from a dream. She wasn't surprised, but silently picked up the box and left through the door. What is a microphone? Mrs. Martinez suddenly asked. Transmitter S frontline staff, Jiang Bing explained. You've heard of high-end sex doll systems, right? These are based on behavior chips that allow the doll to control its body during work to provide services. All memories during service are stored in the chip to protect customer privacy. Microphone is similar. Frontline staff are called microphones, connected by telephone lines, and customers are called landlines. Some important people need face-to-face meetings but can't go in person, so they find a microphone. Each microphone's behavior chip can be provided and sealed by the customer to ensure safety. Not just transmitters. Most big companies also have dedicated staff for this. Jiang Bing also said, the failure rate of microphones is very high. Many customers choose to destroy the evidence to keep things secret. Knowing how dangerous it is, why do some people still do it? Because the pay is good and the money comes quickly. Jiang Bing sighed deeply and calmly gave his answer. Mrs. Martinez looked a bit confused. This world is really too strange. Who's to say it's not? Jiang Bing and William moved one after the other, one confidently, the other hesitantly. They represented two different stealth approaches. Traditional stealth and Assassin's Creed style. Jiang Bing belongs to the latter. The main gate has cameras and hidden motion sensors. If we disable them, security will notice. But we won't go through the gate. We'll go over the wall. 42 guided the team through their communication. Our first goal is the security room. Once we handle the security, I can plant a virus simulation system to block the villa's alarm network temporarily, giving us about 30 minutes. Jiang Bing and William bypassed the main gate and reached the designated spot, waiting quietly. I'll take control of the wall's security permissions, temporarily stopping the security alerts in that area. This will disable the pressure sensors and motion detectors on the wall, but only for a short time. Security might notice if it lasts too long. You'll have about 20 seconds to climb over the wall. That's enough, Jiang Bing whispered. Good. I've connected. Ready to move. How did two people climb over nearly a 3-meter-high fence in just 20 seconds? The answer is, Jiang Bing carried William, and within 5 seconds of the camera shifting, they rushed from their hiding spot to the wall. Jiang Bing then took 2 seconds to throw a large person over the wall, and 2 more seconds to climb up himself. They then spent 1 second jumping down on the other side. Total time, 10 seconds. We're in, Jiang Bing reported through the team communication. Good. The security room is on the 2nd floor of the small building on the right side of the villa, above the garage. Following 42's instructions, they reached the garage. Jiang Bing didn't waste words. Using his hands and feet, he climbed from outside the wall to the window. Seeing inside, the person was turned away, so Jiang Bing quietly slipped his axe back into his belt and carefully entered. In just a few seconds, he signaled William. This professional photographer wasn't as useless as he looked. His legs, hidden under dirty jeans, had been modified with a series of lynx claw enhancements, making them more suitable for stealth and tracking. Although he didn't have reinforced tendons for extra jumping power, he still easily reached Jiang Bing's outstretched hand and entered the security room. Now it's my turn. William moved away from the security personnel who were deep in sleep, pulled out the cybernetic link cable from his left palm, and plugged it into the computer port in front of him. The screen began to flood with characters like a waterfall. Good. I've hacked into the villa's security system through William. I'm now planting a virus and forging normal alarm signals. It will take a few minutes. Both of you hide well and don't get caught. William looked relaxed. No problem. We're very safe. While working, 42 still had time to talk to the two of them. Also, the target has bought a platinum membership with the trauma team. When you act, remember to insert the shield chip I gave you into his brain-machine interface first. That's Jiang Bing's job. I heard that no matter how far away, if a client gets hurt, the trauma team will arrive within 7 minutes. Is that true? Yes, Jiang Bing replied. They have their own flying cars, and if necessary, they can parachute directly from near-Earth orbit. But you need to be rich enough to be their platinum member. There's also a rumor that if the client dies and is revived within an hour, they can bring them back to life. That's true too. 42, who was experienced, added, yes, but only if the body remains intact and has their medical detection chip installed. And it costs a lot of money, quite a lot, William sighed. Having money is really great. Hey boss, when you make your move later, remember to shoot a few more times. Don't let that old thing be rescued by the trauma team. Don't worry, I'll make sure they don't get a clue. All set. We can move now. William unplugged the cable from the computer. The two of them pushed open the security room door and headed toward the master bedroom, where Christopher Miller was. The villa only had a few private security guards for Christopher Miller. Due to the small number, their patrol routes were mostly unguarded. Ignoring the cameras, the two slipped into the master bedroom almost confidently during a patrol break. But their smooth operation was interrupted here. Christopher Miller, who was supposed to be in the bedroom, suddenly disappeared. 42. No one's in the bedroom, William whispered urgently. It's impossible. The corridor surveillance shows he hasn't left since entering the bedroom. I just checked all the camera feeds, and there's no sign of him moving. Jiang Bing carefully observes the bedroom and makes a guess. Very likely. I will quickly review the villa's design plans to do some calculations. Using his intuition and on-site estimation, Jiang Bing quietly moves to the wall beside the desk. I suggest you check the position I'm standing in. After William confirms Jiang Bing's current location with his prosthetic eye, 42 quickly begins calculations. There's a 90% chance the secret room's entrance is here, but there's bad news. I haven't detected any network signals. This entrance might be purely mechanical. Jiang Bing stands by the wall, his fingers slowly sliding across the surface. No problem. I have a way to break through, but it might make some noise. William offers his opinion. Maybe we should hide and wait for him to come out on his own. After thinking, Jiang Bing rejects this plan. We only have 30 minutes. That's too short and too risky. Prepare for a fight, he says. Jiang Bing pulls out his weapon, left gun, right axe, and steps back to the wall opposite the secret room's entrance. In William's puzzled gaze, Jiang Bing takes a big step forward and crashes into the weak spot of the secret room's door almost instantly. With Jiang Bing's current strength, this impact is as powerful as a car crash. The sound of the collision echoes through the villa. The secret room door dents inward, revealing the steel plates embedded in the wall through the deformed edges. Inside, Christopher Miller turns around in shock, only to see the door of the secret room bulging from the center. He hurriedly stashes his notebook into the safe. Just as he's about to close the door, it is hit again. After 2 assaults, the door is about to give way. In Christopher Miller's desperate eyes, Jiang Bing kicks it open. There's no dramatic trash-talking or insults, just a tense standoff. Jiang Bing steps forward, grabbing the old man's neck. He quickly inserts a prepared interference chip behind his ear, then slaps him, sending the old man into a deep sleep. Although he might wake up with a severe concussion, they'll deal with that once he's awake. 42 spoke in the team voice chat. I have to say, as expected of you, Lyric. The entire villa's security has been alerted. I see a few small Kantao defense drones and robots have been activated. I'll handle it. Can you open the safe? No problem. But during the hacking, William needs to stay connected to the safe. I have to use computing power for brute force cracking, so we probably can't help you much. Feeling some soreness in his shoulders, Jiang Bing stepped out of the secret room. It's okay. Imagine if someone's physical abilities were enhanced tenfold in every way. Their strength, speed, muscle power, metabolism, hearing, smell, sight, taste, thinking speed, all would be 10 times better. When these improvements stack, the result isn't just being 10 times faster or stronger, but an exponential increase. And what if that person also had a much stronger and proven but real soul strength, far beyond normal humans? The luxurious wooden floor was dented where he stepped. High-strength, bulletproof windows shattered instantly. A small Kantao defense drone, just flying near the window, was caught in the hand of a figure rushing out through the hole. The drone, about the size of a basketball, had a high carbon fiber shell to reduce weight. But this shell, capable of resisting pistol shots at medium range, was crushed with 5 finger holes under the person's incredible grip. Jiang Bing stretched his body in midair. The drone in his hand was like a bowling ball. He threw it with a turn, producing a sharp scream, and accurately hit another drone along a carefully calculated trajectory. The 2 drones collided in midair, making a loud bang. The first drone was forced into the second, with half of its body embedded into the other. Both fell together, tangled. After landing, Jiang Bing almost left a blur in the eyes of others' augmented reality glasses as he dodged a burst of bullets. Watch out, Sion Weston, a security guard shouted. It seemed Jiang Bing's dodge had caused a misunderstanding. With quick turns, his titanium alloy joints creaked loudly. Jiang Bing made a Z-shaped maneuver, avoiding all the bullets, then approached a Kantao automatic defense robot. This robot, designed to resemble human bones, is made entirely of strong alloy. It has a smart processing chip that can judge the battlefield and fight on its own. Its appearance is a bit scary, looking like a skeleton with the skin and muscles removed. The robot's gun was grabbed forcefully. Before it could analyze its next move, Jiang Bing clamped its head under his arm. With a strong pull on its neck and shoulders, he tore off the core processing brain. In the next moment, the robot's electronic eyes reflected the scene of it crashing into a flesh and blood head. The human brain couldn't compete with the tough metal head. The victim made no sound and just fell asleep. Soon after, another robot was easily beheaded with an axe, as smoothly as cutting meat. Actually, Jiang Bing didn't need much effort. These purely mechanical beings are no match for a skilled craftsman. In one encounter, their armor was completely exposed. These kinds of machines are not only weak in electromagnetic power, but also weak against Jiang Bing. A third robot had its arms and legs cut off, turning into a metal club. Jiang Bing then kicked its head, causing it to fall. The fourth robot was broken by an axe, damaging its battery and most of its power system. As sparks flashed, the robot shut down and twitched randomly. Its mechanical movements were very skillful. The remaining security guard, who had shouted, "Sion Weston," at the start, watched Jiang Bing dismantle the robots piece by piece, silently counting. 6, 7, 8. A warm flow of energy rose from his spine, spreading through his transformed body. The intense pressure blurred his vision, and his chest felt squeezed tight like mechanical tongs. His throat felt tight and uncomfortable. He silently counted to the maximum time Sion Weston could stay active. Resisting the rush of death, he finally activated his Sion Weston mode. In this state, time seemed to be in his control. While moving, he could clearly feel the air being sliced by his skin. It was like walking through water, an experience he never got used to. He raised a sharp sword, aiming at the neck of the person on the edge of the group. However, the usual sensation of cutting through flesh and metal did not occur. The enemy, who should have exited the time stop state, seemed to have foreseen this and looked at me. Although their speed was slightly slower, in the next moment, they suddenly sped up and easily dodged my attack by ducking low. As we narrowly missed each other, their cold eyes suddenly sparked with a fighting spirit, as if saying, "You want to dance too?" Unfortunately, my partner's performance was a bit disappointing. Before they could turn around, Jiang Bing's greeting struck the back of their head. This was the first time I encountered an opponent who could keep up with my reactions in battle, so Jiang Bing used his full strength this time. To achieve the fastest attack speed, Jiang Bing sacrificed his hand axe, and, while we were passing each other, raised his elbow to strike the back of the opponent's head. One was a superhuman with a pseudo-time stop ability, and the other was a security guard relying on Sainwiston to boost extreme speed. But their overall combat power was vastly different. The latter was like a swift, high-damage, fragile assassin focused on agility, while Jiang Bing was a well-rounded fighter with no obvious weaknesses. Under Jiang Bing's elbow strike, the opponent who was evenly matched didn't even cry out. Their brain was shattered, and they died instantly. Their body was propelled by the force, sliding through the air for quite a distance before finally landing. That elbow was truly impressive. After scanning the scene and confirming no enemies remained except himself, Jiang Bing stood firm amidst the chaos. He slightly opened his nostrils, as if a machine's cooling system had just activated after intense operation, and exhaled 2 long, hot streams of air from his chest. Cyberpunk characters can overload their bodies temporarily using Sainwiston prosthetics, pushing their speed to the physical limit. It's no wonder Jiang Bing, who has transcended ordinary abilities, can do the same. After all, his current body might not even be considered flesh and blood anymore. 42. That's too exaggerated. If I hadn't detected any signals of prosthetics on you, I'd suspect you installed high-quality military-grade Sainwiston. At some point, 42 had blocked others and was now talking to Jiang Bing alone through the headset. Jiang Bing looked up, noticing that the security cameras in the courtyard had turned to face this direction. Jiang Bing, did you crack the safe? 42, yes. Your partner with the crest is upstairs gathering evidence. 42, are you really not some experiment from a biotech lab? Jiang Bing, I think you better watch your mouth. 42, don't worry, I guarantee nothing was recorded on the camera. I suggest you also disable the security mainframe before you leave, at the security room, just to be safe. 42, I don't want you coming after me. Jiang Bing, I'm 42. Now, it's just you and that old man in the villa, who's still breathing. The virus-blocking device can hold for over 20 minutes, so there's plenty of time. It's that time again, time for some satisfying gains. Back in the master bedroom, William was flipping through a paper notebook, the glow from his eye implant flickering, probably recording a video. Is this what the client wanted? Jiang Bing asked directly, showing no interest in the messy notes. William looked up. Yes, this contains all the records of that old guy's money-making schemes, plus some other shady stuff. 42. I didn't expect him to be so old-fashioned. Not many people still use paper and pen to record information these days. Jiang Bing. Clearly, he's wary of hackers like you. But soon, Jiang Bing's attention shifted to the safe. Inside, several gold bars shaped like trapezoids were neatly stacked on top. In the middle, there was a pile of euro banknotes, and below, a small box of digital money chips, similar to unregistered checks, each with a limit of 9,000 euros. Gold, known as the remains of stars, is a product of supernova explosions. Even in 2077, it remains valuable. Although modern technology allows artificial synthesis of gold, the high cost makes it uneconomical. Gold's excellent conductivity and stability make it valuable, especially now when the world's order is collapsing, helping it retain its worth. However, as technology advances, gold is more often used as a precious industrial raw material. Payment methods like digital chips and virtual accounts have greatly reduced its monetary value. But that doesn't stop old-fashioned people like Christopher Miller from keeping a few pieces as backup money in case of bankruptcy or escape. It also doesn't stop Jiang Bing from selling it for a good price. And even for personal use, it's a great choice. Everyone likes unexpected wealth. Jiang Bing gathered these items together, carrying one in each hand, one holding Christopher Miller, who was still sleeping, and called William to come downstairs. "Gloria, it's all set. Come pick us up," Jiang Bing said through the communication channel, speaking to the driver waiting outside the villa. Over the past 2 days, Gloria had fully stepped into her role. She drove the Villefort Columbus V340 F straight through the Iron Gate, crushing the gravel road, and performed a stylish drift, aiming the vehicle at Jiang Bing. It was clear that Mrs. Martinez, new to this kind of operation, was a bit inexperienced. She nervously looked around as she got out, clutching tightly the jade flute Jiang Bing had given her. "Is it done?" she asked. Mrs. Martinez nervously opened the car door, revealing the spacious interior of the Villefort Columbus V340F. It had to be said, the Villefort Columbus V340F was very popular among small and medium transport companies and travelers running between cities because of how much it could carry. It was really spacious. The stolen goods, cash, gold, and money chips made up the bulk of the loot. There were 4 decommissioned Cantor defense robots, 2 small Cantor drones tangled together, a matching Cantor security mainframe, and scattered guns and cold weapons on the ground, filling more than half the cargo space. Under their watchful eyes, the security bodies from Sane Weston were thrown into the vehicle. William clicked his tongue, but said nothing. 42 was used to this kind of thing. Their cooperation was much more intense. Gloria took the initiative to speak up for Jiang Bing, knowing from experience. "Boss, I think you like the Sane Weston implants on him. It looks like military tech, probably worth a lot." This was Jiang Bing's restrained judgment. If it had been the masked demon, everyone present would have been torn apart, limbs missing, disemboweled. Even old Dong on the ground wouldn't have been spared. Jiang Bing had long coveted the medical chip technology from the trauma team. After cleaning up the scene, Jiang Bing pulled out the interference chip from Christopher Miller's ear and shot him in the head. He used a shotgun with special bullets to ensure Christopher Miller's brain was evenly covered in the surrounding ground. Boss Jiang always keeps his promises. When he says he will make the trauma team confused, he definitely will. To be safe, before leaving, he also secretly placed 2 high-explosive grenades in Christopher Miller's arms. Then, his team drove away quickly. Brian Scott's payment was very fast. Less than 20 minutes after William sent the notes and photos from the paper notebook, Gloria received a transfer record of 400,000 euros. 5 people in 2 cars, one in front and one behind, followed Jiang Bing's directions and drove around until they reached the wasteland. There was no other choice because Jiang Bing had more experience in the wasteland base. The robots and drones on the cars were not clean sources. Jiang Bing planned to move them to Base 6 to store, so no one could trace them back to Corona Farm. They drove along the ring road, passing under Red Peak, and stopped at Sunset Motel. Base 6 is located in a junkyard southwest of the Maidski gas station, where a group of scavengers gather. The house there is illegal, but everyone is building it, and since it's in a foul-smelling junkyard, no one cares. It's a bit far from Sunset Motel, but close enough to the North Oak district, enough for everyone to share the loot safely. For safety, they rented a room. William and Gloria couldn't wait to count the stolen money, which was wrapped in a bag. Because of this, 42 kept in touch with everyone. Jiang Bing, feeling relaxed, didn't want to stay in the old, broken room filled with needles and unknown liquids on the walls. He went outside to get some fresh air and relax. David also sneaked out, talking to Jiang Bing with a thoughtful look. Mrs. Martinez was busy counting money and didn't pay attention to him. "Possible, you did a great job this time. You didn't even need to use the big thing in the car." The thing in the car was called Force. "It's for the rapid response team," Jiang Bing said. referring to the emergency plan. David rubbed his hands, smiling awkwardly, like a fly that found food. I didn't help much. When we split the money, will I get my share? Everyone who sees this will get a share. Besides the money from the task, you'll also get a portion of the items in the house. It just depends on how much you've contributed. When David heard this, his eyes brightened noticeably. Can you save me a part of the money when we split it later? I'll take it back home. Zhang Bing immediately saw through David's little plan. Oh, you want to save some pocket money for yourself? David sighed. You know how strict my mom is. After covering daily expenses, there's not much left. I can't even afford 2 meals at a street stall, let alone go out with a girl. Zhang Bing caught on to the key words and became curious, asking more. Which girl? How did you meet her? Are you guys getting closer? He sounded like a village woman. At this point, David, who had watched many inappropriate shows, suddenly became shy. Her name is Lucy. We met on the subway. She was stealing a passenger's chip at the time. You wouldn't believe how cool she looked. David got more excited as he spoke. She's a really talented hacker. With a wave of her hand, the chips of passengers pop out automatically. She's also pretty. She thought I was going to report her, so she forcibly pulled me off the train, which made me late for school. When he said this, David's handsome face, inherited from his mother, showed a hint of infatuation. We just met like that. We exchanged contact info, and she even took me shopping. We had some snacks too. Zhang Bing thought to himself, are you sure she didn't just keep your contact info to better monitor you after letting you go? She's a hacker, after all, but he didn't say these thoughts aloud. They were just his guesses, and he didn't want to falsely accuse anyone. I want to take her out to eat. A nice restaurant would be good, then maybe go to a bar for a few drinks. The Ritz bar would be perfect. Oh, so you want to ask her out? Zhang Bing summarized sharply. David hesitated but didn't deny it. Zhang Bing patted David on the shoulder. Don't worry. With your boss attitude just now, I'll handle this. I'll make sure you not only get a date, but also buy some new clothes. Mrs. Martinez now has money. The first thing she did was pay back the 37,000 euros she owed Zhang Bing. The second thing was to move out of Zhang Bing's house, but she didn't go far. She stayed in the same area where Haley used to live. In 2077, construction was very fast, especially since the lower buildings of Corona Farm used modular designs. Mrs. Martinez, who was very wealthy, spent 8,000 euros to build a new house. The Nightshade Construction Company took only a day and a half to build it on the old ruins, like stacking building blocks. She chose this location probably because it was close to Zhang Bing, her boss, or because she felt safer near Zhang Bing, who is a strong and powerful person. Maybe both reasons are true. After paying off her debts, she is thinking about changing her environment. The reward from the last mission has made this woman very excited. In this world, resources are very unevenly distributed. Poor people earn only a few thousand euros each month, which is enough to support a family, but their quality of life is poor. They can only eat synthetic food, drink poorly filtered tap water, and even synthetic meat made from earthworms is hard to enjoy freely. Healthcare and aging issues are also difficult to handle. More advanced resources cost much more. High-end combat prosthetics often cost 5 figures. Platinum membership in trauma groups costs 6 figures per month, and a sniper rifle made by Tidal Defense can sell for 200,000 euros on the black market, though it's rarely available. Luxury medical prosthetics, like a perfect spleen implant for Mrs. Martinez, can cost 200,000 to 300,000 euros. And rich people enjoy real meat and fruit daily, spending several months or even years' worth of income on a single meal. The city government hosts banquets filled with influential people, and by the end, only enough leftovers to fill a few trash bins are left, which is considered poor hospitality. These leftovers don't reach the lowest class. There are organizations that buy leftover food, process it, and sell it again, charging at least 150 euros per portion. Even to eat, people have to wait in line. To help David live a better life, this amount of money is still far from enough. Moreover, to move up the social ladder, money is only part of the story. The higher you go, the less money you need proportionally. That's why Mrs. Martinez has been working hard to become a middleman partner recently. She's practicing shooting behind her house and reconnecting with her old network from the city government's medical team, gathering various information. Of course, she still works as a nurse at the Black Clinic for 6,000 euros a month, and she needs to support Haley too. Your recent submissions about the Sci-Fi Peregrine, Cantao Defense System, Data Processing Host, Cantao Defense System, Intelligent Robot, and Cantao Defense System, Small Drone, have been recorded. Your terminal has received 23 artisan badges from the 7th Crystal Wall mainframe. Your personal attribute panel is now being prepared. Rank: Apprentice Craftsman Professional Level 2, 52%. Household registration: Origin Planet B33, Earth. Location: Sector HXXD, C2W33. Earth Existence Strength 2. 3 Composition Strength 2.7. Creator Database Access Level 1, 48%. Number of Craftsman Badges 84. Jiang Bing was working hard at home. Recently, he got a complete set of Cantor's smart defense system from Christopher Miller's house, which inspired him. He was very interested in the automatic targeting and firing abilities of the smart robots and drones. Although he was a bit rough in handling, with parts from 2 drones and his own skills, he could at least assemble a flying one. Even though the weapon system was completely damaged, it didn't affect Jiang Bing's plan. He planned to turn this drone into a self-destructive electromagnetic pulse bomb. By modifying the chip taken from Cantor's robot brain, he could ensure the drone would automatically assess the battlefield after launch and dive toward the area with the most enemy armor. Once there, it would unleash a devastating electromagnetic storm. But it's easier to say than to do. Drones are complex flying machines. After adding many new parts, they need repeated adjustments to ensure stable flight. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door. Jiang Bing was only wearing a small tank top, showing muscles as solid as cast metal. He put down his tools and looked at the screen. David was standing at the door, looking tired and holding a bag. With curiosity, Jiang Bing opened the door. "Possible, do you desire power?" David's first words almost made Jiang Bing sit down. "No, I desire NZ," Jiang Bing thought silently. Under the light, Jiang Bing saw that David's face was covered with bruises, so swollen that half of it looked very hurt. "Why do you ask?" David put down what he was holding. Inside the bag was the Sion Weston taken from the Cyber Psycho by Gloria earlier. Gloria surprisingly hadn't handed this item over to the man team. "I now desire power." Jiang Bing signaled for David to stay calm. "I have been thinking that maybe if I graduate from Arasaka, I can succeed. So I work hard at school, endure everything, and ignore my mother's constant efforts to pay my tuition, which makes her grow thinner each day." David suddenly looked sad. "Big brother, do you think I have no right to think like this? I have no money, no status, and I can't fight. I just lie on my mom every day, draining her energy, to get into that stupid Arasaka Noble Academy." Jiang Bing pats David on the shoulder to comfort him. "Knowledge is always useful, but honestly, it's unlikely I'll make it big through Arasaka School." Hearing Jiang Bing's words, David suddenly feels more brave and shares his long-held, frustrated thoughts. "I want to follow you, big brother, and become a fringe wanderer. I don't want to stay in that school, being bullied by those rich kids. I also don't want to see my mom wake up every night in pain from that cheap prosthetic inside her. Sometimes I regret working so hard to learn. The more I understand, the more hopeless I feel about this world. I get it. The top of Arasaka Tower is too high. Even if my mother's blood is burned out, it won't help me reach the top. There's no place for me up there." After saying this, David takes a deep breath, as if releasing a long-held pressure. His gaze fixes on Jiang Bing. "Big brother, do you know my mom has been secretly coughing blood these past 2 days?" Jiang Bing's face turns serious. It seems that her second-hand prosthetic is having problems. "I'll take her to the clinic tomorrow for a detailed checkup." "It's useless," David replies calmly. "We both know that as long as she doesn't get a good prosthetic, this will keep happening. And good prosthetics cost a lot of money. I want to follow you, big brother. I want to become a fringe wanderer. I want to make money." Jiang Bing sits upright. "Do you know that becoming a fringe wanderer means risking bloodshed and death at any moment?" I understand. If this cruel world requires blood to survive, then let it flow. Those high and mighty corporate dogs, those ruthless gang members, those corrupt politicians and rich people, they're fat and strong. It's time for them to bleed." David's face is firm. He reaches out and picks up a symbol, indicating his resolve. "Or maybe, I'll bleed myself. But I can't hurt my mother anymore. She has already shed enough blood." Jiang Bing fell silent. He looked at the boy in front of him, his face swollen and bruised, as if seeing this city's youth in a new way. After a long pause, he finally said, "Welcome to the adult world. The adult world is often not as beautiful as it seems to those who are not yet grown up. It is mostly full of difficulties." David was lying on the cybernetic modification table, limbs limp, like a flattened frog. A tiny bone saw was roaring wildly on his spine, moving back and forth, carving out a groove suitable for San Weston to be installed. Even though he had taken enough anesthesia, the pain only lessened but still reached his brain nerves. To ensure the surgery's success, David's nerves had to stay active, so he was in a semi-conscious state. San Weston needed to connect to the human nerves to send tiny electric currents around the body, making the acceleration effect work. A skilled cybernetic doctor's level is judged by how perfectly the nerves are connected afterward. This process tests the doctor's observation and patience. Luckily, Jiang Bing has these qualities and is even better than most. The San Weston system brought by David had been carefully trained and sterilized, ready for installation at any time. Strictly speaking, San Weston is a complete system. It consists of hardware attached to the spine and a chip containing the operating system. It can create a time-stop effect, but that's just an illusion caused by the overall speed of the body being increased. Without extensive cybernetic modifications, weak limbs can't keep up with faster thinking. Also, this state puts great pressure on the body. Staying in this compressed state for too long can cause a disconnect between mind and body, which is one of the reasons cyberpsychosis can occur. The centipede-like cybernetic was precisely placed in its proper position. Nanofixation devices pierced through flesh, tightly anchoring to the spine and spreading to the ribs above. David instinctively let out a painful grunt. Fortunately, he had a strong body and high tolerance. The carefully adjusted machine worked well with him, and all the indicators on the device showed good results. Jiang Bing looked at the boy who wanted to protect his mother at all costs, risking his life. After thinking carefully, he decided to help him. At this moment, David was in a semi-conscious state. Jiang Bing did not activate the neural connection program, but instead picked up a nearby scalpel. He wanted to add some modifications to the prosthetic. The scalpel cut through his palm with difficulty, and a bright red, thick blood like mercury seeped from the wound. Suddenly, the air seemed to grow hot, as if the blood was not blood but molten lava or burning oil. The number of artisan badges in the system list was rapidly decreasing. These badges, made from refined ether elements, are the currency issued by the creator's database. In a way, they truly can serve as a kind of equivalent exchange. As the fundamental element of the world, this pure ether, refined and extracted, can basically realize any idea Jiang Bing has. It could be called the philosopher's stone. What Jiang Bing doesn't know is that, for machines, the importance of blood from a craftsman is even greater than that of ether. Blood, whether as a symbol in mysticism or for biological existence, has carried many concepts since its creation. Moreover, blood from a craftsman holds special significance. Although Jiang Bing's current rank isn't very high, the essential difference in existence means the difference in their manifestations is vast. With it, machines are no longer ordinary. They are infused with higher dimensional power, like holding a key to upgrade. Jiang Bing doesn't understand all this now. He is simply following a mysterious instinct, performing a forging ritual based on a sudden idea. Under pressure, the ether-infused blood dripped from his palm and fell onto the back of David San Weston, merging instantly like a drop of mud into water. Guided by this subconscious feeling, Jiang Bing suddenly received an insight. Along with the blood, other things were also flowing away. When the second drop of blood fell, his intuition told him it was enough. He relaxed his hand, and the wound made by the scalpel quickly stopped bleeding and began to close, promising a swift recovery. The San Weston, stained with blood, looked unchanged on the outside, but inside, it was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Cold circuits flickered with electric light, and the hard metal subtly deformed. The machine whispered softly. It was no longer cold. It began to gradually merge with David's flesh. The temperature did not rise at all. David, who seemed to be between waking and sleeping, felt as if his prosthetic was glowing red like it was being heated in a furnace. then pressed against his spine and hammered with invisible force. The burning sensation almost filled his chest. Suddenly, Sylvestin seemed to come alive, like a waking centipede. It stretched out its many legs, deeply piercing his flesh, stabbing every nerve. The pain hit him suddenly, mixing with the burning feeling, as if Sylvestin and he were fused together. The nerve connection was quickly established even though the system was not yet activated. At the nano level, the blood and metal were filled with bright red, like dripping blood. After confirming there were no other problems, Jiang Bing sealed Sylvestin's iconic external armor onto his spine, completing the entire surgery. System message: due to this forging process, your existence strength and composition strength have slightly decreased. System message: apprentice craftsman, Jiang Bing, you performed an extraordinary polishing. As a result, your composition strength increased by 0.1. Please check the system for the exact value. Jiang Bing had expected this. Such primitive, rough, and wasteful actions were not commendable. It was just piling materials together. Getting some positive feedback was already good. This was Jiang Bing's first intentional magical side forging. It felt very strange. Unlike the usual technological side, which values rationality and precision, logic and material, the magical forging process focused more on intuition and imagination, emotions and symbols. One side emphasizes objectivity, the other subjectivity. It was indeed very new. Jiang Bing guessed that the magical side paid more attention to internal strength, while the technological side focused on external strength. These two indicators really showed different things. One shows the outside, the other the inside. After this experience, collecting 100 badges and using the door device to connect to the magical side world became even more important to Jiang Bing. After all, a qualified craftsman should not be biased toward one side. He is now listing his personal attribute panel. Position: apprentice craftsman skill level 2, 57%. Household registration: origin planet B33, Earth, location, sector HXXD, C2W33, Earth existence strength, 2.2 constitution strength, 2.7 creator database access level, 1, 48%. Number of craftsman badges, 73 indeed. As some substances flowed out with blood, Jiang Bing's own existence strength decreased by 0.1, and his constitution strength should have also decreased by 0.1. However, after accounting for the feedback from this forging, there was no overall change. But the number of badges used was 11. We hope that the improved performance of Sylvestin and David after polishing justifies these sacrifices. After about half an hour, David finally regained control of his body from the chaos. When he looked up, he could clearly feel the device attached to his spine. Unlike the basic prosthetic modifications before, this time there was no cold metallic sensation, nor the swelling caused by the body's spontaneous rejection. Jiang Bing put down the datapad and greeted him. David moved his body lightly. "Boss, your skill is amazing. Besides a little pain at the start, I feel completely fine. It's like it's growing directly out of my back." He tossed a yellow-trimmed wanderer's coat to David, signaling him to put it on. After getting Grolia's divine temple outfit, this coat, which had no special advantages besides durability, was finally handed down to David. "I added some enhancements to what's on your back. It's definitely all good, no bad. Just to be safe, if you feel okay, let's go test it." David, excited like he got a new toy, couldn't wait. Outside the clinic, on an open space, the two stood several meters apart. Initially, you might not get used to this device. Don't move too violently, and be careful not to strain your arms or legs. After the effect wears off, you might feel a strong pressure, which is normal. Jiang Bing weighed the dirty tennis ball in his hand, with a basket nearby. These tennis balls are a type of rehabilitation equipment. Sometimes, after installing prosthetic hands or eyes, these small tools are used to test nerve coordination. There's no choice. People coming here for treatment are mostly poor and can't afford high-end testing devices. This equipment is economical and practical. David twisted his body to warm up, acting like a hyperactive child. "Don't worry, I feel great now. Good. Let's start with a simple ball." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Bing shifted his arm to the side. The tennis ball almost flew out with a loud bang, heading straight for David's face like a bullet. David's pupils shrank almost instantly to a pinprick, a sense of danger rushing from the direction of the flying ball. It felt as if his heart was suddenly clenched tightly, and a hot wave like lava spread from his spine to his limbs. He could hear the pounding of blood in his ears, and with a heavy feeling, the world around him slowed down suddenly. He finally saw the tennis ball brushing past his scalp, flying behind him. What used to be an easy motion of raising his hand now felt very slow. Luckily, the ball moved like a crawling ant in the air. With effort, David managed to catch it in front of him. A strong force came from his hands, almost causing the ball to slip out. David had to use both hands to hold it tightly, but he was still pulled backward and staggered, falling out of the time-stop state. Ignoring the burning pain in his palms, David jumped up. "Boss, did you see that? I caught it. See, that was awesome." The ball was moving so slowly, like an ant crawling. Jiang Bing clearly saw every move David made. "Yeah, if you can't do even that, this thing wouldn't be so popular among the Edgewalkers. How do you feel physically?" Hearing Jiang Bing's question, David stopped to carefully feel his body. "It's strange. It's not as bad as I imagined, just a little tired." Hearing David's words, Jiang Bing guessed. It seems David's physical strength is really good, probably helped by the forging during installation. "Let's rest for a while before the next test." His mind was busy, but the test had to continue. David spoke up. "Let's go on. I feel completely fine now." It seems that after the forging, the pressure from the stasis on his body has decreased a lot. In the real world, stasis doesn't last exactly to the nanosecond, nor does it have precise cooldown times, but usually, each use of time stop requires a waiting period, which acts as a kind of cooldown. This is to reduce pressure on the Sanwisetan components, preventing damage from long-term overload, and also to avoid physical strain caused by short bursts of time stop that are hard for the body to handle. Similarly, according to records, the maximum duration of the time stop in current Sanwisetan prosthetics on the market is about 8 seconds. Longer than that, the components and the body cannot withstand increasing pressure. To prevent the body from collapsing, the system will forcibly stop when the user reaches their limit, kicking them out of time stop. However, this feature can be turned off by modifying the system software. Most Edgewalkers who install Sanwisetan prosthetics ask their doctors to disable this function. David's prosthetic is also like that. Jiang Bing explained these points to David, then threw him a baseball glove, signaling him to put it on. "Okay, next we'll test the duration. Try to maintain the time stop as long as possible and catch the ball I throw. But don't push yourself too hard. When the system automatically ends it, stop." David took a deep breath and gave a thumbs up. Jiang Bing took out a timer from his pocket, pressed it, and in an instant, his right hand turned into a blur of shadows. 11 seconds, 37 balls. David just exited the time stop state, collapsing onto the ground exhausted. Since the cycle system hasn't been modified, a lot of sweat poured out of David. "That was incredible. Boss, what did you add?" The time exceeded the theoretical limit of military technology. "It's like you've surpassed the entire research and development of their Sanwisetan." David's voice grew quieter as he realized, comparing the results to publicly available military tech data, that he was too outstanding. He immediately understood the risks involved. Jiang Bing remained calm and simply warned, "It seems you've thought about it. To avoid being taken by military tech companies for dissection, you should generally keep your time stop under 8 seconds. Actually, it's better to keep it even shorter and not use it so often." David nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Get up. The main event is next." Jiang Bing called David back to the clinic. David struggled to stand, holding his waist, and followed behind. "Ah, isn't the test over yet, boss?" In the clinic, David lay on the recently used prosthetic modification table. He felt as if his body still retained some of his warmth. Jiang Bing took out a biotech device called Tilted Cure Type 3 from a nearby medical box and set it aside for later use. "Next, we will test how many times you can briefly activate the Cyberpunk within your body's limits. Don't worry, I won't push you to the extreme. We just need enough data. The treatment equipment and medicine are ready, so you won't die. Cyberpunk is like an extension of your body, your weapon. On the battlefield, you can only rely on it. If you don't understand it well, the consequences won't be good." David was convinced and lay on the table with a determined look. David can use Sci-Investin up to 14 times in 1 hour. Afterward, he might need to rest in bed for a few days. Of course, if he uses it too often without enough time in between, or if the duration exceeds system safety limits, this number could decrease. Still, this performance surpasses all types of Sci-Investin available on the market. David, exhausted as if drained, slumped into a chair in the rest area, his eyes unfocused. But Jiang Bing's words successfully revived his spirit. As long as you don't encounter something too crazy, you'll be fine protecting yourself. Plus, there's a big operation against the scavengers coming up, so you can join in. Really? David felt like he was coming back to life. How big is the operation? Jiang Bing thought for a moment and replied, enough to get your mom a good organ prosthetic and still have some left over. David didn't expect his dream to come true so soon. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. I'll also get you some better military-grade subdermal armor. Just a bulletproof vest isn't enough to keep you safe. 2 together will be better. But family always counts, so the cost will be deducted from your share later. Seeing Jiang Bing mention his worn-out bulletproof vest, David looked embarrassed. Still, he strongly agreed with Jiang Bing's plan and nodded repeatedly. After discussing the plan for the scavenger operation, Jiang Bing suddenly frowned. Feeling powerful can be very addictive, but I advise you not to get too caught up in it. In the end, blindly undergoing many body modifications to pursue power can be dangerous. Cyberpsychosis doesn't discriminate by age or gender, and not all prosthetics are like the one on your back from Sion Weisstein. Seeing the boss so serious, David also responded earnestly, don't worry, boss. I've seen many cases of cyberpsychosis. Even for my mom, I will listen carefully to your advice. After saying this, David's face shifted to a more slick smile. Now, with such a skilled boss like you, I can always come to you first if I have any ideas. Wow. Jiang Bing thought to himself, you're really a little genius. Not only smart and thick-skinned, but you also learned how to freeload on your own. Your talent is truly terrifying. With these qualities, success is almost guaranteed. For now, ignoring how David would explain himself at home, Jiang Bing, in his craftsman role, started contacting black market channels to upgrade David's subcutaneous armor. In fact, Jiang Bing is not just an prosthetic doctor. He also works as a weapons expert, vehicle specialist, chef, mechanic, and he's very good in a fight. He can support an entire nomad clan's logistics alone, which is exactly what he intends. These skills combined create a system that sustains itself through combat. With these abilities, after fighting enemies, he can maximize resource plunder. Vehicles, prosthetics, guns, machinery, even scrap metal can be melted down into raw materials. Bad parts can be repaired, good ones improved, and missing parts replaced with raw materials. Jiang Bing's skills ensure he can turn enemy strength into his own power. Equipped with better prosthetics, vehicles, and weapons, he can more easily defeat stronger enemies and seize more resources. Repeating this cycle, the snowball will grow bigger and bigger. During this process, the craftsman can also continuously develop new technology, innovate, and build his own industrial system from scratch. Eventually, when facing enemies, he will have a comprehensive advantage in both productivity and technology. This is Jiang Bing's carefully planned development system, tailored to the actual situation in Night City, and it is also the original path of the craftsman. However, discussing these ideas is still far away. Realizing them requires a huge amount of resources. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Now, the most important thing is to deal with the scavenger gang that previously colluded with Sunshine Valley Medical. The masked demon has only rested for a few days, but the scavengers at Corona Du Farm are showing signs of revival. Scavengers are endless. No matter how many are killed, new ones quickly appear. It's like grass that regrows after being cut, with heads like chickens that crow again after being cut. This is a problem with the system. But Jiang Bing currently cannot change the system, so he can only make life difficult for the scavengers. Most of the scavengers at Corona Du Farm have been wiped out, but driven by profit, scavengers from the valley, downtown, Haywood, and Taiping province will soon flood into this empty market, only to be cleared out again. Since scavengers are loosely organized and act independently, other gangs would have long since become impatient, trying to find out the identity of the masked demon and eliminate him on the spot to set an example. In fact, many large scavenger gangs, especially the biggest one in Taiping province, and organizations that have business dealings with scavengers, have already noticed the abnormality at Coronado Farm. But since they are not directly attacking their own industries, and Jiang Bing is hiding very well, the situation has remained deadlocked. Even the largest scavenger boss in the valley, Lively Lock, is worried about this. Not only because he's considering whether it's worth challenging the masked demon for such a large market, but also because 4 of his subordinates, sent to collect goods at Fruit Basket a few days ago, have not returned, and all the goods are gone. He tried to contact his partner, Christopher Miller, to get an explanation, but he couldn't reach him. After asking around, he learned that this old guy was killed by a young new shareholder on the board, who hired a group of fringe wanderers and shot him dead at his villa. It's hard to believe how ruthless the young people are now. I heard Christopher Miller's ashes were scattered, and the trauma team worked hard to piece together his shattered body, but they couldn't find his head at the scene. Could it be that the head was taken away by that group of fringe wanderers? Does that young man, Brian Scott, also have a habit of collecting opponents' heads? It's really hard to understand. Because Christopher Miller died, the supply route for Sunshine Valley Medical was cut off. Living Lock considered whether to take a more impressive head as a gift, visiting the new director to see if there was a chance to cooperate. Thinking of this, Living Lock looked at the goods busy under the table. They looked quite good, but the prosthetic face, which closely resembled popular models in Night City, made him give up on the idea. Forget it, I'll pick from the black sunglasses dreams later. I can also shoot a beheading series with those dreams, it's not a waste. Living Lock kicked aside the trembling woman, stood up, pulled up his pants, and headed to the prison area inside the factory. His base was originally a car repair shop, but for some reason, it was abandoned and taken over by him. The large repair shop had been transformed into several areas by scavengers, a prison zone for holding goods, a shooting area for intense black sunglasses dreams, a slaughter zone for disassembling and processing the goods, and living quarters and garages. The prisoners in the cells were people considered goods with various backgrounds. Some were residents and thugs kidnapped directly from the streets, others bought from medical institutions, and some lured online through various methods, even stolen from other traffickers. These hopeless people, aware of their grim fate, had long become numb. Some had suffered torture before. They all had distinctive appearances, at least each with their own features, so they could be the main characters in black sunglasses dreams like Deep Fried Live. Those with plain looks had already been dissected and skinned. But that might also be a good thing. Living Lock wandered around for a while and finally chose a girl who had been tricked into believing she could become famous overnight, then was recruited by scavengers through online ads. She's the one. Young, fair skin, no signs of modifications. I believe our new director will like this head. His subordinate, naturally, followed orders. With a fierce look, he opened the cell door, pressed the girl to the ground amid her despair and regret, and was about to handcuff her when a rapid beeping sound came from behind the wall nearby. Before this subordinate could identify the sound, the wall suddenly collapsed, creating a large hole in an explosion. Still, the chemical explosives from the petrochemical group are powerful. A voice came through the smoke. Dust hadn't fully settled when a cleaner, wearing a Guy Fawkes mask with a facial symbol, saw the face of the intruder and shouted in fear. It's the masked demon. In the next second, a bullet was shot into his forehead. David, who had just fired, quickly hid behind the wall again. Almost instantly, gunfire erupted inside and outside the cell. Jiang Bing, dressed in authority, stepped into the repair factory, moving swiftly and low to avoid bullets shot from outside the cell door. His Cold War, collapsible small shield fully unfolded, blocking several pistol shots. Then he returned fire in the direction of the incoming bullets. The shield broke the attacking arm holding a gun, knocking the cleaner back against the wall. As he hit the ground, Jiang Bing, crouching, followed with David, using a shotgun to blow up the upper half of the cleaner's body. People come from dust, and to dust they return. Reciting a line from the Bible, Jiang Bing's large foot, size 46, stomped firmly on a cleaner trying to escape, pushing him through the cell door into the crowd outside. But with that kick, the unlucky man inhaled more than he exhaled. Under the scan of the warning 3 military-grade eye, the display on authority showed rows of red humanoid outlines through the wall. Sin grows, and death follows. His right hand's lumberjack spun wildly, unleashing a torrent of bullets that overwhelmed everything. With the massive recoil, Jiang Bing charged out of the room. The bullets fired by the cleaner hit the surface of authority, ringing out, but as Jiang Bing swung his right arm, the bullets pierced through the cleaner and cover, reducing the noise. A few electromagnetic grenades were thrown, which appeared to be electromagnetic in shape. It seemed the cleaners mistook authority for some kind of single-soldier armor similar to Centaur. Based on this idea, electromagnetic weapons could indeed cause serious damage. But the plan was completely wrong. Not long after the grenades were thrown, David, hiding behind Jiang Bing, suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had moved to another cover, and all the thrown grenades were destroyed. During the flickering of the electromagnetic lights, Jiang Bingyang blocked a sudden appearance of a samurai sword with his shield. His right mobile gun was mistaken for a finger gun. In the disbelief of the cleaner boss who had just exited the time stop state, Jiang punched him down. 6 gun barrels aimed at his face, and he was quickly shot. A group of cleaners, who only dared to attack pedestrians and spent their days tricking and deceiving, probably had little fighting ability. The cleaner who was just executed was likely their strongest fighter. But in front of the power targeting the Terror Machine squad, they were as weak as chickens and dogs, easily defeated. Moreover, Jiang Bingyang could stop time at any moment. With natural tactical awareness and a basic understanding of infantry-tank cooperation, David was hiding nearby, shooting black guns. The morale of the cleaners collapsed. Some started to run away, only to be easily shot and exploded by Jiang Bingyang. 42. Wow, guess what I found? A Centaur armor. They are activating it. Be careful. Jiang Bingyang, inside, power, kept a calm face. His right arm, connected to the lumberjack S clasp, was released. The ammunition belt automatically detached, and the rotary machine gun was thrown to the ground without hesitation. His free right hand reached behind him. Amid the roaring noise in the repair shop, Jiang drew his sword and cut a cleaner hiding behind a metal box in half, along with the cover. Declaration: the giant chainsaw sword was held level. The folding shield retracted. Holding the main sword handle with both hands, Jiang took a big step forward. He swung his sword horizontally, cutting through 2 cleaners and the upper half of a car wreck in one strike. David, who was watching, was about to shoot a surprise attack when his eyepiece suddenly flickered. Snowflakes filled his view. David immediately withdrew behind cover and shouted in the squad channel, "Hacker, I've been hacked." 42. Understood. No big deal. Stay calm. Check if there are any cameras or bridging devices around. Most likely, they hacked you through here. Jiang Bingyang turned his head back easily and found a camera right above David's head. He slightly clenched his left fist, and the trigger on his arm automatically flipped out from behind to his left shoulder. With Zeiss's smart optical sight working together, Jiang easily aligned the camera in his tactical scope and pulled the trigger. Due to size limitations, the explosion radius of the projectile was small, even less than a high-explosive grenade. Its real advantage was mobility and accuracy. Kid, after this operation, you should upgrade your firewall. Your civilian prosthetic body is too vulnerable in the hands of experienced hackers. David blinked, took a deep breath, and felt his vision clear again. Thanks for the reminder. I'll upgrade it when I get back, Jiang Bing asked. Where's the hacker? Have you found his location? Of course. This guy is just a half-hearted amateur. He's in an office on the 2nd floor next door. I'll handle him. You keep an eye out and make sure he doesn't escape. Once the bomb explodes, I'll lock all the exits, and the system will be shut down. Restarting will take at least a few minutes. And outside, there are those kids. They don't look like they're just playing around. This time, Clever brought along 4 or 5 trusted followers. Jiang Bing arranged for them to hide at the garage entrance. Within a few minutes, Jiang Bing had already taken down 7 or 8 of the cleaners in the room. He kicked over a heavy shelf, crushing the last panicked cleaner trying to run away, then without hesitation, drove his chainsaw sword into him. Jiang Bing ordered, "Keep pushing forward." When they reached the next room, the hacker had already climbed out of his network chair, ready to escape. Enemies face to face, Jiang Bing predicted this early. He swung his sword to block a few stray bullets, while David activated his stealth walker, rushing past the combatants like a gust of wind to confront the hacker. Every cleaner passing by was shot in the head by David, except for one who seemed to have a modified helmet that wasn't pierced by the bullets. The rest fell almost simultaneously. Then Jiang Bing stepped forward, swinging his sword to finish off the lucky survivor, clearing the way for David. The hacker never had a chance to speak. To prevent himself from being hacked, David didn't even bother to stop time. He shot him twice in the chest and once in the head, ensuring the hacker's departure was peaceful and assured. They continued forward to the cleaner's slaughterhouse. Several bodies were hastily laid out on a metal table, already gutted, with various surgical tools scattered around. Nearby, there were several large plastic barrels, and what was inside made David feel a little sick. David, that was too cruel. I never thought anyone could do such things to their own kind. 42. You're used to seeing strange things. A large number of prosthetic arms and legs are placed on shelves near the wall. Although these prosthetics are very clean, they look eerie next to the blood and flesh of the corpses. 42. The remaining people have gone to the repair hall, along with that half-human horse armor. It seems they are planning to ambush you there. Jiang Bing, a futile attempt. 42. A concise and effective description. The mysterious culture of the East is noted. I will charge forward directly. David, act when you see the opportunity. Remember what I said. Find cover first. David quickly responded. Then counterattack. A rough plan was made in this hurried manner. Then, under David's watch, Jiang Bing started his run-up. Powered by his physical strength, Jiang Bing easily broke the record for a 100-meter sprint, rushing like a gust of wind into the repair hall across the way. Although it's unclear how this half-human horse armor ended up in the hands of these scavengers, the person operating it is quite skilled. He abandoned the most destructive flamethrower in the armor to choose a lighter, more manageable heavy machine gun. But this tactic was doomed to fail. On the way, he slowed slightly after hitting an unlucky fool, and before the armor's combat processor could lock onto a target, the power had already rushed in front of him. Eat this jump kick. The chainsaw, spinning at high speed and carrying immense energy, is more like a hammer than a cutter. It strikes the shield of the half-human horse armor, which was hastily raised. Sparks fly as the shield is scraped, removing a thick layer of military-grade nano triple-layer coating. The driver hasn't had time to react. Under the adjustments of the combat system, the half-human horse armor begins to retreat rapidly, dodging the sweeping attack that follows. The immense pressure of death makes the driver activate the Sion Weston. With his heightened awareness, he forcibly envelopes the strange personal armor in a barrage of bullets. This armor, resembling ancient plate armor, has a very powerful electromagnetic concealment function. The electric detection device of the half-human horse armor scans over it, but there is no response. As a result, the system's aiming correction is completely ineffective. Faced with incoming bullets, Jiang Bing quickly dodged most of them, but the irregular spread of fire made it impossible to avoid a few shots. In the eyes of the driver of the Sane Weston, the strange armor, which was already fast enough to be hard to follow, suddenly accelerated. Jiang Bing swiftly dodged most bullets. Then with his left hand, he moved quickly to pin some bullets against his thick shield. The driver had to push his limits, trying to keep up with the armor's speed and his own quickening thoughts. He desperately retreated while struggling to aim his gun, but the bullets always seemed to be a step ahead. The agile armor, unlike a machine, sprinted forward, stopped suddenly, changed direction, and finally swung its heavy sword to cut through a line of bullets. To stay alive, the driver of the Centaur armor had to ignore the warning window in front of him and desperately keep the Sane Weston running. If his reaction slowed even a little, the monster in front would cut him apart. But all their efforts were in vain. Like those they had captured before, who struggled wildly and used all their strength to survive, they all ended up dead in this dark, abandoned repair shop. Jiang Bing didn't know his opponent had so many inner struggles. His first sword strike missed, so he immediately changed direction and charged at the half-human, half-horse mech, which was desperately retreating. His big sword continued to slash mercilessly. The driver clenched his teeth, feeling his heart about to burst, and used his shield to block the attack. But the next moment, the force feedback from the shield felt very strange. The automatic blocking system controlled by the Centaur armor was indeed effective, precise, fast, and efficient, designed to intercept projectiles with quick-response components. But it could only fool ordinary people. Its rigidity and inflexibility were deadly flaws it could never shake off. Even boxing fighters know to fake moves and bait their opponents, let alone Jiang Bing. Why would you go straight at him foolishly? The chainsaw sword just lightly tapped the shield, with little force behind it. The next second, in the driver's furious gaze, Jiang Bing's left fist precisely and gracefully slipped through the gap in the shield, filling his entire view, covering his face, and without hesitation, delivering a punch to the head. Because the driver suddenly became headless, losing the restraint of the Centaur armor, the force was unleashed, and the wolf entered the sheep's pen. As the giant sword swung, severed limbs and broken arms flew everywhere. The enforcer walked through the chaos, leaving behind a field of corpses and pools of blood. Unlike bullets, the wounds caused by the giant chainsaw sword were especially bloody. The dead were numerous. No one was spared. Some were cut in half. Others had chunks of flesh torn away, with purple and red patches all over their bodies. Soon, a well-aimed shot blew apart the cornered cleaner, and Jiang Bing swung his sword to cut off the head of the unlucky man, clutching a broken leg and crying out in pain. All the cleaners were eliminated. Honestly, with Jiang Bing's current superhuman strength, bullying these ordinary people was a bit shameful. But the world doesn't care about fairness. Jiang Bing, did you find that living lock? 42, still the boss. He's the fastest to run when trouble starts. David quietly took him out. David, serves him right. He ran right into it himself. It wasn't really bad luck for the living lock. His exit was blocked by a hacker's lock, and he could only escape through the gap Jiang Bing created. Just as he quietly approached the room's entrance, he ran into David hiding behind cover. Then, this bloodstained, countless-killing cleaner boss was shot in the back by David. Jiang Bing, 42, is everything finished? Check carefully so none escape. 42. One clever guy was on lookout and ran out the window, but he was shot dead by some kids outside. The rest are here. Jiang Bing, good. Unlock the exit so they can drive in. 42. Keep watching through the cameras. We'll start loading the goods. David, what about the people they captured? I see a few still alive in the prison. 42. Actually, there's one more in the living lock office. He's not dressed. Jiang Bing. David, take her to the prison area. Explain that we'll let them go when we leave. And don't remove your mask. David also wore a Guy Fawkes mask. Jiang Bing intentionally turned the masked demon alias into an organization, a symbol targeting the cleaners, a more terrifying group than the cleaners themselves. Inspired by some tactics, they used fear as a weapon. In fact, the image of the masked demon among the cleaner group was already terrifying enough. After all, he not only killed but also skinned and dismembered his victims, doing things even more brutal than the cleaners. The scavengers also try to hide their actions when kidnapping, using tricks and deception. The masked demon is different. It barges in while you're eating synthetic meat and drinking rainbow scorpion tail liquor. It kicks open the door without warning, kills everyone inside, strips all cybernetic parts, takes everything valuable, and even doesn't spare the brain-machine interface. Remember, this thing is not something scavengers would want. It's a scavenger specifically designed to deal with other scavengers. Now, the question is, what is more terrifying to the scavengers than the masked demon? It's a group of masked demons. Several trucks are driven into the parking lot, carrying a strong smell of blood. The Sly looks unhappy but tries to stay calm and talks to Jiang Bing. The scene looks pretty bad. We couldn't agree on what to do earlier. Sly shrugs and signals his team to start working. As orphans who spend all day digging through trash, they might not have many skills, but their scavenging abilities are maxed out. A few orphans follow David, who is repairing guns, spreading out across the junkyard. They search here and there, quickly gathering a pile of items on the clean floor of the repair hall. They find some cash, jewelry, a microwave, a headband from a super dream, small appliances, clothes, scattered bullets, and even some food and drinks, all pulled from corners, under beds, and beneath sofas. All these bits are their loot. There are also several scavenger vehicles parked outside, some of which belong to them. Jiang Bing is skilled at extracting parts, cutting open bodies, and being honest about everything. Unexpectedly, the mini scavengers have contributed so many cybernetic parts that his temperature-controlled storage can't hold them all. Fortunately, the scavenger den where he usually works on extracting cybernetics keeps the fragile parts safe in many temperature-controlled boxes. It's like boiling broth into a meal. Since these scavengers have been here for a long time, the repair shop is rarely visited. Plus, the 42's secret operations are very well hidden. They cut off all signals before the fight, giving the team plenty of time to loot. This time, they really searched every inch, even removing the Zeta Tech cameras installed in the repair shop, along with the hacker chairs and mainframes of Raven Microcybertech. Don't mention Slick or describe removing all the clothes from the scavengers' bodies. Just note that the carriages originally belonging to the scavengers were filled to capacity and then stopped. Several vehicles split into small groups and quietly blended into the Night City traffic. Slick and his group would deliver the cars and their contents to Base 6, located north of the Sunset Inn, then take their own share back to their territory. Base 6 is an abandoned, collapsed tunnel with a large interior space. Because it's in a remote area, few people go there. This time, they gathered many supplies, and since other places couldn't hold everything, Base 6 was the best choice. This base was also reserved by Jiang Bing for the door plan. With these spoils, especially the half-human centaur armor, it should be easy to gather the badges needed for exchange. Jiang Bing planned to tidy up and, during this time, stay at Base 6 to build a basic defense system and complete the construction of the door. The convoy was not noticeable amid the busy traffic of the Night City. Jiang Bing and David drove the vehicle carrying the most important item, the power, and the nearly intact centaur armor, at the back of the group, acting as a show of force. This was mainly to guard against bandits who might take advantage of the chaos on the road out of the city. Late at night, the two returned to the Corona farm. As they turned the corner, their headlights revealed two figures, one large, one small, standing in front of Jiang Bing's garage. Gloria held Haley's hand, both expressionless, staring at the windshield. Jiang Bing looked at David, who was stiff all over. Looks like someone is going to have a bad day today. David, who had just gotten out of the passenger seat and wanted to explain, was suddenly grabbed by Mrs. Martinez by the ear. David, quick enough to dodge bullets normally, now looked like a trembling quail, slow and sheepish. Mrs. Martinez held David's ear in one hand and pulled open his collar with the other, already expecting to see the metal centipede nailed to his spine. Her beautiful face was now contorted with anger, her hand raised high, but when it landed on David's back, it involuntarily softened into a gentle touch. Full of rage, Mrs. Martinez's first words were, "Does it hurt?" David joked around, trying to fool everyone, but Mrs. Martinez grabbed his collar and dragged him into the house. Jiang Bing stood quietly by the car, watching this scene. The next morning, Mrs. Martinez, with very swollen eyes, knocked on Jiang Bing's door. Seeing that Gloria no longer looked upset from yesterday, Jiang Bing asked, "It seems the family problem is solved." A mother worried about her mischievous son's side, without saying anything, as if she had said everything and nothing at all. She brought some other news. "Boss, you might not know, but the Sion Westan on David's back was taken from a crazy cyborg who caused trouble in the company square before I had an accident." "I actually know," Jiang Bing thought silently. "So what now?" he asked. "Before the incident, I sold it to a fringe wanderer. Although I didn't deliver it, the other person has already sent the money." Jiang Bing understood and replied cooperatively, "Just refund the money to him." Mrs. Martinez sighed. "That's the problem. He doesn't want the money. He only wants the item. Are you asking me to help you get rid of this problem?" Jiang Bing inquired. "No need for that. I've worked with Man many times, and he's often looked after me. I want to ask if you have any way to get another Sion Westan. I can pay for it." Jiang Bing thought to himself, "You really found the right person. I not only have one, but more than one." The scavengers had almost filled a medium-sized storage box with Sion Westans. Gloria's plan was indeed feasible, but thinking about the next step, Jiang Bing suddenly had an idea. "Is the man you're talking about a lone wolf, or does he have his own team?" Mrs. Martinez was a bit confused by Jiang Bing's question. But after realizing why Jiang Bing asked, she honestly replied, "He's the leader of a well-equipped fringe wanderer team." Jiang Bing pretended to think and nodded. How are they? From what Jiang Bing said, Gloria quickly recalled her interactions with Man and his team members. Finally, she answered, in the Fringe Wanderer world, their combat strength isn't top tier, but they are well-staffed. Man has a good reputation and is trustworthy. Receiving a positive reply, Jiang Bing spoke. I have the current stock from S. N. Weinstein. You've been free for so long. It's time to get to work. Arrange a meeting with him, and it's best if he brings his team members too. I have a job for them. 2 Viller Forsetti V5000 vehicles, one behind the other, move through the traffic heading toward the Colorado farm. In the front car, the co-driver Man tried to shrink his neck. His much stronger body made the car space feel tight. I think we should have taken that last truck. Now we're packed like a sandwich. In the back seat, a bearded man with long arms was gesturing wildly and complaining nonstop, until a small, curvy girl with twin tails elbowed him hard, then gave him several more elbows to calm him down. Bro, be quiet. You're making the car almost flip. Okay. Rebecca, you're a real troublemaker. Pila, do you want to die? Ignoring the noisy men in the back, Man turned to Dario, who was driving, and asked, do you think Gloria's message about the mission is reliable? Dario, slightly smaller but equally strong and rugged-looking, replied, based on all the dealings we've had before, it's quite trustworthy. Man, you know this too. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this car. His words carried a feminine tone despite his masculine appearance. I just find it hard to believe. Not long ago, she was dealing with body parts and buying cybernetic implants from corpses, and now she's a middleman. Dario smiled softly. That's just how Night City is. Anything's possible. I think she must have found a powerful backer behind the scenes, but I don't know which line she took. Dario remained calm. Just go see for yourself. We have to meet her anyway, and our stuff is still with her. Man clenched his deformed, enormous cybernetic left hand, which made metallic noises. He seemed lost in thought, then responded dully, in a small alley outside the St. Domingo, Colorado farm, near Jiang Bing's Black Clinic. The members of Man's team all got out of the vehicle. A woman wearing a metal mask stepped forward first, her artificial eye flashing with light. Man asked, did you find anything? Yes, it's here. The person is inside the Black Clinic at the end of the alley. The clinic is armed with 2 standard defense turrets, and there doesn't seem to be any trap, replied Queevy, a hacker. Her voice sounded a bit dull through her mask that covered her nose and mouth. All right, just to be safe, you, Dario, and Falco stay outside to support us if needed. Pyrrha, Rebecca, Lucy, and I will go inside to see the client. Man tightened his sunglasses. Let's see what this big deal mentioned in Gloria's message is, something that requires the whole team. A group of fringe runners, heavily armed with combat implants and carrying rifles and pistols, caused a commotion while waiting in line at the clinic entrance. Everyone saw this and thought that a fellow worker had hired the fringe runners to deal with Jiang Bing, who was known for fixing things quickly and cheaply, disrupting the industry, and dominating the Black Clinic scene. Though everyone felt sad that they could no longer enjoy such affordable, high-quality medical care, no one stepped forward to speak or reason with others. This was Night City. People would just run away in panic. Standing at the door, Lucy, dressed in a black hacker cooling suit with vents for heat dissipation, stepped out. Her exposed cybernetic skin made her look quite attractive. Lucy's artificial eye flickered as the clinic door opened obediently in front of everyone. Man's team entered one after another. Patients waiting on benches at the entrance noticed the newcomers and quickly bowed or ran away, fearing the place would turn into a battlefield with gunfire at any moment. Except for one unlucky person lying on the operating table, unable to move but wanting to escape. Quiet, it will be over soon. Jiang Bing ignored Man's team's intimidating entrance. He placed a hand on the patient's chest, calming him as he hurriedly dropped small pearls of sweat. At the same time, he methodically installed the outer shell of the cybernetic implant, finishing the job before letting go. The frightened patient scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the door. Be careful. I couldn't detect any cybernetic feedback from this man. Lucy's warning in the team voice chat made everyone present become very alert. As experienced edgewalkers, they understood there were only 2 possible explanations. Either the other side had equipped powerful information jamming devices and body modifications that could block all signals on their own, which are usually used by agents or special teams for stealth missions. Edgewalkers capable of carrying such gear are, in a way, even more dangerous than the first group. The other possibility was that the person dressed as a body modification doctor had no implants at all. But this second possibility was so unlikely that it was rarely considered. Under the tense gaze of the four edgewalkers, Jiang Bing carefully organized his surgical tools. Man nodded coldly in response. You just barged in like that and scared away all my customers. It was a simple question, but the atmosphere in the clinic suddenly felt heavy. The air seemed to thicken, pressing in from all sides, making the four of them hold their breath involuntarily. In reality, as edgewalkers who often face danger, they sometimes have premonitions of threats during combat. But these feelings are usually faint and fleeting. Today, the sense of danger was like an invisible tide, coming wave after wave, so clear and precise that it was the first time they experienced such a situation. This intangible, unexplainable aura was almost like shouting through a megaphone that the seemingly harmless, kind-looking body modification doctor was a formidable opponent they shouldn't provoke. The presence of someone high up in rank could truly influence the physical world, although Jiang Bing's current status only allowed him to subtly affect others' perceptions. Even Pila, who was usually the most relaxed, now swallowed nervously and reached for his gun behind his back. Sorry, came a weak apology from Rebecca, the smallest and least noticeable of the group, who looked like a harmless girl. Seeing that his intimidation had worked, Jiang Bing took this opportunity to shift his focus away from the four. They all let out a long breath of relief. All right, I accept your apology. Jiang Bing turned and headed toward the lounge behind the black clinic, signaling for the others to follow. Several adults, and not even one child, are sensible. Rebecca immediately clenched her teeth. Just as she was about to stand up and argue, Pila firmly held her down. In the lounge, Gloriana was helping David tidy up. When Man was let in by Jiang Bing, she quickly went forward to greet him. David, however, was holding a bunch of medical tools and stared blankly at Lucy among the visitors. Lucy, David suddenly smiled foolishly. Long time no see. Why are you here? This smell is too strong. Jiang Bing muttered to himself with a joke. Isn't Night City not allowing unlicensed dog ownership anymore? Everyone present was clever and thoughtful, except for the person involved and Jiang Bing. Everyone else looked at Lucy with confusion, including Mrs. Martinez, who was chatting with Man. Jiang Bing had returned to being the harmless cyborg doctor and was just watching the scene unfold, enjoying the show. This is so fun. Jiang Bing felt very happy inside. Lucy, who usually shows a cold face, was now facing everyone's strange looks and was a bit hesitant in her words. I am the hacker of Man's team. Why are you here doing this instead of going to school? Lucy asked back. David, now the little boss, quickly revealed everything about himself in response to Lucy's question. I've already dropped out of Arasaka Academy. Now I'm hanging out with Boss Sabul. Hearing this, Mrs. Martinez's eyes changed as if she was scrutinizing her daughter-in-law. Pila, with her long arms, poked Lucy through Rebecca. Seeing Lucy turn to look at her, Pila started making funny faces and messing around. Rebecca was used to her brother acting crazy in any situation. She skillfully elbowed him in the waist. Pila immediately let out a scream. After this little incident, the atmosphere among everyone eased up. Once everyone was safe, Man called Chi-Wei, Dorio, and Falcon to the clinic. The 10 of them filled the small lounge. Jiang Bing asked Man to sit down. The others naturally moved behind Man, forming two clear groups separated by the table. Dorio stood behind Man. Rebecca jumped onto a rolling hospital bed, shaking her two small legs in the air. The others either stood or leaned against the wall. David didn't know when he had already moved close to Lucy. Only Gloria was holding a folder, standing behind Jiang Bing like a secretary. The scene looked very much like a gang negotiation. So, you are the client for this mission? Man asked directly. That's one way to understand it, Jiang Bing replied without wasting words. I have a long-term task for you. He looked around at everyone, comparing them to the images in his memory, finally focusing on Man, who was as big as a bear. All of you. Man didn't ask about the details but frowned. Long-term might be difficult. We have a task coming up in a few days. Jiang Bing leaned back in his chair, relaxed, and asked casually, "Can you tell me if it's a request from an intermediary?" Since Jiang Bing's question didn't cross any red lines, Man answered straightforwardly, "Mr. Faraday." "Oh, that little four-eyed guy from Westbrook, the one raised by military tech." Jiang Bing's expression was calm, and his casual words revealed a secret that stunned everyone present. Dorio even slammed her hand on the table. "What?" Her reaction was quite normal. Night City is a battlefield where major companies compete. To avoid triggering direct conflicts and causing the next corporate war, all companies have long maintained a tacit understanding. In Night City, when something happens, everyone hires independent edgewalkers. If the task succeeds, they pay. If not, they don't get angry at each other. Intermediaries act as mediators among edgewalkers, gangs, big companies, residents, and the government. Being neutral is their foundation. It's not unusual for an intermediary to accept a company's request, since surviving in Night City means dealing with companies constantly. But clearly supporting one company over others is not allowed, as it breaks the rules of the profession. In simple terms, acting as a clean hand is okay, but being a pawn is not. Such behavior is definitely damaging to the intermediary industry. Without neutrality, working directly for a company is no different from taking sides. Without trust and reputation, how can intermediaries gain clients and edgewalkers' trust? After all, most of the edgewalkers don't want to be loyal to the company. Therefore, the background of military technology is something Faraday wants to keep secret, and anyone who finds out will be eliminated. But at this moment, Jiang Bing exposes it with a single sentence. This surprises everyone present. Many middlemen deal with Night City, so that's not unusual. But there aren't many like Faraday who are willing to directly serve the company. I suggest you be careful when dealing with him, or you might get pulled into his schemes. Man is now serious. With his experience in the new American Special Forces, he is not naive about politics and naturally understands the underlying issues. In fact, this mission is to deal with Arasaka. With Man's confirmation, Jiang Bing's words hit the mark. Arasaka is an old rival of military technology. It's normal. I suggest you stay away from that crooked, two-faced company to avoid getting caught in trouble. It's often the competitors who wish you harm the most. Business battles are straightforward and effective. At least now, men no longer resist Jiang Bing's plans. After criticizing the competitors, Jiang Bing taps the table to steer the conversation back on track. "Let's talk about my mission." A chip is handed from Gloira to Man, passing through several hands until it reaches Hacker Kiwi. This is to prevent any viruses from the chip. Although Jiang Bing's actions have temporarily earned the trust of Man's team, caution is always necessary for edgewalkers, because those who lose caution often end up in trouble. Kiwi quickly scans the chip. Once confirmed safe, the information inside is exported and shared with everyone in Man's team via the team network. It shows a map of Eastern Night City and most of the Badlands, with the location of Base 6 marked. "Badlands?" Man asks. "Yes, the target is in the Badlands, north of Sunset Inn. About 10 kilometers away, there's an abandoned tunnel. I need you to guard this place." Man quickly gets into work mode. And the enemies? There's nothing there. No birds, no people. Usually, no enemies or even anyone around. But if everything goes well, supply trucks will soon frequently travel between here and Night City, which might attract some reckless gangs and night wanderers. Material transport vehicles are mainly used to carry supplies needed for building bases and the Gate project. By the way, when the time comes, you'll also need to send people to escort these vehicles. The transportation will be handled by you, Jiang Bing added. Man looked at Fako, the driver who had changed roles in the team, and seeing the wanderer nod, he said, "No problem. We have drivers experienced in long-distance travel through harsh lands, and we've done plenty of escort jobs. We know the routes well. How long is the mission period?" Jiang Bing thought for a moment and replied, conservatively, "About 2 months." 2 months? That's so long. Deputy Dario started to speak up. "Keep in mind, this place is far from main roads and communication stations. The local network in Night City probably doesn't reach here, and we often have to deal with Hatabo disturbances. Staying here for a long time would be more difficult than wandering." Man chimed in, and 2 months is a very long time. It's understandable they think so. Edgewalkers usually finish their tasks within a day, and even the more time-consuming jobs are usually done within a week. For such long-term assignments, clients might as well go directly to security companies. For example, Arasaka and military tech companies offer related services. But Jiang Bing's task was to avoid those companies, so he wouldn't actively seek them out. Network issues can be fixed by temporarily setting up a signal booster station. Zeta Technology has many products for this. Jiang Bing countered their questions one by one. As for other matters, Jiang Bing looked at everyone and presented an irresistible reason. I'll pay more. At some point, Gloria handed Jiang Bing a data pad, which was already turned on with the calculator function. Jiang Bing pointed at everyone and started calculating. Man, 5,000 euros per day for you. As Jiang Bing operated, the data pad announced the figures clearly. 5,000 times 60 equals 300,000. Hearing this, Jiang Bing saw a man swallow hard across the table. Who is this? Jiang Bing turned his gaze to Dario. Although he knew everyone's names by heart, he still played along as if he was reading from a script. In the eyes of the man team, it was their first time meeting each other. Dolio, deputy leader, mainly responsible for combat support. Dolio quickly answered, clearly not foolish. Yes, Ms. Dolio, your fee is 3,000 euros a day. Like a foreman from the past who temporarily hired workers at a labor market, Jiang Bing quickly operated on the data board. 3,000 multiplied by 60 equals 180,000. Jiang Bing's gaze continued to move across the team. With Dolio's impressive presence in front, the others naturally followed suit. Quay, hacker. A somewhat dull voice came from behind a metal mask. You're paid 3,000 euros a day. 3,000 times 60 equals 180,000. Count me in. Pila couldn't hold back anymore, waving his long arms excitedly and dancing around. I'm Pila, a skilled technician. Haha. You'd better say you're skilled, not that you're doing manual work, Jiang Bing thought silently. You're paid 2,500 euros a day. 500 times 60 equals 150,000. Wow, I am a highly skilled technician. Why am I only worth 2,500? Pila habitually started to boast again, but Rebecca quickly elbowed him in the stomach, making him bend over in pain. Rebecca, the combat support, she said confidently. I'm pretty strong. Rebecca mainly does support work, man explained proactively. Come on, man, Rebecca muttered, eager to prove herself. But her brother Pila covered her mouth to stop her. Actually, Rebecca mostly does support tasks in the team. Her brother Pila protected her well, and she hadn't undergone combat cyborg modifications yet. Because she is naturally kind, Pila asked Man to let her join the team even though she didn't meet the standard, hoping that working on the edge would help her grow. It was also easier to take care of her this way. Man spoke up because if Jiang Bing listened to Rebecca and set her salary based on a typical edge runner's fighting ability, what if a conflict actually happened? Would he have to step in? Edge runners rely on trust to earn a living. Rebecca didn't understand the difference here, but Man clearly explained it. So, if a fight really happens, Rebecca wouldn't be blamed for not joining. Looking at the well-behaved girl who looked just like her memory of a legal young girl, Jiang Bing said, Rebecca, I'll pay you 1,000 a day. Seeing the annoyed girl, Jiang Bing changed his tone. But with so many people, only you were polite earlier. I like that. I'll add another 500. 500 times 60 equals 90,000. Rebecca immediately smiled happily. Listening to Jiang Bing's generous words, everyone's expressions were hard to describe. Then Jiang Bing turned his gaze to Lucy. Before she could speak, Jiang Bing, eager to join the fun, spoke first. Lucy, I heard from David that you're a strong hacker. This comment definitely added fuel to the fire. Lucy, after being repeatedly criticized, finally turned away and avoided everyone's gaze. Like Kiwi, I'll pay you 3,000 euros a day. 3,000 times 60 equals 180,000. Jiang Bing didn't treat Lucy differently just because of David. It was all in good fun. Finally, Jiang Bing looked at Falco, who had been silent since he entered. Falco, mainly responsible for driving. Falco, a wanderer, didn't stand out much, but he was one of the most steady and reliable members of the team. Yes, for supplies and such, you'll be transporting for the next 2 months. I'll pay you 3,000 a day. 3,000 times 60 equals 180,000. This money wasn't much, Probably Falco would be running back and forth between Base 6 and Night City every few days for the next 2 months. Jiang Bing pointed at the data board, which displayed the total amount. Total, 1,260,000. A gasp ran through the crowd. Gloria's voice was the loudest. Don't be fooled by Jiang Bing casually raiding a scavenger's hideout and earning tens of thousands of euros. That mainly comes from his carefully built system of fighting to sustain fighting. As a professional scavenger, when cleaning up a battlefield, even the brain machine has to be taken apart for you. And the 200 euros in the brain machine account must be hacked and transferred to you. All wheeled vehicles that can move will be taken away. Those that cannot move will be repaired on the spot and also taken away. They really think, masked demon, Jiang Poppy is just playing around. Additionally, as a skilled craftsman, there are many side jobs that can bring in quick money. For someone like Man, who doesn't produce anything himself, he can only survive by relying on force and working under middlemen. Most of the profits from missions are taken by the middlemen, and he has to cover expenses for ammunition loss and weapon wear. If he gets injured, he also has to pay for treatment. Even if he manages to seize some loot from enemies, it's usually just usable weapons or easily detachable prosthetics, which aren't worth much. After earning money, he still needs to live and spends a lot on entertainment to relieve the stress of life and death. To maintain his status, he constantly upgrades his prosthetics, which costs a lot of money each month for suppressants. Although Man's team looks carefree, in reality, each person has very little savings. Some have accounts so empty they could run electronic mice. That's why the treatment Jiang just offered is very convincing. In Gloria's reluctant eyes, Jiang picked up a small metal storage box from the floor and placed it on the table. This solid metal box, made by Mitsubishi Sugao Company, is mainly used to store valuable items. Jiang, with his extensive experience as a worker, clearly understands what workers want most. Simply promising more money or giving motivational speeches only makes workers dislike it. Only offering timely and generous pay can win their hearts and make them follow willingly, even calling him their adoptive father. So, they prepared to use a money-based approach. To make it more impactful, they chose not to transfer money online but used a more shocking method. Under everyone's watch, Jiang reached out and pushed the box in front of Man, signaling him to open it. The members of Man's team probably already guessed what it was. Pila couldn't wait and, with his beard-covered face, leaned directly on Man's shoulder. The others, though trying to act calm, mostly stood straight and looked on eagerly. Man opened the small storage box. In Pila's cheer, as expected, the result was what everyone anticipated. On a highly shock-absorbing solid foam lining, a neat stack of thick money chips is arranged. This scene causes everyone, who are borderline workers but also cyber corporate slaves, to fall silent. 9,000 euros, 50 anonymous money chips, as a deposit, Jiang Bing casually says, but his words hit Man hard, making the bulletproof knee joints produced by Darnell technology feel a bit weak. They risk their lives to become borderline workers, not for fun. Everyone wants to achieve their dreams through this, even if it means risking everything. For example, Lucy's dream is well known, even to someone like David who has only met her a few times. But a ticket to the moon via the Space Orbital Airline costs 250,000 euros. Even if Lucy steals chips and becomes a borderline worker, she hasn't saved enough money yet. And that's just the ticket fare. Once on the moon, it doesn't mean you get permanent residency. Living there requires money, often quite a lot. Without money, you're no different from the hard-working low-level workers. To get immigration status, you need to buy a proper house on the moon. The price? A full 100 million euros. In this highly developed capitalist world, money can buy almost anything, but wealth is usually held by a small group of people. The rigid class system makes it very hard for those at the bottom to gain wealth, whether through legal or illegal means. Man uses his large cybernetic hand to hold these chips in his palm, then lets them slip out, making a pleasant sound. Next, Xiao Wei and Lucy, both with flushed faces, insert these chips into their brain machine slots one by one. After confirming everything is correct, everyone smiles happily. Then, all team members quickly agree and accept the mission. Seeing the deal go through, Jiang Bing ceremoniously calls David to get the wine. A big boss needs to act like a big boss, so Jiang Bing, who never smokes and doesn't have any on him, decides to light a cigarette now, just for the scene. Amid the smoke, he says, "Congratulations, you've made the right choice." The wine is contributed by Living Lock, a few bottles of fancy champagne with elaborate packaging. Thinking about his office, which looked like a pigsty, Jiang Bing believed he probably couldn't develop the elegant hobby of wine tasting. Most likely, these bottles of wine were obtained somewhere secretly and meant as gifts for high-ranking officials. Jiang Bing thought they might be good wine, so he opened one. After tasting it, he found the flavor was not very impressive, but the fancy packaging made it look expensive. It would still be good for entertaining guests and would look impressive. Since it was given for free, he didn't feel bad about it at all. Wow, Bella 96 champagne. David just brought the wine to the table when Pila, who is very good at eating, drinking, and having fun, rushed over as if she had discovered a treasure. Her eyes were almost glued to the bottle. People say this brand of wine is made entirely from real grapes, using traditional methods, with no additives. Online, a bottle costs at least 12,000 euros, but in Jiang Bing's opinion, it was more like grape juice mixed with a little alcohol than traditional wine. It didn't even compare to the Jiangyu Cabernet he remembered. Maybe Jiang Bing simply hadn't tasted anything truly good before. Hearing Pila's praise, Man hesitated to speak the excuse he was about to say and swallowed it back. That was 12,000 euros, enough to buy a Nazer motorcycle. Everyone wanted to taste what champagne costing a motorcycle would taste like. Even Kuei, the mysterious hacker who never takes off her metal mask, unusually pulled out a straw from her mask and dipped it into the glass to taste. Jiang Bing was truly confused. The world of 2077 was not like the one he remembered. Eating real fruit was a luxury, let alone high-quality wine made from real grapes. David poured Lucy's drink and casually placed a small Coca-Cola bottle beside her. That was Lucy's favorite drink. Now everyone's eyes looked even stranger. They said they had no connection, but he even knew what they liked to drink. Man sipped his wine slowly. Despite years of being affected by various technologies and harsh methods, his taste buds could still easily tell the quality of what he was drinking. The rich fruit aroma made him feel energized. These things grown from the soil always carried a sense of the land's richness. People like Man, who grew up eating synthetic food and drinking purified polluted water, could never understand this feeling. Within just a few decades, people were forced to abandon millions of years of deeply rooted habits in human genetics. The bond between the earth and the soul, once connected, was severed by the swords of industry they created themselves. As their spirits struggled to find new footholds in rapidly changing environments, they gradually detached from the world, drifting lightly through this cold universe. So, this group, who had spent most of their lives mixing industrial alcohol and rolling in carbonated drinks, experienced real alcohol for the first time. It was like awakening an ancient part of their genes. Everyone suddenly became quiet, focusing on tasting the drink. Jiang Bing watched this strange scene with wide eyes and quietly increased the importance of normal food in his mental resource list. No wonder they sell it so expensive. This feeling is completely different from other drinks I've had, Man praised. Pila was even more exaggerated, sticking out her tongue and frantically licking the glass wall. Of course, this reaction was mainly due to the shock of the first encounter. If it happened again, it probably wouldn't have the same effect. David, who was responsible for pouring the drinks, secretly poured the remaining small amount of alcohol from the bottle into Lucy's empty glass, then awkwardly smiled while everyone watched. Mrs. Martinez reacted very strongly. "Good kid, you're really pushing your luck. Boss, when will we start working?" Under the pressure of money, Man had already become very dedicated and professional. "No rush. First, I'll return what belongs to you." Jiang Bing indicated for David to take the specially stored box from the back seat of the car and place it in front of Man, opening it. The military-grade Hawk 3 Stealth, already tuned up. "The quality is definitely worth the money you paid, Grolia," he said. Seeing the high-tech stealth inside the box, Man looked a bit silent. His mind involuntarily drifted back to that rainy night, standing under the biotech building, and the figure he could never forget. This was the power Man had always dreamed of. When Man snapped back to reality, driven by a strange emotion, he reached out to take the prosthetic. But Jiang Bing was faster, pressing Man's hand onto the table beside the box, surprising him. Although I don't know why you want to install this device, I think it's best not to do it before the mission is over. Compared to Man's heavily modified giant metal prosthetic hand, Jiang Bing's real hand looks delicate and slender. But even though the prosthetic arm, as thick as a human thigh, emits a loud, overclocked screech, Man's palm remains firmly pressed on the table. Feeling the abnormal points and strong decay smell all over Man through his palm, Jiang Bing suddenly leans forward and stares at Man's metal face, saying clearly, "I don't want to see you go crazy during the mission." Jiang Bing's words are shocking. Man doesn't respond, but Dario, standing nearby, anxiously asks, "Mr. Saba, what do you mean just now?" Cyberpsychosis, a frightening term, is spoken by Kiwi, who seems detached from everything. The words pass through the cold metal mask, making one's back feel cold. Jiang Bing releases his hand and looks at Man, who remains still in his original position. "May I ask, how many times more than normal dose have you used your suppressants in the past week?" Man slowly retracts his arm and falls into an uneasy silence. This question seems unrelated to the mission, right? Jiang Bing pulls back his arm and sits down again. Of course it's related. I'm protecting my rights. It's about whether the mission can be completed smoothly. As the client, I have the right to know this. Jiang Bing's tone is not pleasant, but given the large reward for this mission, it's understandable. Dario watches Man in silence. As his partner, she knows Jiang Bing's questions well from their daily life. After a moment of silence, she answers heavily on Man's behalf. "Man." Rebecca almost rushes down from the mobile bed and shouts at Man. "What's going on? Man, why have you never mentioned these things before?" "No, it's not that serious. I just feel a little uncomfortable," Man says with unease and hesitation. "You must downgrade your prosthetic, Man," Dario advises with concern, just like before. "No, Dario, you know how hard it has been for us to reach this point. I must ensure my fighting ability, even if it means you might develop cyberpsychosis?" Dario asked sharply. Man trembled slightly, but quickly became firm. "It won't happen, Dario. At most, I'll just take some suppressants. I know my body best. I can handle it." The box containing the Sanvestin prosthetic was closed and handed to Pila. "No, you don't understand," Jiang Bing said firmly, denying. "In fact, you don't need to install this. The prosthetics on your body are almost killing you. Also, I think you're questioning the abilities of Santo Domingo, the best prosthetic doctor in Night City, right in front of him." Jiang Bing's pride as a craftsman was stirred by Man. Of course, he would never admit that he was eager to examine such a rare specimen on the verge of cyberpsychosis and collapse. Laboratory mice are expensive, especially such unique ones. Jiang Bing took the lead, stepping past Man toward the operating room. "Let's go and see how you're really doing." Despite Man's resistance, under pressure from all team members, he reluctantly lay on the operating table. It's not that he was worried Jiang Bing wanted to take his kidneys. After all, his entire team was here, and the deposit Jiang Bing paid earlier was enough to buy half a cart of kidneys from scavengers. His resistance was purely due to fear and medical superstition. His sturdy body, like a brown bear, made the prosthetic operating table seem a bit cramped. Because of the many implants in his body, Man's body was unnaturally swollen. He had heavy subdermal armor, a full metal chest cavity modification called 100 Fists, titanium skull plates, ballistic arms, ballistic processors, adrenaline pumps, and tranking tendons. These various prosthetic modifications nearly used up half of Man's flesh, turning him into a half-robot with flesh and machinery mixed. Under Jiang Bing's skillful hands, the outer shell of these combat prosthetics was quickly opened, revealing the intricate mechanical parts inside for further inspection. In this state, Man looked like a large shrimp, with many prosthetics taken apart, resembling a shrimp with its shell removed. These highly realistic prosthetic limbs triggered the uncanny valley effect, making them look very creepy under the lights. However, everyone present was used to it, and some even felt a bit sad. In fact, except for the crazy Vortex gang, most people in the cyberpunk world do not worship prosthetics. Everyone, including Man, clearly understands that replacing natural flesh with cold prosthetics is not a good thing. Cyberpsychosis is like the sword of Damocles, hanging over everyone's head from the moment they get their first prosthetic. But no one has a choice. Pila jumped around, telling all kinds of dirty jokes to try to lighten the dull atmosphere. Yet, under Jiang Bing's careful operation, she gradually froze in place, becoming silent, almost like a statue. Only experts truly understand the incredible skill hidden behind the seemingly simple actions of the boss. Rebecca ran over to Pila and gently nudged her, asking, "So, brother, do you think you've shown your skills now?" Pila, who always considered himself the team's tech expert, naturally had some skill with prosthetics. Faced with Rebecca's question and everyone's curious looks, Pila awkwardly scratched his head with his long arm. "It's hard to tell how amazing it is, but I can say it's much better than Lucas. Lucas is a prosthetic doctor at a black clinic in Watson District, well-regarded among edgewalkers, and Man's team often works with him." Everyone looked at him with disdain. Invisible perception flowed from Jiang Bing's hands, skillfully infiltrating Man's entire prosthetic body. Many mismatched points appeared in Jiang Bing's perception, clear as if viewing patterns on a palm. Nano knives, single-molecule bone saws, medical-strong magnetic clamps, multi-purpose wrenches, medical drills. Jiang Bing named numerous medical tools, which Gloria handed over one by one as a nurse. Unlike regular prosthetic surgeries, this operation on Man was more like a major overhaul of a robot. Worn miniature parts were replaced. Foul-smelling, blackened tissue fluids were drained and replaced with fresh ones. Tiny deformations caused by battle were corrected. Small bone fragments and metal shards lodged in the prosthetic gaps due to injuries were removed. The key components that hadn't been maintained for a long time were removed, soaked in the appropriate maintenance liquid, and then reassembled in their original positions. Due to the long period, multiple adjustments, and the improper arrangement caused by the inadequacy of the prosthetic doctor's skills, Jiang Bing sequentially corrected and organized the structure. Many incompatible points were gradually fixed, and the medical waste cleared from the prosthetics slowly piled up on the storage tray. Man, whose old vehicle hadn't been maintained for decades, was thoroughly cleaned by Jiang Bing this time. It took several hours for Jiang Bing to complete this operation, which was the most demanding and challenging since becoming a prosthetic doctor. To ordinary people, the long hours and complex procedures might be exhausting, but Jiang Bing felt energized, as if drinking a cold soda on a hot summer day, completely refreshed. Finally, he disinfected all the prosthetics again and updated the driving software he had optimized himself. After several more minutes, in Rebecca's shout of, "Man is awake," Man woke up from anesthesia. Carrying the responsibility for the entire team, he felt like he hadn't slept so well in a long time. This made him feel like he was back in childhood. Despite life's hardships, without the heavy burdens of responsibility, he felt completely relaxed. Not only did his soul feel as if a heavy weight had been lifted, but he also quickly noticed physical changes. First, smoothness. Repeatedly grasping his metal left hand and moving his limbs, Man only felt that controlling the prosthetics was as smooth as his natural limbs, unlike before, when it always felt like there was a rough layer in between. Second, comfort. The dull pain accumulated from countless battles and injuries had disappeared, and his body seemed to regain youthful vitality. Finally, relaxation. It was as if some invisible burden had been lifted. The oppressive feeling deep inside his nerves and flesh, like a dark cloud overhead, was gone. He felt reborn, light and free. The prosthetics hadn't changed, but Man was confident that his current fighting ability far exceeded his past. Jiang Bing looked up from the data panel, filled with complex diagrams. "How long has it been since your last maintenance? And those implants you modified, who butchered you to install them? Not only are they a mess, but the overall layout is a disaster." Just based on this, who wouldn't go crazy? Like an artist with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, Jiang Bing was a bit angry as he kept fixing the poor quality work with his nose pinched. He usually shows a tough face to everyone, a decisive man, but surprisingly, he softened his attitude toward Man. "Mr. Sabol, I admit my tone earlier was a bit harsh. Thank you for your help. As a marginal wanderer who relies on cybernetic implants to survive, having experienced Jiang Bing's extraordinary skills in cybernetic modification, Man couldn't help but be affected. Regarding cybernetic implants, not everyone has the good conditions of a big company. When doing modifications, you can ask a scientist from a lab to help. Man looked a bit tired as he continued. Everyone understands the problem. We, the lower-class wanderers, are like stray dogs. Finding a trustworthy cybernetic doctor who won't harm you is already very difficult. His heartfelt words resonated with everyone, making them feel understood. Pai-La's arm was caused by a careless doctor who made a mistake during the installation, leading to nerve distortion and growth. He didn't have many choices at the time, and just getting by was already a big deal. Pai-La, hearing his name, quickly showed off his almost calf-length arm, flexing his biceps with a carefree look. Actually, this is better, more cool, more flexible, and easier to operate aircraft. Haha, goddamn world. An older man named Falco suddenly cursed from the side. As the team leader, Man couldn't just watch the team atmosphere turn negative, so he cheered everyone up. At least, thanks to Mr. Sabul's recent maintenance, I feel much better now. Jiang Bing poured cold water on that, saying, the surgery just relieved some of the pressure that the cybernetic implants put on your body, allowing you to use fewer suppressants. But if you keep adding more implants, cyberpsychosis will eventually find you. Everyone was moved by Jiang Bing's words. Most of the people present had various types of cybernetic implants, except Jiang Bing himself. No one could guarantee they wouldn't add more implants in the future. In fact, as long as they chose to stay on the edge and continue adding implants, it was an inevitable choice. However, cyberpsychosis cannot be completely avoided, but there are already ways to treat it. Jiang Bing spoke surprisingly, revealing a secret known only to a few elites. Even large companies have their own treatment methods, but ordinary people can't access or afford them. Otherwise, you might wonder how the crazy members of the riot police team were recruited. Dario was concerned about Man's health, so he tried to ask Jiang Bing for information. Mr. Sabul, I wonder if you could. Before she finished, Jiang Bing, with the pride of a craftsman, simply explained and painted a picture of hope. Man and his team followed the plan and headed to the Coronado farm to meet their employer. The 2-month mission officially started today. The first task was to escort a vehicle loaded with supplies to the Maldorain 6 base. Yesterday, they added another vehicle, a Thunderbolt Mykino Larmor, to the 2 Velafalco TIS V5000S they already had. This was Falco's favorite car, carrying luggage for 7 people. Following the navigation, the 3 vehicles just crossed a pile of trash and turned onto a street, where they saw an old-looking mech MT-28 coach bus parked at the target spot. David and Jiang Bing kept loading items into the bus. Mrs. Martinez, who had recently received a new high-quality organ prosthesis, couldn't help much but cheered on Haley beside her. Honestly, this scene looked a bit like a family preparing for a picnic in an old American TV show. Just ignore the 2 boxes of hand grenades David was holding. Everyone got out of the vehicles. Pilar was the first to run to the bus and look inside. This bus, originally used to carry passengers, had most seats removed, leaving a spacious interior. The inside was reinforced with thick steel plates, and there were special shooting holes in the windows. Jiang Bing had modified this bus long ago. When he was a scavenger, it was used as a cargo truck to transfer supplies between bases. He also used it to haul several Easy Rider 150 bikes, full of goods across the wasteland. Although those business ventures didn't make much money, they still earned Jiang Bing the honor of being a top contributor under his own banner. The wide interior of the minibus can carry both people and goods very well. Falco patted the sturdy body of the vehicle. As a former race car driver, he has a special attachment to all kinds of vehicles. This type of bus-style vehicle is popular among wanderers, who often convert it into a camper. When they get the vehicle, they first remove the uncomfortable seats, then fill the space with tables, chairs, and kitchen tools. This way, when they need to move their camp, they can drive away easily. When setting up a new camp, they just park the vehicle and live inside it like a house. Many wanderers grew up in vehicles like this. On the rough land, bandits and rough fighters usually ignore these old buses. They prefer top-tier transport trucks filled with military technology. Smaller, more energetic gangs tend to choose vehicles like the Villafleur Columbus V340F, which are often used by lone smugglers. These vehicles look poor and are easy targets. If someone shoots at them, a group of big men might come out and attack. People who take risks for profit know the dangers, and no one wants to lose money. Besides those twisted individuals who enjoy violence, The land is big enough for all kinds of strange people. Man knocked on the steel plates welded inside the vehicle. The dull sound made him say, "This is so thick. It's almost as tough as a Byman heavy truck's armor." Jiang Bing carried a large, L-shaped multi-purpose workbench that was about the size of a wardrobe. Everyone moved aside to watch as Jiang Bing carefully placed it inside the vehicle. The wide chassis of the minibus sank slightly, just like everyone's feelings. This multi-purpose workbench, made by the International Electronics Company, IEC, is like a small home machine shop. With custom parts for cutting and welding, it can handle most industrial tasks easily. Many weapon shops on the streets have such workbenches. Skilled owners use them to customize guns for customers. Many lone wolves also install one at their base. They use it to modify weapons, make small tools, or even craft special bullets on a small scale. It can be said that anyone who is a high-level edge wanderer knows about this thing, especially Pila, who always considers himself a tech expert. His home also has a workbench of the same style, so among the people present, he was the most surprised. This workbench is made entirely of metal, weighing about 586.24 kilograms. This is the weight of a vehicle similar to the Wuling Mini, the volcanic dance P-126. In other words, Jiang Bing just carried a car from his home onto a truck without showing any signs of fatigue. Pila shrank his head and almost shouted in the team voice chat, "This thing weighs over half a ton." Man instinctively looked at Jiang Bing's slightly smaller arm and moved his wrists unconsciously. At full power, he could lift this weight with his bare hands, but walking while holding it was definitely impossible. What kind of prosthetic is he wearing? Seeing Jiang Bing's slightly more muscular build than an average person, Man kept this question in his mind. Unaware of Jiang Bing's muscles, he pushed the workbench into the truck and nodded at Man's amazement. It's almost as thick as the armor on a Byman heavy truck. Jiang Bing gestured the length of the steel plate and continued to explain to everyone. Because these steel plates were cut from a Byman heavy truck. Everyone suddenly understood. After visiting the vehicle, everyone eagerly helped Jiang Bing move his belongings. This time, Jiang Bing planned to focus on Base 6 for a long time, so he needed to move some sensitive items out of his house. Being away for a long time made the security of Corona Farm less reassuring. These items mainly included his armory, stored prosthetics, and some tools like multifunctional workbenches. Man's team was visiting Jiang Bing's home for the first time. Everyone was very curious about this mysterious employer's residence. This curiosity was satisfied in Jiang Bing's workshop. Rebecca stood in front of the weapon storage, unable to move her feet. Who would have thought that such a cute and innocent girl was deeply obsessed with firearms? It might be because of her short stature that Rebecca prefers weapons that look bigger and more powerful to make up for her size. Not only her, but as a person who deals in violence, no one can refuse a well-made, reliable, and powerful gun. Man has a famous saying, "As a wanderer, your gun should be carried like a condom, ready at all times." This shows the importance of preparedness. A good horse deserves a good saddle. But as a saddle maker, sometimes he also wishes to find a good horse for his fine saddles. After all, lacking either one makes things incomplete. Looking at the many early works on the weapon rack, the craftsman's nature made Jiang Bing make a decision. "Choose one," he generously said to everyone in Man's team. "Pick one. As a first gift for our cooperation." Rebecca happily jumped up. "Thank you, Mr. Saba." It seemed she already had her target. She went straight to the left weapon rack, tiptoed, and grabbed a huge shotgun. The gun was very sturdy, with a thick barrel almost as tall as Rebecca herself. Its heavy weight made this small girl unable to hold it level, so she had to use both hands to support it. Big gun. Rebecca likes big guns. "Rebecca, don't cause trouble." Man took the shotgun from Rebecca. With his strength, he could barely hold it steady with one hand. Given Rebecca's physical condition, once the gun fires, who might get hurt is uncertain. He put the gun back and apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Saba." "Huh? Do you think I'm just being polite?" Jiang Bing shook his head. "Everyone pick one. The best place for a weapon is to be used, not gathering dust here. Besides, these are common guns on the market, not worth much." Seeing Jiang Bing speak like that, everyone couldn't hold back their excitement and went to choose their weapons. Under Man and Pila's joint pressure, Rebecca could only reluctantly pick a moderate recoil Shiyu submachine gun. It didn't meet her standards for a big gun, but at least it was usable. With gifts to smooth things over, everyone's relationships became more friendly. Chiwei also wisely set up a new encrypted communication channel and added everyone to it. After a while of loading everything onto the car, everyone turned around and started helping Martinez's family move their things. As Jiang Bing's partner in the middleman business, Glorilla decided to follow his lead closely. Where Jiang Bing went, she went. Even without his mother, David still followed Jiang Bing to the dangerous wasteland just to be with Lucy. Old Logan wasn't home, so they had to cancel saying goodbye to the neighbors. Jiang Bing asked Glorilla to send him a message, and everyone drove off in their cars. The bus was big and could carry a lot, but it was also heavy and slow. Its weight made it hard to go fast. Man and Dario, experienced border travelers, stayed inside the bus to guard the cargo. Jiang Bing was driving. This old-style bus didn't have computer assistance, so without proper training, it was easy to get lost or stuck. The weather today was nice, clear and fresh, with endless blue sky. They left the city's ring road, and the vast wasteland made everyone feel more open and free. Any bad feelings disappeared, something you can't experience in a crowded city. But their good mood didn't last long. Bad news came from Falco, who was running ahead. "We think we're being watched," he said. Man asked in the team chat. "Are you sure?" Falco, experienced in this route, replied, "Man, look behind you. Is there a vehicle following us? It's probably a small, rough-looking car, like the kind the gang at the Knife's Edge likes to use." Jiang Bing quickly identified the car behind them as a Night Stalker vehicle. He was used to being robbed, so he knew what to look for. It seems like these vultures haven't had a good time lately. Even small, struggling families are being targeted. Their convoy was one bus and 3 cars, pretty typical for a small wandering family group. It could also be that they were just looking for trouble. These scoundrels, after being kicked out of their own families, hated other wanderers with a passion. Falco, a driver who often runs through dangerous lands, knows very well about the messy affairs of these wandering groups. Man grabbed the newly acquired Defender light machine gun and told his team over the radio, "No matter what, be ready to fight at any moment." The convoy started to change formation. The modified bus led the way at the front, with the other 3 vehicles following behind. Sure enough, not long after passing the Sunset Inn, at a fork in the road, 2 vehicles suddenly appeared from a side path, attacking from an angle. The people inside shouted loudly and fired at the group. Jiang Bing gently pressed the brakes, and the long body of the bus easily covered the remaining 3 vehicles. The bullets hit the bus's walls with dull thuds, but couldn't do any real damage. It's a joke. If a few shots could pierce the armor of a Bimoka truck, where would the pride of military technology be? He opened the shooting window, and Man's Defender started pouring fire. However, all the vehicles were moving fast, and the light machine gun was designed for medium firepower suppression, so its bullets weren't very accurate. Most of them scattered on the sandy ground, with the rest hitting the vehicle body and making the armor plates clang. Dalio's precise shots killed a night ghost who kept shooting from the window, earning the first kill of the battle. Jiang Bing calmly tilted the bus slightly, giving Man and the others a better shooting angle, while also shielding the less armored Vilefile Columbus V340 F cargo truck. David held a copper-patterned snake gun, making loud bangs, but in this environment, he couldn't fully use the Sainwiston system, so he mostly just made noise. However, this was his first car chase fight. Under the adrenaline rush, he didn't care about his results and blindly kept firing, enjoying the moment. His frantic actions reminded Jiang Bing of his own first cargo theft, which was about the same. But Jiang Bing's weapons back then were much more powerful than the copper-patterned snake. This bunch of fools, still doing the same old tricks, no new ideas. Jiang Bing boredly turned the steering wheel, blocking the enemy's 3 vehicles from their line of fire, giving his team a chance to unleash their firepower. If not for concern about the elderly, sick, and disabled on the bus, Jiang Bing would have already slammed the steering wheel to crash into the cars. Instead, he got out and opened the hatches on each of the 3 vehicles. "Lucy, Kiwi, can you hack into those 3 cars? Just need to temporarily disable them," Jiang Bing asked in the team's communication. "We are about to turn off the main road into the dangerous area. If this continues, we will soon reach the entrance of Base 6. Lucy is driving. I can temporarily break into their onboard IC and activate emergency brakes, but I can only handle one at a time. If they are too far away, the connection might break, and they will catch up, Lucy replied. That's enough? Jiang Bing pressed a button on the control panel, opened the sunroof, and a steel plate rose from below, just enough for a person to stand on. Man, look at this, Jiang Bing said. Man closed the shooting window, climbed onto the platform, and stuck his body out of the sunroof. Pull the yellow handle, Jiang Bing shouted from inside the vehicle. Braving the strong wind, Man found the yellow handle in front of him and pulled it back hard. A large gun, folded inside the vehicle's armor on the roof, was suddenly revealed. It extended out smoothly, guided by a complex mechanical system, and slid into a rail surrounding the sunroof. People might think Jiang Bing had the skill to turn a bus into a youth version of a battle mech, but he definitely knew how to install some serious gear. This gun was a replica based on many electromagnetic guns used in tsunami defense systems. Because of its strong recoil, Jiang Bing's body at the time couldn't handle it. So he added 6 electromagnetic acceleration modules, lengthened the barrel, increased the caliber, and turned it into a youth version electromagnetic cannon. It was mounted on the roof of the transport bus. I'll count to 3 before braking. Kiwi, you choose a car to brake. As for Man, pull the trigger to charge, then release to fire. I think you know what to do next, Jiang Bing instructed. As Jiang Bing finished counting, the bus skidded a few meters with a screech of brake pads and stopped. At the same time, one of the 3 cars chasing the bus suddenly braked sharply and stopped on the spot. Man, on the roof, pulled the trigger all the way down. The electromagnetic coils inside the gun charged up, humming louder and louder, like the whisper of death. A few hundred meters away, Man was aiming at a fixed car target, equipped with many aiming prosthetics. If he still missed, he might as well give up being a border walker and go home to grow ethanol wheat. As Man loosened his finger from the trigger, the bus shook violently. There was no loud explosion like with traditional gunpowder weapons. Instead, a small amount of gunpowder powered a youth version of an electromagnetic cannon, and the gunshot was so quiet it was drowned out by other gunfire on the battlefield. However, the night-riding ghost vehicle that Quay had hacked into exploded again in a fierce blast, causing the fuel tank to detonate in a chain reaction, turning the vehicle and its occupants into a ball of flames. The shell was a homemade armor-piercing grenade, not very far-reaching but deadly against vehicles. Keep going, Jiang Bing's lazy voice came through the team radio. The second vehicle's ice system was hacked by Quay, forcing it to brake suddenly and stop. The familiar tremor from the bus returned. The second night-riding ghost vehicle was left behind in front of everyone and also exploded into a similar fireball. At this moment, the continuous firecracker-like gunfire had stopped. In the silence, the third vehicle made a dangerous turn and sped away. But Quay coldly kept it in place. Members of the Chaos Blade gang hurriedly opened the doors and got out, but Man had already released the trigger with a wild laugh. In the quiet, everyone inside the bus clearly heard the whooshing sound when the grenade was fired. The passengers were forced to sit in the dirt, and only one agile night-riding ghost escaped in a panic. Before he could run far, the shockwave from the explosion knocked him down. He was injured and struggling desperately to get up. In the silent team radio, Jiang Bing urged them. Why are you just standing there? Finish him off with another shot. Do I look like I can't afford bullets? After seeing the terrible state of the wandering convoy intercepted by the night-riding ghost, Jiang Bing had completely lost any mercy for them. Man might not be a murderer, but when it was time to act, he never hesitated. Amid the continuous whooshing sounds, the survivor was first blown into pieces, then completely obliterated in the explosion. He proved a saying, all anti-material weapons are excellent against infantry. With 3 burning wrecks of cars in the background, the convoy continued its journey. The bus led the others off the highway and into the vast, desolate wasteland. Having experienced previous battles, this time the harsh land truly revealed its cruel nature to everyone. Straying from the main road, only endless sand and yellow soil remained before us. Through the car window, distant low hills, abandoned oil fields, and piles of scrap form a scene reminiscent of a modern-day apocalyptic landscape. Fortunately, scattered Joshua trees add a touch of green to the barren land. At some point, The wind and sand began hitting the window with a loud noise, gradually forming a continuous tapping sound. The weather changed suddenly, clearly showing why this place is called the harsh land. On the horizon, a massive sand wall rises from the ground, seeming to slowly advance toward us. This is the Hadabo. During the series of welcome ceremonies in the harsh land, the convoy entered the tunnel leading to Base 6. They traveled several dozen meters inside the wide tunnel, finally escaping the sandstorm. The tunnel is located at the northern foot of the Red Peak Hills. It was originally built for vehicle passage, and its width was designed to connect Swayat Brook and Shurji Mountain. However, for unknown reasons, construction was halted midway, and all equipment was removed, leaving only an unfinished tunnel. Years of neglect and earthquake damage caused collapses, leaving only the outermost 100 meters intact. Zhongbing's Base 6 is deep inside this tunnel. Following Zhongbing, everyone reached the collapsed section, where large chunks of concrete and rocks had fallen from above, burying the entire passage. Zhongbing forcefully moved aside a large reinforced concrete slab on the left side of the collapse, then removed several rocks about the size of a person. A door hidden among the debris appeared. This area was originally intended as an office for tunnel workers or an equipment room, so the space was small, only about 20 square meters. But on the right wall of the room, there was another door. Behind it was a maintenance passage for the tunnel. A few people followed Jiang Bing through the dark corridor, turned a corner, and reached the second half of the tunnel on the other side of the collapse. Jiang Bing went to the wall, pulled down the power switch for the generator, and with the burning of ethanol fuel, the dark, spacious tunnel was illuminated. Everyone was also illuminated by the recent arrival of many supplies, some forging equipment, and a half-human horse armor, and strength placed on an open space nearby. The two powerful war machines immediately drew everyone's attention, but everyone watched from a distance with restraint. Earlier, the electromagnetic cannon on the bus had greatly increased everyone's mental tolerance. Compared to that, the appearance of two heavy weapons forbidden in Night City was barely acceptable to everyone. The air, long sealed, emitted a musty smell, which was very unpleasant. Under Zhang Bing's command, David pulled cables from the supplies and connected them to the generator, running along the maintenance tunnel to the front part of the tunnel. With electricity, the only thing left to make this a proper camp was household appliances and furniture. Everyone started unloading goods from the train cars. Unintentionally, this would be their living place for the next 2 months. The scale of Hadabo was growing larger, and even from 100 meters inside the tunnel, the sound of flying sand and stones outside could be heard. Quay leaned against the tunnel wall nearby, smoking. Farco set up an electric grill, skillfully cooking synthetic meat patties, with a box of beer at his feet. Pila and Rebecca gathered around the grill, joking and waiting for the meat to cook. Haley surprisingly worked well with Rebecca. After thoughtfully offering drinks to everyone, she squatted next to Rebecca. Both of them, one a child and the other with a childlike height, build, and personality, quickly became friends. Dolio accompanied Man on the perimeter patrol. Despite the bad weather, neither of them relaxed their vigilance. Gloria was holding a data tablet, discussing the next tunnel renovation plan with Zhongbing. All the collapsed soil and rocks would need to be removed, which was undoubtedly a big project. But initially, at least a passage needed to be cleared. This required a lot of building materials for reinforcement and some small construction tools. Security equipment in the tunnel, camera and automatic turret placement, overall space planning, and logistics resource allocation. All these issues were managed by Gloria, who had shifted from being a nurse to the chief logistics officer. Of course, the increased workload also meant higher pay. Currently, Gloria's monthly salary is 15,000 euros. Compared to the situation where the middleman partner didn't open the business for 3 years and then opened it for 3 years, a fixed income provides an unmatched sense of security. At least Gloria is very satisfied with this job, so she focuses fully on completing Jiang Bing's instructions. Dressed in professional attire as a secretary, Gloria's slightly weak body trembles a little in the cool tunnel. Seeing this, Jiang Bing takes off a blanket that is more decorative than practical and drapes it over her. Our boss Jiang is not like those capitalists who treat their subordinates as mere tools. This scene happens to be seen by David, who is helping Lucy set up a tent. He immediately feels a twinge of envy. Are they really okay? Thinking about how he used a reason to stay calm when he first met Jiang Bing, and seeing this scene, David's usually firm heart suddenly wavers. Mrs. Martinez finished checking the recent main tasks with the boss, then started coordinating with the members of the man team, working enthusiastically. Jiang Bing, meanwhile, returned alone to the dull second half of the tunnel. Your recent submissions about the Centaur armor, laser-cutting grenades, and electromagnetic pulse grenades have been recorded. This terminal has received 41 artisan badges from the 7th Crystal Wall mainframe. The principles related to gate, access, terminal construction standards, technology side, downloaded from the creator's database, have been completed. Please confirm and continue transmitting related data. Listing your personal attribute panel. Status: Apprentice Craftsman Professional Level 2, 61%. Household registration: Origin Planet B33, Earth. Location: HXXD, C2W33 Planet Earth. Existence Strength: 2.3. Composition Strength: 2.7. Creator Database Access Level 1, 59%. Number of Artisan Badges: 14. He casually grabs a box and sits down, continuing to receive knowledge exchanged for 100 badges. This beginner's gift pack is truly valuable. The knowledge included requires Jiang Bing, whose brain is comparable to some small supercomputers, to receive it in stages and multiple batches. These come from the system, containing information about the principles of door, construction standards, technology side. The huge data transfer speed can instantly disable any hacker, but when it entered Jiang Bing's brain, it caused no effect. Besides a slight increase in brain temperature and a feeling of pressure after a long time, there was no other issue. The knowledge was rapidly received, decoded, analyzed, compressed, and stored by Jiang Bing's brain, which he still called an organ. Fortunately, just before reaching the brain's limit, all the knowledge was finally transferred. After purchasing the related knowledge and receiving some information for the first time, Jiang Bing suddenly understood some doubts. No wonder the instructions mention that crossing worlds and creating amazing objects can be done with just 100 badges. In fact, this knowledge only records the principles of building an access terminal. Door is, as the name suggests, it is simply a terminal connecting to a grand creation, serving as a door for people to reach it. In this context, its complexity is quite high, large in size, and vast, some of the most advanced knowledge Jiang Bing has ever seen. However, the practical construction methods are very grounded. The creators clearly considered that builders might be in various simple environments when developing this. This technology-side construction principle details all known resources and how to use them for building. It includes clear and straightforward construction principles, broad and accurate material replacement options, and detailed step-by-step instructions, almost like a hands-on teaching from the creator. With the blueprints ready, the site prepared, and funds accumulated over several months, everything was in place. Now, everything was ready. Jiang Bing sharpened his tools and eagerly began the construction work. Today's Badland was quite gentle, so Fako opened the car's ventilation grill. The dry, warm wind blew into the car, giving him a strange, almost nostalgic feeling. The radio host was joking about NCPD. With exaggerated and high-pitched tones, the police in Night City were always being beaten back by some gang. In fact, most of the time, that was true. But as Fako continued listening, he realized the cases the host mentioned were already 3 days old. In the past, this would have been almost impossible, which made him feel a gentle sense of laziness. Living in Night City, it's basic to stay alert and listen carefully everywhere. But in the past month, he felt like he had returned to his old life as a race car driver, or even earlier, to his teenage wandering days. When he was young, he was the same, running between Night City and the wasteland, staying away from noisy crowds and constant violence. The tires ran over a pile of trash, causing the car to shake violently. Pilar leaned out from the back seat, shaking her head and saying, "Falco, drive carefully. The stuff behind us is just water. If it spills, our trip will be wasted." Falco agreed and instinctively turned the car off the highway into the wasteland. After a few kilometers, a communication call came through. "Falco, is that you?" "Yes, be careful. Don't hurt me by mistake." The car slowed down from a distance as it approached the tunnel entrance, following a safe route through a minefield. Finally, it stopped smoothly in front of the tunnel. The once desolate tunnel had changed a lot. Several small buildings made of quick-drying cement and prefabricated panels stood on both sides of the tunnel entrance. Tall antennas protruded from the rooftops. These were network relay stations. Several automatic defense turrets turned toward Falco's car, but after recognizing who was coming, they returned to standby mode. Pila couldn't wait to jump out of the car and show off her new purchase, a super drone, to David, who had been waiting for a while. They would probably be chatting happily soon. But first, they needed to unload the car. Falco carried buckets of fresh water into the tunnel, placing them in a mobile cabin about 10 meters from the entrance. There were many large buckets here, used for storing fresh water, half of which were already empty. After unloading, Falco picked up a bucket of water and went to the next room, pouring it into the freezer used for making ice. In the desert, ice is very popular. People enjoy beer and drinks with ice. David also entered the room, skillfully grabbing 2 trays of ice and filling his bucket, ready to go out. Even though Falco was older and no longer interested in romance, he couldn't help but tease him a little. David, helping Lucy again. David, after a month of tough skin training, was used to this kind of teasing. Yes, she's off duty today, so I happen to be going into the cyberspace to handle some things. I have some free time and can help out. Besides beer, hackers need a lot of ice for their drinks. But their need for ice is even greater when they go deep into the network. To avoid data overload and organ failure caused by rising body temperature during deep dives, hackers soak in ice water to cool down. Of course, there are better, more professional deep diving chambers for hackers. These devices are filled with special cooling liquids, which work better than ice and don't melt over time, so there's no need to constantly add more ice. But these are very expensive, so most hackers prefer to use bathtubs filled with ice. David carried a bucket of ice and headed deeper into the tunnel, opening the door next to the network monitoring room. A lot of cables stretched from the next room into this one. In the corner, there was a bathtub where Lucy was half leaning and half lying. Lucy was holding a network cable but not connecting it. Instead, her eye implants flickered with light as she processed information. David approached and poured the last bucket of ice into the tub. As the water rippled, Lucy's white body was partly visible through the water. In this world, attitudes towards sexuality are not easily described as open or closed. Lucy finished her half-leaning, half-lying pose, took a deep breath, and submerged her entire upper body into the icy water. Of course, she was not wearing anything. She completely ignored David, who was taking in the beautiful scene. Or maybe she did it on purpose. To distract himself from the awkward feeling, David asked, "Were you looking at tickets to the moon again?" No matter how many times, Lucy never got used to the cold water. She tilted her head back, trying to keep the ice water away from her chin, revealing large patches of white skin, with 2 round, full mounds just above the waterline. Half hidden, half exposed. David felt a bit thirsty. "I'm about to save enough money." Lucy's answer made David feel a little insincere. "Your wish is about to come true. Congratulations, Lucy." Lucy connected the cable, as if she had entered the cyber network. This made her responses carry a faint sense of uncertainty. When she left the room, the young boy, experiencing love for the first time, felt somewhat disappointed. Rebecca led Haley quickly past, stopping when they reached David. "David, have you seen Man?" Haley quickly added. "Mr. Sable is looking for him." David forced a smile. "Man should be on duty at the tunnel entrance." The two hurriedly headed toward the tunnel entrance again. David silently walked deeper into the tunnel. He knew the boss probably wasn't working right now, so he wanted to ask him some questions about the moon and life advice. Passing the rest area and restaurant, David stopped in front of a door, waiting for the camera scan. This door was built where a collapse had happened. Now, nearly half of the rocks and reinforced concrete had been moved away, and a wide, sturdy passage was created with scaffolding and steel structures. David knew there were 8 embedded automatic gun nests around the passage, along with many unused landmines. In the shadows, there were also many battle robots made by the boss. These robots looked simple, about half a meter tall, shaped like round trash bins, moving on 4 wheels. Their firepower was extremely fierce. David saw Jiang Bing put 4 guns into the round body of one robot. Even though he had the authority, David didn't dare to rush in. He patiently waited for the scan to finish. As he walked through the passage, the once dark space was now brightly lit with many lights, making it look like daytime. Despite having seen it many times, David was still drawn to the distant devices. This place was no longer empty like before. Not far on the ground, a circle was paved with some kind of steel, enclosing a round platform about 3 meters in diameter. On top of it, 2 rotating circular tracks crossed and interlocked, with many unknown metal wires tangled around them. Around the edge of the platform, metal poles as thick as arms were inserted, forming an open cage that enclosed the 2 circular tracks inside. Thick cables extend from this strange device, spreading out in all directions, but the other end of the cables is not connected to anything. They are just casually placed on the ground. The whole device gives a feeling of a mix between science fiction and mystery. Although it hasn't been turned on yet, it just quietly sits there, and its unique shape makes it seem very noticeable. I really can't guess what the boss made this thing for. David found Jiang Bing in his workshop. He was checking Dario's health. In Jiang Bing's view, this was already considered rest. Dario hasn't installed many prosthetics. Her unusual strength is entirely due to long-term hormone injections, which is also the main reason her face looks more masculine. This situation is common among athletes. Most start training from a young age and take large amounts of hormones during their growth period to speed up their development. They often also undergo special prosthetic modifications and intense training. No matter what sport they play, reaching the top requires both talent and financial resources. This means the best athletes are usually controlled by their sports clubs or corporate sponsors. Only large organizations can afford to train top-level athletes, and the high costs are unavoidable. However, many children from poor families hope to change their lives through sports. They start taking cheap hormones from a young age, trying to save enough money to get basic prosthetics, and then compete in underground matches or club trials, hoping to be selected one day, to rise quickly and become professional athletes. Ironically, these modifications and hormone treatments have permanent effects on their bodies. It's like in feudal times when poor families wanted their sons to become eunuchs to gain wealth. The process of castration was expensive, so many families chose to do it themselves. But only a few could enter the palace, while the rest had to live with their incomplete bodies and face even harder lives. However, Dario is not in this situation. He was born into a sports family, with both parents being famous athletes. Since he was young, he has undergone strict and scientific training. A good family environment and conditions meant that if he wanted, he could follow his parents' path, at least becoming an excellent athlete. But Dario chose to give up. His father once took him and his mother to Night City for a sports event. After the event, by chance, his father discovered that fighting in underground boxing matches organized by the Animal Gang earned much more money than official competitions. He then became involved in underground fights. As a top athlete, he was almost unbeatable in these matches, and the family enjoyed a comfortable life for a while. However, this good time did not last. After a boxing match, his father was accidentally injured and killed during a fight between the Voodoo Gang and the Animal Gang. Fueled by hatred, she wanted revenge, which also led her to become an edgewalker. These stories were told by Gloria to Jiang Bing, but Jiang Bing was not surprised and even seemed somewhat numb. Such events happen all the time in Night City. Dario's tragic experience is just one of many. This is not a simple problem that can be solved just by eliminating the Animal Gang or the Voodoo Gang. The only way to prevent such incidents entirely is something Jiang Bing understands well. Gloria knew so much because she was determined to become a good middleman in Night City. Therefore, she actively built good relationships with members of the Man team, since top middlemen usually have several fixed edgewalker teams they cooperate with. However, as a new middleman just starting out, she didn't have many clients and couldn't afford to support such a large team like Man's. But she was laying the groundwork. Perhaps Gloria's experience was very similar to Dario's father, or maybe they both played the role of mother, or perhaps their personalities are very alike. In Man's team, their relationship developed the fastest. Spending a month together day and night, they became very close, sharing almost everything. The sad stories of Dario's past are clear proof of this. Mrs. Martinez's efforts as a middleman are not yet very successful, but she is making rapid progress. At least, she has learned a trait that successful middlemen all possess: organizing and making full use of the resources around them. Based on her understanding of Jiangbing, Mrs. Martinez successfully arranged a mutually beneficial event. Members of the MAN team receive regular maintenance for their prosthetics and affordable upgrades, while Jiangbing, during the dull forging process, gets a rare chance to relax. Mrs. Martinez also earns everyone's praise. Right now, she is implementing her benevolent governance. Dolio's body has not been heavily implanted with prosthetics. Aside from basic subdermal armor and combat components like ballistic processors, her body modifications are minimal. Influenced by her parents, she is also more conservative about installing prosthetics. On the other hand, her physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, thanks to strict physical training from a young age. However, when she encounters a prosthetic that matches her well and can significantly boost her overall combat ability, she naturally doesn't remain indifferent. While organizing the previously stored prosthetics, Jiang Bing discovered a blood circulation pump made by a body enhancement company that suited Dolio very well. This implant, integrated into her internal circulation system, leans more toward medical use. It can greatly improve blood flow during combat, enhance oxygen exchange, and boost overall physical fitness. It can also regulate blood flow when injured, reducing blood loss. The pump has reserved space inside to pre-inject stimulants or medical drugs, which can be activated to directly enter the bloodstream. Compared to external injections, this method is more discreet, timely, and efficient. Faced with such a prosthetic implant that can significantly increase combat power, mainly survival ability, Dolio didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. This time, they performed a routine check on the blood circulation pump and did a simple maintenance on her other body parts. As a leisure activity during rest, Jiangbing usually doesn't charge for this, sometimes even adding small accessories. Of course, Jiangbing also took the opportunity to benefit from the MAN team, gaining a lot of new knowledge about advanced prosthetics, mostly related to hacking devices, contributed enthusiastically by Chiwei and Lucy. After all, the Black Clinic can't even attract fringe wanderers, let alone more rare hackers. The cleaner, who can do this job, is already very poor, so there's no need to make things harder for them. When David approached, the maintenance was already finished. Dario and Gloria were chatting casually, and Jiangbing was packing up his tools. Since his mother was present, David didn't dare to ask openly. Instead, he quietly moved closer to Jiangbing, hoping to pull him aside to talk privately. But before he could speak, Man's deep, distinctive voice sounded from behind him. "Mr. Saba, I hear from Rebecca that you want to see me." Despite eating sand in the desert for a month, Man still looked lively and energetic. "This time, it's not me," Jiangbing replied. "It's Gloria who has something to discuss with you." Without waiting for Mrs. Martinez to speak, Dario, who knew about the matter, spoke first. "Gloria wants us to go back to the Night City. She wants to meet her old friend from the city hall and discuss some business face-to-face." Mrs. Martinez tried hard to imitate the way the middleman in the online videos acted. "Here's the situation, man. When I worked in the City Hall medical team, I met a high-ranking officer from NCPD. He has a batch of stolen goods from the city warehouse. I want you to go and check the goods on site. Hiring a fringe wanderer to verify the goods usually means dealing with stolen items that can't be seen in public. This is very common in Night City. The goods are a batch of smuggled generators seized at customs, the petrochemical Vortex 400. The payment for this job is 5,000 euros, and the commission will be paid as usual." Gloria gave a very reasonable price. Man simply thought for a moment and agreed. He had done similar jobs before. Since it didn't involve transactions, just inspecting the goods, there was little danger. Sometimes, sellers would secretly give fringe wanderers some benefits to speak well of their employer. After exchanging contact information and setting a meeting time and place, Gloria finally took her first step toward becoming a successful middleman. This job was mainly initiated by her own efforts, with Jiangbing providing a little help along the way. The incident started with the device David saw earlier. The construction of the door device was basically finished 2 days ago. Only the energy part was still missing. According to Jiangbing's estimate, Supplying enough power to run the equipment requires many generators working at the same time. However, generators are always in high demand everywhere. Wanderers, edge dwellers, the Chaos Blade Society, and various gangs rarely leave empty-handed when they find them. Whether for personal use or resale, these items are very popular. After all, in today's highly advanced technological world, electricity is a basic necessity. Therefore, it is very difficult to quickly gather a large number of generators. Spreading out the effort over time from different sources takes too long, and Jiang Bing doesn't have the patience or time to waste. Getting close to the goal of 100 units, just one step away from the generators, means spending a bit more money. So, the task of purchasing generators was handed over to the later chief manager, Grolia. Based on Jiang Bing's data, she was to find the most suitable generator models on various company websites and prepare a budget plan. Jiang Bing would then approve the funds. Not long after, Grolia, who had been actively expanding connections and seeking opportunities to develop as an intermediary, returned and presented Jiang Bing with a detailed calculation. For example, the new official price of a Vortex 400 Alcohol 2 generator is 120,000 euros each. According to Jiang Bing's data, at least 8 units are needed to meet the requirements, which would cost 960,000 euros if purchased directly from the official source. However, Grolia said she had ways to acquire second-hand Vortex 400 Alcohol 2 generators. Although there is some risk involved, 10 units that are operational could be smuggled in for around 200,000 euros. Mrs. Martinez has done an excellent job as the logistics chief over the past month. Jiang Bing is obsessed with forging and doesn't pay much attention to worldly affairs. All the small and large matters at this temporary base are handled by her. Mrs. Martinez also lives up to expectations. Under her management, everything in the camp runs smoothly and orderly, big or small. Meanwhile, Grolia, who is dedicated and hardworking, actively thinks for her boss, anticipates his needs, and finds ways to reduce costs. Seeing all this, Jiang Bing naturally couldn't forget her contributions. He couldn't neglect his only internal affairs chief, as capable and reliable internal managers are rare resources in the City of Night. Holding the idea of training a team and using it as a chance to develop Gloria, Jiang Bing immediately approved a payment of 500,000 euros, allowing her to do as she pleased. To motivate Mrs. Martinez, Jiang clearly stated that he would provide necessary support. As long as she got the generator and the items, any remaining money was hers. This led to Mrs. Martinez going to Mon to inspect the goods. The next day, Mon returned from the City of Night with good news. He had checked all the generators, and they were brand new and in perfect condition. After receiving this confirmation, Gloria quickly contacted the small leaders responsible for shipping. They argued over the price on the phone, but finally agreed to sell for 230,000 euros. Everything was going smoothly, and Mrs. Martinez was very happy all day. However, in the simple and honest City of Night, things never stay easy for long. In the evening, Mrs. Martinez was counting supplies when a strange message suddenly appeared. Curious, she answered the call. Gloria Martinez, nice to meet you. Hello. The caller was a slender, older-looking woman, but Gloria was sure she didn't know her. Gloria? I don't think we know each other. Dakota Smith. From now on, we do? I'm Dakota Smith. You did a good job with that deal in North Oak District, the middleman. Gloria, how did you find out about that? Dakota Smith. A successful middleman always has his own sources of information. Gloria, I remember now. You're the best middleman in the Badlands. Dakota Smith. Well, I'll accept that compliment. Dakota Smith. Anyway, I heard through some channels that you're planning to ship a batch of goods to the Badlands. Gloria, how did you find out about this? Gloria was very surprised. Dakota Smith. I'd like to keep that secret for now. I called to warn you that the Chaos Gang is also after this shipment. You'd better be careful. Gloria, why are you warning me? Dakota Smith. I'm happy to help cause trouble for the Chaos Gang whenever I can. Dakota Smith. One last piece of advice. Night City is full of betrayal. You need to get used to it. Mrs. Martinez hung up the phone, angry and eager to contact the seller, but she quickly calmed down. After thinking carefully, she decided to be honest with Jiang Bing, the boss, about everything. Listening to the full story, Jiang Bing stroked his chin and didn't find it too surprising. It seems your friend isn't very honest. He's trying to sell to two buyers at once. The message probably got out because he sold the goods to the Chaos Blade gang, or because his team wasn't careful, and someone leaked the information, Jiang Bing analyzed skillfully. Either way, this kind of thing happens often. I suggest you keep trading normally with him for now and settle the score later. Mrs. Martinez had regained her usual calm. I was already wary of the Chaos Blade gang. With so many generators, everyone would be jealous. We had already planned with Man and the others to go together tomorrow. But who would have thought the news was leaked from the start? Jiang Bing asked. Did you talk to Man? Yes. I paid a €100,000 commission to Man. I also contacted Dario, Pira, Faco, and Kiwi. I thought that was enough, but now I see the risk is still high. Mrs. Martinez was very cautious. Most of these people, Man's team, had been mobilized fully. Maybe I should cancel this deal, Gloria said, feeling a bit discouraged. Jiang Bing couldn't let his trusted allies fail before the mission even started. He told her to gather everyone involved for a meeting at the base to discuss solutions. He prepared some supplies and headed over. When Jiang Bing arrived carrying a long weapon box, everyone was busy discussing the details of the job. Gloria, as the middleman, was very honest, revealing everything without hiding. If it had been Faraday, he would have kept the details secret over the phone, risking Man's team going on an adventure. Walking closer, Jiang Bing placed the box on the table, opened it, and revealed a sleek, narrow sniper rifle that looked like a piece of industrial art. Everyone was stunned. All present recognized this sniper rifle as a classic masterpiece. Jiang Bing nodded. Yes, among you, whoever is good with guns can use this for the mission. He had previously promised Gloria that this middleman only needed to handle social negotiations, while everything else was up to him. Gloria not only met Jiang Bing's expectations, but did even better. As the boss, she naturally tried to support everyone. Jiang Bing then handed Faco a vehicle recognition card. Tomorrow, pick up the cargo with my bus. It's safer. Faco, you can familiarize yourself with the vehicle tonight. I believe your driving skills are good enough. These strong supports boosted everyone's confidence, but Jiang Bing still felt it wasn't enough. He turned to Man and asked, I remember you mentioned you have military experience. Can you operate a Centaur armor suit? This question immediately raised everyone's excitement. Man paused for 2 seconds before quickly replying, Of course. It's not hard. Just run the training software for 3 hours, and I'll be able to handle it. All right, let's see if the horse is strong enough, Jiang Bing said confidently, leading everyone toward the deeper part of the tunnel. That's where the Centaur armor was stored. The Centaur armor is a standard combat exoskeleton developed by military technology. This heavy firepower is considered illegal in Night City. But as the saying goes, if it's not illegal, I'd still buy it. After the Night City government listed it as a banned item, it became even more popular on the black market. In fact, for big companies, this kind of exoskeleton is just basic combat gear. Patrol teams in the Arasaka Industrial Park each have a similar device. Military technology companies are the same. As a major arms dealer, facing the huge market of Night City, transport trucks loaded with Centaur armor leave the factory almost every day. Many of these are stolen by various monsters and villains. But given the poor performance of the NCPD, they rarely investigate seriously. Some cases might even involve them. So, it's not surprising to see a Centaur armor suit in the scavenger's hideout. But that doesn't mean it's not powerful. As a symbol of military technology, the Centaur armor is mainly equipped with a laser weapon. With a short charging time, it can easily destroy a small vehicle. However, it is somewhat bulky, and its slow firing rate makes it better suited for breaking through defenses rather than suppressing personnel, which is less effective than heavy machine guns. This is why the driver confronting Jiang Bing chose not to use it at that time. In terms of protection, the armor is made entirely of high-strength synthetic materials, which can effectively resist various firearms and melee weapons. It is also equipped with a polymer shield that, when powered on, can easily withstand attacks from sniper rifles. The armor has an independently developed military combat system that can coordinate all devices inside it. It can analyze battlefield conditions precisely and help the wearer make quick and accurate decisions in complex combat situations. It is clear that this armor was designed purely for war. Using it for gang fights is a bit beyond its intended purpose. But in Night City, talent is abundant, and tough people are everywhere. Without some serious gear, people don't feel safe and can't sleep well. Man was right. He can indeed operate this equipment well. Within just a few minutes of familiarization, Man skillfully controlled it, running out of the tunnel. After stopping steadily, his laser gun on the right arm charged briefly and precisely shot a metal barrel far away, smashing it into pieces. Thanks to this, the group felt reassured with multiple layers of protection, easing their worries about tomorrow's task. The mission, whether intentional or not, helped calm everyone down. They dispersed to rest. The next day, Jiang Dad, guarding the power vehicle and ready to step in at any moment, never received Gloria's distress call. The crowd, having fully come out, returned victorious. Finally, Jiang Bing's careful planning was not in vain. The bus not only brought the most important generator, but also carried several boxes of guns, knives, and a large number of bloody prosthetics, thanks to Mrs. Martinez, who is very skilled at managing daily life. It's clear she's experienced in Night City's medical team. Her skill in extracting prosthetics surpasses that of ordinary scavengers. Regarding this behavior, Man's team showed no disgust. In fact, many of them were involved in the actions. In previous missions, they also took similar actions, but usually only against rare prosthetics. When Mrs. Martinez was drained of her resources, it was a move that followed Jiang Bing's style, and everyone was amazed. This was also thanks to Jiang Bing's careful guidance and long-term influence. Behind the bus, several new vehicles followed, including models like Little Mule, Lonely Peak, and Galena, which are common in the dangerous lands. Of course, these were all spoils from the Chaos Blade Gang. All the vehicles had various sized bullet holes, with one being the most dramatic, a large, bowl-sized hole slanting through the driver's side door to the back door. It was definitely the work of the Nico sniper rifle. This weapon, known for its tsunami defense, is the most advanced electromagnetic sniper rifle on the market. It uses tungsten alloy electromagnetic armor-piercing rounds, which can easily take out typical armor without making a sound. While sorting prosthetics and weapons, Jiang Bing listened to Gloria excitedly report on the whole operation. He felt a mix of emotions. Having been in this world for over a year, Jiang Bing finally felt like he was sitting comfortably at home, with raw materials coming directly from above. It was a good start. His joy was hard to put into words. Jiang Bing quickly estimated the value of the spoils and then, with a wave of his hand, awarded each person 5,000 euros as a bonus. Don't worry about the details. Today, Boss Jiang is just happy. 10 Whirlpool 400 ethanol-powered generators were neatly arranged together, connected in series to form a power unit, linked to the previously unused cables. As the CHOH-2 fuel was poured into the generator's fuel tank, everyone's anticipation grew. The engine started, and its smooth operation produced almost inaudible sounds. With the influx of electricity, the two interlocking circular tracks on the base of the door device began to spin, gradually accelerating into a blurry sphere. Surrounding metal pillars started to tremble slightly, as if bearing a huge internal pressure. Everyone stared intently at the sphere, waiting for what would happen next. But as time passed second by second, accompanied by the humming of the generator, the strange device still kept spinning on its own, with nothing else different. Finally, everyone began to lose patience. A question replaced their curiosity. Mr. Sabo went to so much trouble. Was it just to build this piece of performance art? Not to mention, it looked quite high-tech when it spun. Only Jiang Xian understood that the door device had been built and was working successfully. What seemed like a foolish repetitive action was just an appearance. In fact, it was connecting with a grand creation. The rotation lasted for over 10 days. Everyone at the base, except Jiang Xian, experienced a journey from curiosity to disappointment, then curiosity again, watching, and finally losing interest in the device that spun day and night. Only Jiang Xian, keeping track of time, went to the device, watched it gradually stop, then eagerly climbed onto the platform and entered the metal cage made of columns. In the center of the empty sphere, Jiang Xian saw a floating glow. When he reached out and grabbed this glow, the system immediately displayed a message. System message, connected to key, Uploading authentication information, authentication successful. As the system prompted, the glow gradually faded and shrank, revealing the object inside. It was a crystal key. Through its transparent surface, you could see endless starlight inside, flowing according to some mysterious pattern. Soon, the key turned into a shower of starlight, but Jiang Xin was not alarmed. From the moment they touched, they had already been linked on a higher level. The glowing key was just returning to its original form, ready to be gathered again whenever needed. At this point, the device Jiang Xin spent nearly 4 million euros to build had fulfilled its purpose. After nearly 2 months of guarding, the importance of Base 6 had finally returned to normal. Gloria, who was busy arranging work and trying to get closer to Lucy, suddenly received a message from her boss. When she reached the passage, Jiang Xin was loading the authority device into a vehicle. Mission complete. We no longer need so many people to guard here. The sudden news surprised Gloria, the chief steward, but when she thought about the timing, it was indeed close to the 2-month estimate Jiang Bing had initially given. Finally going back, I'll notify Man and the others soon. They'll be happy. Pira has already complained many times about wanting to go to a bar and get drunk after being out for so long. Jiang Bing used his portable data pad to transfer the remaining commission to Gloria for Team Man. I need to go on a short trip first. Please settle the accounts with Man and the others. Also, some people need to stay here. You can decide whether to have Man's team take shifts or to introduce new edgewalkers. Make sure they are trustworthy. In Mrs. Martinez's puzzled expression, Jiang Bing handed her another 1 million euros. You've done very well these past 2 months. Even if I'm not here, you can handle the middleman role. Use this money for future development. Keep good records, and I'll review everything when I return. The Martian armor is stored in the innermost supplies warehouse. The security system permissions have already been given to you. The weapons and ammunition inside can be used freely. Just keep track of what you take. Hearing Jiang Bing's words, which sounded like last wishes, Mrs. Martinez suddenly felt a bit anxious. Boss, you're leaving, but you're not planning to come back, right? Jiang Bing carried a box of bullets onto the truck, then looked back at the young woman whose fate he had successfully changed. The evening breeze swept across the vast, desolate desert, making a whistling sound. From inside the tunnel, lively noises could be heard. Jiang Bing knew without looking. Probably Rebecca and Haley fighting over snacks, or Pira endlessly lecturing David with his silly stories, or Man and Dario sparring, or Faco cooking his famous fried synthetic meat patties. He looked toward the distant night city. From this vantage point, only tiny lights flickered in the huge city. Jiang Bing shook his head and responded confidently to Gloria. No way. I just finished greeting Night City. The days ahead are still long. To secure a steady supply for his upcoming company plans, Jiang Bing pressed the accelerator and drove into the vast new world. After arranging the follow-up matters with Gloria, Jiang Bing drove away from Base 6. The car sped across the harsh land, not heading back to the City of Night, but instead finding a deserted small town at random. In this wasteland, such towns are everywhere. The increasing desertification and depletion of natural resources have caused people to abandon their homes and move away over the past few decades. Jiang Bing drove around the town until he finally found a garage with a rolling door still intact. He got out and looked around. Seeing no one nearby, Jiang Bing reached forward. Countless tiny stars of light came from all directions and gathered in his hand, forming a starry key. He stepped forward. Although the instructions clearly explained how to use it, Jiang Bing was still very excited to use it for the first time. With a nervous heart, he inserted the key into the damaged center of the garage's rolling door. In the faint light, the clear sensation from the key felt as if he had really inserted it into a lock. Jiang Bing took a deep breath. He gently turned the key to the right, accompanied by a clicking sound deep inside his mind. A door opened. Countless streams of light spread out from where the key was inserted, covering the entire rolling door and forming a starry gate that blocked the entrance to the garage. Seeing this, Jiang Bing no longer hesitated. He opened the door, got into the car, and drove into the glowing gate. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Bing saw that after Make Nora Limor fully entered, the key automatically pulled out. The glowing gate seemed to rewind, replaying the opening process, then closed again. Behind the door was a huge square. The starry sky above spun endlessly, dazzlingly beautiful. But Jiang Bing was not interested in the scenery. A deep blue crystal wall suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. He was sure this wall had suddenly appeared in front of his vehicle. Reluctantly, Jiang Bing had to get out to check. The crystal wall was very tall. To see the whole thing, Jiang Bing had to step back and look up. But this action almost made him scared stiff, causing him to stumble and fall. What blocked the car wasn't just a wall, but a giant eye. The eye had no eyelids, only a large, blue eyeball. Its iris was as black as a beast's vertical pupil, and it was about 10 meters tall. At this moment, the eye floated quietly in the air, looking down at Jiang Bing from above. Just as Jiang Bing was thinking about whether to go back to the car to grab something useful, a distant, ethereal voice seemed to come from the void, echoing in Jiang Bing's ears. "Is there a new visitor? Please wait while I check the records." This voice, coming from the large eye in front of him, was surprisingly kind. As the pupil moved upward, a huge book appeared in the void, with its pages rapidly flipping. "Ah, I found it." The pupil moved down again, and the eye looked back at Jiang Bing. Jiang Bing from, the coordinate login HXXD, C2W33, a different dimension. The book in the void started flipping quickly again, as if there was new information. The pupil moved up again, glanced at it, and then, seeming to discover something new, it flipped back down. "Wait, you actually come from the origin star. That's rare." Strangely, Jiang Bing could see a happy emotion in the eye. "You're a new member of the Craftsman's Guild. You should have said so earlier." The eye turned, as if leading the way. "I thought it was some broken entrance and an ordinary person accidentally slipped in. But it turns out you're a craftsman apprentice." Me? An ordinary person? Jiang Bing, who could tear apart centaurs and kill in the City of Night, was about to argue, but then he saw the quiet, floating giant eye ahead, about the size of Christopher Miller's villa, and obediently stayed silent. "I am the Azure Gaze, craftsman apprentice, Jiang Bing. Welcome to the harbor. I am the administrator here." Looking at the enormous creature before him, Jiang Bing found it hard to imagine what kind of facility would need such an administrator. "Since you managed to arrive here, I won't need to say much more." The Azure Gaze led the way, and Jiang Bing almost pressed the accelerator to 80 miles per hour to keep up. They stopped in front of a towering pillar. The Azure Gaze, with a single blue eye, emitted a faint blue light, forming a feather quill in the air. The quill frantically wrote in the book in the void, as if registering Jiang Bing. Suddenly, a star from the galaxy fell into the sky above them, expanding into a large square screen in front of both. Behind it was a vast space. One by one, the vehicles entered into this space. "This is your storage room. It's a bit small, but according to his rules, members of the Craftsman Association can use it rent-free. However, this benefit only applies to this one storage room. New storage rooms will require payment." The storage was very empty. Jiang Bing almost had to tilt his neck back to see the ceiling clearly. Jean Lansher's calm voice made him almost speechless. "How big is this storage?" Jiang Bing asked. "Converted to units, it's a cube with a side length of 61.8034 meters, Jean Lansher replied directly, without flipping through a book this time. Jiang Bing quickly did a rough calculation in his mind and got a dizzying number. In this cyberpunk world, being rich is common, and suddenly becoming poor feels quite uncomfortable. With a slight sourness at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Bing thought to himself, "A space of over 230,000 cubic meters is considered small." Jean Lansher was quickly writing in a large book, without even turning his pupils, and answered, "Not very big. It can be filled easily." Jiang Bing, feeling a bit jealous of the wealthy, suddenly realized something. "Can you hear my thoughts?" At this moment, Jean Lansher finally turned his pupils back toward Jiang Bing's position. Although he didn't speak, Jiang Bing seemed to be able to read his mind. "This customer is such a fool." Fortunately, Jiang Bing quickly changed the subject with a new question. "What do I need to rent a new storage room?" Then Jiang Bing seemed to remember something, grimaced, and asked himself with a worried look, "Ether?" Jean Lansher had finished registering and dispersed the glow from his feathered pen. "Yes, and only ether is accepted." Looking at the system interface, where the number of craftsman badges was surprisingly low, Jiang Bing couldn't help but recall the painful experience of being ruled by credits. Jean Launcher looked at Jiang Bing and said, "Registration is complete. Take your pass. I'll stamp it for you. After that, you won't need to go through the plaza every time. It's quite troublesome to register again each time." Jiang Bing took out the key, and only then did he notice that the starlight floating inside the key seemed to be much thinner. A blue starry glow emerged from Jean Launcher's body and merged into the key. "If this is a port, how do I set off, and where is the destination?" Jiang Bing suddenly asked, as if he had thought of something. This time, Jiang Bing could even see expressions on the blue eye. Old man on the subway looking at his phone. It can only be said that, as an extraordinary creature, his expressiveness far surpasses that of ordinary people. "Without a coordinate in the universe, you dare to come? I really don't know how you managed to become a junior craftsman." The blue eye muttered. And who knows how Jiang Bing could pick up this emotion from the distant, ethereal telepathic message. Without a universe coordinate, you can only choose a random station to get off. Anyway, the key can record universe coordinates, so once you've been there, you won't have to worry about finding your way back. As for departure, you really think this is your port? We are now in the void between universes. Here, talking about time and distance makes no sense. That means, since you can board the ship at any time, you can naturally get off at any port. At this point, the blue eye looked at the key in Jiang Bing's hand. "Just insert it into what you think is a door, turn it, and you can open the cabin door." Seeming to remember something, the blue eye emitted a faint blue glow, forming a feather pen in the air. But this time, because there was a lot to write, the faster the writing, the more ghostly shadows appeared. "It's been a while since I used it. I almost forgot. According to its rules, before boarding the starry sky, all your ship fare is free." Then, the blue eye carefully looked at Jiang Bing. "I must say, it really takes care of you. Just this one item can save you a lot of money." The feather pen finally finished writing. The blue eye focused again on Jiang Bing's key. "This time, I don't have the authority. I need to get it stamped from above. Please wait a moment." Under the blue eye's watch, the key slowly floated up. When it reached a height where it could face Jiang Bing, it disappeared under its gaze. While waiting for the procedures, Jiang Bing asked the question he had been holding back. "Who exactly is that him you mentioned?" The blue eye didn't seem surprised at all by Jiang Bing's question. "He's just him. Since you don't know him, I can't tell you." Jiang Bing looked up at the huge eye, only reading one message from it. "This is the turtle's rear regulation." Soon, as the glow flickered, the key was transported back. This time, it had an infinity symbol engraved on it. Although there's no fee for the trip, to prevent some bad situations, the two record keepers updated the rules. For your kind of case, there are certain time gaps required between uses. You'll understand the details when the time comes. Jean Lan's gaze seemed to recall some painful memory, and his whole eye trembled. "That's about it. Have a good journey." After giving these instructions, Jean Lan, like a routine-minded worker, finished his process, closed the floating book in the air, and let it disappear. Then he turned and floated out of the warehouse. Before leaving, he threw a final remark to Jiang Bing. "Since you don't understand much, I'll give you a tip. If there's a world you want to visit, you might want to talk to the key. Maybe it can make it happen." Jiang Bing was lost in thought. Before he could thank him, Jean Lan had already slipped out of the warehouse. As the light curtain closed, only he and the large Makinora Moore remained in the vast warehouse. Jiang Bing naturally saw no reason to stay longer, especially since the big I didn't mention anything about food. According to Jean Lan, Jiang Bing held the key, imagining the space in front of him as a door. He raised his hand and pushed, and surprisingly, he really inserted the key into the void. Before turning the key, he remembered Jean Lan's advice and tried to send his thoughts into the key. Resource-rich, wealth, low danger, stable, modern, and also technological. Repeating these keywords, Jiang Bing turned the key to the right, revealing a glowing screen. Looking at the unknown behind the screen, Jiang Bing sat in the Makinora Moore and drove into it again, feeling nervous. As expected, one person and one vehicle are now high above the ground, beginning to fall freely. Outside the car window, first there is darkness, then a rolling, endless sea appears on the horizon. What is happening to me? JPG Machinora Rhymer starts accelerating downward under gravity. Almost at the same time, a loud thunderclap of a thick lightning bolt strikes. The lightning is very close to Jiang Bing's car, nearly passing by it. The air inside the functioning air conditioner carries a faint smell of ionized oxygen molecules. At this moment, Jiang Bing notices that the sky is filled with dark clouds pressing low, flashing with lightning and roaring thunder, while fierce winds whip the rain, hitting the car windows with a loud patter. He is caught in a fierce storm at sea, and both he and the car have just passed through the clouds. Before Jiang Bing can even sigh, Machinora Rhymer is already approaching the water surface. Jiang Bing can only open the car door and leap out before it crashes into the sea. The heavy weight of the vehicle causes it, along with weapons and supplies inside, to plunge rapidly into the ocean, leaving Jiang Bing alone to surface, helpless and tearful. He hasn't done much in this new world, but now he has a new task. He must find a way to recover the car. Fortunately, there is a fairly large island nearby, lying across from Jiang Bing's left front. This makes him feel a bit more hopeful after his rough start. Getting close to such a large island means the water depth at the crash site isn't too deep. After crossing mountains and rivers, breaking through clouds and waves, Machinora Rhymer won't sink into the deep sea and disappear forever. Recovering items from the surface won't be too difficult. Large raindrops beat down on the surrounding sea, and the storm causes the waves to be wild and chaotic, forming dangerous whirlpools beneath the surface. Of course, these waves, capable of sweeping away normal people, are useless against Jiang Bing. After lamenting his tragic loss of supplies upon landing, he shakes off his strong arms and begins to brave the storm, rushing toward the island at a speed not much slower than a motorboat. As he gets closer, Jiang Bing notices that the entire island seems to be surrounded by a fierce storm. In just a short time, the storm has grown even larger. Thick, dark clouds almost press down to the sea level, occasionally sparking silver chains between the water and the clouds, creating a scene that seems capable of destroying the world. Jiang Bing quickly swam to the coast and chose a gentle, flat beach to officially land on the island. The island is indeed large, with dense vegetation and uneven terrain. Looking far along the coast, you can see tall mountain peaks and a forest that blocks out the sunlight. Among the vast trees, there are clear signs of human structures. Quite lucky, Jiang Bing thought. At least it's not a deserted island with no signs of life. The presence of buildings means people have lived here. On the rocky shoreline, there are broken ships pushed ashore by the rough sea. Some hulls are almost torn apart by the waves, and trash is scattered everywhere. Jiang Bing took a few steps and saw the remains of a modern fishing boat, corroded and stuck between two rocks. This eased his worries about the current timeline. It seems that the advice from the key before setting out was helpful. Jiang Bing raised his hand, and the key appeared in front of him. However, it was now very dull, with the original starry glow inside the key completely faded. The entire key looked more transparent and unreal. Fortunately, the new infinity symbol on it was shining brightly, with streaks of starlight flowing out and into the key, slowly replenishing its star glow. It seems these starlights represent the boat ticket. Jiang Bing tried to communicate with his cargo hold in the port using the key, but the response was that there wasn't enough starlight. Is there a fee to open the door? He tried to ask key about the fee standards through his mind, and soon understood from the response. Opening the cargo hold and going to the port share the same fee, and both require half of the starlight in key. But since opening the cargo hold is basically opening the door to the port, this fee seems reasonable. If there's a chance, Jiang Bing thought, he should find a way to carry a portable space-type device. No wonder it's called a cargo hold. Besides being used to transfer goods between worlds, it doesn't seem suitable for a personal space. After checking key, Jiang Bing skillfully opened the system to confirm his status. The system prompted, "You have successfully entered a new dimension, code HXXD, G9233, Earth Dimension." It is now listing your personal attribute panel. Position, Apprentice Craftsman Skill Level, 2, 65%. Household Registration, Origin Planet B33, Earth, Location, World HXXD, G9233, Earth Existence Strength, 2.5 composition strength, 2.8 creator database access level, 1, 63%. Number of craftsman badges, 14. Looking at the system, which shows the same world code as the early part of the Cyberpunk universe, Jiang Bing feels like he's not traveling very far. After confirming there are no other issues, Jiang Bing turns off the system. He is soaked and walks into the dense forest connected to the beach, caught in a storm. The trees in the forest grow very thick, with many fragrant camphor, nanmu, and cedar trees. Their sturdy branches stretch out, blocking much of the rain with their tangled limbs. Lush ferns also grow abundantly, their tangled roots making it hard to pass through. Stepping over knee-high weeds, Jiang Bing stops beside a bamboo grove. He didn't expect to find signs of human activity so quickly. Although the building in front has long been abandoned and is heavily damaged by nature, with plants growing through the ruins, this broken structure still provides useful clues. Vines twist and wind around the broken wood. From the layout and construction style, it's clear that the building has a Japanese influence. Jiang Bing moves aside the collapsed roof beams and uses the still untarnished wood to build a simple shelter along an intact corner of the wall. Though drafty, it at least has a roof to block the rain and a place to start a fire. For a craftsman, making fire by rubbing sticks is almost effortless. He finds a rotting piece of wood, carries it into the shelter, and peels away the wet bark. Using his strength, he kneads the decayed wood into highly flammable fibers, like kneading dough. Without any tools, he casually pulls some tough vines, and with a suitable piece of tile and hard dry branches, he makes a simple fire bow. Thanks to Jiang Bing's excellent craftsmanship skills, the fire bow he makes by hand is very sturdy. With steady, rapid movements, Jiang Bing quickly ignites a flame in this makeshift shelter. With the glow of the fire shining, the warmth finally drove away the coldness brought by the rain and wind. Although Jiang Bing's current physical condition makes it hard for him to feel cold in normal natural environments. Listening to the sound of rain hitting the trees and leaves, even though there is only a simple campfire now, a strange sense of safety fills his heart. Fire, as a loyal partner in human civilization, has a deep influence on humans that is rooted in our genes. He takes off his wet shirt and undershirt, hanging them on the remains of a building to dry. Jiang Bing then simply stands there shirtless, the flames flickering over his body, turning his muscular frame into a warm hue. A long, powerful wolf howl echoes from the nearby forest, followed by more howls rising and falling. There are wolves here. Judging by the sound, it's at least a sizable wolf pack. This fact makes Jiang Bing doubt whether anyone lives on this island. But these howls, which can easily scare ordinary people, instead make Jiang Bing hungry. Because they are wolves, alive, authentic, and juicy, delicious wolf meat. In the cyberpunk world, he spends all day eating high-tech and fierce food, and now his mouth has lost its taste for that. In the city of the night, which is countless times more advanced than this island, the lower-class people can't even drink clean, uncontaminated water. Thinking of this, Jiang Bing stands up, stretching his powerful back and shoulders. He casually overturns a still mostly intact clay pot on the ground to catch rainwater. Then, shirtless, he walks into the deep forest, heading toward the sound of the wolf howls. The various plants and leaves in the forest scratch against Jiang Bing's skin, which is much tougher than old leather, leaving no marks. Even the dense bushes on the ground are pushed aside by him, creating a small path. He builds bridges over mountains and water, never taking a curved route. In less than 10 minutes, he finds the victims in a flat, grassy clearing in the woods. To his surprise, the wolf pack has successfully hunted a spotted deer. Several wolves, resembling blackback dogs but more wild, either crouch or sit, baring their teeth and licking blood, waiting for the alpha wolf to eat, then beginning their feast. But at this critical moment, a terrifying, shirtless ape suddenly pushes aside the bushes and boldly walks into the wolves' dining area. In Jiang Bing's image, he caught a wild wolf midair as if catching a sandbag, holding it in his arms. After easily breaking its neck like snapping a sugarcane, the wolf pack could only retreat, putting away their fierce, snarling expressions and slinking away with their tails between their legs. There's no choice. In the jungle, it's very important to know your place in the food chain. Those who don't are on the menu. With one wolf in his left hand and one deer in his right, Jiang Deshan returned happily with his bounty. As Jiang Bing deliberately threw a large amount of collected fruitwood into the fire, the deer and wolf legs sizzled and oozed oil from the high heat. A rich, hearty smell of roasted meat rose with the curling smoke, drifting out from the damaged roof and finally into the forest. The aroma was simply wonderful. Jiang Bing tore at the roasted meat eagerly, almost choking with emotion. Even though this world had taken everything from him at first sight, just a few bites of authentic, traditional Tokyo-style roasted meat made him forgive most of his troubles. He took a sip of fresh rainwater with a hint of earthy scent. Having not eaten anything proper for over a year, Jiang Bing felt full and content, then lay down on the ground, satisfied. After eating the fruitwood roasted deer meat, Sabue Arasaka was no match for him. These things, if they were in the City of Night, no matter how rich you are, you wouldn't get a bite. The City of Night? Forget about it. I don't want her to misunderstand. Only after the rain outside eased did Jiang Bing struggle to get up from his lying position. During the hunt earlier, Jiang Bing had spotted a hidden, dilapidated village nestled in the mountains, visible through the dense canopy of trees on a nearby hillside. It looked abandoned and long deserted, but Jiang Bing, being resourceful, didn't mind. Such a large village might still have some useful items. Even a functional pot would be good. Even broken things were fine. Jiang Bing could fix them. Reverting to his role as a scavenger, Jiang Bing felt like returning to the days when he roamed the trash dumps of the City of Night. In fact, collecting trash can mean many things. In the City of Night's dump, it's straightforward, like finding gold in manure. Despite the dirt and smell, this job often gives a strange sense of happiness, as if gaining something without much effort. Of course, that's only when he finds something valuable. The rush of dopamine from discovering something worthwhile is what makes it rewarding. After working hard all morning, just collecting leftover food and broken, worthless metal, I believe this kind of activity is unlikely to give a person a sense of achievement. This kind of trash collecting is simply a low-level, hard, and low-reward job. Some people wouldn't even consider doing it. Fortunately, Jiang Bing, who has nothing but himself and is very simple-minded, is easily satisfied. So, he was in a good mood on the way to the village. The heavy rain had gradually eased, and the forest was filled with the fresh smell after rain. This made Jiang Bing, who had inhaled a lot of exhaust fumes, feel very comfortable. First, he jumped up a cliff more than 10 meters high, then leapt onto a pine tree branch about 4 or 5 meters away from the rocks. Jiang Bing imitated Tarzan, choosing the shortest straight path between 2 points, swinging across the steep cliff face, and finally landing on the other side. This way, he easily took a shortcut, saving half an hour that would normally be spent walking around the mountain path. The village was small, but very old-fashioned in style. It was built along the mountain, with houses stretching up to the hillside. Most of the buildings were made from nearby forest materials, mainly wood. Although simple and rough, the overall layout showed a strong Japanese Kamakura period style. The village seemed abandoned for a long time, with many houses on the verge of collapse due to neglect. Jiang Bing chose the sturdiest-looking house and went inside to check. There was no need to consider unlocking the door. The wooden door and hinges came off easily when pushed. From the furnishings, it seemed the villagers didn't leave because of some sudden disaster. Although they left in a hurry, it looked like a planned evacuation. The interior was not messy, but aside from some valuables and daily necessities, many large or heavy furniture items were left behind. Most of these were rotten, and the rough cloth bedding had become stiff over the years, blending with the dust. But one thing hanging in a prominent spot in the living room caught Jiang Bing's attention. It was an American flag. Although it looked a bit dirty, with holes from bugs and mice, its classic design and red and white stripes made it easy to recognize. A question arose in Jiang Bing's mind. Although it is normal to see the American flag on Japanese territory, it should at least be in appropriate places. It would be acceptable to see it at government offices, military bases, or even outside the Japanese imperial palace. However, here, it is clearly an old traditional Japanese village, and the appearance of such a flag seems very out of place. Putting this question aside for now, Jiang Bing begins to search through the rooms, looking for useful items. During this process, many strange things become apparent. After entering several empty houses, Jiang Bing finds that almost every household has many common iron tools. Tools like shovels, hoes, sickles, and axes, farm tools, are found in almost every home. When the villagers left, they did not take these tools with them. They simply left them in storage. From this, it seems that this village is not like a traditional ancient Japanese rural area. In ancient Japan, where resources were scarce and metalworking was not advanced, iron tools were very valuable. Such a large number of iron farm tools could only appear in a modern, productive society. The villagers abandoning these tools also suggests a move toward a more modern time, because the closer to industrialized modern society, the less valuable industrial products become. The mix of backward and advanced, old-fashioned and modern, closed and open elements in this small village makes Jiang Bing even more curious about the situation on this island. After exploring the entire village, Jiang Bing finds a stone statue about the height of a person on the hillside next to the village. The statue was carved directly from the solid cliff face. It is not very large, but the craftsmanship is decent. This is a seated female statue. Unlike the widely circulated Japanese Buddhist statues, which are often localized, this statue has no Buddhist elements. Instead, it shows a strong native Shinto style. The seated figure wears an ancient chokutai robe, wide-sleeved clothing usually worn only by priests. However, she is not wearing a matching tall hat, but has her hair styled like a shrine maiden, with several long, straight hairpins arranged in a circle at the back of her head, inserted into her hair bun. It looks as if she is wearing a sun disk on her head. Jiang Bing confirmed that he had no knowledge of this image in his memory, but he was not surprised. After all, Japan is known for its countless gods and spirits, with so many different images that even they themselves can't keep track. Maybe this is one of the native deities of this island. From the village, Jiang Bing easily gathered a full set of tools needed to be a carpenter: an axe, chisel, saw, and hammer. Although simple, these tools were enough. With tools in hand, Jiang Bing decided to make a basic self-defense weapon right there. White elm wood, which is tough and flexible, is ideal for making spears because it doesn't break easily. He cut down a white elm tree about the size of a bowl, dragged it back to a flat rock that served as a workbench. With his skill, he quickly cut and shaped the trunk. He took some iron sheets from furniture, and with a strong hammer, he quickly attached the pre-cut spear tip to the iron, fixing it with a metal band. After attaching the metal spear tip, Jiang Bing held the semi-finished spear and examined it. His craft instincts made him instantly notice any unreasonable parts of the spear. Next, he trimmed and balanced it to keep the spear's center of gravity slightly forward, ensuring stable flight when thrown. Finally, he polished the spear shaft. Since he couldn't find suitable rope, he carved a few anti-slip grooves near the handle. This simple spear, handmade with basic carpentry tools but of much better quality than industrial products, was now complete. Jiang Bing deliberately made the shaft longer and thicker to help it last longer in violent fights. After polishing, the spear felt good to hold, but its damage potential was low. It mainly caused piercing injuries, which made it hard to kill instantly unless it hit vital points. This made Jiang Bing miss his chainsaw sword, which was great for opening up bodies. But right now, he didn't even have a primitive smelting furnace. Building one wasn't impossible, but he had no plans to show off island survival skills here. The most important thing was to find the nearest human gathering point. In human society, these are small matters. He packed his repaired simple tools into a box, threw it into a random house, and prepared to return to the makeshift shelter he had built earlier. He wanted to bring back the leftover food and also observe the terrain from the higher ground nearby. The campfire had already gone out, but the lingering embers produced more smoke, making it easier to see in the air. Carrying a spear, Jiang Bing just returned to the entrance of the shelter and frowned. Before leaving, Jiang Bing had hung 3 deer legs over the fire to smoke, but now only 2 remained. There was untouched raw meat on the ground, and a faint black handprint on one of the remaining deer legs, indicating that someone had stolen them. Jiang Bing felt a bit angry. If someone steals, just steal. Don't touch everything else, and for goodness sake, wash your hands. He immediately prepared to confront the thief, which would also be a good chance to meet the island's native people. To avoid leaving footprints on the soft ground after the rain, the thief carefully stepped through bushes and shrubs, sometimes jumping onto fallen dead trees and rocks, and occasionally climbing along trees. Some cleverness, but not much, Jiang Bing thought to himself. Even without his super senses, an experienced hunter could tell the thief's path by the broken branches brushed aside, the marks from shoes on rocks and tree trunks, and the mud splatters left behind. Moreover, in the latter part of the trail, the thief, feeling they were far enough away, stopped hiding and ran quickly along the forest path. Jiang Bing followed the trail to a narrow cave entrance. From the crack that only one person could squeeze through, a familiar smell wafted out. It was Jiang Bing's roasted deer leg. Hearing the cheerful chewing sounds from inside the cave, Jiang Bing made a face and squeezed into the opening, blocking the culprit inside. It was a wild person, with long hair hanging loose, matted and covered in dirt, but still faintly showing the original blonde color. He wore a loose, ill-fitting modern jacket that looked out of place, and around his waist, he had wrapped some strips of cloth, possibly from old jeans, now worn and frayed from rocks and branches. All his clothes were stained and dirty. This mix of modern and primitive clothing gave Jiang Bing, just coming from a Japanese ancient village, a strange feeling of being out of time. The wild person, busy eating, saw someone squeeze into the cave and quickly dropped the deer leg, panic in his eyes. He grabbed a long stick behind him as a weapon, trembling as he pointed at Jiang Bing. Using the natural light coming through the cave entrance, Jiang Bing finally saw the true face and the object in the hands of the wild person. Beneath her yellow, grass-like hair, there was a young woman with a typical Germanic face. She had a long, narrow face, a high-nose bridge, thin lips, and deep-set green eyes. Her features looked very sharp and serious. Even with dirt all over her face, her good looks were still visible. If she cleaned up, she could be a beautiful woman. She was holding a World War II-era American soldier's standard M1 Garand rifle, but the rifle was in very poor condition. For Jiang Bing, judging guns was easier than judging people. Just by looking, he could tell this old, nearly falling apart rifle was broken and out of bullets. The situation was becoming more strange. On an island full of Japanese-style buildings, a Western woman wild person appeared, holding an old World War II rifle that might be older than her. But that didn't stop her from pretending to be powerful. She angrily pointed the gun at Jiang Bing, her voice almost hysterical. "FK, don't move. If you do, I'll shoot holes in you." Having been threatened many times before and experienced it enough, Jiang Bing watched her wild gestures and gave a sharp comment in his mind. Her lines are stiff and unnatural, and her emotions are weak. Overall, she looks very insecure. I'll give her 2 points. She needs to settle down and improve. He placed the spear he was holding on the ground and coldly said, "Enough, stop acting. That gun is already broken. It's not even better than a stick now." The wild woman immediately panicked, but still tried to act calm. Jiang Bing nodded toward the deer leg she had thrown on the ground and asked, "Tell me, why did you steal from me? And where is this?" Strangely, when Jiang Bing asked, the woman, who should have been more panicked, suddenly calmed down. She took 2 steps forward and carefully looked at Jiang Bing at the cave entrance. Although his clothes looked stiff after soaking in seawater and drying, they still looked decent. His face was clean, not like someone who hadn't been shaved or groomed for a long time. And he didn't have any disgusting tattoos, which strangely made him relax. She then asked a question Jiang Bing hadn't expected. "Are you new to the island today?" Although I was very curious about how the woman in front of me had reached this conclusion, knowing at first sight that I had just arrived on this island, I thought briefly and nodded slightly in agreement. This gesture seemed to lift a huge weight off her shoulders, and she relaxed completely. "Oh, thank goodness," she said, dropping her rifle. She tried to get closer to me, but hesitated because she had been alone for too long and looked a bit unsure. "How did you get onto this island?" I asked. She spoke to herself first, then answered her own question. "Come on, that's obvious. It's because of that damn storm." After venting for a while, she calmed down a bit and answered my questions weakly, clearing up all the doubts I had since I arrived. She mentioned hearing from some crazy religious fanatics that this place was called Yema Island, a cursed land haunted by demons. Yema Island. Is this the island cursed by the Sun Queen Himiko in the game Tomb Raider? No wonder there's an endless storm surrounding the island, and no wonder I saw American flags and World War II-style rifles here. In history, during World War II, Japan, retreating to defend its homeland, targeted the storm-wrapped Yama Island. After paying a heavy price, a few survivors from the damaged fleet managed to land on the island, building fortresses to study the storm's secrets. The United States also sent troops to the island after hearing about it. But no one expected that it would be hard to get in and almost impossible to leave. Neither side could uncover the secret behind the endless storm. Instead, they both got trapped on the island. Understanding all this, I suddenly realized why the woman in front of me was here. "Are you a traveler who was shipwrecked here?" I asked. She seemed to have not eaten properly for a long time. She picked up a deer leg from the ground, ignoring the dust on it, and tore into it greedily. After a few bites of deer meat, she let out a satisfied sigh and replied, "More or less. I am a professional sailor." It's as if she's recalling old memories. The woman sighs and continues, "I ended up here because during a round-the-world sailing race, I was near this area when suddenly a terrible storm hit. When I woke up, I was on this island." The woman looks overwhelmed. Damn it, the weather was perfect, and then out of nowhere, this storm appeared. Jiang Bing doesn't bother explaining that it was the restless spirit of Himiko causing all this. Seeing the woman who almost turned into a wild person because of all this, Jiang Bing asks again, "How long have you been here? And why are you like this?" Her fragile expression seems to be triggered by his question. She suddenly jumps up from the ground. "The island is full of crazy people and religious fanatics. They not only burn and loot, but also catch people to sacrifice. I've seen some survivors who got stranded here after a sea accident, but they were taken away by these people without any defense, and I never saw them again." The woman screams hysterically, "They're dead. They must all be dead, maybe even sacrificed to the evil spirits." Watching this woman who keeps hiding and surviving, Jiang Bing thinks, "You might be right. Those people could have been taken to feed the storm warriors, the undead cursed by Himiko." Thinking of those Japanese warriors who have lived until now, Jiang Bing feels a headache coming. He came to this world to gather supplies, not to hang out with Himiko and her undead followers, or to play hero in some island-wide game of defeating monsters. But the storm created by Himiko, that old troublemaker, surrounds the whole island. If he doesn't kill her, even if Jiang Bing manages to build a vessel for sailing, he can't break through the storm's barrier. He can't leave Yamatai, so he can't return to human society, and he can't quickly gather the scarce resources needed to fill his storage. And to defeat Himiko, first, he'd have to find her on such a big island. Even if he finds her, her organized storm warrior army isn't just sitting around. The more he thinks, the more his head hurts. The headache makes him long for the power he lost in the sea. "My thoughts are becoming more complicated." Jiang Bing simply shakes his head and pushes these worries aside for now. If he can't charge the key in time, he plans to hunt some wild game, gather soil, and find a water source to fill the storage with fresh water. Bringing this back to the cyberpunk world would be a valuable gain. But this is just his last resort plan. Sighing, Jiang Bing doesn't feel like blaming the female sailboat crew member for stealing. He turns and walks out of the cave, planning to return to the abandoned village first and think things over carefully. Just a few steps out, the woman quietly follows behind him. At a slower pace, they reach the abandoned village before dark. Jiang Bing quickly builds a small fire pit with tools, making sure to widen the chimney so smoke won't rise too high. In the woman's surprised expression, he carries a sturdy red maple wood branch, about her waist thick, and cuts it into pieces suitable for the fire pit, stacking them beside it. Red maple wood is dense and heavy, burns for a long time, and produces lasting heat. It is the best type of firewood, much better than oak or walnut. However, in modern times, the high cost of wood makes using it as firewood seem a bit luxurious. But given their current situation, Jiang Bing looks at the mountains full of various trees, including some rare old species, and snorts at the waste. Burn it fiercely, burn it to the last drop. After all, Bimihu, who lives a good life, won't mind wasting a little. From chopping trees in the mountains to stacking a pile of firewood nearly half a meter high by the fire pit, what would normally take a person a whole day, Jiang Bing does in less than half an hour. This amazes the female sailboat crew member. Jiang Bing continues to walk into the mountains as the sunset fades. When he returns dragging 2 cedar logs, he finds that the woman has already tidied up the room and started searching the village for useful items. She is indeed smart and has begun to show her value. When she comes back holding a large, half-rotted clay jar, she finds that the house now has a set of cedar wood tables and chairs, along with several sets of wooden bowls, chopsticks, and forks. Meanwhile, Jiang Bing is filling a newly made wooden bucket with water. In ancient times, when choosing a location for a settlement, the first thing to consider was whether there was a water source nearby. Clearly, this village has a stream flowing beside it. The stream rushes down from the mountain, crystal clear. Jiang Bing carried a bucket of water weighing dozens of kilograms, walking quickly back to the house. The female sailor had already started clumsily handling the remaining wolf and deer meat. She held a piece of metal she had found somewhere, trying hard to cut the fur using the freshly polished side. Because she was too slow, Jiang Bing took over the task, so they could enjoy the meat soup before midnight. Honestly, without salt or spices to cover the smell, the boiled meat soup didn't taste good. The wolf meat was tough, and the deer meat was even drier than the wolf meat. But since one of them had just come from a food desert and the other hadn't had hot soup for months, they were still satisfied. After eating, the female sailor took the dishes outside to wash. Jiang Bing sat by the fire, thinking about what to do next. First, he needed to find out if the main group, including Laura Crawford, had already hit the reef in the storm and if they had landed on the island. He asked the female sailor about the exact date, but she had been busy for months and didn't remember the specific day. She only knew it was 2013. That was the year the Perseverance set out to explore the Dragon Triangle, but the storm hadn't stopped yet. This meant Himiko was still alive, and the Perseverance team probably hadn't landed. Next, Jiang Bing wanted to understand the source of Himiko's ability to control storms, hoping to use it himself. The female sailor stayed outside for a long time before returning. Jiang Bing noticed she had washed herself at a stream. She shed her dirty camouflage and returned to her true appearance: blonde hair, blue eyes, deep features, looking to be in her 20s or 30s. She took off her men's jacket, revealing a racing swimsuit she probably wore during sailing competitions, now torn and worn out after months. This made her look even more attractive. She let her thick blonde hair fall around her shoulders, sitting by the fire. She tried to dry her hair with the heat of the flames while showing off her bare skin to Jiang Bing. A clever woman, Jiang Bing thought of her. After meeting Jiang Bing and seeing that he had the strength to survive here easily, she quickly analyzed the situation and decided to try to depend on him to survive. She also quickly came up with a practical plan for normal circumstances. She clearly understands what her greatest advantage is when facing a normal man. She can confidently set aside her pride, use her skills, and leverage her beauty to achieve her goals, ensuring she can easily survive on this isolated island. As a female sailor brave enough to participate alone in the round-the-world sailing race, her success in her career depends not only on her strong body, but also on her smart, careful, and decisive mind. No wonder she managed to survive for several months on an island full of zombies, cult members, killers, and madmen, and still look unscathed. Of course, Jiang Bing subconsciously overlooked the role her appearance played in all this. From the moment they met to her recent actions, the female sailor has temporarily gained Jiang Bing's approval. Approval that she is qualified to be his companion. "What's your name?" Jiang Bing suddenly asked. Just as the female sailor thought her plan had succeeded and puffed up her chest to flirt, Jiang Bing's next words dashed her hopes. "Stop that. It's useless with me." Seeing her embarrassed expression after her plan was exposed, Jiang Bing continued to ask, "Can you kill someone?" Hearing his question, the female sailor slowly moved back near the fire pit. "You're a smart person. I believe you understand what I mean." The atmosphere instantly fell into silence, only the crackling of flames burning the hard maple wood in the fire pit. Finally, after a brief moment of thought, the female sailor solemnly replied, "Kate, Kate Caps." She, or rather Kate, took a deep breath and added, "Also, I've already killed someone. I used that Garand rifle stock to blow the brains out of a bastard trying to assault me." Jiang Bing stared at her composed and attractive face. Using his strong perception, he sensed that she was telling the truth. For the first time, Jiang Bing smiled at her. He stepped forward and extended his hand. Sabarerik, a craftsman. Seeing Jiang Bing's friendly gesture, Kate finally relaxed and, a little weak, stood up and firmly grasped Jiang Bing's hand. After what just happened, their relationship was much closer than before. Kate, who had let down most of her defenses, looked more relaxed. She watched Jiang Bing's strong, handsome face and asked, "Do you really not?" "No," Jiang Bing interrupted quickly, refusing. What a joke. No one knew who was playing whom. In the village, Jiang Bing found many axes. The metal axes were rusty but still usable, though the wooden handles were mostly rotten and fragile. He was now attaching new wooden handles to these axes. While polishing the handles to fit his hand better, Jiang Bing asked, "You've been here for a few months. Do you know where to find weapons and supplies?" Clearly, Jiang Bing was eager to start gathering resources. Kate tried to remember her survival experience over the past few months and replied, "There's a military fortress on the nearby mountain, built long ago by the Japanese. It should have leftover weapons, but there's a group of bandits living there." "That's not a problem," Jiang Bing said, blowing away the sawdust. He hammered the handle into the axe's slot, then picked it up to check. He nodded with satisfaction. "The real question is, should those people be allowed to live?" Kate exhaled heavily through her nose, as if she was scolding or mocking. "I saw them shoot a man on a raft with random gunfire, then drag the woman remaining into the fortress," she said bitterly. "Most of the gangs on this island are like that, scum who eat their own kind." Jiang Bing suddenly understood. "Oh, scavengers. I know this job well." Kate seemed frustrated after holding it in for a long time. She continued to vent her feelings, angrily criticizing everything she saw on the island. "They are cruel and merciless. Anyone with a kind heart wouldn't join them. They're all crazy, either religious fanatics or just mentally disturbed." Hearing this, Kate sighed in disappointment. "It's funny, if you don't join them, it's almost impossible to survive on this cannibal island. After so long, there probably aren't any good people left here." This statement contains some personal opinions, but it is fairly fair overall. On an island that has experienced a storm lasting 600 years, where only entry is allowed and no one can leave, there is a very complex power structure. Apart from the internal area protected by storm warriors, the strongest force is the Sun Brotherhood, which controls most of the Yamatai Island. However, there are also many small groups mixed in. The Sun Brotherhood, a cult that worships Himiko, has members from many backgrounds, descendants of World War II Japanese and American soldiers, explorers, fishermen, cruise passengers, archaeologists, tomb raiders, pilots who narrowly escaped death. Everyone has their own thoughts and ideas, and they often scheme against each other, secretly fighting behind the scenes. Although it is not as peaceful as the simple night city, Yamatai can still be called a place full of talented people. In such a high-pressure environment, new arrivals on the island are often either killed by those above or forced to join and help persecute others. People like Kate, who are outsiders, are very rare and usually don't survive long under normal circumstances. If I had to describe Yamatai's survival environment in one phrase, it would be a high-stakes island survival game, fantasy version. Looting, which is the main way to get equipment and resources in this survival game, is also very popular among Jiang Bing. As for other players, the small players who rely on cheats can only be prepared to loot and steal. When a team bullies newcomers, they should remember that one day they might be caught by a righteous cheat. By noon the next day, after trekking through mountains and rivers, even Kylie, a professional athlete used to rough seas, was exhausted. Fortunately, the military fortress built by the Japanese military was right in front of her. It's clear that a base built by a professional military is well designed. The fortress is located on a steep cliff, with bare rocks on both sides, leaving nowhere to hide. The main road leading to the fortress is hidden inside a permanent trench, with two narrow shooting holes on each side of the entrance, and a lookout post on top for lighting and observation. However, even the best layout cannot withstand the passage of time. After decades, the barbed wire that should have been in front of the fortress has long disappeared, and most of the equipment is damaged. Due to the storm at that time, supplies could not be delivered to the island normally. The fortress, which should have been built with reinforced concrete, only had a single layer of relatively thick cement brick walls. Over time, The cement on the surface started to peel off in patches, revealing the bricks inside. However, these details are not very important for the upcoming actions, since Jiang Bing did not plan to break through from the front. The people inside the fortress were not professional soldiers. Jiang Bing stood here for several minutes, but saw no one patrolling. There were no sentries set up outside the fortress. Only a bandit lazily sitting behind a long observation hole, looking careless and afraid others might not see him. He was yawning constantly and looked very sleepy and tired. It could be said that even a cleaner's fighting skills were better. After confirming there were no other sentries, Jiang Bing frowned and swaggered around to the front of the fortress from the side. Before entering, he heard snoring from not far behind the door. When he got closer to the entrance, Jiang Bing was even more speechless. The sturdy iron door was not even closed. Without doing anything, Jiang Bing had already entered the fortress and was standing right behind an enemy. Used to the intensity of battles in the City of Night, Jiang Bing felt a bit like playing house. But he still had to do his job. He reached behind his waist and pulled out an axe, then directly struck the back of the enemy's head. The bandit, probably dreaming badly and breathing irregularly, quickly regained steady breathing with Jiang Bing's help. Without pulling the axe out of the enemy's forehead, Jiang Bing reached behind his waist again and slowly pushed open the iron door leading to the shooting room on the left. The poorly maintained iron door made a slight screeching sound, but the sentry on the chair showed no reaction and didn't even turn his head. Inside, a decent-looking Type 99 light machine gun was placed below the observation window, ready for the guard to quickly lift and shoot outside. The equipment was good. Jiang Bing glanced at the sentry, who was slumped in his chair, yawning endlessly and showing no military discipline. Jiang Bing was too lazy to bother criticizing. He thought about giving him a vintage retro axe head ornament to let him settle down. With a helpless sigh, Jiang Bing pushed open the iron door leading into the fortress. The enemies behind the door didn't even react immediately. Jiang Bing's behavior didn't seem like that of enemies attacking a fortress. Instead, he acted more like a homeowner returning home. The robbers, realizing something was wrong, didn't immediately draw their guns and shoot like the simple residents of the Night City. Instead, they tried to ask who was there. But in the next second, an axe flew from Jiang Bing's hand and embedded itself in one robber's forehead. The body collapsed softly to the ground with a small thud. Yet, the robber next door was still snoring loudly. At this point, Jiang Bing didn't want to say anything more. He casually pulled out an axe from his waist and swung it at the person's head. He continued moving forward through the old, broken fortress. Finally, when he reached the spacious command room, the enemies inside finally reacted. Maybe because they were in a familiar environment, or perhaps because their skill level was too low and they were too careless, neither of these two enemies had their guns nearby. One of the robbers, foolish enough to turn around during the fight to grab his gun, was immediately struck in the back of the head by Jiang Bing's flying axe. The body fell forward stiffly. Under Jiang Bing's example, the other enemy finally resisted the urge to turn around and grab his gun. Instead, he reached into his military boot and pulled out a tactical dagger. This, Jiang Bing looked at the enemy's dagger, then clenched his own sturdy spear, thinking to himself whether he had been somewhat brainwashed by the Night City, leading to a fear of being underpowered. A long spear isn't convenient. If you don't carry it with you, that's fine. But you don't even carry a pistol? You don't even have a bigger weapon? This small dagger can't kill anyone. Is this how normal civilian fights in the real world should be? The opponent took a few deep breaths, finally gathering courage and charging forward with a scream. But before he could take 2 steps, Jiang Bing's suddenly blurred spear pierced from below, stabbing through his chin and into his brain. Jiang Bing held the spear with one hand, lifted the opponent, shook him a couple of times to ensure his brains were shaken up, then withdrew the spear and let the body fall to the ground. In this way, a gang occupying a military fortress was defeated by Jiang Bing wielding cold weapons, all without gunfire, only a scream, and without any intense fighting. I'm speechless. Truly, when people are extremely speechless, they often feel completely at a loss for words. Carefully, Jiang Bing prepared many useless plans before acting, and now he feels that the enemy has wasted his respect. From Kate's point of view, the whole situation seems even more exaggerated. The strong, yellow-skinned man named Saba, whom she just met yesterday, only carried a few tools, axes, and a medieval spear that looked like it was made by smashing it out himself. After observing the heavily guarded bandit fortress for a while, he confidently strolled in from one side, as if he was just taking a walk. The process was so casual that Kate, who thought he was just scouting the place, didn't react at all. Less than 5 minutes later, he calmly walked out of the fortress and casually told himself that the entire military stronghold had been cleared. During this time, there was no gunfire, no fighting, no shouting, and nothing at all. Saba didn't even look tired, his clothes spotless, as if he had simply gone for a walk. Kate even wondered if the fortress was abandoned and empty inside. But this idea was quickly dismissed when she was ordered to clean up the bodies. She swallowed the thick soup that was rising in her throat with difficulty, trying to endure the discomfort, and pulled the axe from the enemy's forehead. The axe was deeply embedded in the skull, so Kate had to step on the corpse's neck to pull it out. She understood this was a test, so she forcefully shook off the white, unknown substance on the axe, wiped it with the corpse's clothes repeatedly, and then placed it in a nearby basket. Then she pushed the corpse off a cliff nearby, letting it disappear into the vast sea. Afterward, Kate returned to the fortress 100 meters away, again struggling to drag a half-stiff corpse to the cliff edge. She swallowed her breakfast again with difficulty, used her hands and feet to pull out the axe, and then pushed the body down the cliff to destroy the evidence. As one corpse after another was dragged out of the fortress, Kate became more curious and fearful of the mysterious man named Saba. What kind of person could have such ruthless skills and a calmness that disregards life? Her mind was filled with questions, but she believed the answer was definitely not as simple as yesterday, when he said he was just an ordinary craftsman. However, as a companion, the young sprout of a sense of security in her heart grew stronger, as if these corpses provided nourishment for it. The originally magnificent interior decoration had long since weathered away, with peeling paint and cracks. It was cold, stiff, and filled with a strong smell of decay deep in the bones. Himiko's consciousness awakened within this body that was once beautiful and full of life, but now was dry, emaciated, and lifeless like a mummified corpse. Her proud magic had become chaotic over the 600 years, and her fragile shell was no longer enough to support her consciousness for long. In fact, she hadn't awakened from this prison in 2 years. Himiko didn't curse or scream. These useless emotions had proven to be pointless over the long years and only wasted time. She had more important things to do this time. A huge amount of her accumulated magic surged into her mind, flowing through the 13 long, gold Sun Queen symbols on her headband, then down into the ground, spreading through countless metal pipes underground, and being captured at a certain point. Then, with a burst of consciousness like a supernova, Himiko's vision expanded almost infinitely. Her loyal Yamatai and the storms she had personally summoned were quickly left behind. Under the reckless infusion of magic, her view seemed to cross endless oceans, driven by the pulse of her soul's bloodline, moving forward. Finally, the Sun Queen saw a salvage ship speeding across the sea, and a yellow-skinned girl on the deck, excitedly taking selfies. An endless storm of hatred rose in the sky tower, causing the storm warriors on guard to kneel repeatedly. Finally, I've waited for you. Her magic, spent recklessly, caused her already charred face to crack and fracture under immense pressure, until it became a broken, weathered statue like one exposed to sun and rain. At such a painful cost, the sea near the resilient exploration ship suddenly began to stir with strong winds. Soon, under the fierce wind, the clouds started to move rapidly, merging and forming large dark clouds. A strong friction between the clouds generated a large amount of static electricity, which eventually caused lightning. This led to the sudden formation of a storm. Almost instantly, fierce winds blew, heavy rain poured down, and the waves crashed against the resilient ship, nearly tossing it off the sea several times. The storm grew stronger, and the ocean changed from its usual calm to a different, more dangerous face. Even a steel-built ship seemed fragile under the power of nature. Amid the collective prayers on board, the hull of the ship finally broke in the middle. The people and objects inside the cabin were thrown into the sea by the storm, and under the right wind conditions, they were pushed by the waves toward the distant Yamatai. Bimihu, having endured her fatigue, withdrew her gaze after completing these actions. She initially planned to use her remaining magic to support her subordinate, the Storm Warrior, but seeing his stiff, numb consciousness over time, she changed her mind. After a brief consideration, Bimihu decided to focus her view on a sleeping middle-aged man outside the throne room. She visualized the girl she saw earlier on the ship, and after a divine message saying, "Bring her before me, and I will grant you freedom," she withdrew her magic. By then, her shell was already heavily damaged, with her exposed face, feet, and left arm, along with her elegant, hanging body, beginning to show signs of decay. "I can't show my power anymore. This shell can't hold up." A younger, healthier body would better withstand the wear of using power. Bimihu skillfully sank her active consciousness into this broken shell. "But I believe I will soon be free from this prison." Inside the military fortress, Jiang Bing stopped hammering the heavy metal sheet in front of him and placed it back into his newly built furnace to heat. This 40-kilogram iron piece was made from all the metal he had collected in the fortress, including over a dozen severely damaged Type 99 rifles. The parts of these rifles were either deformed or corroded beyond repair by time, moisture, and dust, making them useless for repairs. Jiang Bing recycled them by melting them down again. The metal piece quickly turned bright red as it was heated by the flames, then was removed with tongs and placed on an anvil to be hammered again. Under Jiang Bing's strong strikes, the tough steel was easily shaped, folded, and deformed like clay. After repeatedly hitting it to remove impurities, the cooled metal was placed back into the furnace. During this break, Jiang Bing mixed 2 small buckets of semi-solid lubricating oil with a measured amount of water to make quenching liquid. This military-grade oil, used by the Japanese Army for machine maintenance, could be used for quenching, but its effect was only mediocre. The raw materials for quenching were high-strength alloys used for making guns, but in Jiang Bing's eyes, their strength and toughness still didn't meet his desired standards. If cast into a sword, a skilled craftsman would know that with Jiang Bing's current strength, cutting through hundreds of people would cause the blade to bend or chip. Moreover, during the process, some guns and armor would inevitably be cut. And there were also the Storm Warriors dressed in full Kamakura armor. Thanks to the strong national power of Yamatai at that time, their armor was made of solid, high-quality materials. So, Jiang Bing made some small changes to the design of his work, boldly abandoning his favorite sword shape for a more robust, durable, and powerful blade, one that could still be used even if it chipped or bent. He also added a lot of extra material, making it even stronger. Of course, this also brought obvious disadvantages. The metal piece was taken out of the furnace again. This time Jiang Bing held a large hammer. With a series of clanging sounds, the hammer swung out, creating afterimages. Soon, a massive cleaver with a broad back and thick blade, as wide as a chopping board, took shape. The cleaver was placed back into the furnace, heated until red-hot, then taken out again after being thoroughly heated. This time, the focus was on shaping the details. With precise control of force and angle, Jiang Bing used the hammer to quickly smooth out the uneven surface, fix the jagged edges, and carefully bend the blade into a precise curve to improve its cutting efficiency. Holding the rough metal handle, Jiang Bing lightly tested the blade, then used the storm of hammer blows to readjust the blade's balance and center of gravity. Next, the nearly finished great sword was thrown back into the furnace. Under the careful control of the craftsman, the blade was first heated thoroughly. When the temperature reached a delicate critical point, it was quickly pulled out and immersed in a tank filled with quenching liquid. White mist rose as the timing was just right. The sword was taken out of the quenching liquid for the final polishing and finishing. This sword is indeed very ugly. Of course, I don't mean it looks bad. In fact, weapons made by Jiang Bing usually have a finely crafted appearance at first glance. But the overall shape of this weapon doesn't match its coolness. Everyone's first impression of it is simply wild and simple. No material was wasted after removing impurities, leaving 40 kilograms of weight. The large weapon was extended to about 1.5 meters long, and with a similarly thick and narrow handle, the entire sword reached an astonishing 1.7 meters. The back of the blade is about 3 fingers thick, comparable to a brick. As for the edge, well, there isn't really an edge. To prevent it from curling, the edge was made only about 1 centimeter thin. With nearly 40 kilograms of weight, Jiang Bing didn't plan to use it for cutting people. From the start, it was meant to smash armor and break through defenses. Simply put, it was designed to defend against those old-fashioned, conservative storm warriors. What era are we in? Can ancient armor stop bullets? The Qing dynasty has long fallen. However, in Yamatai, which was cut off from external communication by the storm, powerful modern weapons were hard to find. Ammunition was extremely scarce. If not for a fierce air drop by the US and Japan near the end of World War II, the main weapons on the island would probably be bows, spears, and short swords. Traditional Japanese samurai are truly impressive, and their armor is quite tough. In fact, it's almost invulnerable. Because of this, the entire sword was designed with a more swinging-friendly curve. To maximize chopping power, the tip of the sword isn't a common rounded arc, but was blunted and widened. This shifted the sword's center of gravity forward, allowing for greater inertia with the same acceleration distance. After Jiang Bing wrapped the handle with a non-slip rope, the giant sword looked just like a dragon-slaying weapon from a mobile game. One gleaming with gold, the other with a dark matte finish. One is adorned with dragon motifs, with a dazzling, eye-catching shape. The other has a straight, thick, and rough appearance. Jiang Bing also lacks a brother who urgently needs to be cut down. This huge warrior, full of the idea that big is good, rough is beautiful, and that weak damage is no damage at all, has been given a very wag name by Jiang Bing's image. If Rebecca were here, would she like it? Suddenly, such a ridiculous thought crossed Jiang Bing's mind. I'll ask her when I get the chance. While Jiang Bing continued to hammer and forge a wearable weapon rack designed to hold the big slash on his back, Kate hurriedly burst in. She was so startled by Jiang Bing's big slash that she exclaimed, "See bull." Jiang Bing glanced at her and didn't expect that this female sailor had Spanish blood. Surprised, Kate asked, "Is this the simple self-defense weapon you mentioned?" Jiang Bing casually lifted his knife, and with her wide-eyed gaze, he easily and comfortably broke several hard maple sticks nearby. This action made it clear what he was doing, and Kate could only keep quiet. "I think you should come out and see." I found a religious fanatic on a nearby mountain. While Jiang Bing was working, Kate had been on alert, observing the surroundings with an old, broken telescope, trying to find the next group of victims as instructed. The bandits in the fortress were quite poor. Aside from a worn-out Type 99 light machine gun, there were only 2 old rifles with almost worn-out rifling, and only a few dozen bullets, some of which couldn't even be used with the old rifles. There were no pistols at all, so it wasn't that the enemy with a dagger was too stupid, they simply lacked the resources. Inside the fortress, apart from some military supplies left over from World War II that had long since deteriorated, there was almost nothing left. No generators, fuel, or versatile tools and parts, all looted. Otherwise, these amateurs wouldn't be here. This situation was quite normal. Therefore, the homemade short bow, now carried by Kate, made a lot of sense. On an island with almost no industrial capacity and where each bullet counts, bows and arrows are a very cost-effective choice. Anyway, there are plenty of trees and birds suitable for making arrows on the island. However, Jiang Bing doesn't like to use these bows. They are soft and weak when pulled, and their damage power is very limited. Moreover, the skill of these bandits in making bows is very poor. They chose the wrong materials for the bow, using poplar wood directly carved, and their craftsmanship is also very bad. Along the way, Jiang Bing saw many purple-clad people but chose not to use them. They could have adapted to the environment, using different types of wood layered and glued to make the bow more flexible. Even the bowstrings are poorly made. On this island full of wild animals, they didn't use animal tendons or hides. Instead, they used some nylon ropes they found, which are not suitable for high-tensile bowstrings. And the arrows are even more difficult to describe. Jiang Bing, who is just talking casually, criticizes these bandits' equipment as worthless. Kate's bow is the best among the captured bows, but its range is less than 50 meters, more than double the standard 1 arrow reach. The two climbed to the watchtower on the fortress top. Kate hands Jiang Bing a telescope and points in a direction. Through the lens, they see a group of fully armed bandits dragging several clearly captured men and women toward the mountaintop. Kate speaks beside him. You can take a closer look at the tattoos on their necks. They look like suns. These religious fanatics probably want to sacrifice those poor people. Sacrifice? Jiang Bing quickly observes and asks. Kate sighs and explains. I heard from others who escaped with me that they will offer the captives to those immortal warriors to avoid being disturbed by them. In Jiang Bing's opinion, it's all the crazy imagination of those fanatics. Having already found their hideout, Jiang Bing decisively puts down the telescope. I found where they are staying. We have work to do. He jumps down from the roof and adds, whether it's just their imagination or not, we can ask someone who knows for sure later. He hugged his shoulders and watched Kate as she threw the antique-looking Type 99 rifle onto the ground, clutching the fabric wrapped around the barrel and stock, struggling to sit up. Don't you ever get tired? Kate asked with a blank face. Jiang Bing tossed a metal water bottle with a cloth cover in front of her, signaling her to drink some water slowly and not to breathe so hard, as if a small dog had pulled her to exhaustion, so she wouldn't run out of oxygen. Honestly, American craftsmanship is impressive. After many years, the old water bottle was still very sturdy and durable. Kate was no longer concerned about her image. She struggled to take off her new leather boots and used the cool mountain breeze to cool her hot, damp feet. Jiang Bing moved slightly to avoid the wind. Sometimes, having a keen sense of smell isn't always a good thing. The scenery at Yamatai was quite nice. Lush green fields blending with the blue sea and sky on the other side. Suddenly, Jiang Bing turned his head and climbed a tall rock nearby, gazing out at the distant sea. Just moments ago, a strange ripple passed overhead and cast a shadow over the far-off ocean surface. He looked at Kate, who remained unaffected, and didn't think she noticed anything. It seemed that only someone with extraordinary perception like himself could sense this wave, which likely originated from the center of Yamatai and might be connected to Himiko. Sure enough, the next moment, something changed. The calm, distant sea suddenly churned with dark clouds and a storm. Because it was far away, Jiang Bing could clearly see that these sudden storms were strangely confined to a small area of the sea. Do you think this has anything to do with the island's storm? Kate, who was just able to stand again below, also saw this unusual sight. Is this really the curse of the Sun Queen? Thinking about the ripple he felt earlier, Jiang Bing nodded and replied, there's probably a connection. This might be the key to Himiko's ability to control the weather, though there's no proof yet. It's a start. But why would Himiko suddenly cause a storm so far from Yamatai? He kept this question to himself for now. Seeing Kate finally recover, Jiang Bing jumped down from the rock and prepared to continue their journey. This group of ex-religion followers is settled in a modern building, which looks like one of the research institutes built by the Japanese army long ago. It could also have been built by the American military. The entire building is located in a flat valley, and after many years of weather, its metal frame still keeps the structure strong. Compared to bandits, this group is more professional. 2 people only reached the destination late at night. From far away, you could see guards patrolling outside with torches and others stationed at high points. The security system of the Research Institute is well organized, suggesting that some of these ex-followers might have military backgrounds. What's the plan now? Kate, participating in this risky mission for the first time, was trembling as she spoke. Jiang Bing mainly watched the armed guards on the roof. He held a Mosin-Nagant rifle with a scope, which is very powerful in this environment. Stay here and shoot anyone who comes, and I will handle the rest, Jiang Bing said simply. Kate looked unsure about Jiang Bing's plan and asked for more details. Specifically, I'll sneak in and cut down anyone I see. If I get caught, I'll fight them head-on. Do you understand? This plan didn't match Kate's expectations, and she doubted it a little. Shouldn't we first find out more about them, like how many people they have, and then sneak in at night to find their leader for a quick strike? Jiang Bing tightened his grip on his big knife and looked at the patrol team, mostly armed with short bows and knives, with only 2 or 3 long spears. Seeing this, Jiang Bing said, I think that's not necessary right now. Just focus on protecting yourself. Jiang Bing crouched low, easily avoiding some tripwires with bells in the dark, and moved between trees and building corners, getting closer to the Research Institute. Because of the poor conditions, there were only a few simple lights outside the institute, which could only illuminate small areas. The patrol team couldn't afford to carry flashlights, relying only on torches for light. This made Jiang Bing's infiltration work very easy. Using piles of trash and old oil drums for cover, Jiang Bing got close enough to launch a surprise attack. But first, he needed to deal with the sniper on the roof. He steadied his spear, his body gradually stretching out, like a bowstring pulled tight on a bed crossbow. The world record for modern javelin throw is 98.48 meters, but Jiang Bing and the sniper are no more than 50 meters apart. However, modern javelin throws are not aimed at specific targets, while Jiang Bing needs to hit a close human-sized target precisely from 50 meters away. This is a difficult task, but luckily, Jiang Bing is not an ordinary person. With a stretch of his waist and back, Jiang Bing threw the spear. It whistled loudly, tracing a beautiful arc, and accurately pierced the target's chest, pinning him to the ground. Jiang Bing didn't think a sniper without cybernetic enhancements could survive such an attack. So the moment he let go of the spear, he charged out of cover and ran wildly. "Who are you?" Amid the enemy's warning shouts, Jiang Bing knocked down a patrol member instantly, swinging his large blade to sweep away 3 others, smashing them into a V-shape. After dodging an arrow flying less than 40 meters away, Jiang Bing raised his massive weapon, blocking a shot from a long spear and slapping the enemy in the face. Without even checking if his attack worked, Jiang Bing lunged forward, punching another enemy in the stomach. Then with a forceful twist of his waist and abdomen, he swung his large blade in a wide, beautiful fan shape. A 40-kilogram spear, wielded with over half a ton of force, can cause tremendous damage. It's a matter of life and death. Brushes kill, contact kills. Another enemy within the fan-shaped area was broken and shattered, his body torn open by the blunt blade, with internal organs squeezed and deformed, spraying strange fluids all over the chest cavity. The last enemy, trembling, aimed his gun to shoot, but Jiang Bing quickly ducked his head to avoid the shot. Man-eating Sainwiston. "Kid, you really think this is a game?" This terrifying scene completely destroyed his fighting will. Without looking back, he turned and ran. But what awaited him was a spinning flying blade. The scene made Kate, watching from afar, suddenly remember a blood-soaked horror movie she saw a long time ago, though she couldn't recall its name. In one scene, a supporting character was accidentally caught in the falling helicopter's rotor blades and was turned into a blood mist. The moment was eerily similar to what was happening now. Jiang Bing stepped forward and picked up the large sword. The thick blood made the handle sticky and slippery, which made him regret throwing the weapon earlier. The gunfire earlier had alerted all the enemies in the research facility. A large group of armed personnel rushed out of the door in a short time. This chaos made Jiang Bing feel a strange sense of nostalgia. The soft soil was kicked up high. Jiang Bing dodged the gunfire at high speed and ran the entire distance before the arrow arrived, almost recklessly throwing himself and the large sword into the crowd. At this moment, several people experienced the chaos of a car accident. Jiang Bing, who had used 2 or 3 cushions to brake quickly, ignored the gun barrel almost touching his face. He held the broad sword in front of him like a steel wall, blocking the bullets and pushing everyone together. Then he began to slash wildly, as if chopping on a cutting board. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and flesh and bones turned to mud. Finally, Jiang Bing, now fully moving his body, slung the large sword over his shoulder. In the next second, he delivered a nearly shadowy side kick to a crouching enemy, aiming to hit the chest of a fanatic from the X-religion. Actually, I also know a bit of fighting. The gate made of scrap metal and wooden planks instantly fell apart. The leader behind it, holding back the urge to pee, widened his eyes and stared at the entrance. As soon as a figure appeared, he ordered fire to cover the area. Unfortunately, what entered was not a person, but a precise bullet that pierced through the forehead of a close companion and then hit the wall. The advantage of a well-aimed shot is clear. Jiang Bing praised the accuracy of the old pistol he casually picked up, then unhesitatingly pulled the trigger and fired. Using a knife to fight people always consumes more energy and tends to get you covered in blood, which is quite embarrassing. Guns, on the other hand, are carefully developed weapons designed for efficiency and ease of use, especially for killing others. Who do you think developed this kind of thing? The determined fanatic from the X religion finally pulled out his secret weapon. A Mark II grenade was thrown, but before it could leave the door, it was shot down midair by a quick-shooting companion with a pistol. The leader of the X religion was almost hopeless. After Jiang Bing finished a common and sloppy job in Night City, he calmly pulled back the gun's bolt and ejected the shell. You might say that this way of chambering a round has a strange rhythmic beauty, but to the people inside, it was a terrifying rhythm that felt like the Grim Reaper's call. With 5 bullets, he achieved a remarkable result: 4 dead, 1 wounded, and 1 grenade. This gun is known as the best for healing injuries because of its strong penetrating power. When it hits a person, the bullet easily passes through the body, leaving only a small hole. Thanks to this feature, 1 bullet went through a person's head and then hit someone behind him on the shoulder. By this point, there was almost no real resistance. They were just a group of thugs pretending to be religious, committing acts of burning, killing, and looting, like pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Moreover, pigs tend to run when they see their friends die, so the remaining bandits scattered in fear. Jiang Bing was able to enter the research institute. He didn't bother opening the door. He broke through the wall with a powerful swing of his axe. Because of limited resources, the walls inside the institute were also very thin. As the giant tore through the wall, he also wounded the thug hiding behind the door who was trying to ambush him. His heavy breathing was almost as loud as the bellows by a furnace, and his attempt at an ambush was clearly foolish. However, it must be said that narrow indoor spaces were not suitable for the giant to fight in. Some clever people hid around corners in the corridor, trying to resist, but their efforts were not very effective. The first person to rush forward was knocked out with a punch that burst his brain. The second was hit in the groin with a knee and was sent flying. The last person, holding a knife, was easily grabbed by Jiang Bing, then used as a whip to hit the wall on one side. It can be said that the gunfight was somewhat balanced. Close combat had become chaotic, and both sides were no longer fighting in the same style. Rebecca was fighting Theo. The gunfire soon stopped inside the research institute. Theo, while instructing Kelly to clean up the scene, commented on the fight. Fortunately, he was starting to get used to such amateur brawls. Because the resistance was too fierce earlier, no one was left to breathe freely. Luckily, most of the ex-cultists fled in a panic, leaving behind almost nothing, including the group of prisoners seen yesterday. The men were casually locked in a reinforced room, while the women were kept in a cage. When Jiang Bing and Kate found them, the 3 women were almost completely naked, with blank expressions and sluggishly curled up in the corner of the cage. It was obvious what had been done to them. "Those beasts deserve to go to hell," Kate said through clenched teeth. The 3 women were released from the cage and dressed in clothes that covered them. The 2 women who had been imprisoned the longest looked stunned, but the other woman, who had just been captured, looked much more lively. After being rescued, she immediately tried to find her husband. Fortunately, the 2 of them arrived quickly, or these men might have joined the X religion out of desperation and pressure, or been sent for a ritual sacrifice. Neither outcome was good. After all, even bandits need a reason to join a cause. And women, in the end, often face death. After Jiang Bing unlocked the door holding the men, the reunited couple hugged and cried. Watching this scene, Kate complained to Jiang Bing, "Why are humans always capable of such cruelty?" Jiang Bing had already started rummaging through the research facility. "Quickly look for anything useful. This place is too obvious. We can't stay here long." They began searching through boxes and drawers. Jiang Bing was the first to find something: a small Siemens generator. This type of Japanese generator, imported from Germany years ago, still worked perfectly, which was impressive. But this old generator was large and impossible to carry away. Fortunately, they also found many tools, fuel, pots, dishes, clothes, and bedding, basic supplies for living. Some of these items were mixed military equipment from Japan and the U.S., along with many remnants from ships washed ashore by storms. Of course, these were likely scavenged from various parts of the island, and now they belonged to Jiang Bing. As expected, this was once a Japanese research facility. Jiang Bing found their data storage room while searching. The documents were well used but well preserved, with some new notes added. It showed that the ex-religion members valued these materials highly. Thanks to them, Jiang Bing easily found some useful information. Conjecture on the mechanism of storms. These storms attack all ships near the island without discrimination. At the same time, any airborne presence approaching it is ruthlessly struck by lightning. It's impressive to see such a natural, automatic defense system created by nature's incredible power. Additionally, because of the storms, the waves are constantly pushed toward the island by the wind. Leaving the island is 10 times harder than surviving the storm's attack. This perfect system makes one wonder if this place is actually a natural prison. A scientist's diary, date, October 11th, 1944. This voyage makes me feel very heavy-hearted. The war is in a difficult state, and the defeat seems closer every day. Facing this situation, my companions and I left our homes and came to this island, which has been surrounded by storms for many years. We paid a high price for this. Strong winds and huge waves have destroyed many cargo ships and military vessels, causing great loss and pain. This makes me doubt whether relying on mysterious forces and investing so many resources into this stormy Yamatai is the right choice. We built communication towers, ammunition depots, and other facilities with our limited supplies, preparing for future exploration. I feel both hopeful and anxious about what the future might bring. I don't know what awaits us. Maybe this place truly holds the power we seek, power that could change our country's fate. Or perhaps it will become our grave. Himiko, did she really exist? According to the Book of the Later Han and the Records of the Three Kingdoms, Himiko was the queen of Yamatai during Japan's Yayoi period. Legend says she never married, was skilled in spiritual arts, and could control storms. The people of Japan at that time supported her as their ruler. The records also mention that Himiko had 1,000 attendants, including maids and priests. Few people ever saw her face directly. Her commands were delivered by her storm warriors. Her palace and city walls were heavily guarded, with strict laws. Some historical sources say the Sun Queen lived until the Kamakura period, disappearing from Japanese history along with Yamatai. Over 800 years, is that really possible? Below this record, someone added a note with a pen. Jiang Bing knew that Himiko was still alive, and the storm mentioned earlier was created by her. So, he skipped such information and continued searching. 7th Investigation Team report. Regarding the event you reported, where a large group of suspected ancient soldiers was seen at the central palace on the island, here is our reply. Please confirm again whether the observed group was wearing ancient armor like Japanese warriors. Please confirm whether these figures have physical bodies and consciousness, and if communication is possible. Prioritize your safety. If threatened, you may decide whether to open fire. This document caught Jiang Bing's attention. It seems they once encountered those storm warriors at the central palace, which suggests that Himiko is very likely there. But it's still uncertain whether, before the inheritance ceremony, the old man is hiding in the tomb or, like in the game, hiding in the tallest building of the palace complex, the Tenchikaku. However, the biggest discovery in the archive was a hand-drawn map of Yamatai. Although the artist's skills were very rough, with poor scale, legends, and notes, it at least outlined the general direction and terrain of the island. Jiang Bing put away the map, feeling satisfied, and walked out of the archive, thinking about greeting Kate, collecting weapons and ammunition, and leaving quickly. But unexpectedly, he saw a tense standoff on the rooftop. Kate was holding a Type 99 rifle, nervously confronting a man who had been captured earlier. When Jiang Bing approached, Kate immediately shouted like a pillar of support, "Put down whatever you're holding. Just being here shows our goodwill." Jiang Bing immediately recognized the rifle in the man's hand as a Mosinagant and understood the situation. A good weapon is very attractive in this environment. He dared not fight himself, and the idea of stealing by force was quite common. Greed and recklessness combined to create the scene before him. "Why do you say this belongs to you?" "I found it first, so it's mine," the man stammered, but quickly convinced himself and started speaking more confidently. "Besides, there are so many guns down there. You don't want them, but you're fixated on this one. I think you're just looking for trouble." The man's words were becoming more fluent. Kate was already grinding her teeth. "If I hadn't come up first to pick up the spear and happened to block you, maybe you would have run away with the gun. Did you find that on the rooftop?" Some of the 3 men and 3 women nearby might have different opinions or simply couldn't stand it and wanted to speak out to argue, but after hesitating, they chose to stay silent and watch. I think you all want to team up to fight me. The man turned to look at the others. You saw it too. They're afraid we'll get weapons, and they want to control us again, to trap us like animals. He looked passionate and dramatic, clearly forgetting he had just come out of a cage. Very typical. Jiang Bing glanced at the former owner of the Mosin Nagant, nailed to the ground, then at the increasingly arrogant man in front of him, and finally at the silent crowd nearby who weren't leaving. That dead body was right there, and you all just ignored it openly? Of course, maybe everyone had their own secret reasons. If he managed to get the gun, could he also share in the benefit? Surely someone would think that way. In stories, logic is often a rule, but in real life, interesting things happen precisely because they don't follow logic. Some people can be truly that foolish. Jiang Bing was so angry he almost laughed, clenched his fists tightly, and decided to give the man a chance, since he had provided some entertainment. Put down the gun, and I promise you can leave alive. He stepped forward. The man had already mentally prepared himself. When Jiang Bing approached, he saw him as a threat trying to steal his gun and harm him. He was no different from the others who had captured him before. He instinctively tried to raise his gun. Just as the gun was lifted a few centimeters, a hand grabbed the barrel tightly, stopping it completely. The man struggled hard, realizing he couldn't fight the ex-cultist or the person in front of him. He moved his lips, about to speak, perhaps to defend himself or to argue a little. But suddenly, a strong force from his hand caused him to drop his rifle involuntarily. Then, Jiang Bing didn't look or listen. He kicked the man hard in the chest, knocking him off the rooftop. Who does he think he is? Someone coming from the city of night? And should good people really be made to hold guns? Amid the woman's screams nearby, the man fell heavily to the ground, making a dull, solid sound. Because the height was still low, he hadn't died yet, and was weakly groaning. Jiang Bing pulled the bolt, aimed precisely with a Mosin Nagant rifle, and shot him dead. The gun was quite good. Suddenly, the rooftop was silent. People who are afraid of power but not virtue find Jiang Bing's words very effective now. What are you trying to do? Finally, someone from the crowd couldn't help but ask. Everyone, go back to your cages now, Jiang Bing said, pulling the bolt again, ejecting a shell casing that made a crisp sound like truth hitting the ground. In principle, someone would normally object to Jiang Bing's words, but now that he held the power, everyone had to obediently return to their previous locked rooms. As soon as the door was closed and the 2 people hadn't gone far, loud discussions and accusations started inside. The story's development is so cliché, it could be submitted for heritage protection. This incident clearly shows why special forces sometimes tie up hostages before leaving during rescues. It's not the opponents that are scary, but the foolish teammates. Kate, a normal teammate, somehow found a large lock and hung it on the prison door. This smart move made Jiang Bing think quickly. The supplies in the research institute were indeed abundant, but the mountain paths were rugged, and with only 2 people, they could only carry away a small part. Those metal fuel drums alone were a big problem to carry. So, in the gradually accustomed eyes of Kate, Jiang Bing used nearby tools and materials to build a simple 4-wheeled cart on the spot. Although it was rough and leaked air everywhere, its overall structure was very sturdy thanks to the skillful hands of the craftsman, and it could easily bear heavy loads. Several metal fuel drums, a small box of paper documents and writing tools, a large amount of supplies including food, bedding, needles, and thread, several boxes of tools and common hardware parts, and a pile of long and short guns were all packed inside. Finally, there were 6 old wooden ammunition boxes from World War II, filled with various calibers of bullets. Totaling less than 5,000 rounds, it was a huge treasure in this environment. Now all of it belonged to Jiang Bingmao. When those ex-religion followers come back, someone will probably lose some small fortune. The fully loaded 4-wheeled cart weighed nearly a ton, so the Ketrak cart was no longer usable. Jiang Bing had to humble himself and personally take on the work, acting as the beast of burden. After Kate threw the big lock into the truck bed, the 2 of them officially started their journey home. They passed over the smooth road built by the Japanese army years ago, but soon encountered many potholes, muddy swamps, sharp turns, and uneven terrain. The rugged mountain road was very bumpy. Fortunately, Jiang Bing was not an ordinary beast of burden. Such harsh conditions were not enough to stop him, a super-strong ox horse with 2 tons of strength in each arm. But they could stop this simple four-wheeled cart. The rough bumps caused the cart, which was assembled from scrap, to break down unexpectedly. Luckily, there was a skilled craftsman on site, and a full set of tools was in the truck bed, ready for repairs. The female sailor held her upgraded gear, including a Mosin-Nagant rifle with a scope, and found a high vantage point to keep watch. Jiang Bing didn't like using this rifle. The 3.5x scope was not better than just using his own eyes to see clearly. So, the rifle was handed to Kate. Jiang Bing chose a Mauser 98K as a backup. This rifle's quick-loading design gave it a high rate of fire, making it suitable for Jiang Bing, who acts as a human auto-aim device, allowing him to deliver stronger firepower in a short time. Compared to the 720mm barrel of the female sailor's rifle, the 600mm barrel of the 98K was more suitable for mobile combat. But that didn't stop Kate from holding her treasured Mosin-Nagant and looking around through the scope. It's true that specific environments can quickly change a person's preferences and personality. The environment of Yamatai can quickly foster a habit of valuing martial strength in anyone. Hey, Saba, look over here. Kate seemed to have found something interesting. She suddenly looked away from her scope and pointed out to Jiang Bing near the sea. Thanks to her reminder, Jiang Bing, who had just stood up from behind the vehicle, immediately spotted a huge object on the water surface. Half of a shipwreck was drifting with the waves. Without surprise, it would eventually run aground on the rocks of Yamatai. His sharp eyes, better than the scope, allowed Jiang Bing to clearly see the ship's name printed on the side of the wreck. Rance, although only the latter half of the name. It was enough for Jiang Bing to conclude that this was likely the wreck of the exploration ship, Endurance, used by Laura and her team. This timing is a bit strange. Jiang Bing recalled the mysterious waves spreading from the center of Yamatai not long ago, along with a storm in the distant sea. He was pretty sure that the waves were caused by Himiko's ability to control storms. Such a big fuss must be related to the people on the Endurance, especially the girl with the same bloodline as Himiko, the perfect host for her. Following the principle, oppose everything the enemy supports, support everything the enemy opposes, Jiang Bing withdrew his gaze. He waved his wrench and pliers loudly, speeding up repairs to quickly send the supplies back to the military fortress. Then he could set out to find the crew of the Endurance. Most importantly, he aimed to find Himiko's descendant and keep her firmly under control. Laura Krause's importance would come after this task. This ship was probably caught in that cursed storm again. Should we go salvage it? There must be a lot of supplies in the wreckage that just washed ashore. After several victories, Kate changed her usual cautious strategy and proposed this somewhat bold plan. In the past, she wouldn't have needed to suggest it. Jiang Bing would have been more eager to get this half-ship, a modern industrial relic. The role it could play in his hands was far beyond what the survivors, who could only crudely dismantle furniture and carry supplies, could achieve. Given enough time, and with the help of the large metal hull, Jiang Bing could even craft equipment for a modern armored army. Even the most basic half-human, half-horse armor can easily defeat the old relics like the Storm Warriors. However, the arrival of the crew of the Fortitude on the island made time very tight, leaving little room for this plan to be carried out. Not now. You stay in the fortress to rest. I need to leave for a while to do some things. Seeing Jiang Bing's response, Kate didn't ask why and nodded obediently. She knows her abilities well and is confident about her role. As a beginner, she understands she should just guard the base while the expert goes out to fight. Moreover, the expert has provided equipment, trained her, and brought back a lot of supplies. Thinking of this, Kate tightly hugged her Mosin-Nagant and quickly went ahead to scout. Soon, the repair of the four-wheel drive was finished, and the two continued their journey. Along the way, the weather over Yema Island, which was already unpredictable, gathered fish-scale clouds again. Large dark clouds from other areas blocked the sunlight, making the whole island dimmer. Watching the clouds grow lower and feeling the increasingly moist air and strong salty sea breeze, Jiang Bing calmly concluded, "Storm is coming." In a hazy sleep, Laura felt the warmth in front of her gradually disappear. Coldness, like a bone-deep infection, wrapped around her again. The cold slowly reclaimed the area around her lower left abdomen, where her wound was, causing it to ache faintly. As time passed, the pain seemed to intensify. Under the dual attack of pain and cold, Laura suddenly woke up from her faint. Unknowingly, she was sweating heavily. In the cool night wind, her sweat mixed with the light rain that had started falling, making her feel cold and sticky. Laura gasped for air, her mind still stuck in that cave filled with bones and corpses. The smell of rotting flesh seemed to linger at her nose. The ship was wrecked in the storm, pierced by wooden splinters, chased, and fleeing desperately from a collapsing cave filled with bodies and skeletons. If any ordinary person experienced even one of these, it would be overwhelming. In just over half a day, this 21-year-old young girl experienced everything fully. After these series of events, she only had a nightmare, which shows her special talent in some areas. Soon, the strong wind and rain woke her up completely. Looking around, Laura saw that the firewood in the campfire had burned out, and it wasn't extinguished by rain. This helped her make a simple judgment about how long she had been asleep. I slept for at least 4 or 5 hours. Why are Samantha and that man named Matthias not here? The temporary camp was completely empty. After escaping from the cave, Laura had walked a long way before she met her friend Samantha and a man claiming to be Matthias at this temporary camp. She confirmed the area was safe during her conversation with them, then relaxed and fell asleep. The shipwreck of the Jianren was sudden and unexpected, leaving Laura no time to prepare fully. At this moment, she was only wearing a thin gray tank top, and in the stormy weather, she quickly started to shiver from the cold. Damn, I need to move quickly. Her outdoor survival knowledge helped her act fast. She kept rubbing her hands and tried to move, but a sudden sharp pain in her waist made her stumble and almost fall. The pain from the wooden splinters pierced in her side flooded her mind, and she instinctively covered the wound. Her hands and feet became weak. Samantha, Matthias. The continuous hits and pain made this young girl's voice tremble with a hint of choking and panic. But around her, only the sound of wind rustling through the treetops could be heard, with no response. A faint sense of loneliness and unease gathered from all directions in the forest, wrapping her tightly. A few wolf howls echoed through the coastal forest. The threat from natural predators made this already trembling girl even more nervous. Her panic caused her hands and feet to shake uncontrollably, and her mouth was dry, but her will to survive forced her to suppress these feelings. Laura knew very well that in this environment, panicking would only impair her judgment and increase her energy consumption, serving no purpose. I fiddled with the radio at my waist, but aside from some crackling noises, there was no response. Laura could only lower her voice and call out the names of the two people as she groped in the dark, moving along the broken stone steps toward the inland. But before she could go far, she heard a clicking sound under her left foot, as if a trap was being triggered. Suddenly, in sharp pain, a trap snapped shut, tightly biting into Laura's left calf. No, no, and oh, Laura sat down hard on the ground, trying to force the trap open. No matter how hard she pushed, the trap held her leg tightly and wouldn't budge. Fortunately, the trap was quite old, having been exposed to the weather for a long time. The metal parts had corroded a bit, making the grip weaker. Otherwise, even her sturdy hiking boots wouldn't have prevented the sharp teeth from cutting into her flesh. But now, it held her firmly without causing bleeding. Samantha! The repeated attacks finally pushed Laura to the edge of tears. Just as she struggled fiercely to free herself, a few wolf howls suddenly sounded from nearby, quickly approaching her. Her body froze in fear, a cold shiver running down her spine. The rain grew heavier. The storm intensified, bringing strong gusts of wind. Laura could only sit on the ground, clutching her bow and arrows tightly. What used to be grass only waist-high now looked very tall, blocking her view and covering the surroundings completely. The wind made the grass sway wildly, as if hiding a deadly beast behind them. Even with her exceptional skills, her heart was pounding fiercely. Her young, pretty face was almost scrunched up with worry. Apart from her heavy, uncontrollable breathing, everything around her sounded eerily quiet. Suddenly, from the nearby grass, there was a rustling sound. Laura's heart jolted with shock. Instinctively, She drew her bow and aimed at the noise. In the next moment, a strong Japanese wolf emerged from the swaying grass, baring its sharp teeth and lunging toward Laura. As the bowstring flickered, the arrow shot deeply into the Japanese wolf's neck from such a close distance. The force carried by the arrow also countered the wolf's charge, causing the wolf to fall straight to the ground. Laura almost didn't dare to breathe. She quickly drew a new arrow and knocked it on her bow, staying alert for the next attack. This time, the attack came from the right side. The clever wolf pack seemed to realize that Laura couldn't easily turn around at this moment, so they launched their attack from the right. Therefore, when Laura relaxed her fingers on the bowstring, the attacking wolf was already almost above her head. Fortunately, her arrow struck first, and the powerful force sent the wolf flying. The intense pressure of life and death made Laura feel a bit exhausted, but the surge of adrenaline sharpened her senses, made her see farther, and strengthened her arms. This time, sounds came from both directions. Out of instinct, Laura preemptively drew her bow and shot. An arrow pierced through a wolf that had just peeked out of the grass, causing it to fall straight to the ground. Then, Laura aimed at another wolf that had just darted out of the grass and shot again. However, rapid firing affected her accuracy, and this shot missed its vital spot. Fortunately, this shot also slowed down the attacking wolf, giving Laura a chance to shoot again and pin it down. After this attack, the wolf pack fell silent, as if both sides had entered a stalemate. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl sounded from nearby, and the rustling in the grass began to fade away. Feeling the soreness in her arms, Laura thought, it seems that after killing these wolves, the alpha has decided to give up. Just as she thought this, more rustling came from the grass on her left. Could it be that the wolf pack was pretending to retreat? With a sense of panic, Laura drew her bow and shot. But this time, what emerged from the grass was a person with an Asian face. In Laura's despair and guilt, Jiang Bing casually caught the arrow flying toward him and looked down at the wolf carcasses on the ground. He realized that his appearance was not timely. He was probably mistaken for a member of the wolf pack. With the crisis over, Jiang Bing loosened his grip on his large sword. Just now, seeing his calm expression, Jiang Bing didn't bother to explain. He simply shrugged, returned the arrow to Laura, and spoke in a dismissive tone. Kung Fu, Chinese Kung Fu. Among all the Western stereotypes about Chinese people knowing martial arts, a new character has been added, a Countess Claw. Jiang Bing crouched down and reached out to open the animal trap. Laura quickly pulled back her left leg and struggled to stand up. Hello, I am Laura Claw. Thank you very much for saving me. Jiang Bing shook her hand, but didn't feel softness. Her hand was cold and calloused. Saba, I heard howling of wolves, so I came to check. Jiang Bing lied so naturally that it was like eating or drinking. Only the middle part of what he said was true. Are you also a survivor stranded on this island? Laura asked uncertainly. Jiang Bing nodded in response. Mr. Saba, have you seen a middle-aged man and a girl about my size around here? My companion and I got separated. Laura refused Jiang Bing's help and staggered to sit by a nearby rock wall. Jiang Bing stood nearby and confidently answered her question. Within about 1,000 or 2,000 meters, I haven't seen those two people you mentioned. He wanted to say more, but suddenly stopped and looked toward the mountain trail. Before Laura could wonder, the sound arrived first. This time, Laura reacted quickly and shouted loudly, Reyes, I'm here, Reyes. A middle-aged black woman with dreadlocks was the first to spot Laura leaning against the rock wall and turned to tell her companions, we found Laura. She's here. A group of people arrived. From then on, Jiang Bing noticed that Laura finally relaxed. A strong man in a red vest stepped forward to help Laura up, deliberately keeping her apart from Jiang Bing. Who is this gentleman? Reyes, with dreadlocks, asked. This is Saba. Laura took a breath and added, he just saved my life. Hey, buddy, thanks. I'm Jonah. Hearing this, the sturdy man in the red vest spoke casually. Reyes, who faintly took on the role of team leader, heard this and lowered some of his guard. He briefly introduced the others to Jiang Bing. Besides him, there was Alex, wearing a shirt with an ESC keyboard key pattern, Glenn, an older man wearing a vintage painter's hat, and James Whitman, with a middle-part hairstyle, glasses, and prominent laugh lines. Although he had some prior knowledge, Jiang Bing used this chance to match the people in front of him with their images from his memory. Where is Samantha? After a simple exchange, Reyes eagerly asked Laura. She was just here, with a teacher who called himself Matthias. I fainted because I was exhausted, and when I woke up, they were gone. Before Reyes could speak, Jiang Bing, who was being petted by Jonah from behind the big slash, heard Laura mention what he cared about and pretended to be surprised. Matthias? His tone rose in surprise and doubt, showing his shock to everyone. Seeing everyone look at each other in confusion, Jiang Bing revealed his carefully prepared answer. He's clearly the biggest ex-cult leader in Yamatai. You say he's just a teacher? However, Matthias calling himself a teacher wasn't entirely wrong. After all, both ex-cult leaders and teachers share some similarities. They both teach and explain. Jiang Bing's answer shocked everyone, causing a lot of discussion. Yamatai, Whitman, with his middle-part hairstyle, said, "If that's true, we're in real trouble." "You girls just believe others too easily," said Gergen, who looked experienced and wise. "No way. I saw him not long ago." "I couldn't tell at all," said Laura weakly. Reyes kept a calm face, looking very steady. He didn't respond to Jiang Bing's answer, but immediately started planning their next move. No matter if Samantha was taken by the ex-cult or not, we must find her. Jonah pulled the bolt of his shotgun to show agreement. Because they didn't follow the shipwrecked ship, the front part of the sinking ship gave them plenty of time to escape. They were on a life raft on an island, so they had all their survival gear with them. Radio walkie-talkies, various useful survival tools, emergency food, and weapons with ammunition, all are included. As an experienced exploration team, everyone was fully armed before arriving on the island. After all, conflicts between people are common, especially on this lawless island. Wait, what about Ross? Whitman asked with doubt. Reyes thought for a few seconds and decided to split the team. Let's split into two groups. Laura, you rest for now. One of us will stay with you, and the rest will spread out to see if we can find Samantha. Are you sure? Jiang Bing disagreed and asked his question. On this island full of cult members and crazies, splitting up to explore, Reyes replied without mercy, Mr. Sable. Compared to these, you also seem quite mysterious. I can't fully trust what you say. Jiang Bing's doubts had some effect. Although they still split up, Reyes was more cautious and chose to search for Samantha as a group. Good advice is hard to follow when facing stubborn problems. Jiang Bing no longer argued with Reyes' decision. Mr. Sable, what are your plans next? I won't go with you. I'll stay here with Ms. Laura. After all, I know you wouldn't feel comfortable if I left. Since they knew Samantha had already been taken by Matthias, their plan to intercept early had failed. Jiang Bing no longer felt urgent. Seeing Jiang Bing want to stay, Whitman didn't wait for others to speak and said eagerly, I'll stay with Laura. I'm curious about Mr. Sable's comment earlier, that this place is Yamatai. His words and expression hinted that he valued confirming the status of Yamatai more than finding Samantha. Whitman, who joined the team halfway through, was just a historian and TV host with little fighting ability. He chose to stay, and the others, including Laura, had no objections. Only Jonah, rough but thoughtful, subtly nudged Laura, reminding her to consider whether the outsider Jiang Bing could be trusted. After their recent encounter, Laura had her own plans in mind, and she nodded to show she understood. These small actions happening under the dark night were seen clearly by Jiang Bing. The campfire was rekindled. Laura, supported by Whitman, sat by the fire to rest. Whitman was eager and quickly took out his notebook and pen as soon as Laura sat down, wanting to do a live interview with Jiang Bing. Sir, respected Mr. Salbu, could you tell us what makes you so sure that this place is the long-lost Yamato from history? Indeed, this was the real reason he chose to stay. No wonder he did so. On this voyage of the Steadfast, besides the support from the Shamanla family, Whitman had invested almost everything he had into this project. Now, he was pointing to the significant archaeological discovery of Yamato to save his career. In fact, Laura was also very curious about Jiang Bing's unique opinion on this matter, quietly listening by the fire. Seeing is believing, Jiang Bing said lazily, not bothering to explain further. I know a place that can answer your question. Yamato's allure was so strong for both of them that even Laura, who was already a bit exhausted, looked very eager. Until the storm passed, and the stars shone brightly in the sky. The three of them, led by Jiang Bing, headed along an upward mountain trail. The further they went, the more human-made artifacts appeared around them. When they crossed a creaking wooden bridge, Whitman suddenly sped ahead of the group. It's a torii. In front of a dilapidated wooden structure resembling a traditional gate, Whitman stopped. Is the place you want to take us to a shrine? As a historian, Whitman was clearly not a fool. Laura followed from behind, but her attention was on the stone lantern beside the torii. Perhaps because the moonlight was not bright enough, Laura asked Whitman for a flashlight and carefully examined the worn stone lantern. The top has a lotus-shaped jewel, and the lantern cap is also hexagonal, Laura muttered as she shined her flashlight inside the lantern to check its structure. The fire chamber's fire holder is octagonal. Laura reached into the fire chamber, carefully wiping away dust and dirt, revealing swirling decorative patterns on the surface. It's a fern handprint, Laura exclaimed happily. Looking at Whitman, who also seemed a bit unsure, it was clear that Laura's expertise was more advanced. This stone lantern is probably from the Kamakura period. Laura shined her flashlight toward the darkness behind the torii gate and then turned to Whitman. There might really be a shrine dedicated to Himiko ahead. Professional. Seeing Laura's performance, Jiang Bing nodded in approval. The three of them climbed the steps and soon reached a sturdy wooden door. Jiang Bing was about to step forward when the other two commented on the two stone statues at the sides of the door. Whitman, these are the wind god and thunder god, typical Japanese shrine gate decorations. Laura, the one on the left, with the wind bag, is probably the wind god from Japanese mythology. The paint has mostly peeled off, but judging by the gentle posture and simple carving lines, it looks like a sculpture from the Kamakura era. Whitman, the wind god is usually greenish-blue, and the thunder god is often painted bright red. Sadly, we can't see their full forms anymore. Jiang Bing watched their show of expertise, finally understanding how others might have felt about him in the past. Has the gate been renovated? As Laura approached the shrine entrance, she noticed something was off. After so much time, it seems there are still people worshipping Himiko on the island. Based on what they'd seen so far, Laura now mostly believed that this place was Yamatai. Most likely those ex-religion followers. They call themselves the Solar Brotherhood, Jiang Bing added. Why does Himiko have such great power? Even after so long, so many still worship her, Laura asked. On the island, her era isn't over yet, Jiang Bing thought silently. Whitman picked up the conversation. Legend says she controlled storms. This island often has storms, maybe out of fear of nature. No, Jiang Bing answered when they looked at him. It's because of fear, Laura looked thoughtful. Fear of what? What else could it be? Jiang Bing shook his head and added, the unknown. That makes sense, Laura agreed. Whitman eagerly began inspecting the gate. After the two finished talking, he quickly spoke up. This door is a lift-up type, but it's too heavy. I think we might need to use the device nearby. Whitman was referring to the winch beside the door. The handle has been removed, Laura said as she stepped forward to check. It's probably to prevent theft, to stop others from entering the shrine easily. Eager to explore inside, Whitman asked, so, where can we find a handle to insert here? Do the people who set up the mechanism hide it nearby? But Laura had already started examining the wall on the left side of the door. Clearly, she was looking for a way to climb in. That's what a normal person would do. The wall is less than 3 meters high, and with a little effort, it's easy to climb over. Jiang Bing didn't want to bother with that. Under their watch, he bent down, inserted his fingers under the heavy wooden door, and slowly lifted it inch by inch with a creaking sound. He carried the door on his shoulder and waved for the others to go inside. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Jiang Bing estimated the door's weight. It was not heavy, only about 350 to 400 pounds. Impressed by Jiang Bing's strength, Whitman hesitated, then curiosity about the shrine took over. He was the first to bend down and slip inside. Laura, having seen Jiang Bing catch arrows with his bare hands before, was prepared. Is this also Chinese kung fu? She asked with curiosity and a teasing tone as she passed by him. Jiang Bing continued to act nonchalant. Smart women can be annoying. She knew the truth about not revealing everything, but that didn't stop her from looking for chances to tease. Whitman stepped back a bit, hesitant to go further alone, and called out to the others. The shrine wasn't big. Along a small path marked by a low stone wall, the three of them walked for a while without seeing any large buildings. The entire shrine had a quaint, Japanese charm. Finally, they saw a bright light ahead. Be careful, someone might have been here, Laura warned as she took down her bow and pointed it alertly toward a large statue ahead, where many burning candles were placed. Whitman was a bit slow to react, but then reached into his bag. As they moved forward, everyone finally saw the details around the statue clearly. The candles were homemade, probably made from animal fat, so they were quite shiny. However, they produced a lot of black smoke and had a strong, unpleasant smell when burning. Fortunately, Laura and Whitman were both focused on the statue in front of them and didn't mind the smoke. Incredible, it's really Himiko. This island is truly part of Yamatai, Whitman said excitedly. He quickly reached into his bag, not for a gun, but for a camera. He kept searching for the best angle to take a full picture of the statue. Laura was looking at the statue dressed in fine clothes and wearing a tall crown. But her attention was caught by the small sun decoration on top of the statue's head. It was the symbol of the Sun Queen, confirming that this statue was indeed Himiko. Meanwhile, Jiang Bing had quietly appeared at a corner of a stone wall, coldly watching a dark figure hiding in the shadows, an ex-cult member. You seem afraid of me, Jiang Bing said. The cult member hurriedly dropped his bow and arrow, looking scared that he might be shot at any moment. He was trembling and crouched in front of Jiang Bing. Laura soon noticed something was wrong and came over. When she arrived nearby, she saw the same type of candle basket next to the cult member and quickly figured out who he was. He's the one lighting the candles. But this is... Laura looked at the trembling man, confused. The cult member looked up, showing a face full of stubble and rough features. The Research Institute, he said. Oh, Jiang Bing suddenly understood. So, the group of ex-cult members who escaped from the Research Institute today had come back here. What a coincidence, little brother. At first, the trembling cult member didn't recognize Jiang Bing as the person who attacked the Research Institute that day. He even planned to ambush him from behind with his bow and arrow. But after taking a few steps closer, he recognized Jiang Bing's back, which looked like a big chopping block. He immediately turned to run, but unfortunately, Jiang Bing caught him on the spot. I have just one question, Jiang Bing said, removing the large weapon from his back. Under the intense stare of the nearly bulging eyes of the cult member, he stuck the weapon's tip into the ground beside him. Jiang Bing then took out a photocopy of the Yamatai map he had previously obtained, spread it out in front of the cult member. Mark the location of Matthias, which is the headquarters of your Sun Brotherhood. You can still have a rough idea. The cultist was very straightforward. He reached out and pointed to the northeast foot of the highest mountain on the map. I only know the location of the headquarters, on the mountain slopes southeast of the ancient city. But only your bishops know where the Holy Lord is. I don't know. After saying this, the cultist kicked away the short bough beside him and raised his hands, asking, That's all I know. I have no weapons now. Can you let me go? Laura suddenly spoke up. Looking at the burning marks on the altar's candles, we can tell you don't come here every day for regular worship. So, you wouldn't come here today just to worship the statue without reason, unless there's something important happening. You worshippers of Himiko hope to get her protection. Laura's questioning temporarily stopped Jiang Bing from reaching for his big sword. With so many candles, you probably can't gather all the materials yourself. Seeing the cultist's increasingly nervous face, Laura continued to guess. Based on how much you worship Himiko, such a big event wouldn't be handled by just one person, unless... Suddenly, Laura raised her voice. Your bishop is nearby, right? The cultist suddenly lunged forward, but not to attack. Instead, he quickly ran away backward. Laura felt a gust of wind rush past her. Jiang Bing, faster than anyone else, caught up with the fleeing cultist from behind. He reached out and grabbed his neck, applying slight pressure to break his spine. To avoid mistakes, Jiang Bing punched the back of the man's head, ensuring he died instantly, then threw the body into the bushes. Did you really just kill him? Laura was a bit surprised. Trust me, if you knew what they had done, you wouldn't ask that. And besides, it's better he died than us. Laura opened her mouth, understanding this logic clearly. She didn't know how to argue, so she changed the subject. You haven't found out where the bishop is yet? Jiang Bing listened carefully, hearing shouts and scolding from the direction the cultist fled. He picked up the big sword from the ground and slung it back on his back. He already told me, keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape. Following the direction of the ex-cultist's escape, The two of them walked a short distance and faintly heard a Russian voice. The people on the island are quite mixed. It looks like a diverse group, Jiang Bing thought. They seem to have captured someone, Laura said again, showing her wide knowledge. Yes, and they've assigned someone to guard them, Jiang Bing replied. In Laura's surprised gaze, as she realized Jiang Bing understood Russian, he raised his hand to signal that they had spotted the enemy ahead. The two hid in waist-high grass, carefully observing the enemy. This area was likely the main part of the shrine, with many wooden buildings of different heights surrounding a slightly lower central shrine. Inside these buildings, flickering candlelight revealed numerous Shinto statues and ritual items. Next to these buildings was a bonfire made from metal buckets. Around the fire, people gathered closely. The Russian man who was speaking earlier was now listening to reports from his subordinates. Behind him, on an open space, 3 prisoners knelt. Those are crew members from the Perseverance, Laura whispered in surprise. As a large ocean exploration ship, it was impossible for only Laura and her team to operate it alone. In fact, there were over 20 crew members on board. When the shipwreck happened, some were lost at sea, some escaped on lifeboats with Reyes and others, and the rest had to accept their fate. These 3 unlucky men, like Laura, were washed ashore after falling into the sea, but they were even less lucky. They encountered the cultists and were treated like chicks, held at gunpoint. Laura quickly assessed the situation and made a firm decision. We need to rescue them, she said, already drawing her short bow. People must be saved, especially since that Russian man looked like a bishop. But Laura, with her quick temper and her bow ready to fight the dozen or so strong men, was just like some residents of the night city. Jiang Bing reached out, took the 98K rifle from her back, and handed it to her. Can you use this? Laura skillfully pulls back the bolt, checks the gun's condition, then casually extends her palm toward Jiang Bing. She hands him her ammunition pouch from her waist, and Jiang Bing signals her to pass him the bow and arrows. Because they need to keep someone alive, Jiang Bing feels the difficulty of this fight has increased quite a bit. Having seen Jiang Bing's abilities, Laura fully trusts his decision. She says, I'll cover you, then grabs her gun and climbs up a tall tree to hide in the branches. The thick leaves completely hide Laura's figure. Without prior knowledge, it's very hard for an ordinary person to see someone hiding in a tree on such a dark night. Jiang Bing casually stretches Laura's bow into a full moon shape. The feedback from his hands feels the same as with those useless objects earlier. Just make do with it. Jiang Bing melts into the darkness. One cult member hums a tune as he turns a corner of a building with his gun. Just after leaving his teammate's view, an arrow flies from nearby, accurately piercing through his left temple and out the right temple. The body falls with a soft thud. Luckily, the other cult members are far enough away, so it doesn't cause much noise. Jiang Bing continues to crouch and crawl quickly through the shadows. At the edge of the building, a cult member leaning against a low wall just lights a homemade cigarette. Suddenly, a strong arm silently reaches out from behind and grips his neck tightly. Jiang Bing tightens his left arm, reducing the cult member's neck width by half, while also plucking the cigarette from his mouth with his right hand. The cigarette is filled with some unknown substance. When lit, it makes the smoker squint and cough. Smoking is bad for your health. He drags the body behind the low wall and hides it. Before leaving, Jiang Bing kindly steps on the cigarette, but to extinguish it. The third victim quickly appears. He walks over, cursing and holding his crotch, planning to urinate behind a tree. Suddenly, an arrow strikes his head from behind. To be fair, this person was quite cautious. For safety, he chose a urination spot still within sight of other gang members. Even while urinating behind the tree, he deliberately exposes half his body. But Jiang Bing almost shoots the arrow right into his head. After penetrating the skull, the arrow sticks out and, along with the corpse, is firmly nailed to the tree. The body was fixed with an arrow and stood leaning against a tree in a strange, tilted pose. With the dark night and strong wind, from a distance, others could only see a vague outline. This method bought Jiang Bing a few extra minutes. Looking at the water stains spreading on the ex-cultist's pants, Jiang Bing carefully avoided him when passing by. It seems he really had to pee for a long time. The fourth victim died, feeling a bit frustrated. He was killed by Jiang Bing with an arrow. When drawing the bow earlier, Jiang Bing used too much force. Laura's bow didn't break immediately, but if he kept using it, it might fall apart next time. This ex-cult gang was probably under the influence of the Russian bishop's trusted followers, all armed with guns. This made Jiang Bing's idea of using a bow impossible. Waiting for the right moment, Jiang Bing confidently walked past a bright spot, reaching the side of the shrine before anyone noticed. Laura, hiding in the tree, was even more nervous than him. Jiang Bing looked up and peeked through the gap in the railing at the statue inside the shrine. As expected, it was the familiar face of Himiko. This person has a strong desire to control, Jiang Bing thought, recalling that since arriving on the island, besides the guard's phone lay in air, he hadn't seen any other statues except hers. He judged her as someone who held grudges. He moved to the back of the shrine, using the low eaves as a platform to climb onto the roof of the building behind the shrine. The fifth victim was on a higher roof, keeping watch. Because this person's position was very obvious, Jiang Bing couldn't secretly kill him. Instead, he planned to use him as a signal for a firefight. Of course, continuing to kill would likely expose Jiang Bing soon. After all, real life isn't like a game. There are fewer people, and bosses can't act as if nothing's happening. In fact, the person who was peeing had already attracted suspicion when he didn't return. Jiang Bing saw someone walking toward the tree where he was, checking the situation. The small thug on the roof was caught completely off guard and suffered a big blow. The attack from behind, both physically and mentally, caused him serious harm. So, he decided to jump off the roof to express his anger. Falling with the body, he was also hit by a swift kick from above. From a distance, Jiang Bing kicked the bishop to the ground with a swift, powerful kick. He had held back his strength just enough to break the Russian man's ribs, but still leave him alive. The scene quickly became chaotic. A faint gunshot rang out. A member of the ex-religion trying to shoot was hit in the stomach. Although he didn't die immediately, the bullet inside him made him too weak to fight, and he could only lie on the ground, struggling weakly. Laura, as a reliable partner, saw the fight start and bravely took the risk of shooting to cover her friends. Jiang Bing crouched down and dragged the bishop behind a cover. He waved his hand to push away the Russian man's arm reaching for his thigh holster, then reached out and drew the gun from the holster. It was a Colt M1911 pistol, a very classic model. As soon as Jiang Bing held it, he knew the previous owner took good care of it. The gun was in excellent condition. In the Russian man's shameful gaze, Jiang Bing moved his wrist lightly, easily chambering around with one hand, then moved his thumb back to hold the rear of the grip, while his other fingers pulled back the slide to open the ejection port, completing a smooth, one-handed chambering check. "Nice gun," he said. He then delivered a punch to break the Russian man's attempt to struggle, and from behind cover, he fired 2 precise shots, hitting 2 enemies trying to approach. Actually, Jiang Bing played it safe. Compared to the weapons in the City of Night, which require caution, these rusty old guns in the enemy's hands might not even be able to penetrate his body. But Jiang Bing didn't want to get hit by a bullet just to test its quality. Following his familiar instinct, Jiang Bing dodged the incoming bullets by retreating behind cover, then suddenly lunged out from the other side. Just as he aimed his gun to eliminate the enemy peeking out from behind the cover, the sound of a 98K rifle fired again, and the bullet pierced through that person's chest. Next came a test of reaction. Whenever someone tried to shoot from behind cover, a bullet would meet them first. They would aim at the head when peeking, shoot the hand when reaching out, or try a faith-based shot, but the bullets always hit the weak spots of the guns. The shots seemed so precise, as if they had already fired, confirmed where the bullets would land, and then moved into attack. The sharp sound of the 98K rifle never stopped. Although Laura's shooting was not as accurate as Jiang Bing's, the high ground gave her a good view, making the enemy's cover almost useless. Inside, death had marked them, and outside, snipers on the high ground kept them suppressed. The remaining enemies couldn't make any waves and were all defeated. Either you die, or someone else does. You keep your house lit up at night, as if you're afraid of missing a shot. Since Jiang Bing descended from the sky, the 3 people lying on the ground like bugs had miraculously not been hurt. But judging by their skilled movements, Jiang Bing guessed these 3 sailors probably came from Free America. "Charlie, Tom, Andrew, I'm glad to see you're okay. Are you hurt?" Laura asked as she approached with her gun. The sailor named Tom seemed to be the closest to Laura. They haven't had time to do anything to us, just forced us to join them. The Sun Brotherhood's recruitment ceremony was very simple. They caught a group of shipwrecked newcomers and gave them two choices: join or die. Those who chose to join were taken to the church headquarters to complete the initiation ritual. It's like a blood oath. Are you the only three? Did you see any other crew members? Hearing this, Tom's face, which had just survived, showed sadness and regret. There was Darren, but he was shot dead when he resisted. Laura remained silent. The death of someone she knew suddenly shattered the illusion of moral boundaries she had built over the past 20 years, making her realize how cruel reality really was. Some things began to change. Meanwhile, Jiang Bing used the cost of breaking a finger to wake up the sleeping Russian. But facing this tough-looking Russian, Jiang Bing set the tone for the interrogation. "Don't speak Russian." Alexander Sergeyevich woke up from his sleep. He felt like his face had just been kicked by a donkey. But as he shook off the dizziness from a concussion, he saw the nightmare that haunted him, and his M1911 pistol. He started to miss home. Seeing the Russian man regain consciousness, Jiang Bing pulled out a map of Yamatai. Before he could speak, the man spat blood onto the map. Looking at the arrogant, cold smile of the tough Russian, Jiang Bing felt a wave of doubt. How dare you offend a medic? Do you realize how brave you are? To consider the feelings of the four people nearby, kind-hearted Jiang Lao took the Russian into a building, closed the door, and began questioning him. High-level interrogation often only needs the simplest method. Basically, it's just beating him up, hard and relentless. Ignoring fancy punishments and dramatic psychological tactics, only raw, wild physical force is used to make the person understand the truth of life. Thanks to Jiang Bing's precise control of his strength and his experience as a cyborg doctor in the Night City, he finally got the answers he wanted after 26 minutes of questioning. Rubbing his slightly red knuckles, Jiang Bing stepped out of the room. The four people outside looked at him with a mix of curiosity and fear. "Did you kill him?" "He screamed pretty badly just now," Laura asked with a frown. Jiang Bing felt she was questioning his medical skills and knowledge of anatomy, so he firmly declared, "Absolutely not. I guarantee he's not in life danger." Unconvinced, Laura peeked inside the room. Her face turned pale with surprise and a complicated expression as she said, "You might as well have just killed him. He's swollen all over, and you say he's not in danger." Jiang Bing's tone was firm. "In fact, apart from that first kick, he has no other fatal injuries. With prompt treatment, I guarantee he'll be fine and bouncing around again." Three sailors also looked inside curiously. Then, two of them immediately crossed themselves in front of their chests. Only Tom spat on the ground, saying that this Russian sinner deserved it. When he shot Darren, he should have expected this outcome. Laura thought for a moment, but finally couldn't bring herself to leave the fat Russian man there, even though he truly deserved it. So Laura shot him from a distance to end his life. After looting everyone's belongings, they all headed back along the same route. When they reached the statue they had seen earlier, they discovered Whitman hiding behind it. Seeing that the visitors were Laura and her companions, he awkwardly crawled out from behind the Buddha statue. "Earlier, I was so focused on taking photos that I didn't notice you guys. When I turned around, I couldn't see your figures anymore, and then I heard gunfire in the distance, so I..." Laura waved to stop his excuse, explained what had happened, and discussed their next move. "We need to meet up with Ross, Dr. Whitman," Laura said. Whitman's attention was clearly focused on the shrine Laura mentioned. This unlucky person, facing a broken marriage, was only thinking about turning things around. After a heated argument, everyone split into two groups. Three sailors stayed with Whitman at the shrine. After finishing their photos, Whitman led them back to the seaside camp, the place where everyone first arrived on the island by rescue raft. The remaining crew members and supplies were there. Laura went to the designated spot to meet Ross. Once everyone was together, they planned to return to the seaside camp. Right now, the only person at the meeting point was Ross, which made Laura, who had seen how dangerous Yamatai was, very worried. Jiang Bing thought that they would need Laura and Ross's resilient crew members to find Samantha later. So, he decided to help and planned to go with Laura to find Ross at the meeting point. Fortunately, Ross's location wasn't far. The two of them returned to the shrine entrance, climbed up the mountain along the right side winding path, and then followed the ridge to the hillside of the neighboring mountain. From there, they could see the planned meeting point from afar. But before they reached the meeting spot, they heard loud roars of wild animals. A brown bear was lying in front of a mountain crevice, roaring wildly and frantically rummaging inside. Laura immediately noticed the bloodstains on the bear, and 2 handguns dropped beside the crevice. Those were Ross's pistols. Jiang Bing reached out to stop Laura from aiming her gun. Her Springfield rifle was powerful enough to deal with a bear, but her shooting skills made it hard to guarantee a precise shot to the vital area of an enraged bear. Although the idea that a bear could withstand automatic gunfire was nonsense, as long as the shot didn't hit vital organs, a few 7.62mm bullets could still cause it to struggle and eventually die. As for the even more absurd claim that thick fur could resist bullets, unless it was armor beneath the fur from the City of Night, that was just nonsense. As Jiang raised his gun and fired, a bullet precisely hit the moving bear's head. The 300-kilogram Japanese brown bear made no sound and smoothly collapsed to the ground. After confirming the bear was dead, Laura quickly stepped forward and called out through the mountain crevice. "Laura, why are you here?" An old, weak voice came from inside the crevice. Jiang grabbed the bear's hind leg and moved it away from the opening. Laura immediately rushed to the crevice and pulled out an elderly man who was clearly advanced in age. He looked pale, with his right leg badly injured and bloody, but luckily no major blood vessels were hit. However, the long blood loss made him somewhat faint, yet he still managed to hold Laura's hand and lean close to her ear. "My bag is inside the cave. It has medicine." Laura hurriedly crouched into the narrow crevice and retrieved the leather bag Ross mentioned. Ross was like a mentor or father figure to Laura. His serious injury made her very anxious and panicked. She took out first aid supplies from the bag, but her previous outdoor medical knowledge seemed to have vanished, leaving her at a loss. Fortunately, there was the best doctor in Night City nearby. Jiang casually took the gauze and bandages from Laura, then pulled out tweezers and disinfectant from the bag. After confirming no major blood vessels were damaged, he performed a textbook-like wound cleaning, disinfection, and bandaging smoothly. While Ross was still conscious, Jiang briefly assessed his condition and asked, "What is your weight?" Anyone observing this professional performance would think Jiang was an experienced surgeon. Influenced by this, Ross instinctively replied, "About 150 pounds. Jiang responded calmly and injected the appropriate dose of morphine into the old man's body. Since hygiene safety couldn't be guaranteed outdoors, Jiang chose intramuscular injection, which delayed the morphine's effect to about 20 minutes. Ross, as expected, succumbed to weakness and pain and fainted. After checking the patient's wrist, Jiang quickly gauged the old man's overall condition. The injury isn't serious, at least not life-threatening. Laura let out a long breath of relief. What's the plan next? He needs a quiet environment to rest and recover. Jiang Bing looked around. The open mountain slope was filled with trees and rocks, with no shelter or covered area. Laura was only 21 years old and felt a bit lost and unsure. Thinking that she had been out for a long time and needed to hurry to find Matthias, Jiang Bing decided to share his plan. "Let's go to my place first to rest and fix up. At least there, we have a place to hide from the wind and rain." Ross had just woken up and noticed Laura resting on a small bed nearby. He tried to stand up, but was stopped by severe pain in his right leg, causing him to grunt softly. Laura was awakened by the noise. She had slept well last night and was just resting her eyes now. "Ross, you're awake?" Ross looked around and realized they were indoors. He asked, "Where are we now?" "In a fortress built by the Japanese army during World War II, which is now a friend's camp. That doctor from yesterday." Ross clearly remembered Jiang Bing's medical skills. "Yes, but he's not really a doctor." "That's quite surprising." Ross, who had served in the Royal Marine Commando, highly praised Jiang Bing's first aid skills. "His technique looks very professional. And judging by how calmly he handled the wound yesterday, he must have had hundreds of similar experiences. Who knows? He's a very secretive person." Ross chuckled happily. "Sounds like someone is very curious about him. By the way, did you bring my bag?" Laura reached under Ross's small bed and took out his leather bag. Ross opened the bag and saw that the radio transmitter inside was still intact, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. "Good thing it's not broken. Do you think its signal can reach very far?" Laura asked. Ross put the radio transmitter back into the bag and handed it to Laura. On the island, I found a radio tower in the southwest. I checked with Alex, and as long as we install it there, it can broadcast the strongest radio signals in all directions. He patted his injured right leg and sighed. I was planning to go myself, but Laura, as you saw, this task now has to be yours. Laura held her purse, looking unsure of herself. She wasn't sure if she could cross the half-island filled with cult members and killers to complete the mission. Believe in yourself, Laura. You are part of the Klob family, and adventure runs in your blood. Ross paused, not wanting Laura, who was more like a daughter than a real one, to take such a risk. But as the team leader, he had to be responsible for everyone. We also need to send out a rescue signal. The longer we stay on this dangerous island, the greater the risk. Jiang Bing suddenly entered the room carrying a tray of food and water. He set the tray aside and shared his opinion on Ross's plan. You need more time to rest. It's best to wait a few days before going ashore, since your wound won't heal that quickly. Also, if you don't want to endanger more people, I suggest not sending out any rescue signals. Seeing their confused expressions, Jiang Bing added, after all, she won't let you leave easily. Laura couldn't help but wonder and asked, wait, who is she? This is Yamatai. Who else could it be? Laura frowned. You mean Himiko? That's impossible. She should have died hundreds of years ago. Jiang Bing shrugged. The storm surrounding Yamatai can destroy anything trying to pass. One of her historical abilities was controlling storms. This might just be a coincidence, Laura tried to argue. Jiang Bing didn't bother to debate. He simply said, you'll believe it someday, and then turned to leave. Through the forest and over mountains. In just a few hours, Jiang Bing, fully armed, traveled from the military fortress on the east side of the island to the northwest. Standing on a mountaintop, Jiang Bing looked down from above and easily spotted the fortress at the foot of the mountain. The fortress looked strange. Its main structure was made of bricks and stones, likely built by the Yamatai people. But there were signs of reinforcement with steel bars and concrete, indicating that Japanese or American troops had also occupied and reinforced it during World War II. There are still many pieces of rusty metal and wooden planks patched onto the outside of the fortress, like mismatched patches covering the entire structure. Of course, these repairs come from the Sun Brotherhood, and their rough craftsmanship gives the fortress a post-apocalyptic look. But this is only what it appears to be on the surface. According to the Russian man's description, beneath the fortress is actually a very large and grand underground tomb, with many passages and exits. Matthias, the leader of the Holy Order, holds meetings with all church members in a big underground hall directly below the fortress. When he meets with high-level officials, he chooses different locations at random. The Sun Brotherhood isn't very peaceful either. For safety, Matthias doesn't stay in one place for long. Besides that, the layout of the entire fortress matches the intelligence Jiang Bing received from the ex-cultists. After confirming this information is accurate, Jiang Bing heads west. On the far west side of Yamatai is a 1,000-meter-high mountain. Its eastern side has steep, vertical cliffs. To climb the mountain, one must start from the foothills on the west side of the peak. The capital of Yamatai is built on this mountain, following its natural shape. From afar, Jiang Bing sees the storm constantly raging at the mountain's summit, making the entire peak look mighty and untouchable. Many stone and wood buildings are lined up from the foot to the top of the mountain. Their large scale silently shows the prosperity of Yamatai in the past. However, the city is now mostly abandoned, with ruins and decay everywhere. The power of nature has begun to take over the lost city, with green forests spreading into the ancient ruins. Old relics of civilization are tangled with lush new vegetation, creating a striking scene that words cannot fully describe. It's impressive how human civilization, built over time, and the treasures of history are vividly displayed before you, making you marvel at the wonder of nature and human achievement. Jiang Bing crouches at the edge of the ancient city, spying into the city like a detective, trying every way to uncover Himiko's secrets. This city isn't far from the Sun Brotherhood, and since it's located inland on an island, it's quite peaceful. But strangely, there are few signs of modern human activity. It is not surprising that anyone who has seen the ancient Japanese warriors occupying this place would be reluctant to step into this eerie, haunted city. Some brave souls might also be taught a lesson by these ruthless storm soldiers. Jiang Bing did not rush into the ancient city. He waited for a while and saw a patrol of ancient Japanese warriors outside the city walls. From their appearance, these cursed warriors looked no different from normal people, except they wore old armor. However, all the warriors were unusually strict about hiding their faces, leaving only 2 dark holes for their eyes. They moved with a serious, military-like presence, each looking very lifeless, yet their movements seemed slow and sluggish. During his visit, Jiang Bing planned to bring back some special souvenirs. As a curious and resourceful craftsman, he was very interested in the famous Storm Warriors. Storm Warriors, an unkillable army, sounded impressive. So Jiang Bing quietly sneaked closer. These warriors' senses were much duller than normal people. Jiang Bing almost touched the back of one soldier's pants, and none of them reacted. When the patrol turned a corner along their usual route, the last warrior with a sword suddenly disappeared. Inside the military fortress, Kate was changing Ross's bandages according to Jiang Bing's instructions. The female sailor was experienced, but compared to the seasoned adventurer Conrad Ross, who had traveled and explored for most of his life, she still seemed inexperienced. When Jiang Bing returned carrying a large package, the old adventurer was already chatting happily with Kate. Looking around, Jiang Bing couldn't find Laura. He asked Ross, who was leaning on a Y-shaped branch as a cane, "Did Laura go to the radio tower?" Ross raised his hands to show, seeing is believing. Jiang Bing wasn't surprised that they didn't trust him. He threw the package he had been carrying onto a nearby table. Unwrapping the old cloth, he revealed the body of a storm warrior. Seeing is believing. Jiang Bing repeated the old adventurer's words. Merlin's beard. The old adventurer, who was experienced and knowledgeable, immediately guessed what it was after seeing it. Is this the storm warrior under Hibiya's command? After receiving Jiang Bing's confirmation, the old adventurer almost dropped his cane and rushed forward. He carefully examined this object, which seemed to belong only to history. First, there was the corpse's armor, which also looked very Japanese and modest. As a basic foot soldier, it was just a simple leather armor. The armor mainly covered the chest, shoulders, and back, with some metal plates added to protect vital areas. Its old-fashioned craftsmanship and design showed it was an antique. Ross was also knowledgeable. Although he couldn't tell exactly how old the armor was, he could tell if it was real or fake. The armor was simple but practical. Leather covered the chest, shoulders, and back, leaving the limbs exposed. Strangely, the flesh of this storm warrior hadn't dried out or shriveled. Besides rough skin, it looked normal. The most noticeable part was the face. The cloth covering the face had been removed, exposing the face to the air. Ross and Kate both looked surprised. This storm warrior had a very typical Western face. Is this storm warrior under Hibiya's command? Could it be a fake from those ex-religion followers? Kate asked first. Ross touched the leather armor on the corpse, still unsure. But this armor definitely looks like ancient Japan, and it shows signs of long use. Ross and Kate continued to discuss their doubts. Jiang Bing kept silent, already understanding the truth. This is the real reason these storm warriors have lived for 600 years. Although they don't know how, they seem to have been repeatedly possessed and replaced bodies, just like Hibiya. When Jiang Bing first encountered this storm warrior, he immediately sensed something was wrong. From the perspective of the craftsman, the brain area of this corpse emitted a strong smell of decay. Clearly, this was the cost of body replacement. Based on what he observed, Jiang Bing guessed that this possession method would at least cause personality confusion, memory loss, mental damage, and a disconnect between the soul and the body. This explains why the Sun Brotherhood regularly conducts live sacrifices on this group of storm warriors, and the sacrifices are always healthy men. It also explains why most of these storm warriors wear masks, and those without masks hide their faces in various ways. Probably, more than half of the storm warrior army's faces have turned into those of blonde, blue-eyed white people. Once again, it seems the Heavenly Gang is involved. This also explains why Himiko insists on choosing descendants with blood ties as her vessels. Most likely, this helps avoid the backlash from the body-snatching ritual. This makes sense. When two souls merge, it's like mixing white paint into black paint. As more colors, yellow, green, blue, are added. The final mixture becomes a murky, indistinct color. But if both paints are white, even with slight differences, the result will still be white. I should find a way to learn some knowledge about mysticism, Jiang Bing thought to himself. However, the system's database has no such knowledge. It's called a database, but it only offers 2 small pieces of knowledge for exchange. Besides the already acquired gate device knowledge, there's only the production standard for the Ether Essence Furnace Type 4, costing 100 craftsman badges. There is no other magic or technology knowledge or principles available, perhaps because of insufficient level or because these knowledge levels are too high. Then, Jiang Bing dissects the corpse, confirms it is no different from a normal person, and wraps it again with an ancient city flag before throwing it into the sea to destroy the evidence. Honestly, Jiang Bing felt a bit disappointed. The opponent was indeed weak. The Storm Warriors, an immortal army. Jiang Bing just wanted to say, "Damn it, refund." After dealing with the body, Jiang Bing interrupted Ross and Kate's discussion. "Captain Ross, I want to confirm something. When you came here, did you travel on a long-range exploration ship?" After getting Ross's clear answer, Jiang Bing continued. "Does that ship carry underwater salvage equipment?" He replied to Jiang Bing's question clearly and confidently. Of course, the Perseverance is equipped with a full set of underwater salvage tools, including a submersible, underwater sonar, grabbers, and fishing nets. However, they should have sunk to the bottom of the sea along with the Perseverance. Thinking of his beloved ship, Ross couldn't help feeling a bit sad. Where are these devices mainly installed on the ship? Jiang Bing's question was a bit strange, but Ross still answered. All on the front deck. Having received the information he wanted, Jiang Bing finally felt happy. "I don't think all of them have sunk. Captain Ross, I saw your Perseverance off the west coast of Yamatai not long ago, though only the front part. Are you planning to salvage something?" Ross asked back. Jiang Bing nodded lightly. "Yes, I brought some gifts, originally to give to the local owners. A certain Jiang customer, who was angry after being deceived by dishonest vendors' false advertising, was preparing to take action to protect his rights. It's not good to go empty-handed." Laura helped Ross, who was walking steadily, arrive at the ship graveyard, where they saw a busy construction site. There was also a simple shipyard. Due to the area's special geographical features, most of the ships that wrecked near Yamatai were pushed here by the waves. Over hundreds of years, these ships accumulated in this bay, creating what looked like a land filled with various shipwrecks. From the coast out to the sea, the shipwrecks looked very old. At the innermost part were ancient wooden sailing ships and small fishing boats, heavily decayed. Moving outward, there were modern steamships with steel and iron, and further out, cargo ships, yachts, and fishing boats made of modern composite materials. The wreck of the Perseverance was located in the outermost sea area. However, the expedition ship, already battered by storms, had been dismantled quite a bit, revealing its internal galvanized steel keel. Kate, who came down from the watchtower, greeted the two and led them to Jiang Bing, who was busy working in his temporary workshop. "Find a place to sit first. I'll be ready soon." Jiang Bing was shirtless, wearing only a leather blacksmith apron, and was working with metal. Although they found many electrical devices on the Perseverance, such as laser cutters and automatic welding machines, these few tools cannot cover all areas of industrial manufacturing. Some items cannot be made with these tools, so Jiang Bing built a small furnace and made things by hand. He threw the handmade eye-shaped parts into a quenching tank nearby to cool. Jiang Bing put down his blacksmithing tools and led 2 people to a restroom. The restroom was a small wooden cabin built by Jiang Bing when he had time. Inside, the tables and chairs showed natural wood grain, clearly made to match the wooden structure. The entire cabin was very well crafted, with a smooth floor, sturdy walls, and large windows that let in a faint smell of wood. Kate brought 2 cups of hot tea brewed with mint and licorice and placed them on a polished, shiny table. Something felt off. Laura smelled the rising aroma of mint tea and looked at her clothes, which she hadn't washed since arriving on the island. She felt that something was very wrong. Everyone had been surviving well in the wilderness, but after a few days apart, Laura suddenly seemed like she was on vacation. This feeling reached its peak when Kate brought out a plate of peeled rock pears. Ross, experienced as always, calmly picked up a few pears and tasted them. "This stuff isn't cheap. It would be even better for making flavored liquor, he said. Jiang Bing cut straight to the point and asked, "Is there something you want to say?" Laura's face darkened. "You're right. I saw the rescue plane get struck down by a sudden storm. This island is truly cursed," she said. Jiang Bing reacted very calmly. The cabin's window faced the sea, and they could see the wreckage of the Perseverance. After seeing it, Ross couldn't help but stand up and walk to the window to look carefully. "This ship feels like an old friend, traveling with me through most of my adventures around the world," Ross said. He turned to Jiang Bing and looked at him. "In my long adventure life, I've seen many strange things, Mr. Saba. But Bimihu, this woman from nearly 2,000 years ago, still being alive today, really surprises me," he added. Laura also stood up, but when she moved, her stomach injury caused her to grimace. "Saba, this time we came to work together with you to break the curse." Ross tried to smooth things over. "After all, many hands make light work. Your team members, are they all captured by Matthias?" Jiang sharply pointed out their true reason for coming. As soon as Jiang revealed their real motive for seeking cooperation, Laura blushed and looked down shyly. Ross was unaffected and continued to share his views. "We share the same goal, Saba. The Sun Brothers Society, led by Himiko and Matthias, is our common enemy, especially for all the survivors trying to leave this island. Working together benefits us all." This experienced old hand, from the start, mentioned the wrecked Endurance ship to appeal to emotions, and now he was explaining the pros and cons. He is indeed good at convincing people, but his point of view is not wrong. The energy charge of the key has already exceeded half, and Jiang, who has been on this island too long, is starting to get impatient. That's why he wants to use the salvage equipment on the Endurance to retrieve his gear and prepare to break through Yamatai directly. Anyway, the mysterious camouflage of the Storm Warrior has already been exposed by Jiang. He is confident that with his chainsaw sword, he can kill 1,000 or more of these Storm Warrior troops before they can strike back. Given Yamatai's current situation, it's uncertain whether Himiko, a cunning merchant skilled in false advertising, can even produce 1,000 people from her pants. Of course, it would be better if someone else joined the effort. After all, many hands make light work. So, after pretending to think for a moment, Jiang nodded in agreement. "So, what are your plans?" After reaching an agreement, Laura was very happy. "I think we need you and me to go to the Sun Brothers headquarters first. Jonah and Reyes are being held there." Laura paused, feeling a bit embarrassed that she had just agreed to cooperate and now wanted Jiang to risk an adventure with her. "Also, we need to do it quickly. Yesterday, Samantha contacted me via radio. She said Matthias is planning to use her for some kind of ritual." Laura's news was somewhat expected by Jiang. Over the past 2 days, the fluctuations that appeared when destroying the Endurance ship had been frequently passing over Yamatai. Samantha's arrival on the island made Himiko, who had been quiet for a long time, start to become more active. Most of the preparations for the salvage work had already been done by Jiang Bing. Once they retrieved the Makino Rarimer, he planned to carry Samantha and head straight to the palace. At that time, with Samantha as a tempting lure, Himiko would have no choice but to face them directly. Fortunately, dealing with the Sun Brotherhood didn't require force. It was manageable without using overwhelming power. After thinking through the situation carefully, Jiang Bing agreed to Laura's request. "Tomorrow we leave. You can rest here today. I need to prepare a few things." Jiang Bing looked at Laura's left waist. "Also, I should treat your wound. I don't want to take a hurt person into battle." Laura finally took a hot shower, which helped her relax after a long period of tension. "Sabul, he's such a strange person," she thought. Warm water flowed from a black-painted metal bucket at the top, spilling down the bamboo pipe onto Laura. The gentle sunlight of the day warmed the water in the bucket just right. Thinking about Jiang Bing's performance since they met, his skills in martial arts, medicine, woodworking, blacksmithing, building, outdoor survival, shooting, fighting, and even the mint tea and rock pear earlier, Laura added another thought in her mind. He should also be skilled in herbal medicine. In the same environment, their camp at the landing site was still struggling to find food, while Jiang Bing's side had basically achieved a basic modern lifestyle. Thinking of this, Laura couldn't help but look at the bamboo house serving as a bathroom. The entire bamboo house was built entirely from bamboo. She wondered what construction techniques were used, as there were no visible nails or other materials. It was sturdy, breathable, and beautifully crafted, making the small house, less than 4 square meters, look very elegant. It wouldn't look out of place in a holiday hotel. She pushed open a small window woven from bamboo strips. Outside, a lush bamboo forest stretched out. Through the window, she saw a few neatly trimmed bamboo stalks leaning out from behind the rocks, with clusters of long, lance-shaped bamboo, leaves perfectly matching the setting sun. It was hard to imagine that in such a survival environment, someone had also taken the time to create a scenic view, but it definitely helped to relax the mind and body. Next to it, on a bamboo shelf, there was a strange-looking soap. Laura finally recognized that it was probably made from wild soap nuts. So, Laura instinctively used it to wash her greasy, tangled black hair. At this point, things were becoming more and more strange. Finally, guided by Kate, Laura threw her changed clothes into a strange-looking, water-powered simple washing machine. This felt almost magical. At the moment, Jiang Bing didn't know that the leftover product he casually made to relieve his long work fatigue had caused Laura to become somewhat introverted. He was busy preparing surgical tools for a possible operation later, looking very eager. Since leaving Night City, he hadn't performed surgery for a long time, and he was eager to do so. Finally, Laura, with her hair down and wearing a loose men's t-shirt, entered the temporary operating room. Although Jiang Bing could handle many things by hand, clothing was still outside his expertise, so Laura could only make do with the clothes Jiang Bing had previously collected. Without underwear, the t-shirt sometimes revealed shy outlines, which was a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, Laura didn't mind. In this situation, just having a clean piece of clothing to wear was good enough. Lying on a bamboo lounge chair provided by Kate, Laura lifted her t-shirt to reveal a wound on her left waist. Jiang Bing carefully examined the wound. A penetrating wound. It's impressive that you've endured this long. Laura's waist wasn't very slim. Her long-term training gave her an elegant and firm abdominal line, along with strong core strength. But her skin on the abdomen was not rough like that of many white people. It was very delicate. Young people just have good skin. On her fair, delicate skin, there was a very fierce-looking wound. Because it had been a long time since the injury, scar tissue had grown around it. Also, due to Laura's recent movements through sewage and muddy waters, the wound had come into contact with many bacteria and had become infected and pus-filled. Fortunately, Jiang Bing had recently finished dealing with a group of bandits holed up in shipwrecks, and he had plenty of basic medicines. These bandits had scavenged many valuable items from wrecked ships, making them quite wealthy. You're lucky. I happen to have lidocaine. Otherwise, you'd have to experience the pain of the injury all over again. Jiang Bing wasn't joking. The current condition of Laura's wound required removing the overgrown scar tissue and decayed tissue around it, then thoroughly disinfecting the area. This infected, open wound must be disinfected by carefully poking along both sides of the injury to thoroughly clean and kill germs inside. This process is almost like reliving the moment of injury again. Laura, who has first aid knowledge from the outdoors, knows how to handle this kind of wound. She was prepared to peel off a layer of skin, but when she heard about anesthesia, her tense body suddenly relaxed. Jiang Bing, now in professional mode, held the prepared anesthetic and threw an old pillow to Laura. Put this under you. Lift your hips. I can't treat the wound like this. Brotherhood Fortress. In the underground tomb, Matthias stood on a tall altar, facing away from the cliff and waterfall, giving a passionate speech. Brothers, listen to me. Matthias, wearing a hooded robe with white paint covering his face in strange patterns, looked like a shaman from a primitive tribe. In the outside world, we are just unknown soldiers. Laura peeked from behind the rocks, secretly watching from above. It's Samantha. On the altar, Samantha was tied up in a pose similar to Jesus, with a pile of wood at her feet. They're going to burn her. Laura became anxious. But here, we are Solarians. We are children of the sun. Matthias's passionate tone made Laura even more worried. We need to act now. They're about to set the fire, Laura urged anxiously, looking at Jiang Bing, who was fiddling with a box behind his back. Almost done, Jiang Bing replied casually. Laura looked at the dense crowd of ex-cult members on the open ground and frowned as she shared her plan. There are too many of them. I think we can find a way to go around behind the altar and then take Matthias hostage first. Jiang Bing calmly inserted a cylindrical part into its matching slot. No need to make it so complicated. Matthias, she gathered us here for a reason. I know you all want freedom. Clinging to the rocks and watching Matthias's persuasive speech, Laura turned back to ask Jiang Bing for his plan, but saw him fiddling with a large device. A heavy M2 machine gun. This gun weighs 38 kilograms when empty. With its tripod, it reaches 58 kilograms, so it usually needs to be fixed to the ground to use. However, this big weapon was modified by Jiang Bing. He removed the tripod and welded a handle for gripping. A metal U-shaped support connects different parts of the gun, transferring all recoil to the user and stabilizing the weapon's aim. An ordinary person can't lift this weight, but Jiang Bing can. The recoil that most can't handle, Jiang Bing can also manage. He pulls the belt of 12.7 by 99 millimeters rounds from the groove at the bottom of the box and loads it into the magazine. Matthias's passionate speech still reaches Laura's ears. I know you all want to escape this place. Jiang Bing carries the ammo box on his back, lifts the machine gun, and adjusts the U-shaped support to fit his body better. If we want freedom, we must free our great queen. Amid the dramatic background music, Laura swallows hard. That's way too exaggerated. The locking clip on the size adjustment lever is locked tight. Jiang Bing just nods in response. The queen, like us, is a prisoner. If we free the queen, it's like freeing ourselves. Matthias dances around, pointing a makeshift scepter made of gears and sticks at Samantha behind him. This girl carries the blood of this land. She might be the key. Samantha's mouth is blocked, but she still struggles desperately, making muffled sounds. Now, we'll see the truth in the flames of the ritual. Matthias takes the torch handed to him and passionately chants, Himiko, you are past, present, and forever. The bolt of the M2 machine gun is pulled back, chambering around. As Laura watches in stunned silence, Jiang Bing smirks and then leaps off the rocky wall. He had been wanting to do this for a long time. Matthias, holding the torch, approaches the pile of firewood. Please speak to us. Deliver your divine message. With Jiang Bing landing heroically, the ground seems to tremble twice. Himiko does not deliver a divine message. Instead, a strong man with a heavy machine gun appears from above. Laura peeked above, watching Jiang Bing slowly stand up, her pupils trembling with shock. That's over 10 meters high? You just jumped down like that? Matthias wanted to make up for his surprise in front of the equally shocked followers, but Jiang Bing didn't want to hear his nonsense. He simply pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The dull roar of the M2 heavy machine gun echoed in the semi-open cave. With a firing rate of 500 rounds per minute, the bullets formed a silver whip. Jiang Bing held this whip of God, swinging it toward the fanatic followers. Matthias was the first to be struck. A large 12.7 by 99 bullet pierced his abdomen, turning his chest into a spray of blood mist, splitting him in two. The once holy leader died cleanly and quickly, looking unimpressive. As Jiang Bing moved the gun's muzzle, the whip of God swung again. Thanks to Matthias, this ceremony meant to calm the crowd and show his authority gathered most of the cult members. The dense crowd made the whip's reach almost maximum. The sound of bullets tearing through flesh filled the air, blood and meat splattering everywhere. The cultists under the altar fell like wheat being cut. The blood was vaporized by the fast-moving bullets, forming clouds of blood mist that briefly gathered into a large blood cloud. The air was suddenly filled with a sickly, metallic smell. They ran, desperately ran, like stray dogs or street rats. All the cult members scattered, searching for cover. Death was everywhere. No one was spared. Any contact with the M2 bullets meant shattered flesh and rapid blood loss. Shells fell like an avalanche. Jiang Bing, in a killing trance, was cold as steel, silent, emotionless, only pulling the trigger repeatedly to keep this slaughter going. The low stone walls were easily pierced by bullets. The sturdy stone pillars, bitten by bullets again and again, became riddled with holes until they broke and collapsed. There was nowhere to escape. No way up to the sky, no way down to the ground. The intense gunfire slowed down. Jiang Bing began to pick off targets with precise, short bursts. Among these ex-followers, some are quite well equipped. holding long guns and short weapons, and a few are even wearing bulletproof vests. However, no one wants to fight back, nor can they do so under Jiang Bing's suppression with a heavy machine gun. At 42 seconds, Jiang Bing has fired all the bullets from the ammo box. The deadly weapon, sponsored by the thugs from the shipwreck graveyard, has fulfilled its purpose. 42 lives have fulfilled the mission that humans originally designed it for. Faster, more efficient killing of humans. Jiang Bing unfastens the clips holding the gun, dropping it and the backpack on his back onto the ground. The gun barrel, red-hot from being burned by bullets, touches the blood-stained ground, giving off a satisfied sigh, while also emitting a nauseating high-temperature smell of cooked proteins. Laura finds her way down the cliff, stepping onto the spreading pool of blood with her adventure boots. And with it, the spreading death. She tiptoes onto the altar, approaching Samantha. Laura reaches out to pull the cloth from Samantha's mouth, about to say something, but is met with a stream of vomit pushed back. Indeed, this scene is quite intense for an ordinary girl her age. So, Laura draws her knife, intending to untie Samantha. But suddenly, Jiang Bing's hand grips her arm tightly. Feeling the familiar tremor outside the semi-open tomb cliff, Jiang Bing pulls the knife from Laura's hand. Things might be hard for you to understand now, but I hope you can trust me for a while. While Laura looks at him with confusion, Jiang Bing kicks the torch on the ground precisely onto the pile of wood. The gasoline-soaked fire ignites instantly, bursting into flames. Amid Samantha's screams, Laura feels as if she has plunged into icy water. She never expected her lifelong companion to suddenly do such a thing. She desperately tries to rush toward the fire to put it out. But Jiang Bing pulls her into a tight embrace, holding her firmly. Just as Laura looks at Jiang Bing with disbelief, struggling to break free, she hears him whisper suddenly, "Be quiet, she's coming." Laura wants to ask who's coming, but she sees the flames suddenly tilt in one direction. Then, a howling wind begins to blow fiercely. During Samantha's loud crying, a sudden burst of fierce wind rushed in from outside the cliff. Laura felt that if she weren't being held, the strong gust would have blown her away immediately. The flames beneath Samantha also were successfully extinguished by this storm. Perhaps to prevent Jiang Bing from causing trouble, this sudden strong wind was unusually long-lasting and fierce, blowing away all the firewood on the ground. "Himiko, you're quite the character," Jiang Bing thought to himself with a smile. He released the person in his arms and handed his dagger back to Laura, who was somewhat stunned by the situation. Laura quickly stepped forward and gently lowered Samantha, who was crying heavily, from the pillar. Supporting Samantha, who was so weak she could hardly walk, Laura asked her question. "What just happened?" Jiang Bing looked at Samantha, who was curled up in Laura's arms and nervously glancing at him, and teased. "What do you think? It's obviously her annoying ancestor causing trouble." Laura suddenly understood. "Himiko. That's right. According to historical records, Himiko had the power to control storms." Laura's expertise was back in full swing. So, after all these years, this Sun Queen is still alive? Since it involved her own ancestor, Samantha temporarily stopped crying and waited for Jiang Bing's answer. Looking at Samantha's round face, which resembled a statue of Himiko, Jiang Bing could only marvel at the wonder of bloodlines. I'd say she's only half alive." Laura's mind raced. That storm warrior. Then she remembered a mural she saw in a tomb a few days ago. The mural depicted a woman pouring water from a water jar into another woman's hands. The mural subtly expressed this scene, with the water in the jar symbolizing Himiko's consciousness or soul. Thinking of Matthias's prayer earlier, she couldn't help but recite aloud, "Himiko, you are past, present, and eternal." All the pieces of evidence quickly connected in Laura's mind, and she suddenly realized. All the Sun Queens are actually the same person. This is a selection ritual, meant to choose a target that Himiko is satisfied with, or perhaps a vessel for her power. Then, Laura gently supported Samantha's trembling shoulders and looked into her confused eyes. She carefully explained her conclusion. Then, she was able to perform possession, allowing her soul to take over the vessel's body. No wonder she has been able to live until now. Although the answer sounded very magical, Laura had to believe it in front of the clear evidence she had seen. Samantha Nishimura, Laura's classmate at London University, was very intelligent. She was also a descendant of the ancient Yamatai. She often paid close attention to knowledge about Yamatai. With Laura's guidance, she quickly understood what was happening. Then, she trembled even more. The wide tomb passage cleverly used a natural underground cave, which the ancient Yamatai people had slightly carved and repaired over time. The three of them were now inside the underground tomb beneath the Sun Brotherhood. Laura looked at the decayed blood and bones piled in the corner and suddenly felt that those ex-cult followers might have died somewhat peacefully. "Samantha, are Jonah and Reyes down there?" Laura asked. Samantha crossed her arms, seeming very cold. "I saw with my own eyes, Laura. They are locked down there. Originally, those people wanted to kill them, but when they found out about my connection to it, they changed their minds and just locked them up." Hearing this, Samantha looked enlightened, as if she had uncovered the truth. "Don't laugh at me, Laura. At first, I thought they wanted to use me because I am a descendant of Himiko, planning to make me their sun cult saint. Maybe that's why they temporarily spared Jonah and Reyes. Who would have thought?" Laura responded. "Who would have thought they were afraid that after you became Himiko, you might still remember your original self and come back to trouble them?" Hearing Laura's words, Samantha shivered again. The thought of being used as a possession vessel was truly chilling. "This is so terrifying, Laura. So crazy. I never imagined such a thing could happen. That one day, I might stop being myself and become a completely stranger. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps." Laura hugged her classmate's shoulder to comfort him and said, "Don't worry, we won't let this kind of thing happen." Thanks to Jiang Bing's earlier massacre, most of the ex-cult members in the fortress were almost wiped out. The three of them moved smoothly along the passage, turning several corners until they reached a large, spacious tomb chamber. The tomb chamber was connected in many directions. Laura wanted to ask Samantha about their next route, but she was distracted by the murals on the ceiling, following Jiang Bing's gaze. These ancient stories always attracted Laura in a special way. She looked up and quickly understood what the murals depicted. These murals record the ancient craftsmen of Yamatai building a huge tomb. On the murals, countless workers are carving into the mountain and constructing an underground tomb. The location of the tomb is familiar to Jiang Bing. It's in the mountain where the lost ancient city is located. Laura carefully examined the grand project in the murals and shared her opinion. "I think the murals show the burial site of Himiko. But why are there so many metal supports being placed during the construction? Do they need to hold up the mountain?" Jiang Bing was also very interested in that part of the murals. His intuition told him that Himiko must have hidden many secrets in her tomb. A person who knows they won't die, yet still gathers so many workers and starts such a huge project, just to build their own tomb? Laura found this strange too, but most of her interest was in the tomb chamber itself. She excitedly pointed to the hollow in the center of the chamber and shared her guess. This is probably where the coffin of the tomb's owner was placed. But unfortunately, it seems the coffin has been moved by those ex-cult members. As for who the tomb owner was, judging from the murals, he was likely the main person responsible for building Himiko's tomb. Samantha added, "So, he recorded his greatest achievements in the murals?" "Exactly," Laura said with a look that showed she was eager to teach. Jiang Bing continued to look at the later murals. After the tomb was finished, a grand city was built on top of it. Who would build their tomb right under their palace? Jiang Bing stroked his chin, pondering the subtle clues in the murals. "Unless there is something very important, I feel safer watching over it myself." Jiang Bing turned back to examine the murals on the tomb wall. He was distracted by the metal supports carried up the mountain by workers. His instinct told him these supports were not just for reinforcing the mountain. "It seems that after defeating Himiko, I need to find a way into this tomb. Maybe her power to control storms comes from here." Apart from these supports, the murals showed nothing more. Without the tomb owner's coffin, Laura lost interest. The three of them continued following Samantha's guidance downward. They went down 2 more levels before finally seeing the people from the Resilience team. Jonah thought the ex-religion followers had arrived. He quickly signaled to Alex, who was trying to pick the lock, to hide. But seeing the familiar figure, he was surprised. "Laura, why are you here? And Samantha, you saved her from those crazy people." The 4 were locked inside a metal cage, hanging in the air. Jiang Bing followed the chain, found the winch, and lowered them down. "You need to find the key. This lock is hard to open." Jonah was about to tell Laura and Samantha about their attempts to open the big lock when a loud clang interrupted him. Jiang Bing retracted his big slash, removed the heavily deformed lock, and signaled everyone to quickly get out of the cage. Everyone was gathered, and none of them wanted to explore the rest of the underground tomb. They simply retraced their steps and escaped the Sun Brotherhood's fortress. The prisoners saw the light again and felt energized. Jiang Bing sensed a familiar wave passing overhead. He gently grabbed Laura's arm. "You should take Samantha to the ship graveyard. The terrain there is open, easy to defend, and hard to attack. If you don't want to face an ancient army, consider my advice." Then Jiang Bing pointed to the sky and to Samantha with a meaningful look and said, "After all, she's now desperately searching for her." The other two, having experienced the extinguishing wind and fire, understood what Jiang Bing meant. So Laura and Shamala communicated with everyone to head toward the ship graveyard. Amidst the surprised shouts of others, everyone agreed and encouraged each other to stay strong and keep moving forward. In a part of the eastern Yamatai Sea, Jiang Bing wore his diving gear and surfaced from the water. He gave a thumbs up, and Kate on the boat started informing Laura in the control room. It's not really a boat. The vessel Jiang Bing built specifically for retrieving his equipment is better called an offshore work platform. It doesn't look like a traditional boat. The whole platform is shaped like a U, with the middle part used for salvage work, and the equipment is installed around the edges. Its special design helps reduce weight and uses buoyancy to support the salvage operations. Because Jiang Bing expanded it to about 10 meters on each side, it can only lift small, lightweight objects. Fortunately, Jiang Bing didn't plan to reuse it. He just needed to get through this time. With the roar of 4 motors, a makeshift winch made from scrap metal started turning. Through a linked system, a thick iron chain deep in the sea tightened. Finally, amid the noise of the motors, the body of the McKinola rim more slowly surfaced. As the platform slightly sank, Laura and Kate watched in confusion as the vehicle was lifted out of the water by the shortening chain. They initially thought Jiang Bing was trying to salvage a yacht, a cargo container, or some large machinery, but they never expected it to be a car. Under Jiang Bing's command, the three of them pushed and cut through the tough steel of the ship's hull, sealing the gap in the U-shaped platform. Then Laura returned to the control room, reversed the winch, and gently lowered the McKinola, which was pouring seawater through various cracks. Jiang Bing eagerly opened the car trunk to check the weapons, ammunition, and supplies inside. After days in seawater, some electronic devices that aren't waterproof probably got damaged. But most of the high-grade electronic weapons parts are rated to meet the International Electronic Company's IEC IPX-10 waterproof standard, which is a military-grade waterproof level. All they need to do is wipe off the water, clean off the salt, and do some basic maintenance before they can be used again. This applies even to more complex firearms. For a creature like D5 Copper Snake, known for its tough and durable skin, picking it up, shaking off water, or even throwing it into a fire is not a big problem. As for power, Jiang Bing, who personally hammered it out, knows all its data very well. This level of seawater immersion does not affect its normal operation. However, the persuasion of the rotary folding projectile launcher might be damaged. Its original attack armored limb is waterproof, but to increase its ammunition capacity, Jiang Bing modified its structure beyond recognition, so the waterproof function is no longer reliable. But this is not a big problem. The declaration of the giant chainsaw sword and the woodcutter rotary assault rifle do not require precise flight or guidance systems. Their purely mechanical structure is not affected by water. However, this Makinora Moore is completely finished. They can only wait until they leave Yamatai to find other solutions. "Let's go." Jiang Bing signaled Laura to operate this platform, which looks more like a raft than a ship, to start heading back. The key was fully charged yesterday, exactly 1 week since Jiang Bing crossed over. He has no intention of wasting more time with Himiko. It's time to show her what a Gatling gun blazing with blue fire looks like. The Lost Ancient City. A small team of storm warriors is on routine patrol. Half of the team just turned a corner when the squad leader was suddenly thrown back, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Then, a tall figure stepped out from the corner. This figure was so tall and muscular, clad in tight metal armor. His left hand had just knocked away a bloodied shield, making him look like a demon. He moved forward slowly, more intimidating than the Storm Warriors. The panic shouts of the Storm Warriors marked the start of this battle. All the archers in the squad drew their bows and shot at the figure who was already running faster. But the arrows clanged off Jiang Bing's armor and were easily deflected. The tiny impacts did not slow his advance at all. He swung his small shield, Cold War, with his left hand, knocking a pursuing storm soldier away. Then Jiang Bing raised his woodcutter rotary machine gun with his right hand and sprayed the fleeing soldiers into a blood mist. Bang! 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 The large bronze bell on the watchtower rings to alert. Storm warriors stationed throughout the abandoned ancient city begin to gather here. Power strides forward confidently. A large group of soldiers rush out from the street ahead, ready to form a battle line, but they are quickly cut down by Jiang Bing's lumberjack attack, leaving the ground covered with bodies. This city was once the capital of Yamatai. Its layout is similar to other cities from the same period, divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city mainly housed merchants, artisans, and ordinary residents. It was a place for trade and business, with markets and craft workshops concentrated there. The inner city was the political and cultural center. In a city like Yamatai, which had a strong religious atmosphere, the inner city also served as a religious hub. The main residents of the inner city were rulers, important officials, and religious leaders. Compared to the outer city, the inner city had stronger defenses and more soldiers to ensure safety. The first step of this attack plan was to quickly break through the outer city and reach the inner city before the defenders could respond. The outer city was designed to handle the traffic of commerce and daily life. Its roads were mostly straight and wide, especially the main roads, which were very broad and smooth. This made Jiang Bing's rapid advance easier. To achieve the fastest speed, the lumberjack, rotating machine gun kept firing without stopping, destroying watchtowers and storm warriors along the main roads. Whenever small groups of soldiers blocked the way, Jiang Bing would fire relentlessly, clearing the path while maintaining his speed. Laura and her team couldn't keep up with Jiang Bing's fast pace, so they stayed behind, clearing any enemies that slipped past. The Storm Warrior Army, which had fought many battles with Himiko, was still well trained. Soon, the copper bells on the city walls rang out to warn of approaching enemies, spreading along the mountain ridges into the city. But Jiang Bing's speed was too fast. He burst out from the side and reached the inner city entrance in less than 2 minutes. When Jiang Bing's figure appeared in the eyes of the soldiers on the city wall, the soldiers responsible for closing the city gate in the corridor were still struggling to push the heavy gate shut. Watching the closing gate, Jiang Bing stopped firing and bent down. As the small torque rotor at the joint of power operated at full power, ignoring the obstruction of the Storm Warriors in front, Jiang Bing used his strength to instantly maximize power as speed. Under the anxious gaze of the soldiers pushing the gate, power showed no intention of slowing down. Like a battering ram, it directly crashed into the nearly closed city gate. With a loud crash and flying wood chips, the left side of the gate and the soldiers holding that half of the gate were slammed against the wall of the corridor. Jiang Bing, enduring the chopping blades, pressed his back against the other door, repeatedly stomping on the hard stone slab with his feet, forcing the gate open to the side. Two unlucky soldiers, unable to dodge, were pushed by the moving gate and slammed hard against the wall. Soon after, under Jiang Bing's forceful pressure, they fell silent. Jiang Bing turned sideways, using his arm to block the spear thrust by a storm warrior. His left shield retracted, reaching behind to grip the handle of the giant chainsaw sword. Inside the sword sheath, the electronic fiber bundle contracted collectively, helping Declaration S giant chainsaw sword slide out diagonally from the sheath's side. At 1.7 meters long, the giant chainsaw sword couldn't be pulled out like a normal sword from the sheath's opening. It had to be slid out from the side opening at an angle. But this didn't stop Jiang Bing from using this force to sweep a deadly zone in front of him with Declaration. This strike directly killed all the Storm Warriors surrounding Jiang Bing, clearing the space at the gate. Watching the sword and shield bearer in front and the spear thrower behind, the orderly line of many Storm Warriors rushing into the corridor, Jiang Bing shook the debris off Declaration and reinserted it into his back. Lumberjack pointed at the soldiers advancing in formation as Jiang Bing raised his hand. "Master, the times have changed." A flood of metal swept everything away. Lumberjack's power was comparable to the M2 heavy machine gun, but its maximum firing rate reached a terrifying 1,200 rounds per minute. Plus, the advantageous terrain of the city gate corridor. Before these soldiers could even realize the fear, their neat formation was effortlessly cut in half from left to right by an invisible blade. In a literal sense, a clean cut. The leather shield faced a bullet carrying nearly 20,000 joules of energy. It offered no protection. The thick leather and wood boards couldn't even slow the bullet down and shattered under the dense barrage of gunfire. However, while modern firearms are powerful, they also rely heavily on logistics. The lumberjack, which unleashes firepower at extreme rates, has incredible battlefield suppression ability, but it only used half a minute before running out of bullets. In such a situation, the lumberjack, without ammunition, is just a burning stick. So Jiang Bing unfastened the clip holding it, placed the lumberjack on the ground, then grabbed the long sword, declaration with both hands, drawing it from its sheath. An ear-piercing engine roar sounded. Next appeared a giant chainsaw sword, capable of cutting through 2 centimeters of steel easily, with a speed faster than a cheetah, stamina that has no known limit, and the strength to lift tons of weight. Its quick reflexes allow it to dodge bullets, and it is a humanoid heavy armor tank with extensive combat experience from the city at night. The Storm Warriors are truly fortunate. Jiang Bing climbed the stone steps onto the city wall, the giant chainsaw, sword roaring loudly. He slashed a sword and shield in half at an angle. Under the watchful eyes of enemies who were beginning to hesitate, the single-molecule saw teeth of the chainsaw spun faster. Amid the louder engine roars, Jiang Bing crouched and charged forward. In the sky, familiar fluctuations swept through again. The battlefield, the wind has risen. Laura led Reyes and the others through the passage to the inner city and encountered Jiang Bing, leaning against the wall, sword resting on his shoulder. The wind whipped around the flags, some still standing, others fallen, fluttering, and making noise. Jiang Bing first checked on Samantha. Good. Although she looked quite resistant, she still stayed close at the back of the team. Before the battle, everyone had agreed. Jiang Bing would lead the attack, others would support, and Samantha was like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey, ensuring Himiko stayed obediently in her palace. In the sky, Jiang Bing felt the familiar fluctuations again, sweeping past him. Since everyone entered the lost ancient city, these fluctuations have become more frequent. Clearly, to get the carrot, the donkey has become anxious. Because of the nearby distance, Jiang Bing could roughly sense that the fluctuations were actually spreading from deep inside the mountain. This made him think of the Grand Himeji tomb in the murals. The donkey's legs were almost unable to hide. Watching Jiang Bing's exoskeleton armor, everyone including Kate had deep doubts in their hearts. This was obviously not something ordinary civilian groups could possess. It should be found in top laboratories of various countries or secret military research centers, but it definitely shouldn't be on this isolated Yamatai. Everyone imagined a big story about Mr. Sabul, whose origins were a mystery, but no one dared to ask openly. They all wisely kept silent. "Are you hurt?" Laura, who had worked with Jiang Bing several times and was quite familiar, asked. "I'm fine. The road ahead will be harder." "You must watch her carefully," Jiang Bing lightly told Samantha. "As long as Himeji doesn't get her, she will keep sending her storm warriors to fight for her. In this way, we can slowly bleed her." Jiang Bing picked up the declaration and continued toward the mountaintop. Her sunk costs will keep rising until she puts everything on the gambling table. The wind grew even more urgent. A deep, distant horn sounded again in the palace complex after decades. The city built along the mountain was filled with many buildings, tightly packed into every space on the mountain. The outer walls were almost flush with the cliffs, leaving no gaps. To strengthen defense, the roads between buildings were designed in winding zigzag patterns. Narrow, twisting roads made it difficult for enemies to deploy large forces inside the city, minimizing the advantage of numbers. On the walls of these roads, many bullet holes could be seen. These were marks left by Japanese soldiers from World War II. However, the excellent terrain allowed the storm warriors to use the high ground to snipe enemies freely. Most soldiers from that time died tragically here. However, if the attackers were a legendary warrior capable of defeating 1,000 enemies at once, the situation would be different. Laura and the others hid behind a corner, only able to watch Jiang Bing's relentless charge ahead. With each turn, enemy archers hidden in the buildings above would shoot volleys of arrows, blocking their path. This meant that even with modern guns, they could only hide behind various cover and slowly take out the archers before moving forward. Fortunately, Jiang Bing led the charge, ignoring the arrows that pounded against his armor, while his giant chainsaw sword swung non-stop, covering the narrow stairs. The approaching storm warriors had no space to dodge and could only be helplessly cut apart by the chainsaw sword or thrown down the mountain stream by Jiang Bing, shattered into pieces. Jiang Bing truly held the position alone, standing firm against many enemies. His presence in front kept most of the archers' fire focused on him, allowing Laura and the others to safely target the Storm Warriors' archers one by one. As they moved higher, the temperature dropped, and the strong wind grew even stronger. Jiang Bing braced against the fierce wind, using his thick armor to block the enemy's swords, and with a quick punch, dented the enemy's armor. Ignoring the stiffening enemy temporarily, Jiang Bing grabbed the spear stabbed from behind, pulled it down, and yanked the soldier holding it close. He gripped the enemy's neck with his sturdy gauntlet, using the 60 to 70 kilogram body as a feather duster to sweep in front of him. The collision of flesh and flesh made a dull sound. The enemy in front was like an ant, easily swept off the cliff. He then threw the limp enemy down the mountain and kicked the advancing enemies back into their group. He switched on his chainsaw sword, and the two large blades sawed through the remaining 4 or 5 enemies, splattering blood and flesh. To be sure, these storm warriors were stunned for a moment, but each was brave and fearless, though it was unclear what kind of psychological tactics Bimihu had used. The wind around the mountain peaks grew stronger and more intense. It seemed Jiang Bing's relentless push here had made Bimihu start to doubt her chances of reclaiming Samantha from Jiang Bing. However, having invested so much in the Storm Warriors, she was reluctant to give up due to the huge sunk costs. Himiko was like a trader trapped in the stock market, hesitant to buy more shares but unwilling to sell at a loss. She was caught in a difficult situation. This was exactly the scene Jiang Bing wanted to see. While Himiko hesitated, Jiang Bing quickly launched a fierce attack, crossing a narrow mountain path filled with corpses and blood and reaching the top of the building complex. The terrain finally opened up here. Massive stone pillars supported thick wooden beams, creating a grand hall on the mountaintop. Inside the hall, many small tables and rotten cushions were scattered around. Clearly, this was the golden hall of the Yamatai kingdom. But from a modern perspective, the entire hall was no larger than a big single-story building. The paper screens used for lighting had been torn apart by the strong wind over the years, leaving only a few pale fragments stuck in the gaps. The outer lattice windows, used as security screens, had long since rotted and broken. The persistent wind flowed through these open windows like a low, ancient melody, echoing in every corner. The wooden structure of the palace looked unstable after years of wind damage, with peeling paint on the walls revealing decayed wood underneath. This palace, once a symbol of power and glory, was now only ruins and the sound of the wind. At the end of the hall was a wooden bridge, likely leading to Himiko's hiding place. Beside the bridge, a group of disciplined, more robust elite warriors stood. These storm warriors, dressed in full heavy metal armor, with sun-shaped helmets and demon masks, were undoubtedly Himiko's strongest force. Perhaps Himiko had informed this group through some means, or maybe their duty was simply to guard the bridge. They faced Jiang Bing without making any move to attack. Jiang Bing took this opportunity to wait for Laura and her team to catch up. The two sides faced each other in silence, amid the howling wind. Honestly, with Jiang Bing's current appearance and the storm warriors across from him, the scene had a somber, ancient battlefield feel. Only the faint sound of a chainsaw sword engine broke the atmosphere, somewhat ruining the mood. It didn't take long before Laura and her group caught up. Seeing the group of fully armed soldiers at the end of the main hall, Laura exclaimed, "Wow, these soldiers look like they came straight out of history." Since Jiang Bing entered the hall, a strong fluctuation had been surrounding the area. When Samantha hurriedly climbed into the hall, Jiang Bing could feel the fluctuation becoming more intense. It seems Samantha's carrot is surprisingly tempting. This reaction was natural. Given Bimihu's current state, missing this perfect vessel would likely lead to her slow death. The storm's size was enough to affect normal standing for ordinary people. Even indoors, the fierce wind caused people to sway and wobble. In such conditions, long-range shooting with guns would be heavily affected by the strong airflow. Bullet trajectories would deviate, and their power would decrease significantly. However, close-range shooting wouldn't be affected much. Suddenly, the door of the main tower opened, and another group of soldiers came out. Leading them was a tall, powerful storm warrior. The two groups met. As Jiang Bing's familiar fluctuation appeared, the soldiers by the bridge suddenly moved, approaching the group. It seemed Bimihu decided to keep investing and was willing to go all in, showing signs of desperation. But how could small investors beat big players? When the storm warrior lost to Jiang Bing in a struggle and was kicked down the mountain stream, the most valuable chips in Bimihu's hands were about to be lost to Jiang Bing. The fluctuation's frequency grew more frantic. Jiang Bing understood that Bimihu was already completely panicked. The storm was intensifying rapidly, and the struggling, little investors were preparing to cut their losses and survive. Better to die later than now. The wooden bridge shook under the storm's attack. Watching from afar, Jiang Bing quickly crossed the bridge, kicked open the door at the end, and rushed inside. Due to the terrain, the interior staircase was circular, built along the mountain. As Jiang Bing hurried up the stairs, the storm reached its peak. With a creaking sound, the roof was torn off by the storm. Fierce winds descended from the sky, spreading along the ancient female corpse kneeling on the central platform, forming a circular storm barrier. As Jiang Bing continued to move forward, the ripples grew more intense, and he could hear Bimihu's sharp curses. "Despicable person, how dare you interfere with my plans? Such a foolish act. Your wicked deeds will not be forgiven easily." The storm quickly grew stronger, forming a massive tornado that seemed to reach the heavens and the earth, pulling everything around with a terrifying force. Jiang Bing could only rely on the stone pillars supporting the roof beam, struggling to move toward Bimihu's location. "Shameless villain, accept your death and the fate I give you." Taking advantage of the storm blinding Jiang Bing's sight, Bimihu shouted wild insults. The terrifying force kept increasing, and the storm's size shined like a bright light bulb, continuing to grow as if there was no limit. "I will crush you, disgusting worm." The powerful pull lifted Jiang Bing slightly off the ground. Hearing Bimihu's relentless insults, Jiang Bing could no longer hold back. He turned the valve of his giant chainsaw sword to the maximum. Amid the howling storm and deafening engine noise, the sound of the engine was still clear. Jiang Bing placed the chainsaw sword across the stone pillar, biting into it like he was felling a tree. Ignoring the risk of damaging the saw teeth, he pushed forward with all his strength, knocking the stone pillar down. He fixed the chainsaw sword back into its sheath on his back, bracing against the storm's pull and Bimihu's continuous trash talk. He then hoisted the 1-meter-thick stone pillar onto his shoulder. His body and exoskeleton both emitted groans of strain, but the massive weight of the pillar gave him stability on the ground. Like Sisyphus pushing a giant stone, he carried the pillar step by step into the eye of the storm. Various debris sucked into the storm sped up terrifyingly, and combined with the fierce airflow, they battered the armor of power recklessly. The sturdy armor quickly deformed and showed damage under the force of nature's power. Fortunately, Jiang Bing quickly carried the stone pillar through the eye wall into the calm center of the storm. Bimihu, with a sweet tone, suddenly shut her mouth. Accompanied by the creaking of the powerful force joints and the titanium alloy frame, the stone pillar was raised high by Jiang Bing and directly slammed down onto the kneeling Himiko on the high platform. Faced with this shocking attack, the seemingly lifeless Himiko surprisingly drifted down from the platform after hundreds of years. The price she paid was her fragile body, which was already close to breaking, melting away quickly like ice under the hot sun, peeling off and disappearing. Losing the stability of the high platform meant Himiko's body was now in an unavoidable countdown to death. "I want you." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Bing suddenly grabbed her and threw her to the ground. Without hesitation, Jiang Bing grabbed the 13 narrow strips at the back of Himiko's head, tearing them along with a large handful of her hair from her body. What a joke, he thought, thinking that the craftsman had sharp eyes. Since entering, this thing has been radiating light wildly. Jiang Bing's eyes nearly blinded him. Sure enough, as these strips were pulled away, the already weakening storm dissipated quickly like a waterless floating leaf. Bang! Jiang Bing slammed his fist hard into Himiko's withered face, silencing her sweet words. Your Majesty. Then he followed up with 2 more punches, dragging the dog-like Himiko to the stone pillar, using it to roll back and forth, crushing her like dumpling dough, until Himiko was almost reduced to dust and had no vitality in the craftsman's view. He finally felt satisfied. When the storm subsided, Jiang Bing looked at the high platform shattered by the stone pillar. Among the wreckage, a straight metal column was exposed, extending downward, probably reaching deep into the mountain's core. From the craftsman's perspective, this metal shone with a huge glow. So Jiang Bing climbed onto the high platform, not kneeling like Himiko, but reaching out his hand directly. His finger, wrapped in a glove, just grasped the metal column. His consciousness seemed to flow out from his palm, quickly extending downward along the column, passing through the heavy mountain, and finally entering Himiko's tomb in the mountain's interior. As his awareness continued to sink, it eventually reached a huge silver mineral at the end of the pipe. Jiang Bing's consciousness exploded like a supernova, penetrating the mountains and spreading outward under the enhancement of unknown silver ore. The storm that had ravaged Yamatai had dissipated. Laura and her group anxiously waited on the hillside. Makinora Reimer paused at the ship graveyard, and even farther away, Jiang Bing could even see cargo ships sailing in the distant sea. This feeling was so wonderful that Jiang Bing couldn't help but expand his view endlessly. Nagoya, Sendai, Pyongyang, Seoul, busy cities and crowded streets, all vividly appeared in his mind. At this moment, everything within his reach was included in his vision, but the pain in his body quickly pulled Jiang Bing out of this all-knowing state. When he regained awareness, he wiped away the flowing nosebleed. His body, which had survived many battles without injury, now felt drained and weak, as if emptied. A system notification appeared after a long silence. System message: due to your previous actions, your structural strength increased by 0.2, but your overall strength decreased by 0.3. Your personal attribute panel is being displayed. Identity: apprentice craftsman, skill level 2, 98%. Household registration: origin star of B33 universe, Earth, location, Earth, universe HXXD, G9233. Existence strength 2.6, was 2.9, structural strength 3.4, was 3.2, creator database access level 1, 71%. Number of craftsman badges 14. Jiang Bing wiped away the continuous nosebleed again and sent a graceful greeting. No wonder Himiko kept changing bodies. She's using her power to the limit. After dismissing Laura and others who wanted to leave the island with him, Jiang Bing entered Himiko's tomb alone and found the silver ore. After a preliminary study of this ore, about the size of 2 behemoth trucks, Jiang Bing sighed. If ancient people accidentally found a tablet with unlimited power and the ability to ignore spatial networks, how would they use it? Himiko's answer was to use it as a mirror. This was recorded in gold silk within the most secret tomb of Yamatai, explaining the origin of this meteorite. Yes, this ore was found by Himiko. Along with it, there were also the golden ores shaped into narrow boxes. With the analysis by the craftsman and a few simple tests, Jiang Bing quickly understood most of the ore's properties. This ore, temporarily named Alpha, has 2 main features. The first feature is assimilation. All metal materials that come into contact with it can be temporarily assimilated, giving them the ability to connect with consciousness. The efficiency of assimilation is very high. With less than 10 grams, Jiang Bing's consciousness can flow freely within power, making it as natural as his own body, reaching a state of unity between man and armor. This is exactly what the craftsman needs most right now. Nothing else compares. It's worth noting that assimilation is not permanent. When alpha is separated from power, power loses this ability. So, The correct way to use alpha, or is as raw material, combining it with other materials to give them the ability to assimilate. The second feature is that it can amplify human consciousness or mental strength. It can also allow a person to enter a state of expanded vision. But Himiko and Zhang Bing tested it personally and found that entering this state requires a lot of energy. Zhang Bing always felt that this function might be due to the large size of the alpha ore, which produces additional effects. Then, Himiko used it to play tricks, developing some strange methods like possession. In fact, Zhang Bing's intuition told him that using alpha would put a strain on the body. But if controlled properly, an ordinary person's body could withstand it, and even gradually strengthen their presence through such training. His reckless behavior before proved this idea. However, if too much alpha is used, enough to overload the body, the huge burden could crush a person. Eating too much ginseng and ending up with a nosebleed is a simple example. Although he hasn't fully understood all the effects of alpha, its importance to the craftsman is unmatched, especially for Zhang Bing at this stage. And he just happened to fall into this world, right near it. When Zhang Bing summoned the key to open the door to the storage, he couldn't help but want to ask it something. Are you doing this on purpose, or was it accidental? As the Blue View said, time means nothing in this port. The door to the warehouse in the Tomb Raider world has been open for over a day, and there's no sign of anyone wanting to close it. The stars in the key haven't dimmed at all. While Zhang Bing holds the key and gestures back and forth on the wall, trying to open a portal to the Cyberpunk world, using the warehouse as a middle station to build a two-way teleportation gate. The Blue View looks like a security guard checking around, casually walking in through the suddenly appearing light screen into the warehouse. It immediately sees through Zhang Bing's plan. Stop wasting effort. This bug was fixed over 11 years ago. Hearing this, Zhang Bing has to stop what he's doing. No wonder nothing happens no matter how he tries. Why are you here? Because earlier, when the Blue View left, it hinted that their relationship was still friendly. I see you have an open passage that hasn't been closed. I came to check. The Blue View looks like a security guard who's stuck in an elevator because a customer got trapped, causing the doors not to close. Zhang Bing cautiously asks, is this against the rules of the port? The Blue View raises its floating body, eyes, crossing over mounds of dirt, then around areas filled with wood, bamboo, various plants, and animal carcasses. After passing a dozen deer in a wooden enclosure, it stops in front of a large water tank about 1.5 meters high in the corner. Watching the various fish swimming in the tank, the Blue View responds calmly. No, it's just that someone forgot to lock the door earlier, letting a lot of harmful waste flood into the warehouse, causing serious pollution. Harmful waste, Zhang Bing ponders the words. A bunch of disgusting, mutated abominations. Listening to the tone of the Blue View, the person who forgot to lock the door didn't bring in anything like a mutated monster, but rather a bunch of running, chaotic creatures. What happened to the person who forgot to lock the door? Zhang Bing continues to ask. Maybe Zhang Bing's question didn't violate any rules, or perhaps the Blue View just wanted to use this story to teach him a lesson. It responds very straightforwardly. What else can I do? I got a bunch of fines and had to clean the warehouse myself. This was a warning that instantly made Zhang Bing feel less dark and gloomy. The blue gaze continued to drift around the warehouse. When it passed over a huge piece of alpha mineral, it suddenly stopped and, with a surprised and uncertain tone, said something shocking to Zhang Bing that he would remember for a year. Huh? Where did you get such a big piece of mystic silver? The blue gaze moved closer to the mineral, staring wide-eyed. Even at Lambda 11 level, Zhang Bing suddenly understood. If the explanations about the two special traits seemed confusing before, it was probably because they weren't purely scientific. But if we think of these traits in terms of magic, it becomes much simpler. Mystic silver can conduct mental energy. Just a small amount added as material can create objects that carry mental power. It can also amplify mental energy depending on how much is added. However, if the amplification is too large, keeping this overload for a long time can cause mental backlash, leading to physical breakdown. So, alpha minerals are more suitable for making magical items. The craftsman's intuition gave Zhang Bing an idea. This trait seems perfect for making magic wands. I said I found it in that world. Do you believe me? Zhang Bing pointed to the still open teleportation portal. The blue gaze almost instantly disappeared from Jiang Bing's view. When it reappeared, it was beside the portal. This move made Jiang Bing's pupils shrink suddenly. He had no idea how it got there. The blue gaze didn't go inside. Its huge eye flickered a few times with blue light, then slowly floated back to its original spot. But Jiang Bing could tell from its expressive eyes how it was feeling. He mentally translated its expression, thinking it was probably saying, "Really? You found a truck-sized piece of gold in such a remote mountain valley?" "Yes, exactly," the blue gaze suddenly replied, confirming Jiang Bing's guess. He forgot it could read minds. This time, the blue gaze turned to Jiang Bing, looking a bit helpless as it explained. "Which realms, Craftsman's Guild, did you pass the test in? You don't even know such basic knowledge." The blue-eyed gaze used a tone similar to warning children not to cross the street on a red light, teaching Jiang Bing. "If you don't want me to read your mind, either you control your thoughts or you stop including information about me in your thoughts. Otherwise, I can't help but listen." The tutorial was very simple and easy to understand, making the learner instantly grasp the concept. It also led to many other insights. Any thought must be known. Jiang Bing swallowed a large sip of saliva and summarized. "Isn't that obvious?" Knowing and still constantly thinking about it, Jiang Bing quickly controlled his thoughts and, in his mind, raised the importance of the port again. This is not just an industry expert. This is a giant. His subordinates are so high-level, it's unbelievable. After a quick inspection, the blue-eyed gaze left with a simple, "Don't forget to lock the door," then floated away. Jiang Bing suddenly remembered he wanted to ask it about the items used to create the narrow box on Himiko's head, but the blue-eyed gaze had already left, and he didn't dare to chase after it. He thought about muttering a few words, but was afraid of being scolded, so he gave up the idea. He decided to wait for another chance to ask next time. Looking at the mountain of various items piled up in the warehouse, Jiang Bing gave up on continuing to move things inside and prepared to return to Night City. Once back, I will start developing automated transport machinery. Relying only on manual labor, it will take forever to fill the warehouse. This was from Jiang, the Yamatai destroyer, the near-sea electric fish master, the Green Mountain barber, the animal protection Zhang San, the stubborn warrior, the dismantler representative, the ancient artifact sediment expert, and Bing's constant muttering. Westbrook, Twisted Street. Streetwalkers on the roadside strike poses, regardless of gender, waving their pale arms, legs, buttocks, and mouths that could bite through. "Handsome, come play." A sweet, sticky voice came from a slender, pale male street performer. The target of the invitation was a brightly dressed, flashy person walking with jingling metal accessories. A cyberpunk punk who could be mistaken for a curtain if the accessories were taken off. Across the street, a cyberpunk with short, blue hair and a jealous look turned to a male companion, and they quickly embraced and walked into a nearby apartment building. It's worth noting that this cyberpunk is also male. "Hey sister, do you think I should get a big gun too? Lately, business hasn't been going well," he said. Watching his colleague make a sale, the male companion couldn't help but feel jealous and complained to his close friend. "Is it popular now to be flexible with roles? I heard that little guy only has 2 sets of prosthetics," he said. "Then you might as well make your chest bigger, or even add vibrating features to both of them," his friend replied. "I've been wanting to do that for a while. I heard from a friend on the next street that a new black clinic opened at Corona Farm. The doctor is good and cheap. I've been thinking of going, but I don't know why it's closed now," he said. "Maybe they got scammed. That's what I think." Their conversation was drowned out by the noise of the street. Inside Okada Wakako's pachinko parlor, a skinny, small yellow-haired person with a nose ring was focused on the pachinko machine in front of him. He kept pressing the buttons, dropping balls from above, and trying to knock down the pile of chips, but he kept failing. Soon, the euros in the machine ran out. The yellow-haired person blushed and stared nervously at the shaky tower of balls, clearly risking a lot. He hesitated for a moment, and a blue light in his prosthetic eye flashed, indicating a transfer. The number on the screen showing his balance quickly increased, and he kept pouring money into the machine with enthusiasm. Time flew by as he was completely focused. With bloodshot eyes and heavy breathing, the yellow-haired person stared at the untoppled tower of chips. He instinctively pressed the button again, but no more balls dropped from above. He finally realized what was happening. He looked up at the vintage digital display showing his balance, which had gone from a 4-digit number starting with 6 to a big 0. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes hard and looked again at the digital display. After standing still for a second or two, he suddenly got up and started hitting the machine wildly. "Idiot! Damn it! Hurry up and give me my money." Before he could make his next move, a strong mechanical arm grabbed his shoulder tightly. The little yellow-haired boy looked up and saw the security guard standing behind him with a cold face. His wild attitude immediately disappeared. As the sound of a chair falling echoed, the boy was thrown outside. The security guard was about to continue teaching him a lesson when an old woman's voice came from inside the shop. "What's going on, Tanaka?" Tanaka, a sturdy man dressed in a black suit and white shirt, bowed politely to an elderly woman coming out of the shop. "Ms. Wakako, someone lost money and tried to cause trouble. I will handle it right away. Have the wisdom not to lose in gambling." Okada Wakako recited a Japanese proverb, but the little yellow-haired boy didn't have the translation pack installed, so he didn't understand what the old woman meant. "Zhang Alex, if I remember correctly, that's you, right?" Faced with the unofficial king of the Japanese underground, the boy showed no signs of anger and nodded obediently. "Did you lose the money your brother-in-law gave you to buy supplies again?" Wakako Okada casually explained the situation. This suited her role as the strongest middleman in Japan's streets. "I only lost half," the boy answered dejectedly. "Ms. Wakako, since I am a regular customer here, could you lend me some money? I can't get supplies, and if I go back empty-handed, my sister will break my legs." Wakako Okada let out 2 slow, old lady laughs that sounded dark and uncomfortable. "It's because you're a regular customer that you can still talk to me, instead of having 2 holes in your head and lying in some trash heap somewhere. Money is the cause of losing friends." Wakako said a proverb without hesitation, then suddenly changed the subject. "But I do have an idea that might help you use half the money to get this job done, if you're willing." Yagako's lazy, slow tone was like waiting for a sheep to walk into a tiger's den. This matched her usual personality. She talked about ideas, but was really thinking about business. The blonde kid had no choice but to grit his teeth and nod. "Good," said Yagako, her artificial eye glowing blue. She sent a contact detail to the kid's brain computer. "Say my name when you meet him. Maybe you'll get a discount." The blonde kid, feeling tired, slowly got up from the ground. He climbed into a battered pickup truck and sped away from Twisted Street. "Tanishi, get ready. If that kid is still alive, we need to visit Seru for dinner tomorrow." Okada Yagako looked like a tiger that had retracted its claws, settling back into the pachinko parlor. Unaware that he was being used as a scout, the blonde kid drove his broken truck through several blocks. Finally, he stopped by the roadside and used the contact Yagako had given him. The holographic avatar on the call was a simple, rough-looking but large shotgun, showing a love for big, bold violence. When the call connected, the voice was sweet and innocent. "Ms. Okada Yagako told me you sell high-quality organic meat." There was a pause, then an address was given. "In 20 minutes, meet me at this address. 7,000 euros, no bargaining. Remember to bring enough money." The call was quickly ended. With no other choice, the kid headed toward the address. The destination was in the northern part of Watson District. He passed the entrance of a food factory, then circled around a few streets to reach an abandoned factory. This area used to be industrial, but after trouble with the Vortex gang, few people dared to walk the streets at night. Moreover, this place was in a remote part of the North District, so few people lived here. The kid got out of the truck, looking around nervously. Suddenly, a shotgun was pressed against his back. He stiffened and raised his hands, turning around as instructed. In front of him was a girl with twin ponytails. It was Rebecca. Rebecca chewed gum and asked casually, "Did you bring the money?" The kid, with the gun pointed at him, raised both hands and nodded repeatedly. Seeing that he was alone, without heavy weapons, and seemed genuinely interested in trading, Rebecca lowered her gun and kicked out a metal box from the nearby bushes. The little yellow-haired guy, who often runs errands for his brother-in-law, was very familiar with this kind of box. It is a temperature-controlled container mainly used to store bioimplants that require specific environments or to keep valuable organic meat. Following Rebecca's signal, the yellow-haired guy opened the box, revealing several large pieces of brightly colored red meat inside. Although it was not clear what animal the meat came from, Its appearance confirmed it was organic meat. The yellow-haired guy relaxed and transferred the money to the other party. The deal was done. Rebecca didn't bother to say goodbye and quickly left. For new customers, it's normal to be cautious during the first transaction. After all, in Night City, the organic meat business is mostly a seller's market. However, this stuff is really expensive. 2 kilograms cost €5,000. In today's economy, where money is quickly piling up in small purses, this is a luxury item Rebecca wouldn't even dare to dream of. Back at her home in North Long Beach, as soon as Rebecca opened the door, she heard Pila's lewd laughter. Fuming, Rebecca stormed forward and glanced at Pila's computer screen. It showed a shop run by a popular star named Lena Marina. Pila was drooling over a sex toy that looked like Lena. Rebecca kicked Pila off his chair. As he wailed, she turned and went into the inner room. The mission for Jiang Bing had earned everyone a good amount of money. Recently, Pila had been either working shifts at Base 6 or staying home buying things. He had spent quite a bit on these. In fact, the last time the man squad received their commission from Mrs. Martinez, it only made their wallets a little heavier for a while. These fringe wanderers spend money like water in many ways. The constant danger of life and death makes most of them focus on strengthening their abilities first. Rebecca and Pila, the brother and sister, had many expenses. Pila upgraded his long-desired bioimplants, bought many high-level virtual toys, and added many modifications. Half of his commission was spent on these, and Rebecca also paid part of her own upgrade costs. Although the remaining amount is still quite a lot for daily expenses, Rebecca believes her account will soon be empty again, like a running electronic mouse. This time, Rebecca, who earned nearly 6-figure commissions, used part of Pila's money to get high-end subdermal armor, a new Chalu CI, and a full set of shooting prosthetics, including a ballistic coordinator. This gave her strong fighting ability. All these prosthetics were brand new, as Pila insisted, which caused the budget to explode. This was also because of employee benefits, as Jiang Bing waived the installation fee. Of course, this is why she dared to go alone tonight for the transaction. She opened the freezer in the corner of the room, used to store organic meat. Seeing how little was left inside, Rebecca knew she would have to go to Mrs. Martinez tomorrow to settle accounts and restock, crossing the dusty, harsh ground. Thinking about the complicated accounts gave Rebecca a headache. But looking at the over $300,000 in her account and knowing she could get 15% of it, she immediately felt energized and full of life. Then, thinking about her brother who was just lazing around outside all day, Rebecca, who was working hard to earn money and support the family, suddenly felt very angry. She opened the door and rushed back outside. Pila's begging voice made the apartment noisy. The next morning, Faco parked his car below Rebecca and Pila's home and sent a message. Within a few minutes, Rebecca was pulling a small foldable cart and got into the car. Faco skillfully started the car and turned onto the route they had been taking almost every day for the past few months. Rebecca, going shopping again, Rebecca sat in the back seat, excitedly pressing her face against the window, full of joy. Faco, why didn't you bring water this time? The experienced driver, with a calm and almost spiritual speed, precisely slipped the car into the gap in the traffic ahead. He explained, not just this time. Since Mr. Sabul returned, the base hasn't lacked water. After saying that, Faco thoughtfully pursed his lips and added, and it's high-purity water, unlike the city of the night, which has a plastic taste. It seemed he hadn't been drinking much lately. How's your organic meat business going? Falco glanced at the foldable small trailer in the back mirror and said, this is the 3rd time this month. No need to say, sales must be pretty good. Rebecca was very enthusiastic when talking about her new business. Many regular customers now. I deliver every day. I never thought there would be so many rich people in Night City, willing to spend big money just to eat a small piece of organic meat. Falco smiled, happy for Rebecca. In the past, because she lacked combat-ready cybernetic enhancements and fighting ability, Rebecca only did some minor tasks in the Mon team. Marginal workers valued fair distribution of work, which kept Rebecca's finances tight, relying on Pila's commissions to support both of them. So, Falco was genuinely happy that Rebecca found a new job that paid well and required less work, even if it was just a temporary break from the Mon team and her marginal role. Or perhaps, that was what made Falco even happier. Chef and Knife is a high-end restaurant located in a busy downtown building. It only accepts reservations from regular customers, making it very private. Sir was watching his brother-in-law closely with a fierce gaze. The little yellow-haired guy looked nervously at the temperature-controlled box on the shelf nearby. "Where did you get this meat?" he quickly answered. "From Taiping's How, at the address you gave me." Sir waved his kitchen knife and almost cut his unreliable brother-in-law's heart. "I checked with the suppliers of the Voodoo Gang yesterday." "You didn't go at all." Sir looked disappointed, as if he was deeply disappointed. "Did you use the money for buying meat to gamble again? After losing, you just brought some cheap synthetic meat to fool me." "No, I didn't." The little yellow-haired guy seemed a bit unsure. Seeing his brother-in-law's reaction, Sir thought he had guessed right. He stormed over to the shelf with the temperature box, reached out, and lifted the lid. "I want to see what tricks you're playing." But what was inside the box stunned Sir. The little yellow-haired guy spent most of his days eating, drinking, and gambling. Not knowing much about quality was normal. But Sir, who considered himself a skilled chef, was also talented and capable of running a private restaurant on his own. He immediately recognized that the box contained organic meat, specifically deer meat, of very high quality. He glared sharply at the little yellow-haired person, wiped his hands, and carefully took the meat out of the temperature-controlled box. The meat felt very firm, clearly from naturally raised deer, and was completely different from the artificially produced, heavily processed meat. "Be honest with me, where did you buy this, and how much did it cost?" Sir's tone naturally softened. €5,000, from the person Ms. Kago introduced me to," the yellow-haired person replied honestly. "I knew you went gambling again." "I'll tell your sister," Sir said as he took out a portable measuring device he had bought at a high price, checking the data it displayed. "However, this batch of meat is really good." "Come on, brother-in-law. I know my sister will definitely break my legs if she finds out," the yellow-haired person begged. "Send me the contact info Ms. Kago gave you." "Forget it this time. Just get out of here." Relieved, the yellow-haired person's eyes lit up. After passing the contact info to Sir, he quickly ran out of the kitchen. Looking at the S symbol in the top left corner of the temperature box, Sir read the word below the symbol. Entropy Reversal. Which new company just appeared? Could it be the crazy group from the Vortex Gang trying to enter the high-end native food market? And does this company know that selling organic meat in Night City might be illegal? Yet they still boldly display their logo, so arrogant. Base 6 had completely changed. What was once just a few simple buildings at the tunnel entrance was now a busy construction site. Old Logan was directing the unemployed workers he had hired, busy pouring cement into the molds, waiting for it to harden before assembling according to the blueprints. This method of building prefabricated cement houses was very simple, perfect for novice builders who wanted to do it themselves. And, of course, this was a product of the Night Group. Peering out the car window at the lively construction site, Rebecca couldn't help but be amazed. Saba really is building a base here. How will they handle the chaos? Not to mention the frequent sandstorms like Hatabo? Falco parked the car. Mr. Saba must have his reasons. However, speaking of Hatabo, Falco looked puzzled and said, "Recently, it's been a bit strange. It seems like Hatabo hasn't affected this place at all, as if they are deliberately avoiding this area." Rebecca pulled down a small foldable trailer from the car, greeted Man, who was on high alert, and quickly ran into the tunnel with it. Man was explaining to a few young workers about what to watch out for during patrols, just nodding slightly in response. Passing by several containers that were originally used for cargo, but now temporarily served as workers' homes, Rebecca confidently entered a prefabricated office at the tunnel entrance. Gloria was busy inside, looking overwhelmed. "Mrs. Martinez, I'm here to restock." Rebecca threw the small trailer aside and jumped onto Gloria's desk, shouting loudly. "Rebecca, you've already joined the Inverse Entropy company as part of the sales team. You need to focus on your work hours and not keep leaning on the desk." "Oh," Rebecca blinked her colorful artificial eye, stepped down from the desk, and stood properly. Clearing her throat, and with Gloria's helpless gaze, Rebecca pretended to be serious and said, "Manager Gloria, the goods are sold out through sales. It shows our products are very popular in the market. To avoid causing losses to the company, I, employee Rebecca, request to restock." Mrs. Martinez looked at the playful Rebecca and sighed helplessly. "Send me the account details and payment info." Once David finishes the bill, I'll transfer your share immediately. Next to her, David, who was busy sweating and wishing to activate Sion Withstand to improve efficiency, groaned upon hearing this. As one of the few trusted people in the camp who had received systematic higher education, David had been drafted here by his mother for several days. Recently promoted on the spot, Mrs. Martinez had experienced life as one of the company's loyal employees. She was now eager to work while feeling excited. When the boss returned from a business trip, he suddenly announced the establishment of a branch office, with the main company name being unfamiliar. Then, out of nowhere, a large amount of organic hard currency appeared, and he announced plans to gradually enter the food market in the city of Night. After Jiang Bing finished planning, he patted his butt and went into the tunnel. He spent his days working hard, not caring about anything outside. He left Gloria with a messy situation that needed fixing. The base's tasks included building facilities, selling organic meat, raising animals, growing crops, selling native wood, security, logistics, and payroll. It was a lot of work for HR, finance, and business. Although he seemed to hold all the power, Gloria was overwhelmed by the many complicated tasks from above. If it weren't for the doubled salary, she would have quit long ago. Thinking of this, Gloria sent messages to a few new contacts on her list, asking them to find reliable people for the jobs. David, after you finish your work, help Rebecca restock her supplies. Then go with her to Night City to handle some things. I'll send you the list of tasks soon. When Gloria's mother finally allowed her to go out, David almost jumped with excitement, typing quickly on his keyboard. If I can't find more people, I might soon collapse from exhaustion. Gloria, with dark circles under her eyes, sighed and buried her head in her mountain of paperwork. Rebecca, a new recruit, had no worries. She was being pulled along by her good friend Haley to the exclusive internal restaurant of Entropy. This restaurant was actually just a small building where Mann and his team had eaten before. Outside the base, workers had their own cafeteria. This place was kept for others to use. It was called that because Jiang Bing had made a metal sign for fun, which was hung outside the building. Gloria's office also had many signs like that, more than a dozen, covering almost the entire door. Haley led the way, excitedly telling her friend, Rebecca, come on. I'll take you to try some really good stuff you've never had before. They happily ran to the restaurant, and just then saw Kiwi coming out with a drink, heading back to the online duty room. That's the one, Haley said, pulling Rebecca into the restaurant. They went to the kitchen door and greeted Mr. Sable. Inside the workshop, Jiang Bing had been busy for most of the day, working on a new drink to lift his mood. There's plenty of milk tea on the table. Help yourselves, he said. Haley quickly grabbed 2 cups of milk tea from the table, one for herself and one for Rebecca, and then hurriedly led her out of the restaurant. Come on, I'll show you the little deer. Deeper inside the tunnel, Haley and Rebecca pressed their faces against the high-strength glass, letting their slightly chubby faces be gently pressed flat. A few elegant creatures, unlike anything Rebecca had seen before, were moving inside a large ecological sandbox created by biotech. Since 2063, after the City of Night banned all bird species, all flying birds had disappeared from the city and its outskirts. Earlier in the 21st century, a widespread biological plague also wiped out most animals in Night City, including rats. With their graceful bodies, lively eyes, long ears, and cute appearances, Rebecca, who had never left Night City and had rarely seen animals, was deeply fascinated. A small deer, curious about the 2 flat faces on the glass, approached them and tilted its head toward Rebecca and Haley. Rebecca and Haley, charmed by the adorable deer, both exclaimed in surprise. The little deer was startled and hopped away. Rebecca took a big sip of her milk tea, savoring the unprecedented sweetness, reluctant to swallow it, and puffed her cheeks like a squirrel stuffed with nuts. Mr. Saba said they're called deer, spotted deer, Haley explained, reluctantly tearing her eyes away from the ecological sandbox. Really beautiful, Rebecca praised. The two continued to watch the deer through the glass until David sent a message to Rebecca. David, Rebecca, where are you? Rebecca, here at the ecological sandbox. David, watching the deer? I'm done. Let's meet at the storage room door. Reluctantly, Rebecca said goodbye to the deer herd and headed to the storage room. David, looking tired, crouched at the door of the storage room. When Rebecca arrived, he stood up and opened the door. "By the way, Rebecca, do you know that all the meat in this cabinet is deer meat?" David's words made Rebecca freeze, making it hard to connect the scene just now with the pile of meat in the freezer. Although the boss spent a lot of money to buy a biotech ecological sandbox, some deer have still died recently. Thinking about the balance in her account, Rebecca quickly adjusted her mood. Deer are cute, but they are also valuable. Compared to the adorable deer, euros seem more practical. Rebecca, who has struggled on the poverty line for 20 years, is very realistic. Then load more and reduce the amount of other items. While they were busy weighing and packing, David casually asked, "By the way, Rebecca, have you seen Lucy lately?" Rebecca smiled knowingly. "Why? You two haven't been in touch. Isn't it because the base's network security duty has just rotated to Kiwi?" David explained. "If you want to see her, just go find her," Rebecca advised. "Man said she seems to be avoiding someone lately, hasn't been very active, even online less often, so she probably has been staying at home." David nodded, indicating he understood. Soon, Rebecca's small cart was filled with temperature-controlled boxes marked with the anti-entropy logo. David left first to report the outbound data to Gloriana, while Rebecca hurried to say goodbye to Haley. She plans to return to the Night City to continue expanding her organic meat sales business. Falco finished delivering the items and left early, so this time David drove Rebecca back to the Night City. After practicing for some time, David could at least drive normally. With CN if he needed to race, he could manage. David's car is a 2024 Tianxiong Hella ECD i360. This model is incredibly durable. Even until 2076, it was still common to see it on the streets. After dropping Rebecca off at North Long Beach, David drove along the highway through Martin Street, then turned left at the end of the street, took the H9 super skyscraper, and merged onto the elevated road heading south toward Little Chinatown. Sitting in the car, watching the H9 building that looked just like the H for where he used to live, David couldn't help feeling a strange sense of nostalgia. Compared to the unpredictable days of the past, David shifted his body slightly, feeling the gentle friction of CN and his clothes on his back. He still felt that life now was much more stable. Strength always gives people a sense of safety. After passing the super skyscraper H10 and crossing Constitution Square, the car drove under the overpass on Ellison Street and turned left into a busy outdoor parking lot. This is the place that wanderers on the edge of Night City all want to enter, the underground heart of Night City. But this time, David was not here as a wanderer. He was now a delivery person. Wearing his iconic yellow wanderer jacket, David took the package from the car trunk, locked the car, and headed toward the entrance of the Rebirth nightclub. Because the Rebirth nightclub used to be a morgue, its main building is underground. David passed through a graffiti-covered gate, went through a small, narrow corridor, and entered the entrance of Rebirth. Bright lights shone through the cracks in the door, accompanied by moderate music. The doorman, Carrie Owens, reached out to stop David from entering. "This isn't a place for kids." David paid no mind. "I'm here to see Roger." He hesitated awkwardly before adding, "Gregoria Martinez, the middleman, asked me to deliver something." David lifted the box he was holding. Carrie's artificial eye flickered with light. David knew he was confirming with Roger. Sure enough, after getting a reply, the sturdy security guard moved aside to let him in. "Go ahead. Roger is waiting for you in a private room inside." With excitement and curiosity, David entered this legendary place in Night City. Surprisingly, the music inside was not very loud. It was just loud enough to hear people nearby talking normally, but hard to make out what other tables' guests were saying. Colorful spotlights shone everywhere, and the large, dazzling light columns made David blink. Thinking about other things and eager to finish his task quickly, David didn't plan to stay at the bar and politely declined the bartender's offer. "Would you like a drink?" Roger's location was easy to find. After entering Rebirth, the semi-open private room at the very back of the hall was where she usually stayed. "Let him in." The bodyguard at the door of the private room was about to step forward, but Roger spoke first, giving the order to let him through. It seemed they had just finished a business deal, and inside the room were a few edgewalkers covered in combat prosthetics. They were scrutinizing David from head to toe with sharp eyes, making the young boy feel a little nervous and uncomfortable. David Martinez, seeing the young man's awkwardness, Roger kindly waved to signal the edgewalkers to step back. This woman, the middleman queen with a shaved side hairstyle, was actually quite old, and David could easily see signs of aging on her face. That was normal, considering she was a legendary figure from the same era as Johnny Silverhand. Yes, Ms. Roger. David carefully placed his box on the table in the room, just about to open it when a bodyguard suddenly stepped forward, trying to hold him back. His heart pounding fiercely, David suddenly blurred into a quick shadow, and in the next moment, he retreated to the door of the room with the box. Sion West. Everyone who saw this scene now paid more attention to the innocent-looking boy. Relax, David. Roger stopped the bodyguard from drawing his gun and spoke soothingly. He just wants to check the box. He doesn't mean to hurt you. Looking at David, who was still doubtful, Roger was very patient and continued to explain. After all, there are many who want to harm me. David agreed with this reason. His impulsive act of opening the box earlier was indeed not very appropriate. He placed the box on the table and handed it to a nearby bodyguard, looking a bit embarrassed. I sincerely apologize for my reckless behavior earlier, Ms. Roger. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes when they're inexperienced. Roger looked at the young, inexperienced David, and for a moment, it was as if she saw her own son. Her tone unconsciously carried a bit of kindness. You're quite capable. No wonder your mother trusts you to run errands. The bodyguard finished scanning the box to confirm it was safe, then placed it back in front of Roger. This time, Roger opened the box herself. As she lifted the lid, a faint white mist drifted out from inside. Inside the box, there is a red fish about 50 centimeters long. It has a shiny silver body with light red fins on its back, side, and tail. Its smooth scales are nearly a centimeter wide. Colorful lights shine on it, creating a rainbow ribbon effect. Smelling a faint fishy scent and looking at this top-quality, rare fish, Roger was first surprised. As the queen of middlemen, Roger knows a lot about valuable things. You've stolen from the marine matrix of biological technology, she said. When Gloria contacted me, she promised it was top quality, but I didn't expect it to be such sharp goods. In Night City, selling organic meat without permission is illegal. That's why Rebecca and her buyers often meet in quiet, hidden places. Of course, the more illegal something is, the more the market wants it. Organic meat is a luxury in Night City. Ordinary people can't afford it, costing thousands of euros a month. The fish in the box is worth at least 70,000 to 90,000 euros. But for someone like Roger, who has influence across Night City, this kind of item is easier to sell. Whether it's officials, celebrities, gang leaders, or company executives, many are interested in high-end ingredients. For ordinary people, this price is extremely high, but for some, it's just a long number. Roger closed the box, and her cybernetic eye lit up, indicating she was communicating with someone. All right, if it's all top-quality stuff, I'll take this deal, she said. She patted the box. Recently, some common organic meat has appeared on the market. It probably comes from your group. Since your mother gave me such a generous gift, I can't let you leave empty-handed. Suddenly, a man entered the private room and placed a chip on the table. Roger picked up the chip and handed it to David. This contains information about the groups involved in organic food in Night City. It includes both official and unofficial details. Consider it my gift. With so many middlemen, only Roger could be the queen of middlemen. On the top floor of the super skyscraper H8, after leaving the City of Life, David hurriedly met Lucy, who he hadn't seen in many days. He was curious why Lucy, living on Charter Street, wanted to meet him here. However, when he sat on the stairs at the top of the building and looked up at the sky following Lucy's gaze, his doubts disappeared with the wind. This moon, the fifth largest in the solar system, has quietly accompanied Earth for billions of years. It stands still in the sky, as if it has always been there. Lucy lit a cigarette and gazed at the moon, her eyes a bit dreamy. Sometimes I wonder if going there could help me escape everything. David took his hand out of his large coat pocket, holding a cup of milk tea. He handed the milk tea to Lucy, both of them staring blankly at the bright moon. So, you dream of going to the moon? I've been to many places, David, but everything I see there makes me feel disappointed. I don't know what she's been busy with these days, but David feels Lucy looks very tired right now. Not far west of the super skyscraper H8 is the new Orbital Airlines airport in Night City. Lucy chose the time and place very precisely. A rocket heading to the moon is preparing to launch. So, you've saved enough money for the trip, but haven't had the courage to decide? Are you afraid the moon will still disappoint you? With the final payment from Mrs. Martinez, Lucy has actually saved enough for the trip. She turned to look at David, her eyes filled with unspoken feelings as she gazed at this boy with a pilot's cap. Having traveled so many places, I suddenly feel a bit tired. Then you should try to rest, Lucy. Don't push yourself too hard. Seeing a boy about her age, still full of hope for life, Lucy couldn't help but reach out and brush back her white short hair, touching the back of her head. Her fingertips touched cold metal. That was the deep cybernetic modification that Arasaka made so hackers could better explore cyberspace. I'm not like you, David. I can't stop moving, and besides the moon, I have nowhere else to go. From the distant spaceport, loud roars echoed as the manned rocket expelled a huge tail of flames and slowly lifted off in front of them. Carefully, David moved closer to Lucy and handed her the milk tea. Try this, boss's new creation. Everyone says it's sweet and delicious. Lucy stared blankly at the cup of milk tea, then looked at David, who was trying hard to act happy. Finally, she slowly took the cold milk tea from David's hand and sipped it as the rocket soared into the sky. Looking at Lucy's side profile, David was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he took a deep breath. Maybe you can wait a little longer. I'm working with the boss now and earning quite a bit. Soon, I can save enough money for the trip to the moon. Then I can go with you to see it. At least I'll have company. Lucy's hand holding the cup paused suddenly. Then she quickly tried to act normal again. Although I still need to take care of my mom and can't stay long, at least I can get to know the place better. It's better than being alone and lonely, and I'll earn more in the future. The ticket money won't be a problem, and I can visit you often. Lucy suddenly spoke softly, interrupting David's pretend chatter. What? David looked confused. I said, it's not as sweet as you said, Lucy repeated, shaking her milk tea. No way. Did I get it wrong? If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Lucy raised her cup, signaling David to come closer. David reached out to take the cup, but Lucy's other hand suddenly grabbed his collar. Without thinking, David leaned forward with force. Before he could react further, a gentle kiss with a girl's floral scent made him freeze. Warm breath brushed his face, and his pounding heart made him think that the Sion Wistan on his back had somehow activated. After a long moment, they parted. Not sweet, right? Lucy said casually, pretending not to care. But she didn't wait for a reply. The boy across from her stared at her intently, lost in thought. David didn't return to Base 6 in the wasteland until late at night. Gloria was already asleep. David didn't dare disturb his mother, who had been busy working late into the night every day. If there was nothing urgent, Mrs. Martinez would definitely give David a stern family talk, especially since she valued her rest. Fortunately, the chip Roger gave wasn't urgent intelligence. He could report it tomorrow without worry. David opened the back trunk of the Sky Dome Herai ECD I-360 and took out 2 large packages. He placed them on a small cart and headed deeper into the tunnel. These packages were sent by Gloria, who told David to pick them up from the City of Night and deliver them directly to Jiangbing. Boss probably isn't resting at this hour, David thought to himself. In fact, not only was he not resting, Jiangbing hardly needed to sleep at all now. David passed by the still untaken door, device, and continued walking a long way. After passing through a more secure corridor, he reached the end of the tunnel and saw Jiangbing busy working among many machines. Boss, I've got your packages, David said happily, unable to hide his excitement. Wow, did the lottery hit the jackpot? You're so happy, Jiangbing said, stopping his work and turning to look at David, who was practically bouncing forward. David just smiled foolishly without saying a word. Jiangbing stepped forward, lifted both heavy packages from the small cart, and opened one. He handed a bucket of paint to David. Since you're here, help me paint this. David naturally agreed without hesitation. He carried the paint bucket and followed the instructions to the workpiece Jiangbing had spent several days creating. It was a throne. The throne was placed on a small platform with 2 steps, backed against the tunnel wall. It looked grand and solemn, built in a Gothic style. The throne was very tall, made of shiny, cold white metal. The armrests were decorated with intricate patterns carved by Jiangbing. Many metal cables extended from the back of the chair, going underground and into the wall behind. The throne was also decorated with various gears of different sizes, creating a clash of ancient and modern styles. But to David, it looked somewhat out of place. He opened the paint bucket, and the golden paint inside shimmered under the light, looking flashy. Carefully, David used a brush to paint the cold white throne gold. His curiosity got the better of him, and he asked Jiangbing, "Boss, what is this for?" Jiangbing couldn't tell him that it was a brainwave amplifier, a high-tech, all-weather, wide-area magic camera. First, whether David has seen old movies like X-Men or not, it's hard to explain his curiosity about Mrs. Martinez. This is a symbol of power and authority. Once you sit on it, whether it's military technology or the Arasaka company, people will speak to you calmly and respectfully. Regarding Jiangbing's words, David understood only 6 out of 10. He was completely clueless. But he didn't ask more questions. Instead, he quickly finished coloring the entire throne, said goodbye to Jiangbing, and then took a small leap back to his room. Probably, this kid will have trouble sleeping tonight. Meanwhile, Jiangbing was alone, carefully carving the crown in his hand. Mithril was his biggest gain from Bimihu, but he couldn't ignore the importance of the 13 narrow blades that could control airflow. This metal, which can manipulate air currents by consuming mental energy, isn't as versatile as Mithril, but it still plays an important role now. First, with it and the large piece of Mithril in hand, Jiangbing could cosplay as Bimihu and become a storm master when needed. Second, thanks to its properties, Jiangbing could experiment and create different effects with it. However, the image of the narrow blades didn't match Jiangbing's style. After testing and confirming that shape didn't affect airflow control, Jiangbing melted all the narrow blades and used the material to make a crown-shaped headband. To maximize efficiency, this item needed to stay close to the brain. Since Jiangbing, as a grown man, couldn't wear hairpins or hair clips outside, and making it into a mask would conflict with the iconic Guy Fawkes mask of the Masked Demon persona, he finally decided to make it a crown. Moreover, to ensure it could be worn in various situations, the crown had to fit on the head and also be compatible with the upgraded power armor. After polishing, Jiangbing carefully blew off the non-existent dust on the crown, then took it to the nearby exoskeleton armor modification chamber. Because large-scale repairs and modifications were needed for the power armor, Jiangbing dismantled a home industrial star manufacturing module from an international electronics company, IEC. He also added many other industrial devices, creating an exoskeleton armor modification chamber capable of processing, repairing, scanning, maintaining, and automatically donning armor. However, it is not fully automatic. All these functions require Jiangbing to operate manually. As for the 7-digit price of this module, if Jiangbing couldn't almost endlessly obtain raw materials from other worlds, he would be trembling with effort. Fortunately, as long as he expands the business of reverse entropy, Jiangbing, who has almost zero procurement costs, will probably not have to worry about money soon. However, to do business in Night City, having good products alone is not enough. Strength is the most important business advantage. So, after founding Reverse Entropy, Jiangbing had no choice but to leave the work to Gloria. The first thing he needed to ensure was to have guarantees that would make all competitors willing to reason. Using the modification chamber, Jiangbing completed the automatic armor donning. He placed the crown into a special groove on the exoskeleton helmet. With a clicking sound, the crown fit perfectly with the helmet, blending seamlessly with the matte black crown and armor, creating a natural look. The craftsmanship of the artisan is quite reliable. Jiangbing focused and took a deep breath, injecting his mental energy into the crown on his head. Suddenly, a strong airflow burst out from the holes reserved in the armor all over his body, making Jiangbing feel a sudden lightness. As his mental energy increased, the airflow became even more violent, rushing out at high speed from these carefully calculated holes. The weight of the armor was gradually decreasing until Jiangbing's feet completely lifted off the ground. This is an important part of the business competitiveness of reverse entropy. Force, when lured as a mechanical combat armor, it can directly save the energy supply batteries and various drive equipment. This armor, mixed with a small amount of mithril, weighs only 42 kilograms. As Jiang Bing slightly leaned forward, the armor quickly blinked to the side of the throne at an almost impossible speed for ordinary people. Jiang Bing took a bit of paint and saw it had dried completely. He couldn't help but praise how convenient this quick-drying paint is. Sitting on the golden throne, Jiang Bing pressed down hard on the wide armrest. After bearing several hundred kilograms of pressure, a mechanism on the armrest was triggered, revealing a specially molded grip shaped like a skull, designed for grasping. Jiang Bing took a deep breath and grasped the skull. Consciousness once again flowed along the skull, passing through the metal cables behind the throne and into the large piece of mithril placed beneath it. Jiang Bing entered the all-knowing perspective again. Carefully controlling his strength, Jiang Bing expanded his vision to about 10 kilometers for daily alert scans. After confirming there was no danger, he used his mind to connect with the crown on the head of power, Fengbua, and skillfully used opposing airflow to dissolve a sandstorm heading toward Base 6. Having completed these tasks, he considered his daily mental training done and began the next experiment. Moving his vision, Jiang Bing found a deserted small town on the wasteland. He easily summoned a fierce hurricane, destroying 2 abandoned buildings with ease. After finishing, he released his grip on the skull and exited the all-knowing perspective. Rubbing his slightly swollen head, he briefly assessed the energy consumption of his recent actions. By combining all the experimental data accumulated over this period, Jiang Bing roughly estimated his limit. Before his body collapsed, with his current existence and strength, he could create a violent storm capable of destroying most of the Night City. Or he could generate a terrifying tsunami in the ocean that might sweep inland and randomly take out a few unlucky people. Peace comes with nuclear deterrence. Only with nuclear weapons can there be peace. Having this weather weapon, Jiang Bing finally had a bargaining chip to compete with other gamblers in this world. After all, when others suspect you have a large-scale destructive weapon, it's best if you actually do. At dawn, Mrs. Martinez, yawning widely, came to see Jiang Bing. Boss, Dakota Smith introduced a wandering agricultural expert, originally from the Red Ochre family, now working solo. I've scheduled him to come this afternoon. Remember to set aside time for an interview. Jiang Bing had brought back a lot of soil and most of the crops found on the island from the world of Tomb Raider, but he still needed an agricultural expert. Although Jiang Bing himself could handle it, considering the next phase of his plan, he needed someone else to take the lead. Similarly, he also lacked a breeding expert familiar with biological technology in this world. The dozen or so deer Jiang Bing brought back were almost dead. Although he could replenish them anytime, relying on imports all the time was not wise. Let's set aside the fact that this will take up a lot of Jiang Bing's time. Even if he had free time, Jiang Bing wouldn't want to get involved in the next project of reverse entropy, which has some risky factors. After all, having parents is good, but being independent is better. The couple is even separated by a barrier. That's why talent must always be recruited. In the afternoon, under the watchful eye of Dorio, today's guard shift, a new generation Wanderer vehicle arrived at the gate of Base 6. Duke Lawson, under the aim of 4 automatic defense turrets that looked very much like those made by Cantor, obediently got out of the car. Anyway, with the armor on his vehicle, if it was targeted by a full attack, standing outside or sitting inside wouldn't make much difference. I'm here for an interview. Dakota Smith recommended me, saying you're hiring. Although Dorio had been briefed by Glorilla beforehand, she still followed security procedures carefully. After a while of being checked, Duke finally met the boss for this recruitment. Looking at the young Jiang Bing in front of him and then at Mrs. Martinez beside him, they exchanged names and exchanged the simplest polite business greetings. Duke felt pessimistic about this interview. Just another spoiled rich kid playing around, eager to start some so-called big project. He thought this way, considering that in Night City, those trying to do farming are either powerful big shots, self-sufficient wanderers, or impulsive young heirs trying to expand their family business. Jiang Bing's age made him easily mistaken for the employer of the middleman, Glorilla. But Duke, out of respect for Dakota Smith, decided to go through with the interview, at least for now. However, this idea only lasted less than 2 minutes. Because he was thirsty, Duke picked up a glass of water on the table, more symbolic than practical, and after drinking it, he immediately raised a question. This doesn't look like purified or distilled water. With his prominent, rarely seen, wine-stained nose in Night City, Duke took a big sip and said with suspicion, "Such luxury, served with mountain spring water of Conner Garden quality." Conner's Garden, located in Kansas, is one of the world's top ecological gardens. It covers about 1 million square meters and contains the most complete ecosystem on Earth, including many species that are already extinct in the wild. It is also the largest exporter of high-quality ingredients and beverages. Additionally, it is the birthplace of Bella 96 champagne. Jiang Bings was amazed that the other person could easily tell that the water was spring water. No wonder Dakota Smith recommended him. He clearly has real skill. Duke Lawson, 41 years old, formerly an agricultural expert from the Red Hesh tribe, now working independently, Jiang Bings read aloud from Gloria's brief resume, then set it aside. "If you're nearby, what crops do you think would sell well in Night City right now?" Duke shrugged. "Growing anything is pointless. The poor soil, except for Joshua trees, can't grow a single seed. The soil here has been ruined by virus bombs. What if we ignore the soil and water sources?" Jiang Bings continued to ask. Duke wasn't surprised. Now, most agriculture here relies on hydroponics or artificial soil. It depends on what medium we use: hydroponics, aeroponics, foam cultivation, or special growth media, Duke said, becoming more enthusiastic about his expertise. "Depending on the seeds and the space available on the farm, we can choose vertical, modular, or dense planting methods. I especially like fungi. I recommend traditional three-dimensional cultivation with bag-based systems. Just some simple multi-layer racks can maximize space use and ensure high yields." His natural farming gene made Jiang Bings listen eagerly. Then Jiang Bings signaled Gloria to place a small box in front of Duke, asking him to open it. Duke looked at the soil inside the box, glanced at it, and quickly gave a clear conclusion. He gently pinched the soil made of clay, sand, and silt, looked puzzled, leaned in to smell it, and finally, even more confused. He pinched a small amount, licked it with his tongue, and examined it carefully. "I've never seen such clean soil before. Even Canada's best farmland probably can't match this purity. Could this have been transported from Conner's Garden?" Indeed, land pollution is very serious in this world. The soil in many places can be described as completely ruined. The agricultural environment around Night City is especially terrible. Besides virus bomb contamination, factories led by Arasaka have been dumping wastewater underground for decades. This has severely polluted most of the underground water sources in Night City, which in turn has affected the soil quality. Jiang Bing just smiled without replying. Duke, who was surprised, quickly realized he had spoken too much and quickly changed the subject. "Mr. Sabol, how much soil do you have? If it's more than 10 cubic meters, I suggest planting some herbs. They require very pure soil, but they are also very expensive. I personally recommend the biotech-enhanced Hope 7 basil. It tastes great, and the seeds are reasonably priced." When talking about his profession, Duke spoke enthusiastically, as if he were a dedicated gardener. However, after decades of farming, Duke truly qualifies as an agricultural master. Jiang Bing thought he had found a treasure. Finding a reputable farmer in Night City with a clean background is rarer than winning the lottery. Jiang Bing quickly offered the position of agricultural manager, a role just below the top, with a high monthly salary of 30,000. But unexpectedly, the other person refused without hesitation. Old Duke's hands trembled uncontrollably, as if he had a cyber stroke, but he still firmly refused Jiang Bing's generous offer and stated his own demand. His request was simple: revenge. The story begins with the group of night wanderers on the Cursed Land. It is well known that the Rando Knife Gang is a scum among the wanderer groups, often called scum, and the Night Wanderers are the best among the Rando Knife Gang, also known as high-level scum. All members of this group have dark pasts, and most are involved in acts of rape and plunder. Old Duke was particularly unlucky. His wife was raped and assaulted by one of these scum. Afterward, the attacker casually left, abandoning the Red Hesse Stone, and fled to the Rando Knife Gang. Due to his extreme depravity and outstanding skills, he was later recruited by the Night Wanderers, becoming involved in murder and arson. Poor Duke. With nowhere to turn, He could only cry out to the family leader for justice. According to reason, the Red Hesse family should seek revenge for their people. However, the criminals joined the Night Wanderer gang. This situation involves well-equipped, company-backed villains fighting directly, which is clearly not worth the risk. So, old Duke had to leave his family and become a wanderer, with no interest in work, constantly thinking about one thing. "So, do you think we can kill this scumbag for you?" Mr. Jiang asked. North Oak District is quite efficient on its own. Old Duke didn't reply to Jiang Bing directly. Instead, he looked at Gloria. Now Jiang Bing understood. The other side didn't think he could handle the matter, but believed that Gloria, the middleman rising in the city of night, had the ability to settle it. But that's not unreasonable. Mrs. Martinez clearly thought more about it. "Dakota Smith is willing to introduce you for an interview. Your relationship is at least decent, so why don't you ask him? You think I haven't tried?" But she said that as a middleman in the dangerous land, the Hesse family hasn't taken action, and she'd better not interfere. Jiang Bing suddenly realized. It turns out they see me as a dragon crossing the river in the dangerous land. "Work for a year for free, Miss Gloria. I can give you my entire year's salary as a commission, as long as you can find a way to kill that bastard who should have gone to hell long ago." But Mrs. Martinez, who had rapidly grown in skill, was no longer the rookie middleman she once was. "In business, Duke, even if Mr. Sable is willing to pay your year's salary now as a debt, it wouldn't be enough to buy the lives of those night wanderers. No need to kill them all. I've already found out that B is now with a small team of night wanderers stationed at a radio station in the southwest." Duke clenched his teeth. "At most, 7 or 8 night wanderers. If I find a skilled lone wolf, I could sneak in and quietly take his head." It seemed the fire of revenge hadn't dimmed in this widower. If no one was willing to step in, Duke might go alone to confront his enemies, possibly to his death. Or, in other words, to send himself to death. Jiang Bing briefly considered the difficulty of the task and thought it was worth doing business. Moreover, as long as evil was punished and good was promoted, Jiang Bing was willing to lend a hand whenever he could. Jiang Bing nodded. The matter was settled quickly. Duke left behind a piece of intelligence he had gained at great personal cost, agreeing to verify it here tomorrow, then drive away in his unreliable drifter vehicle. It was clear that this intelligence had drained all his resources. He probably even sold his own car. As an experienced wanderer, he wouldn't be foolish enough to drive an old car on dangerous ground. On a dark, windy night, Jiang Bing unusually drove out of Base 6. Quiet and cautious, 7 or 8 night wanderers were not a big deal. There was no need to mobilize the entire team. Jiang Bing planned to handle it himself. He also wanted to test the real combat performance of Power Force Windlord. Honestly, the updated exoskeleton armor really suited stealth operations. Not far from an abandoned radio station, Jiang Bing parked his car behind a group of Joshua trees and put on Power Force Windlord. As the air currents swirled around him, Power Force Windlord quickly covered over 100 meters in seconds. It didn't stop at a tall iron fence, and with a faint whistling of air, Jiang Bing jumped. The armor, greatly lightened by the rushing air, made him as agile as a swallow, silently vaulting over the wall. Using the mystic silver embedded in the armor, the ripples spreading out from Power Force Windlord allowed Jiang Bing to see inside the radio station immediately. With a perspective device activated, he gained full view. He drew his single-molecule samurai sword, its smooth blade shining in the moonlight. Jiang Bing decided to paint it matte black when he returned. But that didn't stop the upcoming slaughter. A gentle breeze suddenly arose, and Power Force Windlord melted into the quiet night. 7 night wanderers, 42 seconds. All killed neatly with a single decapitating strike. Only Duke's enemy was struck on the back of the head by Jiang Bing's flying elbow, then injected with a large dose of anesthetic, falling into a deep, pig-like sleep. He kicked open the iron door on the roof of the radio station, grabbed the night wanderer, and rushed onto the rooftop, then leapt from nearly 20 meters high without hesitation. The mechanism behind Power Force Windlord was activated, and he spread the cape, made from high-polymer fabric retrieved by David. Under the influence of rising air currents, the two glided safely toward the vehicle. Jiang Bing released the airflow and landed safely on the ground. He briefly estimated the mental energy used for this action and felt very satisfied. Compared to forcing air jets, using a cloak as a glider to suspend or fly, which consumes less mental energy, allowed him to fly back to the base easily. Although the speed was a bit slow and he could become an easy target in the sky, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. He put the sleeping night wanderer into the trunk, and the repaired Machinora Rhymer turned around and drove back to the base. After this real combat test, Jiang Bing was very happy with his work. He planned to add some flying knives to the armor and improve his long-range attack options. The entire armor had no electronic parts, and with Jiang Bing's hacking skills, it was practically invisible to hackers. Even if Bartmos came, he wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, magic technology, kid. A baseball bat, a night wanderer, and a small room. Duke happily played all morning. Afterward, covered in blood, Duke bowed to Jiang Bing and officially joined the Inverse Entropy family, smoothly transforming from a wandering wolf to a company dog. With his revenge fulfilled and his worries lifted, Duke quickly got into work mode. He no longer hid his love for the soil and eagerly asked Jiang Bing to take him to see the new agricultural area. Although he was prepared, standing in the agricultural zone still surprised him like a flattened frog. The soil was enough to pile up large mounds for all the night wanderers. Having struggled in poverty for most of his life, Duke had never seen such rich soil, which he thought was worth its weight in gold. For a moment, his gaze on Jiang Bing was like that of a Greek god controlling the earth. Duke looked left and right, seeing that the soil was as valuable as gold and silver. Eagerly, after a brief discussion with Jiang Bing about the future plans, he happily rushed into the agricultural zone. It seemed like he would be sleeping inside from now on. An outstanding horse and cow, Duke, the hard-working beast, was expanding the company's territory, while Boss Jiang looked worriedly at the documents submitted by Glorilla. After all, as a worker, I just need to focus on doing my job. The boss has more responsibilities to consider. The main issue is money. Recently, the base has been undergoing a lively renovation. Since Jiang Bing returned, there has been a large purchase of materials and equipment, and the increasing personnel expenses are making Jiang, who is used to living simply, feel a bit dizzy. It is estimated that this month alone, they will spend 2 to 3 million. The resources brought back from the Tomb Raider world are still mostly in the stage of finding ways to make money from them. The most successful business line is Rebecca's organic meat smuggling. Next is talent. Gloria is currently handling multiple roles, barely keeping the company running. But if the Entropy project wants to grow, it will need a lot of skilled professionals. With Duke, there is some talent in agriculture, but positions like sales channels, storage management, logistics, finance, and government relations are still vacant. Entropy is not even a proper company. It's just a lively gang operating without a license. Fortunately, such lively gangs are common in Night City, and according to Jiang Bing's plan for the early development of Entropy, they don't intend to do anything legally compliant. So, this isn't a problem. Once they have their first big sum of money, if they need to start any legal business, they can just put on a formal company name later. Running a wholly owned subsidiary is not difficult. Big companies like Arasaka, military tech firms, and petrochemical companies have done this many times. Zoma, a subsidiary controlled by a petrochemical group, specializes in researching biological weapons that the public despises. But the public doesn't know about it. So, on the international stage, Zoma is seen as the bad actor, while the petrochemical group is viewed as the good one. The petrochemical group also controls most of the world's farmland and is the largest seller of agricultural products and food. However, in Night City, the petrochemical food business isn't doing well. The lowest-level synthetic meat business is dominated by the Vortex Gang's Full Food Factory. Their main products are soy and protein-based synthetic dairy, vegetables and fruits from hydroponic greenhouses, and some hydroponic meat. But given the Vortex Gang's nature, it's unclear whether there are human flesh-filled buns involved. This only accounts for a small part of the Night City food market. The larger share is controlled by biotech companies. Those large protein factories located in the southernmost part of the wasteland supply most of Night City with meat and meat substitutes. However, the raw materials chosen by biotech are crickets and earthworms, which can be farmed on a large scale. Whether it's the beef, ramen in the Kabuki District Market, the lamb skewers in Westbrook, or the hamburgers in Haywood, they all come from these farms. These insects and worms are ground into paste, then processed into synthetic meat, which is packaged and sold. Downstream companies add various colors and flavors to the synthetic meat to produce a wide variety of foods available on the market. At least these are better than factory-made food. They are real meat, though more expensive. 4 high-end organic foods. Most are imported from major grain-producing regions like Canada and Australia. Less reputable sources either rely on clever self-sufficiency or smuggling through various channels. This results in a diverse and chaotic market for organic meat. According to Jiang Bing's plan, reverse entropy will first target this segment of Night City's vast commercial market to gain strength. As it grows, it will gradually expand into military, manufacturing, and biotech sectors. As long as Jiang Bing has enough time and resources, it is inevitable that reverse entropy will eventually surpass its competitors. However, the bad news brought by Gloria in the afternoon showed Jiang Bing the harsh reality of Night City's straightforward business tactics. Rebecca is missing, and Pilar is seriously injured. Gloria drove quickly, taking Jiang Bing and David to the location given in the Mon information, the coastal road in the Valley District. The situation was urgent. Mon didn't have time to take the seriously injured Pilar to Jiang Bing. Instead, he took him to a cybernetic doctor he often worked with before. When Jiang Bing arrived, he didn't rush to ask what happened. Instead, he first examined the unlicensed black doctor's surgical process and decisively told him to step aside and let Jiang Bing take over. The black doctor, waving his 2 mechanical arms, initially wanted to argue, but Jiang Bing's few words silenced him immediately. The only good thing about science and engineering is that it works. If it works, it's good. From the moment they left the base, Jiang Bing's face remained calm and expressionless. He was just quickly performing surgery on Pilar, who was already unconscious, while listening to Gloria ask Man about the whole story. Man didn't know the details of what had happened. Earlier, he was relaxing at his favorite bar, the Big Barrel, feeling confident after a few drinks, when suddenly he received a distress message from Pilar. In the message, Pilar said she was attacked at home by unknown forces, asked Man to check Rebecca's situation immediately, and warned him not to go to her house. She then sent her current address and stopped replying. Man didn't waste a second after receiving the message. He quickly drove to the address. On the way, Man kept trying to contact Rebecca, but no matter how many calls he made, she didn't answer. When he arrived, he didn't see Pilar. Finally, he followed the road and found Pilar's car crashed against the curb near Pine Crossroads. When Man opened the car door, he saw Pilar in the driver's seat, shot in the back, with broken legs, blood soaking the seat, and she was barely alive. Jiang Bing listened to Man's story while carefully removing a few bullets from Pilar's chest and abdomen, then methodically stopping the bleeding, disinfecting, and stitching her wounds. However, Pilar's legs were badly mangled, with shattered bones and flesh, beyond saving. Jiang Bing had to amputate them first. Fortunately, with today's technology, Pilar couldn't sit in a wheelchair yet. After fitting her with prosthetic legs, she would be able to move normally without any issues. She might even become more agile than before. As artificial plasma slowly infused into Pilar's body, Jiang Bing glanced at the data on the nearby monitor. Under the respectful gaze of the black doctor, he finished the surgery. Pilar's life was saved. Next, the most urgent task was to find Rebecca. In the end, Man was left to watch over Pilar. With Jiang Bing and David present, the team was well equipped for the task. Moreover, the Power Wind Lord was still hidden in the vehicle. The 3 of them got into the car, picked up Lucy on Chongchong Street, and sped all the way to Pilar and Rebecca's house. In Lucy's surprised gaze, Jiang Bing changed his usual style of dress this time. He wore a suit with a coat, a jazz hat decorated with a wreath, and after getting out of the car, he pulled out a slightly thick and long civilized cane and leaned on it. Lucy led the way, Jiang Bing took the lead, and the 4 of them climbed the stairs to the floor where the brother and sister's apartment was located. As soon as they reached the top, they saw a broken iron door lying in the corridor. Through the door frame, they could see the messy, overturned apartment inside. Jiang Bing quietly leaned on his civilized cane, looking serious and silent. The other 3 drew their guns but, influenced by him, They hesitated and didn't act rashly. There's no one left. Jiang Bing pointed with his cane to a side room and said, David, go check if the organic meat in the freezer is still there. Although puzzled by Jiang Bing's confident assumption that this room was where Rebecca stored the organic meat, David nodded and went inside to verify. Jiang Bing approached a computer desk, looked at the bullet holes on the screen, then glanced at the bloodstains and strange bullet marks around, and easily reconstructed the scene. A group of people broke down the door and then shot at Pilar without hesitation. He kicked the metal cabinet full of bullet holes and continued analyzing. Pilar first hid behind the cabinet, but some attackers had smart weapons. A few bullets bypassed the cabinet and almost hit him. Jiang Bing looked back at the bullet holes at the door. Then Pilar fought back, and the two sides fell into a standoff. Next, Jiang Bing walked to the broken window, leaned down to look below, and sure enough, saw a large pool of blood on the ground. After that, Pilar took the initiative to break the deadlock at the cost of being shot 3 times in the back and broke the window to escape. Jiang Bing paused with his metal cane on the ground and gave his assessment. Something strange here. David came out of the inner room, looking surprised. Boss, you were right. This is indeed where Rebecca stored the organic meat, and the freezers are all empty. With such a short time, Rebecca couldn't have finished distributing all this organic meat, Glorilla judged. As the direct superior of the little girl, Glorilla was responsible for coordinating with Rebecca and was very clear about her recent organic meat sales. The attacker took all the organic meat, and they must have come for those items, Gloria was very sure. Lucy, with wide eyes, suddenly spoke to the three of them. Everyone, I found something. I just hacked into all the nearby surveillance cameras, but recently, all the records have been erased. Also, I checked the logs of the communication base stations near the building. Besides being previously tampered with, I found signs of being blocked. In other words, when they launched the attack, they had already cut off all external communication for the building. Lucy crossed her arms and gave her judgment. There must be a very skilled hacker among them, and they are right here in the team. The smart weapons, hackers, Pilar, and Rebecca all acted almost simultaneously, showing that these attackers are quite capable, well-planned, and numerous. At least, they are not a small, reckless gang taking a big risk. Jiang Bing was the first to leave the building, and everyone followed him downstairs. They might not be just after these freezers of organic meat. They could also be looking for the supplier behind the meat. That would be us. Mrs. Martinez used her sharp judgment as a middleman. It seems Rebecca was kidnapped while on her way to deliver the goods. No wonder they could track her down here, standing at Pilar's landing spot. Jiang Bing watched her dragging her broken legs and desperately crawling forward, leaving 2 bloodstains on the ground. The 4 of them followed the blood trail for about 10 meters until they reached a parking spot, where it suddenly disappeared. Clearly, Pilar got into a car here and then drove away to escape the pursuit. At this point, the situation was very clear. After the attack, Pilar quickly realized that Rebecca's recent organic meat business had attracted others' interest. When he found out the signal was blocked, he made a quick decision. He jumped out of the window despite being shot, to escape. His goal was to leave the signal-blocked area as soon as possible and warn Rebecca of the danger. Of course, if he had simply fallen to the ground and died, the large bloodstains would have been enough to alert Rebecca when she returned home. This unusual plan caught the attackers off guard, which is why Pilar managed to escape and break free. However, Pilar's plans fell apart. When he drove out of the restricted area, he immediately contacted Rebecca. But when there was no response, he realized she must have been attacked. He then contacted Man to inform him of the situation, which led to what happened next. Jiang Bing looked up, examining the window nearly 20 meters high, then looked down at the bloodstains on the ground. He gave the highest compliment a man can give. He's a real man. Rebecca, is she still alive? Lucy asked this heavy question on everyone's mind. Gloria comforted him, saying, they are making a big show because of the smuggling of organic meat. They want to get specific information from her, so they probably won't harm her until they understand everything. But Jiang Bing knew better. There was no smuggling line. He hadn't even crossed the border check at the Night City. He used a special key to bring the goods from another world. Neither Rebecca nor Gloria knew where the goods came from. However, the attackers didn't realize this. In their eyes, such a large amount of organic meat could only have been smuggled in by Jiang Bing using some method, through a heavily guarded border, or produced and sold locally. The metal staff paused on the ground, making a dull thud, like a judge's gavel announcing a final verdict, ending the conversation for now. People are alive, bodies are dead, Jiang Bing said. On the way back in the car, Gloria, find a way to contact other middlemen and ask if they have any news about this. You can pay them for information. Mrs. Martinez nodded, her artificial eye glowing, clearly entering work mode. Looking at the time, Jiang Bing guessed Pilar would wake up soon, so he urged David to speed up. Sure enough, not long after returning to the Black Clinic, Pilar slowly woke up. After hearing everyone's opinions, Pilar's worried face couldn't hide his concern. If his legs weren't broken, he would have gotten up immediately to find Rebecca. Who did Rebecca deliver the goods to last time? Jiang Bing carefully asked Pilar. She never told me about that, Pilar said with regret. Jiang Bing quickly shifted his thinking. Then where do these customers come from? Do you know? This question made Pilar's mind suddenly shake. Okada Wakako, I worked for her for a while before. We were on friendly terms. So when Rebecca started her organic meat business, I asked Wakako to introduce some customers. Selling stolen goods is a job for middlemen, and Pilar's thinking is very correct. The more Pilar talks, the more confident he becomes. Actually, Rebecca's organic meat smuggling has become very successful quickly, and Wakako played a big role. Most of the customers were introduced by her. Recently, Rebecca has been paying her intermediary fees frequently. It seems that if this matter is connected to anyone, she can't be innocent. Good. Learning this from Pilar makes Jiang Bing feel clearer. At least there is a lead, and everyone won't be wandering around like headless flies. After giving Pilar a sedative to prevent him from opening his wound due to emotional excitement, Jiang Bing began to assign the next tasks. Man and Gloria, you two take Pilar to the base. It's safer there. Jiang Bing then looked at Mrs. Martinez, who kept blinking her artificial eye in the back of the car. Gloria, you and Man go back and keep in touch with other intermediaries. I will go with David and Lucy to visit Okada Wakako. Narrow streets are always noisy and full of desire. Okada Wakako sat on a chair, looking at the unexpected visitors in front of her. Tanaka, you can leave now. These people seem to have something to ask me. Jiang Bing looked at this seemingly kind but sharp old lady and spoke directly. Ms. Wakako, I apologize for the sudden visit. I mainly want to ask you about Rebecca. Wakako glanced at Lucy, standing coldly at the door. She clearly recognized Lucy as a member of Man's team. You shouldn't come to me. This sudden believer at my door, she said with a hint of sarcasm. In Night City, only monks refuse to install any cybernetic enhancements on their bodies. Even so, brain machine interfaces installed during childhood by the government often need surgery to remove later. Most monks in Night City have scars on the back of their heads from such surgeries, which are considered cybernetic scars. Since Jiang Bing is not a monk, he looks a bit conspicuous. However, with the golden throne in hand, Jiang Bing no longer had those previous worries, so he didn't bother to hide anything. At most, he would sit on the golden throne and have the whole city join the feast. Yaguko stood up slowly and lit a Japanese incense stick. As the smoke rose, she continued leisurely. I'm just an old woman who has lived a long time. My eyesight isn't what it used to be. You're being modest, Ms. Yaguko. Everyone knows you're the best middleman in the Japanese district. The scent of incense gradually filled the air. Jiang Bing's keen sense of smell allowed him to detect the ingredients: agarwood, vetiver, and cinnamon. Compared to traditional Japanese incense, which is light and elegant, Yaguko's taste was noticeably stronger. As a widow who had been married to the former leader of the Nine Claw Gang, her status was indeed high. This incense wasn't cheap. With the incense burning, Yaguko lit a cigarette and leaned back in her chair, watching Jiang Bing. This gentleman who suddenly came to visit. Tell me, why are you looking for her, and what is your relationship with her? The mixture of high-tech and strong-smelling smoke from the cigarette and incense made Jiang Bing's nose uncomfortable. Most cigarettes in 2077 used synthetic tobacco and chemicals, which made Jiang Bing think that next time he visited another world, he should bring some tobacco seeds. After all, this stuff looks unremarkable, but is actually more profitable than Shanshan. She is my person, Jiang Bing replied simply. Yaguko's face showed no surprise. It seems her recent small business is run by you behind the scenes. A few thin wisps of air rose around Jiang Bing, gently blowing away the smoke from the incense and cigarette. The airflow was too weak for anyone inside to notice. It's all for a living. Of course, I also want to thank Ms. Yaguko for her strong support. After a brief polite remark, Jiang Bing changed the subject. However, she just disappeared while working. He emphasized the word, work, heavily, and Yaguko understood immediately. She forced two small, familiar smiles. So you think this has something to do with me? Looking at Yaguko's half-smile, Jiang Bing's tone remained calm. Not exactly. I was just thinking that since Ms. Yaguko has introduced so many business opportunities to Rebecca, you might have some clues. I understand the rules of the middleman. Money is not an issue. Yaguko leaned back in her chair, took a few puffs from her cigarette, then stood up and pressed the cigarette into the ashtray on the table. Clearly, she had made a decision. Zhang Alex, in the downtown Chef and Blade district, you can check out this place. After saying this, Yaguko sat back down, looking at everyone in front of her with an unreadable expression. This time, forget about the money. Pila and Rebecca are people I've watched grow up, much appreciated. Having obtained the information she wanted, Jiang Bing politely nodded and turned to leave. As for Okada Yaguko's final words, partly sincere, partly to avoid responsibility, Jiang Bing paid no attention. Downtown, Chef and Blade. This restaurant is actually quite famous online. The three of them found it easily. Just after stepping out of the 16th floor elevator, a member of the animal gang was standing at the door like a tower. The animal gang is obsessed with the wild, untamed side of human nature. They usually don't use traditional cybernetic enhancements, but instead rely on large amounts of testosterone, growth hormones, or animal supplements to strengthen their bodies. Of course, as a price, these muscle-bound thugs are not very smart. Their gang relationships are similar to animal groups. No fixed territory, scattered across Night City's various industries and neighborhoods. Because they generally have a tough, intimidating appearance, most shop owners prefer to hire animal gang members as security. Hey, what are you looking at? The door guard from Chef and Blade was clearly on a testosterone and hormone boost, and his temper was very bad. Jiang Bing only glanced at him briefly, which annoyed the guard. But Jiang Bing's temper was even worse right now. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can't hear? Your ears are stuffed with donkey hair. Jiang Bing silently walked up to him, slapped him, and spun him around in the air. You're tired of living. The animal gang member got up from the ground and was about to fight, but before he could, Jiang Bing reached out and threw him against the wall. Before the person could land, the tall legs behind him performed a display of what it means to hit like hanging a picture. Mind your rude mouth, or you'll regret it someday. Not caring whether the exhausted animal helpers could hear, Jiang Bing vented some anger before pushing open the door to the restaurant. The restaurant was small but decorated very elegantly. There was no main hall. Diners sat in private, enclosed booths. It clearly aimed to be private and refined. Seeing Jiang Bing leading two people with a strong presence, clearly not there just to eat, the front desk was puzzled why the security guard let them in, but still stepped forward to greet. Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? Jiang Bing didn't speak. He paused on the ground, gesturing with his cane. His assistant, David, instinctively pulled out a device called Unified and quickly reached an agreement with the front desk. Zhang Alex, do you know him? The clerk at the counter, hearing the name, showed a look of recognition. It was clear she didn't like the person, and without much hesitation, she replied, of course. He's the boss's brother-in-law, but I didn't see him in the restaurant today, but that's okay. If you run from the monk, you can't run from the temple. Jiang Bing continued to ask, where is your boss? The front desk hesitated at this question, but quickly looked toward the kitchen after seeing David's Unified. They walked along the fully enclosed corridor of private booths, reaching a door at the end that led to the kitchen. As a high-end private restaurant specializing in home-style dishes, chef and knife, they didn't serve many guests daily, so there were only 2 staff members in the kitchen. When someone entered the kitchen, the head chef, Sayer, had to stop his work and ask why they were there. Zhang Alex, where is he? Jiang Bing carefully examined the kitchen and soon found a temperature-controlled box on a shelf in the corner, used for storing organic meat. He was very familiar with this item. The logo and the words, reverse entropy, on it were exactly how he had personally marked them, so he wouldn't mistake it. Everyone, please stay calm to avoid disturbing other guests. I am Sayer, the owner of this restaurant. If you have any questions, we can sit down and talk. Looking at the polite chef, Jiang Bing repeated his question. We're looking for Zhang Alex. If you tell me where he is, we won't cause trouble here, Sayer sighed, feeling disappointed in his brother-in-law. Did he borrow money from you? Or do you owe him gambling debts? How much? I will pay it off for him. It's not that simple, Chef Sayer. His debts might be more than you can pay. Jiang Bing took out a modified revolver from his coat pocket, resting it on the back of his hand holding a cane. It was clear he was threatening. After all, he owes us 2 lives. Seeing Jiang Bing's attitude, Sayer knew his brother-in-law was causing trouble outside and had angered the wrong people. Listen, everyone. Sayer raised his hands to show he meant no harm. I think we can talk about the amount. Just tell me the number. I won't bargain. Sayer, a caring brother-in-law, was trying to protect his brother-in-law even with a gun pointed at his head. Jiang Bing chuckled softly and pointed the gun at a woman nearby. Since he mentioned Zhang Alex's name, her reaction was very strange. Along with some subtle affectionate gestures towards Sayer, it was easy to guess she was Sayer's wife and Zhang Alex's sister. Sayer quickly moved to block the gun aimed at his wife. It was obvious they loved each other very much. In the faint mechanical noise, the finely crafted revolver's hammer was cocked back. If you want to experience losing someone you love, go ahead. At this moment, Jiang Bing looked just like a cold-hearted gang boss. Don't tell me you're innocent in this, he said angrily. That insults my intelligence. In the end, Sayer chose to compromise. All right, Jiang Bing nodded. One last question, chef. Just tell me who your previous organic meat supplier was, and we will quietly leave here, as if we've never been. This question was easy for Sayer to answer, and he quickly gave the information. The 3 of them left the restaurant after getting the answer. As they stepped outside, David, who was still somewhat battered by society, hesitated before speaking. Jiang Bing didn't let him continue. Either you control your life, or life controls you, he said, then turned and headed downstairs without looking back. Lucy nudged David's shoulder, signaling him to follow. Zhang Alex didn't come to the restaurant, but luckily, his pickup truck, though old and battered, had basic GPS. As the restaurant owner, Sayer naturally had access to the latest location data. Near the coastal park in the southwest of the Valley District. This place has a complex environment and open terrain, making it ideal for illegal deals or secret meetings. On the way to the garden, Jiang Bing quickly contacted Gloria. Jiang Bing, any news from the other middlemen? Gloria, not yet. I've asked everyone I know to help look, but it might take some time. Jiang Bing, try to contact the middleman in Taiping's Hao, especially someone named Hans. See if you can get his contact info. Gloria, any news from Zhang Alex? Jiang Bing, he didn't go to work today, but luckily, we have his real-time location and are heading there. Jiang Bing, also, his usual organic meat supplier was the Voodoo Gang. Gloria, those crazy Haitians? Gloria, right. They're the biggest force smuggling organic meat in Night City. Gloria, I understand. I'll do my best to contact them. Jiang Bing, focus on finding people. Money is not an issue. The coastal park, though called a park, has very few plants. The lush, green trees were decorated with colorful lights, billboards, and loudspeakers, but they didn't have many leaves left. The steps at the park entrance were still lively. There were many New Age teachers doing quantum meditation and cyber enlightenment courses, but they weren't very professional. They looked like monks, acting flashy and excited. Some were homeless and wandering, while others were just casual troublemakers hanging out in groups. There were also serious shoppers and tourists visiting the Night City. The most impressive were those who drank too much horse urine and ran around naked. And they were women. Chaos was everywhere, very free and wild. Fortunately, the 3 of them were used to this scene. Lucy, the hacker of the team, was tracking Zhang, Alex Pika's signal and guiding David. Finally, the car turned around and headed out of the seaside park, stopping by the road on the west side. Lucy's prosthetic eye stopped blinking and pointed toward the beach ahead, saying, "The signal is there, but it hasn't moved for a long time." Without her saying anything, Jiang Bing already saw the old, battered pickup truck parked on the beach. With the sound of the waves, the 3 of them approached. The pickup's doors were wide open. A small blonde girl was sprawled beside the car, dead. Half of her body was still in the water, moving with the waves. Besides her, the large beach was empty. The area was open, remote, and accessible from all sides. As long as there was a vehicle, it was a good place for deals. But it was also a good place to dump a body. If they hadn't followed the trail here, no one would have known the girl was dead. Looking at the smooth sand, only their footprints and the tire marks from the pickup were visible. The beach was empty. The girl had mysteriously died here on this quiet, deserted beach. In a crime drama, this scene would take at least 5 episodes to unfold. Luckily, Jiang Bing was experienced. He flipped over the girl's body and quickly figured out the cause of death. She had been remotely triggered by a virus planted in her brain, causing her brain-machine interface to overload. Her brain temperature shot up rapidly, frying her alive. As the most knowledgeable, Lucy carefully examined the girl's prosthetic limbs and gave a clear answer. She said, she was probably killed by a remote virus that caused her brain to overheat and burn out. This method is very complicated to use. It's not just about implanting a magic doll. You have to bypass the ICE protection of the prosthetic and rewrite the core code. But if successful, the victim's brain and brain-machine interface are almost completely destroyed. Others would find it very hard to discover anything. Jiang Bing muttered a phrase that both of them understood, but also found a bit confusing at the moment. This is a typical act of the Voodoo Gang not following the rules. There's nothing unclear about the situation now. The Voodoo Gang, the biggest force smuggling organic meat in Night City, learned from Xiao Huang Mo Zhang Alex that recently someone was smuggling organic meat. Not only was the price low, but the quality was also good. Since it was smuggled from outside, the price didn't even cover transportation costs. Based on Xiao Huang Mao's intelligence, the Voodoo Gang believed that the other party had a new farm near Night City. They couldn't have guessed that these organic meats were smuggled from another world, so there were no transportation costs. They didn't even have to buy the meat. A few deer only cost 2 steamed buns. Whether they wanted to eliminate competitors or follow the trail to find the farm, or even seize the farm for themselves, after some investigation and learning about Rebecca, they didn't hesitate to start killing and stealing the goods. The informant, Zhang Alex, not only didn't get paid afterward but was also silenced. Once a person is dead, all traces are erased. Even if there's suspicion on the Voodoo Gang, there's no evidence. Without solid proof, official channels can't act. This lively group in Taiping State is confident and fearless. The entire operation was thorough and very characteristic of Night City's style. Unfortunately, they made the wrong enemies. Just as Jiang Bing was planning to take a few days to wipe out the Voodoo Gang, Gloria called, temporarily saving these mischievous black brothers. When the call connected, Mrs. Martinez was very excited. Gloria, boss, I've contacted the middleman Hansa in Taiping State. As you suspected, he does have information about Rebecca. Jiang Bing, how much does he want? Gloria, that's the main reason I called you. He doesn't want money. He wants to meet you after this matter. Gloria's words made Jiang Bing feel confused. The part where the middleman revealed himself was always Gloria doing it. Recently, Jiang Bing had mostly given her full control, so logically, Hans wouldn't notice Gloria's behind-the-scenes actions, unless it was through other channels. Jiang Bing definitely couldn't ignore the intelligence skills of these major middlemen, so this possibility was quite high. Jiang Bing, are you sure he wants to see me? Gloria, yes. Although we don't know how he got the information, he definitely requested to meet the boss. Jiang Bing thought about his recent actions. After making sure he hadn't revealed any secrets, he made a decision. Jiang Bing agreed to meet him. During a break, Jiang Bing turned to Lucy and gave her instructions. Send a copy of this little yellow guy's situation to his brother-in-law. We can't take responsibility if it's not our fault. Also, find someone to handle his body so it doesn't pollute the ocean. Since no one was killed, Jiang Bing just casually settled the matter. Soon, Gloria sent over a video from surveillance footage, along with an address in Taiping's house. The video was from a camera at an intersection. In the footage, several vehicles were pulling a heavily bullet-ridden vehicle, a Tynway Corby CX-410, through the intersection. That car was Rebecca's vehicle, the one Jiang Bing personally provided for Rebecca, the first employee in the reverse entropy sales department. Jiang Bing would never mistake it. Hans and his team also paused and zoomed in on part of the video. Through the car's glass, they could vaguely see Rebecca unconscious inside. This eased Jiang Bing's mind a little. Taipingshao was originally planned as a holiday resort to boost the economy of the Night City. In the 1960s, led by the Night Group, many investors joined in, hoping to profit from this tourism project. They invested heavily to turn the poor southern suburb into a thriving tourist destination. During the construction of Taipingshao, many homeless people, locals, and Haitian immigrants were hired. However, later, due to a global economic crisis, investors withdrew their funds, causing the resort project to be indefinitely postponed. Most buildings were only half built and then abandoned. By 2070, the joint war had ended. The previous investors wanted to restart the project, but many gangs and residents who had taken over the area were not happy about it. Over time, parts of the Western Wind Manor and the seaside district were turned into slums. The company used force, including deadly weapons, to drive out the stubborn residents, but they were beaten back by the local gang led by the Voodoo Gang. Later, with the NCPD arriving, the fighting intensified. To prevent a large-scale war, the NCPD eventually withdrew from Taiping State, and the city government shut down all services there. However, the local people continued to live their lives normally. Since neither the NCPD nor the company could control the area, Taiping State became a lawless zone. A lot of weapons, illegal drugs, and gang fights happened so often that the residents were used to it. There was also a military tech group called Dogtown occupying the area. But Jiang Bing didn't care about any of this. He came here for three things: killing, death, and salvation. On the roof of the Great Empire Mall in Taiping State, Jiang Bing, dressed in the Power Force Wind Lord, crouched at the edge of the roof. Night had fallen, and Taiping State looked very different from the nearby Night City district. Without public electricity, the residents of Taiping State had to use generators to survive. This meant there were no widespread lights. Compared to the brightly lit valley area, here the night was only faintly lit by stars, barely illuminating the darkness. A dark night is good for killing. Near an abandoned building, a flash of light appeared. Man launched a missile, signaling the start of the attack on the Voodoo Gang. Everyone remembered the pre-planned tactics and stayed calm, moving steadily. They hadn't advanced much, but their firing positions created a dense, coordinated attack. As expected, this drew the enemy's attention. Gunfire grew louder, and the battle became more intense. Seeing an opportunity, Jiang Bing removed his mask, jumped from the roof, and spread his cloak in midair, like a hawk gliding toward the battlefield. Tonight, Jiang Bing joined the hunt. Under the gentle breeze, the hawk landed precisely on the roof of the abandoned building occupied by the Voodoo Gang. The blackened samurai sword was drawn, and under the pervasive breeze, this uninvited guest disappeared into the darkness. "Damn it! Those fools dare to mess with me," muttered a heavily dreadlocked black man, holding a mounted machine gun and wildly firing at man and others below. The team's voice chat was filled with harsh words. The dreadlocked man used the machine gun to create a cloud of dust and smoke around a concrete pillar. Behind the cover, David was in danger through his scope, but suddenly, several shadows flashed past, escaping the machine gun's focus. He also fired several shots, hitting a member of the Voodoo Gang. However, none of the shots hit vital points. The Voodoo Gang member, wounded, took a few deep breaths, then stood up vigorously, firing wildly and forcing Dario back into cover. "Four Eyes, why are you so slow? Quickly lock onto that idiot with the SNW who's controlling the robot." The hacker called Four Eyes complained in the team chat. "There's a combat hacker on the other side." "See, I've done my best. Damn it, just be glad you're not fried in the head." The dreadlocked man kept talking trash, then skillfully changed his magazine. Just as he aimed at man, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. Realizing something was wrong, the dreadlocked man released the machine gun and rolled to the side. But halfway through the roll, he was cut in half by a slanting black blade. Before dying, all he saw was a terrifying figure partially hidden in the darkness. "Idiots, someone sneaking in from above." Before his last breath, he tried to contribute to the gang. Losing a high-position heavy fire support point, man and his team's pressure eased significantly, and they advanced further. The slaughter inside the abandoned building continued. Jiang Bing's anger poured into his blade. His physical strength and airflow accelerated to the maximum, causing power, wind biao to produce a sharp, whistling wind as he moved. Abandoning his chainsaw sword, Jiang Bing switched to his samurai sword. His fighting style, once bold and reckless, became precise and cautious. He rarely makes unnecessary or useless moves. Under the watchful eyes of two voodoo gang members, facing incoming bullets, he shows no intention of ducking or dodging. The hole on the side of power, Windbroker shoots out a strong gust of air, keeping Jiang Bing in a stance with his sword raised above his head. He suddenly shifts several meters sideways, avoiding all the bullets. When the two try to shoot again, he cuts them into 4 pieces with a powerful diagonal slash. The voodoo gang team's voice, Chet, almost exploded. There's a cyber fanatic in the building with a Sanewiston installed. Damn, he can even cut through bullets. 4 eyes, Catpool, lock his prosthetic body now. We're all about to get killed by him. Catpool's voice almost cried. Catpool, I'm trying. My head is about to explode, but damn it, I can't find his prosthetic signal anywhere. Just wait for your death. Where did he go? Jiang Bing jumped out of a room full of chicken cages through a window. Then, the strong airflow from his arm pushed him back against the wall. After flipping into a corridor, the airflow from the vent under his armor's side ribs pushed him forward, turning his armor into a streak of black light running along the corridor wall. Amid the frantic shouts of a voodoo gang thug, Jiang Bing quickly jumped left and right between the walls in 1 second, crossing both sides. At the same time, he casually cut off the thug's head. Catpool watched the entire process clearly through the corridor's camera. The scene made him almost lose his mind in fear. Just as Jiang Bing pulled the network cable from the back of his head, he burst through the door. If it had been another edgewalker with a knife, he would have thrown 2 knives to cut the connection between the sliding door and the frame, then kicked the door open. But Jiang Bing didn't do such a weak move. Instead, he used his forward momentum to sidestep and deliver a powerful American football-style collision to the sliding door. Does it have to be so exaggerated? Catpool's jaw almost dislocated. Is he a person or a bulldozer? Remember, the door is made of bulletproof material, as the last barrier in his server room. Behind the streamlined mask was Jiang Bing's cold stare. In the deadly intent that could freeze the air, Catpool's advanced sentinel prosthetic eye spun wildly, scanning desperately to find Jiang Bing's network interface, trying to hack in and interfere with his speed. However, his prosthetic eye's power was close to overload, and the feedback from the opponent's cybernetic body remained blank. As his head was knocked off his body, a thought flashed through his mind. That guy probably doesn't have a prosthetic body. With the death of a hacker, Lucy, who had been suppressing the front lines, finally had the chance to fight more dangerously in the network. She freed some computing power and, within seconds, overloaded an enemy's prosthetic, nearly boiling his bodily fluids, and rebooted 2 other enemies' prosthetic eyes, greatly reducing their firepower. 4 eyes. Damn, Catpool is dead. Who is this cyborg? Is it from the Arasaka lab? Are they even human? 4 eyes believed that if he hadn't recently made a major modification to his prostate, he might have soiled himself by now. Boss, let's retreat. In a room deep inside a dilapidated building, 4 eyes lifted his wired head and suggested to the nearby calm-looking leader, Pierre. Pierre, with a metallic prosthetic eye styled like a war hammer, quickly made a decision and shouted to another woman, Haitian by nationality, who was busy at her computer. Sophie, stop working on this meat puppet. We need to retreat and find Bridge and the others. The woman turned around, connected to her computer with a data cable, and the screen was rapidly displaying vast amounts of data. I've already broken through her brain machine ice and am downloading the data. If we don't take this organic smuggling line back, you can't even take responsibility for attacking this sudden entropy target. Plus, there's this situation. If we go back empty-handed, the boss will definitely burn us 3. The person Sophie was downloading data from was lying silently on the table. Rebecca, a twin-tailed girl. Her words were logical and convincing. Pierre clenched his teeth, about to say more in the team voice chat, trying to motivate his brothers to hold on a little longer. Suddenly, 4 eyes pulled out the network cable, his face changing drastically as he shouted at the 2 inside. See, run. That cyber psycho has already destroyed most of the defense machinery. It's too late to fix the damage. The tempered glass door shattered instantly, and Jiang Bing, holding a hidden turret wreckage torn from the ceiling corridor, stormed into the room. Farais didn't have time to react before Jiang Bing's thrown gun debris hit him and knocked him into the large machine behind him. With a few sharp sounds in the air, Pierce's bullets were mostly blocked by Jiang Bing's sword, and the remaining 2 bullets harmlessly shot into the floor after passing through his shadow. Pierce suddenly sped up, turning into a blur as he retreated, emptying his gun of bullets. Sion Weston was not rare. As the leader of the Voodoo Gang, carrying such items was normal. He was fast, but Jiang Bing was faster. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the room. Jiang Bing shifted sideways a few meters, avoiding the bullets. All the wind tunnels roared at once. Jiang Bing's mental strength dropped slightly. The skill, power, Wind Lord almost turned into a black lightning bolt, passing through Pierce's body, who was in a time-stop state, and appeared behind him. After Jiang Bing stabilized his stance, Pierce's upper body slowly fell to the ground. This move was quick, but it was quite taxing on the body. Jiang Bing took a deep breath to recover. Power, Wind Lord's full-speed burst was truly terrifying. Even Jiang Bing's increasingly strong physical condition couldn't fully control it. Instead of cutting, he used inertia to split his opponent in half. During the whole process, Jiang Bing had no time to swing his sword. He just held it horizontally at his side and ran past his opponent. The Misteel gave Jiang Bing a clear understanding of power, Wind Lord's current state. This sudden move caused most of the wind tunnels behind the armor to need reworking and repair. The remaining female Haitian hacker, perhaps specialized in programming and hacking, did not draw her gun to resist. Instead, she raised both hands to show she was surrendering. Jiang Bing tilted his head to glance at Rebecca, lying on the table unconscious with a data cable still plugged into her. He shook his jagged black samurai sword, silently stepped forward, and raised his sword to strike down. Anyone who used reverse entropy wouldn't expect a good outcome. In the abandoned building's front entrance battlefield, man stood up from behind cover, using his large metal palm to shield his face. He endured the small-caliber bullets fired at him, firing a shot from his arm. The projectile flickered with a tail flame, accurately hitting the enemy and blowing them into a blood mist. The enemy's death marked the end of the fight. Dolio spat a mouthful of blood and saliva onto the ground, clearly injured. Fortunately, the bullets, cushioned by subcutaneous armor, did not fully penetrate the flesh, but instead delivered a few punches to her abdomen with their kinetic energy. As the main firepower for frontal assault, she and Man bore most of the pressure during the fight. Luckily, Jiang Bing's slaughter in the abandoned building quickly wiped out the internal personnel, making their situation gradually easier from the start of the battle. Without high ground support inside the building, and without hackers controlling the network, only a few small enemies remained, not a match for Man's team of fringe fighters. Moreover, there was David, who could activate a disruptive attack at any moment with just a breath. They pushed open the door, mostly destroyed by bullets, and entered one after another. Blood was everywhere inside the building. Many Voodoo Gang members, beheaded, had their blood spattered from their chests, staining the hallways and ceilings, giving the building a wild, bloody voodoo atmosphere. Seeing the smooth wounds on many necks, David felt a chill run down his own neck and instinctively shrank back. "Wow, boss, you're too ruthless," he said. Man, tough and stoic, fought to keep his mouth from falling open, but his eyebrows under the sunglasses nearly reached his hairline. The more experienced fringe fighters knew what kind of strength it took to do this with just a samurai sword. The group paused briefly in front of a pile of broken defense robots, then silently moved into the room where Jiang Bing was. Rebecca, Dolio, who had always played the mother role in the team, exclaimed and hurried forward when she saw Rebecca lying on the central table. The first thing Dolio saw was Rebecca's hands, crushed into a bloody mess. It was obvious these were marks of torture by the Voodoo Gang. See. Dolio kicked the corpse on the ground far away and, in frustration, drew her pistol and fired repeatedly at the body. David clenched his teeth, puffing out his cheeks. Rebecca. The little girl lay quietly on the table, unresponsive to David's calls. "Boss, how is Rebecca? Is there any hope?" David turned to Jiang Bing, who was busy at the computer nearby, and asked. Jiang Bing, with a stern face, kept working on his device. He looked up from the screen and reassured everyone. "Don't worry, She won't die? Although Rebecca was not in immediate danger of life, her health was still very bad. The Voodoo Gang's torturers failed to get information through traditional methods, so they resorted to violent hacking of Rebecca's brain machine. They tried to forcibly download data and find clues about organ meat smuggling. To avoid triggering the brain machine's anti-theft lock, they could only perform the hacking while Rebecca was still alive. This act indirectly saved Rebecca's life, but it also caused her brain to undergo long-term damage, like synaptic melting. Many neurons were destroyed in the process, and Rebecca was now in a coma. This clearly meant her death sentence. Compared to her hands, which were smashed into pulp, her injuries were less serious. This bunch of ex-idiots, the Voodoo Gang, should all be turned into pulp. Dario's eyes were red with anger. He was furious but had no one to vent his rage on, so he punched the wall hard. Man, with a pale face, carefully examined Rebecca's hands. He almost blurted out, "That's enough, Dario." "What?" Dario looked at him in disbelief. "I said, that's enough," Man almost shouted. He looked at the bullet wounds on Dario's body, his face dark with worry. Just one Voodoo Gang hideout had almost cost her life. "I can't risk leading you all into a firefight with the Voodoo Gang just to save Rebecca. Her life is important, but so is everyone else's." Man's face was cold and frightening. At that moment, he seemed to remember that rainy day, standing in front of the biotech building, watching Sasha fall from the sky onto his car roof. Like before, he could only stand there helpless. But as the team leader, he had to take responsibility for the others. The pain was like countless worms gnawing at his heart, almost devouring his flesh. Man's words were so realistic that Lucy couldn't help but feel sad. The sound of unplugging the data cable broke the heavy atmosphere on the scene. Jiang Bing gently carried Rebecca, who weighed less than 100 Gene, and led the way out of the room under everyone's watch. And Man, Dario, David, Lucy, and some people from Taiping Prefecture, a heavy rescue team's flying vehicle shot down from near-Earth orbit in space. Its flashing lights cut through the night and landed at the abandoned building's entrance. Piercing alarm sirens sounded across the area. A twin-barreled machine gun was ready to scare off anyone with bad intentions. Under the command of the lead rescue team officer, 2 paramedics quickly treated Rebecca and placed her on a stretcher to be loaded onto the flying vehicle. The leader of the rescue team, dressed in a heavy explosion-proof suit, ignored Jiang Bing's armor and cheerfully approached everyone, flattering him. "Honorable Mr. Sabul, do you have any further instructions?" Man and the others nearby were surprised. The rescue team members, usually known for their violence and cold faces, were now showing such politeness to Jiang Bing. It was because Jiang Bing used his money power. A platinum membership for the rescue team costs 13,500 euros per month, but that's just the basic fee. Extra charges apply for each minute of field work, 100 euros, and bullets and medical treatments cost more. Of course, the rescue team also offers temporary insurance, but it's more expensive. As one of the top medical groups worldwide, their medical skills are excellent. For Rebecca's injuries, it was no big deal for the rescue team. But, of course, the money had to be paid. Jiang Bing had just bought Rebecca a temporary platinum membership, and with the prepaid medical fees, he had spent a full 1 million euros. Seeing such a lavish expenditure, it was no surprise that the team leader was so respectful. The 4 of them, used to being poor, never expected that Rebecca's deadlock could be solved this way. They were all speechless for a moment. Since the money was spent, Jiang Bing simply waved his hand, signaling the injured Dario to get on the vehicle with him. Man naturally followed as well. Watching the tail lights of the flying vehicle disappear into the night sky, Jiang Bing waved his hand, signaling the others to quickly finish the battle and gather. Having just spent a large sum of money, Jiang Bing was eager to recover his funds. Because McKenora Lamore had limited space and, for confidentiality reasons, couldn't loot like the Masked Demon, the 3 of them, under Jiang Bing's command, only quickly collected the most valuable loot before escaping before others arrived. In the car, Jiang Bing looked curiously toward the northwest, where the Body Hotel was located by the seaside. That was the hideout of the Voodoo Gang in Taiping's Hao. Someone as vengeful as Jiang would never silently accept such a big loss. Not bullying others is considered a good deed. He is not Man. He has the desire but not the strength. He has money if he wants, and fists if he needs power. As the saying goes, anyone who provokes the reverse entropy will face death. Jiang Bing was now thinking about how to help the voodoo gang rise to happiness early. Jiang Bing was surrounded by Man's team, giving Pila a routine check. On the nearby TV, the news was playing. According to our station, a hurricane that suddenly landed from the ocean swept across Taipingshao last midnight. Except for the Body Hotel, this hurricane did not cause much damage to other buildings in Taipingshao and did not spread to the main city. Residents of Night City can continue working peacefully. As for the source of this sudden hurricane, whether it was caused by some experiment of the Arksaka Group, a military technology meteorologist will explain further. Inside the makeshift ward, the atmosphere was a bit tense. Everyone was unintentionally or intentionally looking at Boss Jiang, who was yawning, but everyone kept their mouths tight. No one was stupid, but at this moment, everyone seemed to have become fools. Pila was paying more attention. He was no longer his usual lively self, looking serious. Mr. Saba, I will find a way to pay you back for Rebecca's medical expenses. Jiang Bing waved his hand. 4,700 euros. Pila was a bit confused by Jiang Bing's words. I mean, your surgery cost is 4,700 euros, including follow-up care. Seeing Pila's puzzled expression, Jiang Bing continued. As for Rebecca's medical expenses, she is an employee of the reverse entropy and was injured at work. Hearing this, Pila and everyone else suddenly thought of a possibility, and their eyes widened. Jiang Bing did not disappoint and expressed the idea everyone had in mind. The company will reimburse her. Everyone present suddenly had the same thought. I want to join reverse entropy. Jiang Bingzheng was yawning lazily while listening to Gloria's work report. The content was still the same, money and people. Fortunately, with Roger joining, the seafood catch from the nearby Yamatai Sea area started to be shipped out. These expensive seafood items helped reduce the growing financial deficit of reverse entropy. The main reason was the addition of Man's team. After the rescue operation for Rebecca, everyone began to admire reverse entropy. So Man cleverly approached Gloria, the HR manager, to discuss switching the outsourcing contract to a labor contract. Although most companies claimed to offer good benefits, those who had been burned by companies were skeptical. However, reverse entropy's approach was truly surprising. They always proved themselves more convincing than words. This showed how important it was to have the right boss. They had worked together for a long time and knew each other well, so there was no problem with this. Besides, the next major human resource need for reverse entropy was drivers for delivery. After the Rebecca incident, they had to rethink who to hire for deliveries. Fortunately, Jiang Bing had plans for this. In the harsh, wild lands, everything was lacking except skilled and capable wanderers. But first, he planned to go on a long trip to prepare some useful tools for the new employees. Segment HXXD, G09234, Multiverse. The narrow ship corridor was very messy, with flickering lights and bloodstains on the floor, creating a spooky atmosphere. The body is gone, Isaac Clarke thought. As he walked, he saw marks on the walls from his fight with those monsters, proving he wasn't imagining things. Besides the crackling of electricity and the sound of metal boots hitting the floor, everything around was terrifyingly silent. It was as if the hundreds of employees on this 1.615 kilometers long giant planet-splitting ship had never existed. Of course, that was impossible. Isaac knew very well. They had all become monsters. He had already greeted him a few times, although it had made everyone a little uncomfortable at the time. The unusual silence made his heart beat faster, and his breathing grew heavier. The moist air fogged up the helmet visor of his work suit, but it quickly dried under the small ventilation turbine. Isaac opened the RIG panel on his wrist, projected the map in front of him, and activated the beam navigation to confirm he was heading in the right direction. RIG, short for Resource Integration Gear, is the most widely used personal health monitoring device in this world. Originally designed for elderly patients, this medical monitoring system became popular across society because of its usefulness. Workers on the Stone Village ship all have one. It's like a smartphone in the 21st century, an essential smart device for work and daily life. Besides health monitoring, it stores unique biological data and authorization codes for each user. In society, it acts like an ID card, and on the ship, Different authorization levels serve as key cards. It also supports point-to-point communication, radio broadcasts, navigation, data storage, and digital payments. As a resource integration device, it can be equipped with different parts for various scenarios and is compatible with different protective suits, making it flexible for different tasks. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the end of the corridor, making Isaac instinctively grip his plasma cutter. This mining tool, originally used for cutting ore, had been simply modified by the experienced engineer to cut through flesh efficiently. As he moved forward, the noise grew louder, like a beast in the dark, grinding its teeth and waiting to attack. He touched the static field emitter port on his left hand, steeled himself, and continued walking. He wanted to go to the medical area to find his girlfriend, so he had to head to the maintenance zone ahead and find the doctor's RIG to get the authorization code for medical access. Suddenly, the vent behind him fell off with a loud clang on the metal floor. Almost at the same time, sounds of movement and crawling came from both ends of the corridor. Knowing he was being flanked from both sides, Isaac quickly increased his pace, aiming to deal with the enemies ahead first and avoid being caught between two dangers. As he charged forward, the lights on his chest illuminated the darkness, revealing the two mutated corpses. Startled by the light, the two grotesque creatures let out loud roars and lunged at Isaac. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two horizontal plasma streams, like hot, sharp razors, sliced off parts of the creature's legs, as if cutting through butter. Their uneven legs caused the two mindless monsters to stumble and fall clumsily to the ground, but driven by their savage instincts, they still crawled forward desperately. A few more plasma shots precisely cut through one creature's limbs, almost turning it into a mangled mess. Isaac Clarke felt like he was back in his days as a miner, cutting through cold, hard ore. These monsters were no harder to cut than that. But, unlike ore, these creatures moved on their own and had arms with mutated bones sharp enough to pierce flesh. Using his years of experience in cutting ore, Isaac skillfully sliced another creature, blocking his way into a mangled mess. Meanwhile, enemies from behind the corridor drew closer. The smell of burnt protein filled the air. Isaac turned and threw a still energy cluster at the nearest creature, trapping it in a slow time field to block the pursuing enemies. The lights swept through the darkness. Isaac's heart pounded faster. Ignoring the two struggling figures on the ground, he charged forward wildly. Behind him, more than a dozen of the monsters surged like a tide. This deadly race, Isaac was ahead, but the door ahead needed time to unlock, so danger was still close. Come on, come on, hurry. Staring at the slowly opening door, Isaac's hands were sweaty. He turned and drained the energy from his plasma cutter, cutting off some limbs, but facing the overwhelming horde, it was still not enough. Finally, the door opened wide enough. Isaac dodged a sharp bone spike aimed at his waist and scrambled into the corridor beyond. But the close distance meant that many monsters rushed in behind him before the door could close. There was no choice but to curse and run desperately, while searching the corridor for any sharp objects that could serve as ammunition for his energy modules. However, the corridor was surprisingly clean, no bodies, no bloodstains. Even the storage boxes and scattered trash were gone. It looked as if a storm had just passed through and cleaned everything. Isaac gradually slowed down. Besides the unusual cleanliness of the corridor, he noticed something strange. The mindless, fearless, and bloodthirsty zombie-like creatures had stopped not far behind him, as if an invisible barrier kept them away. But Isaac felt these creatures were like hyenas prowling outside a tiger's territory, eager to attack him but afraid of the deadly tiger. Soon, Isaac's intuition proved right. As the door to a lounge on one side of the corridor opened, a voice came through his helmet's recorder and reached his ears. "Hey, there are still humans alive here. What a rare guest." The tone was relaxed, very different from Isaac's heavy breathing. It was a man of Asian descent, wearing a heavy-duty work suit Isaac had never seen before. The suit was made of dull black metal with many holes of different sizes. The man looked very tall in this armor, but surprisingly, he moved lightly. "Saber, what should I call you?" As the man approached, Isaac felt a strange sense of relief, as if a dark cloud over his head had been lifted. Just then, Isaac noticed the man was holding a vintage samurai sword, something usually found only in museums. The man, or rather Jiangbing, looked at Isaac but seemed more interested in the modified plasma cutter in Isaac's hand. "What's your name?" the man asked casually, as if at a social gathering, despite being watched by a dozen zombie-like creatures. "I'm Isaac Clark, inspection engineer on the Stone Village ship." Jiangbing looked unsurprised, which made Isaac more confused. "Nice to meet you, Isaac. Sorry, I'm busy now. I need to deal with some groundhogs destroying the backyard. We'll talk later." Body-altered creatures, influenced by divine seals and mutated from corpses, can move again. In a way, they are not true living beings, but moving pieces of flesh and blood. They do not live or die naturally. Only when their flesh is completely destroyed can they be truly gone. Cutting them, like Isaac did earlier, only temporarily stops their movement. Soon, these flesh pieces will automatically gather again to form new body-altered creatures. Sometimes, these flesh pieces even merge to form giant monsters. However, revival requires energy. If they are cut into enough small pieces, these creatures can remain still and quiet for a long time. There are other ways too. Under Isaac's watch, these several body-altered creatures, as Jiangbing approached, reacted like frightened prey caught in a trap, desperately retreating to find space to hide. They crowded at the closed corridor door with nowhere to run. Like small pigs cornered and about to be slaughtered, they finally broke their silence, roared, and charged forward. For the first time, Isaac heard fear in the screams of these monsters. In Jiangbing's perspective, these creatures emitted reckless, foul, and chaotic waves of energy. These waves were closely connected to a red wave of energy that always covered the Stone Village. That red wave was the field created by the Divine Seal. The zombie crisis on the Stone Village was all caused by this. Jiangbing's growing inner strength, combined with the power of the authority, Wind Lord, allowed him to forcibly carve out his own space within the pervasive Divine Seal field. The body-altered creatures trapped in these fields were like being cut off from the Divine Seal network by Jiangbing's efforts. If these creatures died now, they would truly be dead. Their flesh and blood would lose activity and quickly decay. At this stage, even reconnecting to the Divine Seal network would be useless. In a sense, it was like cutting the flesh and severing the soul. Soon, Jiangbing used a samurai sword to carefully cut these weakened creatures into small pieces, like preparing ingredients for a meal. This creature, born from a mutated corpse, is the lowest form of life. Its strongest part is the bone spurs on its arms. However, no matter how hard these spurs are, they are still just bones. Compared to the titanium skeletons of city residents, they are very weak. Jiangbing's single-molecule samurai sword can cut through titanium as if it were soft clay. Ordinary bones are like cutting vegetables. Isaac obediently follows Jiangbing back to the rest area. This place is bright and clean, with the same lighting as other areas. It feels warm and normal. Isaac feels like he's in a different world. The last rest area he was in also had a lounge, but he didn't feel safe there. It was as if eyes were watching him from all directions, making him feel uneasy. The feeling slowly seeped into his body from all sides. Of course, this was because of the Divine Seal. Its field can slowly weaken the minds of ordinary people, causing hallucinations, strange thoughts, depression, and even suicidal feelings. In this lounge, there was also a craftsman apprentice. In terms of status, Jiangbing was much higher than that imitation. It could influence the real world, and Jiangbing could too, but he didn't like to use this power often. It was also very tiring. And in terms of size, Jiangbing couldn't compare to it right now. Since entering the Stone Village on the door key, Jiangbing had been constantly releasing his own field to counter the Divine Seal's field. 6 days of continuous effort had worn him out mentally. So, he kept the field's range around 10 meters to save his mental energy. But this was also a way to strengthen his mind. During this time, Jiangbing and the Divine Seal had developed a kind of silent understanding. The Divine Seal temporarily ignored Jiangbing, who was like an unbreakable copper pea, and continued with its plans on the Stone Village. It was waiting for the final gathering to come, so it could settle accounts with Jiangbing. Jiangbing, on the other hand, was happy to let the Divine Seal delay. No matter what plans it had, once the door key was fully charged, Jiangbing would slip away. Find a place to sit anywhere, Jiang Bing said simply to Isaac. Then he returned to a disassembled nano workstation and continued working. In a small lounge, various mining tools, different types of protective suits, and many blood-stained rigs were casually placed. Most of these items had been taken apart, exposing complex circuits and internal structures. It's clear that these are trophies of a mysterious person named Saba. Isaac found it strange why he was so eager to dismantle ordinary work tools. Jiang Bing was naturally trying to understand how these tools were made. But to Isaac, these mining tools seemed quite simple, though Jiang Bing, with his mechanical intuition and skills, found some of the more advanced technology a bit challenging. Even with his skills, Jiang Bing struggled with some high-tech devices from the 26th century, like the C99 superparticle collider contact ray device he was currently dismantling. It's small, but essentially, it's a mini particle collider. In the 21st century, such high-tech devices were worshipped as sacred relics. But in this world, their main use is for commercial blasting, like breaking large rocks. The world of high martial arts has greatly reduced the power of magic-less worlds. Of course, this is mainly because the world of Dead Space has very strange technological development. The unified field theory was achieved early, and due to resource needs, technologies like planetary splitting, faster-than-light travel, gravity field tech, and mining-related science advanced rapidly. However, in AI, network programming, and cybernetic technology, it's a bit behind the cyberpunk worlds. Every technology has its strengths and weaknesses. The advanced scientific principles mentioned above are not detailed in the Stone Village ship, which is a mining vessel. But that doesn't stop Jiang Bing from analyzing and replicating tools based on these principles, then copying useful parts for his own use. Watching Jiang Bing busy at work and recalling his recent display of strength, Isaac, a pragmatic engineer, suddenly had an idea. Mr. Saba, you need to remove the primary accelerator module in front of the accelerator before you can unlock the structural safety lock, Isaac said, unable to resist reminding him as a fellow engineer. Jiang Bing suddenly turned around, his eyes bright, as if he had found a guiding light. Seeing Jiang Bing's behavior, Isaac reaffirmed his own plan. This engineer, who had been working on the Stone Village ship for several days, now had a very flexible sense of morality. If you're interested in the structure and principles of the tools made by the Sheffield Company, there are complete repair manuals in the mechanical area. They contain details about all the tools on the Stone Village ship, including their structure and design principles. Jiang Bing's eyes visibly lit up. As an inspection engineer, I have the authority to access these repair manuals. If you need, I can export a copy for you. Seeing Jiang Bing's expression, Isaac understood that his plan was almost successful, so he decided to reveal his true intentions. As long as you can accompany me to the mechanical area to find a RIG. Do engineers in this world also need to study social engineering? Jiang Bing immediately saw through Isaac's plan, but when he thought about the skill book Isaac mentioned, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Watching the other person's determined face, willing to go through fire and water to find his loved one, Jiang Bing had only one thought. Ancestors are wise. People really are not what they seem. I didn't expect you, Isaac, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so clever. So, the two successfully completed the trade. Jiang Bing uploaded the recent knowledge he had gained into the system, preparing to follow Isaac into the mechanical area. System notification: your recent submissions about plasma cutter, RIG, resource integration gear, SWS electric pulse rifle, dive self-defense pistol, and related knowledge have been recorded. The terminal has received 176 artisan badges from the 7th Crystal Wall mainframe, listing attribute details for you. Personality: apprentice craftsman, professional level, 3, 46%. Registered origin: B33 plane, origin star, Earth, current location, plane HXXD, G09234, dead space. Existence strength: 2.8 composition strength, 3.6 access level for creator database, 1, 94%. Number of artisan badges: 207, including previous accumulations. Due to a lack of related knowledge and based on the unified field theory to develop various weapons and tools, Jiang Bing has not yet completed the analysis. The main issue is the large generation gap and with Jiang Bing's current craftsman's intuition, it's a bit difficult to handle. Perhaps he needs to be promoted again to gain better analytical skills. Fortunately, once he obtains the skill book from Isaac, mastering the related principles of these tools shouldn't be a problem. When they set out again, both were fully armed. Isaac not only carried a plasma cutter at his waist, but also held a large device. Specifically, the C-99 superparticle collider contact ray device Jiang Bing had previously dismantled.